And Yuan Bo Li Dao, you have committed an unforgivable offense against your superiors. Were it not for Her Highness the Princess' intercession, you would undoubtedly face the most severe punishment today. Li Dao, do not blame me, the princess has spared your life, but the emperor is unwilling. Let the death row become your final resting place. 9527. From this moment forth, this shall be your designation henceforth. You shall exist in this world only as a condemned soul. In a daze, numerous fragmented memories flickered through Li Dao's mind. With a sharp intake of breath, he abruptly sat up, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His gaze swept across his surroundings, a dimly lit space, a damp environment, a wooden cage, and the nauseating stench permeating the air. Lowering his head, he observed his disheveled state. His hair was unkempt, his body was battered with several abrasions, and he was clad in a tattered white garment. The word prisoner was emblazoned on his chest, and had one been able to glimpse his back, they would find the character for death inscribed there as well. This defined his current identity, a condemned prisoner, and he found himself in the notorious death row, a place where human life was as expendable as grass. Peering into the dark corners of his cell, he could faintly discern the silhouettes of others, all clad similarly, fellow inmates of this death row. At this realization, Li Dao couldn't help but murmur to himself, "A month has passed, it seems I have truly been reborn." He was reluctant to accept this reality, but facts remained immutable, regardless of his thoughts. The reason for his downfall could be succinctly summarized. Drunkenness leads to folly, and lust breeds ruin. 1 month prior, the imperial family of Qian hosted a grand banquet. As a third-rank earl, Li Dao naturally found himself among the invited guests. During the festivities, he was suddenly beset by a severe headache. However, with the emperor addressing the assembly, he dared not leave unceremoniously. In an effort to alleviate his discomfort, he resorted to drinking. Yet, by the time the banquet commenced, his headache had only intensified, and he found himself succumbing to intoxication. Thus, he excused himself in search of sobriety. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently stumbled into a palace chamber. Upon entering, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. A pristine expanse of white, and at its center, a stunningly beautiful maiden with an exquisitely graceful figure. In that moment, his headache vanished, yet memories from his past life surged forth. The combination of intoxication and the resurgence of these memories rendered him utterly incapable of self-control. In a moment of reckless impulse, he sullied the purity of that maiden. When he regained his senses, he found himself being escorted before the emperor of Qian by palace guards. It was then that he learned the identity of the maiden he had wronged. Princess Mingyue, the most esteemed woman of the Qian Dynasty, second only to the empress, and the emperor's most cherished daughter. He faintly recalled the emperor's fury upon discovering that his beloved daughter had been defiled by a fallen third-rank earl, vowing to annihilate Li Dao's entire lineage and subject him to a gruesome death. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the very princess he had disgraced who interceded on his behalf to spare his life. Nevertheless, the emperor, in his wrath, sought to ensure Li Dao's demise. Thus, in a cruel twist of fate, while he should have languished indefinitely in a dungeon, he was instead transported to this death row to await his end. To further guarantee his swift demise, he was deliberately conveyed from the imperial capital to the northern borders of the Qian Dynasty, to this very death row. This locale, adjacent to the territories of the northern barbarians, was rife with conflict, and recent skirmishes suggested the specter of war loomed ever closer. In such circumstances, even ordinary soldiers faced a precarious existence, let alone a prisoner confined within the death row. Thus, being incarcerated here was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant, awaiting death. Yet he had no desire to perish. Was it not a rare stroke of fortune to be reborn? Mealtime, mealtime! A raucous call from beyond the cell door jolted Li Dao from his reverie. Moments of silence were shattered as the previously quiet cell erupted into chaos. "Feed me. I'm starving. Let me have a bite. Get out of my way. All of you scram, or I swear I'll kill you." "Kill me? We're all condemned here. Who fears whom?" Soon, the sound of footsteps announced the arrival of several guards clad in military attire, carrying wooden buckets. "Settle down and form a line, one at a time. Anyone who dares to move or continues to shout will be denied food." As dark, grimy hands reached through the bars of the cell, the guards, visibly irritated, began to bang their wooden spoons against the cell door. Instantly, the clamorous inmates fell silent, for they understood the gravity of the situation. Ancient death row prisoners were akin to those in Li Dao's past life who had been stripped of all political rights, their humanity obliterated. To go without food for a few meals was one thing; to be beaten to death would elicit no sympathy, and the soldiers who inflicted such punishment would face but a day's confinement. Such a degree of punishment was scarcely distinguishable from the crime of public urination, underscoring the utter disregard for life within the death row. As the food was distributed, Li Dao took up his small bowl and joined the queue. If he wished to avoid the clutches of death, he had to eat. Only a full stomach would afford him a chance at survival. As for how long he might live, he could only take it one day at a time after all. A miserable existence was preferable to a swift death. The line slowly progressed, and soon it was Li Dao's turn. A ladle of lukewarm water and a flat, grayish-yellow cake constituted the entirety of a death row inmate's daily rations. After a month of such fare, Li Dao had grown accustomed to it. He accepted his portion and found a corner to sit. Observing the hard and unyielding cake, he tested its texture, realizing it would shatter his teeth upon biting. As before, he submerged the cake in the water, hoping it would soften before he consumed it. The guards, having distributed the food, departed swiftly. Once the cake had soaked sufficiently, Li Dao prepared to eat. Just then, a towering figure suddenly cast a shadow over him. "Hey kid, hand over your food." Li Dao looked up to find a massive man, at least 6'3", standing before him. The man's face bore a long scar, rendering him particularly menacing. His eyes glinted with a ravenous hunger as they fixated on the softened cake in Li Dao's bowl. For someone of this brute's stature, even the meager cake was insufficient to satisfy his appetite. Faced with hunger, his instinct was to seize the food of others to fill his belly. And Li Dao was currently the target of his predation. The brute deemed this scrawny young man an easy mark, convinced he would not dare resist. And indeed, Li Dao made no move to oppose. Instead, he lowered his gaze and chose silence. "Ha, you got some sense, kid." The brute's face lit up with glee as he squatted down to grasp the bowl containing the cake. Many inmates witnessed this exchange, but chose not to intervene, their expressions a mixture of mockery, indifference, and amusement. In short, none felt pity for Li Dao. Such was the rule of the death row, a reflection of reality. The strong devour the weak, and only the fittest survive. This maxim was vividly illustrated in this place. The other inmates felt no compassion for Li Dao. Instead, they envied the brute for being the first to act, for had they been the first to strike, the cake would have belonged to them. As the brute lifted the bowl, he sneered, "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you given your compliance. It'll protect you in this cell from now on, but you'll have to hand over half your food from now on, understood?" Seeing Li Dao remain silent, the brute felt his pride wounded and raised his hand to strike him. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. In that instant, Li Dao lifted his head. He swiftly thrust something unknown in his right hand towards the face of the burly man. A sickening thud echoed as it struck flesh. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, only to be shattered by a piercing scream that reverberated within the confines of the cell. As the occupants regained their senses, they beheld the burly man having already discarded the bowl he held, his trembling hands raised in the air, continuously uttering cries of agony. Astonishingly, a sharp wooden skewer had found its way into his left eye, with a copious amount of blood streaming from the socket, creating a gruesome spectacle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After rendering the burly man blind in one eye, Li Dao decisively looped the chains binding his hand around the man's neck and yanked back with great force, causing the burly man to collapse to the ground. Subsequently, Li Dao placed his feet upon the man's shoulders, channeling every ounce of strength into the chains as he pulled once more. In that moment, the burly man disregarded the pain in his left eye and began to tug at the chains constricting his neck. For him, losing an eye was a mere inconvenience, but being choked could very well lead to his demise. However, no amount of struggling would avail him, for above him, a frail youth exerted every bit of strength to tighten the chains, the veins on his arms bulging with effort. "Spare me." With death looming, the burly man chose to plead for mercy. Li Dao remained impassive, coldly tightening the chains. Even as tremors coursed through his body from the exertion, offering the man no respite. He understood that if the burly man were to survive this encounter, it would inevitably lead to his own demise. He had no desire to perish thus. It had to be the burly man who met his end. Time slipped away, and the man's struggles grew feebler, his complexion transitioning from red to a deep purple. Ultimately, the burly man succumbed, his heart heavy with bitter regret, unable to fathom that he would perish at the hands of a frail youth. On the other hand, Li Dao did not relent even as the burly man ceased his struggles. Instead, he tightened the chains for another half-minute, ensuring that his adversary was truly lifeless before finally releasing his grip. Huff! Li Dao exhaled deeply, lying on the ground and gazing at the pitch-black ceiling as he murmured, "I never imagined that taking a life would be so exhausting." As for the nausea often associated with killing, he felt none at this moment. As an adult, he was well aware of the nature of prisons, having read about them in the news in his previous life, and he had heard tales of the brutality faced by death row inmates. Moreover, he had always approached others with the utmost suspicion. Thus, before entering the death row camp, he had mentally prepared himself for everything, including the necessity of taking a life. His month-long experience in the camp had affirmed the validity of his preparations, for he was not the first to be deprived of sustenance. During this month, he had witnessed 7 or 8 inmates perish due to starvation from prolonged food theft or succumbing to weakness in that dismal place. He was fortunate, having lasted a month before becoming someone else's target. This realization fortified his resolve. When the burly man attempted to steal his food, he was prepared to fight desperately. It appeared that he had triumphed, safeguarding his provisions while preserving his own life. Casting a glance at the lifeless form of the burly man, Li Dao removed the chains from his neck. Having exerted such force, the chains had left a deep, purplish bruise around the man's thick neck. Rising to his feet, Li Dao approached the spot where the bowl had fallen. The bowl lay shattered, clear water seeping into the ground, with only a sodden piece of dough remaining amidst the dust. He showed no disdain, picking it up and scanning his surroundings before quietly retreating to a corner. As he settled down, the other inmates recoiled in fear, as if confronted by a vengeful specter. Taking a life was a simple act. Most within the death row camp had committed murder, some multiple times. After all, those who sat here were all guilty of capital offenses. Yet, it was the quiet, unassuming killers who instilled the greatest fear, for one could never predict when such individuals might erupt into violence. Li Dao found their reactions gratifying. At least it seemed unlikely that anyone would trouble him in the near future. Chapter 2. The enemy-killing attribute explosion system. Sitting in the corner, Li Dao dusted off a flatbread before bringing it to his mouth. Just as he was about to take a bite, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! First kill achieved. The enemy-killing attribute explosion system is activated. Killed 1 enemy. Gained attribute 0, 2. First kill completed. Reward attribute 1. In the next moment, Li Dao found himself momentarily disoriented as a panel reminiscent of a game from his past materialized before him, accompanied by an introduction to this system in his mind. Master, Li Dao, physique, 0, 8. Usable attributes, 1, 2. A system, a golden finger? Li Dao never anticipated that he would possess such a system, although he had pondered its existence when his memories first resurfaced. All his attempts to summon it had proven futile. Little did he know, the activation of the system required the act of killing. If he refrained from taking lives, would the system remain dormant indefinitely? Had he not experienced the death row camp, he would still be the frivolous young master in Yuanbois. And who knows when the system would have awakened. After a brief moment, Li Dao quelled his excitement. The arrival of the system, albeit delayed, was certainly preferable to having none at all. He glanced at his system panel, which was astonishingly simplistic, consisting of just 3 lines. He vowed it was the most rudimentary panel he had ever encountered. From the information in his mind, he gleaned the system and Oppo's functionality, straightforward and unrefined. Killing enemies would yield their attributes, which he could then augment his own strength with. Yet, he pondered why the only augmentable attribute was physique. Comparing it to character panels in past online games, where were the attributes for speed, spirit, and strength? Why was only physique represented? Despite his confusion, Li Dao was eager to test the system and Oppo's effects. He focused on the panel, and with a mere thought, both his physique attribute and usable attributes underwent a transformation. Master, Li Dao, physique, What usable attributes? 1. It had increased, but the effect. Before Li Dao could fully contemplate, a surge of warmth spontaneously erupted within him, flooding throughout his body, even bringing a gentle clarity to his mind. The warmth surged rapidly, just as swiftly dissipating within a few breaths. Once his senses returned, Li Dao was astonished to realize that his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. His previously emaciated frame had gained some muscle, and the contours of his physique were now more defined. Most astonishingly, his mind felt significantly clearer, as though he had been enhanced in every conceivable way. In that instant, he perceived why the attribute panel contained only physique. It encompassed all aspects of his being. Strength, speed, constitution, and spirit were all consolidated within it. At that moment, Li Dao felt compelled to commend the system. Its simplicity and rawness had unexpectedly become its greatest asset. According to the system's description, the average physique of a normal person stood at 1, implying that he had just reached the average level after his first enhancement. Indeed, it was no surprise that a pampered young master like him had a physique inferior to that of an ordinary individual. Casting another glance at the system panel, Li Dao hesitated not a moment longer and decisively allocated his remaining attribute point to physique. In an instant, an even more potent wave of warmth surged through him. Under its influence, the body concealed beneath his prison garb underwent significant transformation. Muscles expanded and contracted visibly, and he felt a continuous stretching sensation throughout his internal organs, while his mind grew increasingly lucid, rekindling many once-faded memories. This time, the warmth persisted for several breaths before finally subsiding. Looking down, Li Dao observed that following the enhancement of his physique, his body appeared to have undergone a second maturation, becoming much more robust, with his formerly loose prison attire fitting much more snugly. Fortunately, the dimness of the cell concealed his transformation from the others. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of strength. Gazing at the shackles, he sensed an illusion of being able to break free from them at any moment. He recognized it as a mere trick of his suddenly heightened power. The iron chains, as thick as his thumb, could not be broken by a body that was merely double that of an ordinary person. According to the system and Oppo's explanation, killing an enemy would yield 1/10 of their total attributes. Thus, since the burly man's physique had already been twice that of an average person, Li Dao knew he could not achieve such a feat himself. In his estimation, to snap those chains, his physique would need to reach at least 5 points, which, by the system's calculations, necessitated the demise of 50 ordinary foes. With this thought, he instinctively cast his gaze upon the other inmates in the cell. However, he quickly abandoned this notion. He desired strength, but he would not pursue it mindlessly. If he were to kill indiscriminately for this reason, he would likely become a slave to his own power, ultimately no different from his current self. Moreover, the system was aptly named the enemy-killing attribute explosion system. As the name suggests, one must slay enemies to reap its benefits. Though all the inmates were death row prisoners, they bore him no malice and could not be deemed enemies. Of course, it was up to him to make that judgment. If he found someone displeasing, even without enmity, that individual could swiftly become his foe. In any case, all was dictated by Li Dao's intrinsic perceptions. Growl! Li Dao rubbed his stomach, a wave of hunger surging within him, more intense than before. Was it a side effect? Yet, it should not be construed as such. With his newfound strength, it was only natural that his body required more sustenance. Regrettably, all he had was a single piece of flatbread, wholly insufficient for his current needs. After brushing off the dust, he stuffed it into his mouth. However, upon taking a bite, he felt nothing, as though he had merely wedged something between his teeth. He began to understand why the burly man had resorted to stealing food. For someone with a robust physique, such a meager portion was hardly sufficient. Time to rest. Sleep would minimize energy expenditure. Leaning against the wall, he slightly closed his eyes, his right hand clutching a sharpened wooden stake. Although his physique had now reached double that of an average person, he was still mortal and could perish if killed. Thus caution was paramount. Uncertain how much time had passed, Li Dao was roused from his stupor by a commotion. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 soldiers entering the cell, unlocking the door. "Oh, another one has died," The soldiers, accustomed to the sight of death, seemed unfazed. One soldier grinned, this time, "It's mine." "Yours, yours." The other soldier waved him off. The first soldier, beaming with excitement, produced a small knife from his waist and crouched beside the deceased burly man. With a swift motion, he sliced off the man's left ear, blood oozing forth, and without a hint of revulsion. He wrapped the severed ear in a tattered cloth and tucked it away. After scanning the cell, the two soldiers dragged the corpse away. Witnessing this, Li Dao's expression remained impassive. He had grown accustomed to such sights. As for the soldier's motive in severing ears, he understood well enough. In the border regions, a left ear symbolized merit. The prosperity of the Qian Dynasty stemmed from a military structure reminiscent of the ancient Qian Dynasty. The system of military nobility. As long as one takes to the battlefield to vanquish foes, one can attain military rank through accomplishments in combat, thereby achieving upward mobility in the social hierarchy. The method of calculating these martial achievements is rather straightforward. The left ear of the enemy serves as the metric for counting kills, which are then recorded as accolades. After all, each individual possesses but a single ear. Thus, the act of slaying an adversary and severing their left ear signifies the demise of one enemy. Upon submission of the left ear, the soldier's contributions are duly noted. Ample accolades can lead to promotions and increased pay. Naturally, when a robust man has his left ear severed, it is often utilized by soldiers to substitute for their own tally of enemy kills. Fortunately, the military department maintains strict oversight over the death row inmates, permitting them to engage in combat amongst themselves. However, it prohibits soldiers from killing the inmates directly. Otherwise, the condemned would not only have to guard against perishing during their perilous tasks, but also against the lower-ranked soldiers seeking to end their lives. In essence, the death row inmates possess no rights whatsoever within the confines of their camp. Yet, it would be remiss to assert that the condemned have no glimmer of hope. Since its inception, the Great Qian Death Row Camp has adhered to a peculiar regulation. Any inmate who accrues a sufficient number of martial accomplishments may legitimately depart the camp, assuming a new identity to reintegrate into society. At that juncture, their crimes would be absolved, allowing them to start anew with a clean slate. However, since the establishment of the Great Qian Dynasty, countless inmates have passed through the camp, yet only a mere handful have ever managed to escape. Fewer than the fingers on one hand. The reason for this is the formidable challenge of leaving the camp. It is estimated that an inmate must collect approximately 500 left ears, equating to the slaying of 500 adversaries to gain their freedom. What does this entail? For the vast majority of ordinary inmates, it remains an utterly unattainable dream. To slay 500 enemies would require an extraordinary feat, likely necessitating an interminable duration of relentless effort, not to mention the perils of actual combat. Furthermore, the most treacherous positions on the battlefield are typically assigned to the death row inmates, resulting in a significantly heightened mortality rate. The overwhelming majority of them do not survive even their initial assignments, let alone the prospect of taking lives to collect ears. In summary, this regulation offers a semblance of hope, while simultaneously engendering despair. Previously, Li Dao had been disheartened by this rule governing the death row camp. However, his perspective has shifted. 500 foes may seem insurmountable, yet he harbors faith in his ability to achieve this goal, bolstered by the capabilities of his system. Moreover, his aspirations extend beyond mere escape. He yearns to thrive in this world, having experienced the profound comfort of a life unburdened by waiting. He sets a modest target, to gather 500 left ears and thus leave the confines of the death row camp. Li Dao mused inwardly. Chapter 3. The Death Row Mission. Selected time flowed slowly, and before long, a week had passed. On this day, Li Dao sat in the corner, consuming the rehydrated flatbread, as he usually did. Due to the intimidation he had instilled a week prior, no one had dared to disturb him during this time. Likewise, others were left undisturbed, for no one could ascertain whether the person they might provoke was as adept at camouflage as Li Dao himself. A misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of a strongman. Killed and deprived of ears, their bodies discarded in the wilderness for the beasts to feast upon. In essence, the week had unfolded rather peacefully. Before the emergence of the system, such tranquility was precisely what Li Dao desired. However, with the system now in place, he found himself regretting his excessive intimidation of the fellow inmates. The absence of disturbances meant that he was temporarily unable to harness the system to grow stronger. Perhaps I should wait a little longer, Li Dao mused inwardly. It had only been a week. This death row was not lacking in individuals eager to stir trouble. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the prison door. The inmates lifted their heads, and there appeared a soldier clad in armor, evidently of a higher rank than the common guards, flanked by several prison guards. One of the guards stepped forward and inquired, "Captain Liu, what brings you here today?" Before he could finish, Captain Liu raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "I have a mission that requires the extraction of 20 death row inmates from your facility." His voice was low, yet the inmates in the surrounding cells heard him clearly. In an instant, panic spread across the faces of nearly all the death row inmates. For the extraction of inmates likely meant accompanying regular soldiers to fulfill military duties. In most military tasks, the role of death row inmates was merely to serve as cannon fodder, drawing the enemy and Oppo's attention to meet their demise. Typically, among 10 chosen, only one might return, and the rest would never see home again. Thus, the mention of selection sent waves of fear through them, as being chosen almost equated to death. Upon hearing this, the guard eagerly asked, "What kind of inmates do you require, Captain Liu?" "I need a batch that isn't too old, and preferably not disabled." "You can sort through them as you see fit," Liu replied. At this, the older inmates sighed in relief, while those who met the criteria grew anxious, each praying fervently to avoid selection. The guard nodded, understanding. "I will choose them now." Whether by luck or misfortune, the first cell he approached was where Li Dao resided. 2 guards entered, scanning the room, while the inmates instinctively averted their gazes. Yet soon one was pointed out. "Step forward," one guard commanded. After a moment of silence, the guard's face twisted into a smirk, thinking of hiding. "Are we?" He strode into the cell and yanked a prisoner by the hair, dragging him out. "I don't want to leave here," the inmate protested, struggling desperately on the ground. "Refusal? Then you shall die now." The guard, showing no mercy, drew his blade and pressed it to the inmate's throat. Instantly, the cold steel rendered the inmate motionless. Suddenly, an idea struck the inmate, and he decisively thrust his left thumb into his mouth. With a crunch, he emitted a pained grunt as he spat out his thumb, grinning wickedly. According to the laws of the great Qian, a severed thumb renders one disabled. If I'm disabled, I cannot be taken, correct? The guards burst into laughter, genuinely amused. The one with the drawn blade lowered it, intrigued. Who would have thought a death row inmate knew the laws of the great Qian? The inmate, recalling his past, displayed a proud smile, confidently declaring, "I was once an 8th rank official, well versed in the classics since childhood." "What is the significance of this?" "8th rank official?" The guard scoffed disdainfully. "Today, even if you were a 1st rank minister, you'd still find yourself here in this death row." With that, he unsheathed his blade once more, addressing the inmate brusquely. "I now offer you 2 choices. Either sever your right thumb as well or step forward." The inmate gazed at his right hand, frozen in place. Losing the less frequently used left thumb was manageable, but losing the right thumb would render him utterly incapacitated, unable to grasp anything. In this cruel death row, that fate would equate to a slow death, and he knew many inmates would relish the opportunity to take advantage of his vulnerability. With a complex expression, the 8th rank inmate sighed heavily and resignedly stepped forward. "There is still a chance to return if I go out. Losing my right thumb offers no hope at all." Seeing this, the guard sneered and continued selecting inmates, while those fitting the criteria scrambled to avoid his gaze. Yet, the confines of the cell left little room to evade. Ultimately, those deemed suitable were extracted one by one, each face displaying a mask of despair. "You appear to be in good health. Step forward." A guard's finger pointed directly at Li Dao. As he was the only one in that corner, it was evident he had been chosen. Unlike the others, Li Dao remained calm. He stood up simply and walked toward the selected group with composure. This caught the guard's attention, who glanced at Li Dao twice. But upon realizing he was merely an unremarkable pretty face, he dismissed him. Such calmness in a person like him would likely turn to fear when faced with the battlefield. At that moment, Li Dao's exterior may have appeared tranquil, yet within, he was a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety. The excitement stemmed from finally being able to leave the death row after more than a month and witness the outside world. The anxiety arose from the impending mission. Although his golden opportunity required him to slay enemies to grow stronger, he had only succeeded in killing the strong man through meticulous preparation and a surprise attack. Now, he would confront genuine adversaries in a life-or-death struggle, a natural cause for tension. Nevertheless, he understood that if he could endure this first mission, the path ahead would surely become increasingly navigable. With insufficient inmates selected from one cell, the guards continued to choose a few more. Ultimately, 20 death row inmates were gathered. Captain Lu surveyed the group, nodded to the guards, and declared, "I shall take these individuals." He then instructed his subordinates to lead the group away. The guards chorused, "Captain Lu, take care." Under Captain Lu's guidance, Li Dao and the others quickly approached a set of stairs. Glancing upward, a glimmer of light was discernible. Upon seeing the stairs, many felt their breaths quicken, for ascending them meant stepping into the world they had longed for. "Let us go." Captain Lu merely glanced back to ensure everyone was following and ascended the stairs. With a creak, the wooden door embedded in the ground swung open, allowing Captain Lu and Apos' group to step outside. The death row inmates followed suit one by one. In an instant, the scorching sun bathed them, and, as they beheld the sky, every inmate instinctively inhaled deeply, as if savoring the scent of freedom. However, upon noticing the shackles binding their wrists and ankles, their spirits promptly sank, confronting the stark reality. In the midst of the crowd, Li Dao inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of wind and sand in the air, while surveying his surroundings. Numerous tents were pitched nearby, and soldiers moved back and forth along the path. "Stay close to me. If you wander off and get mistaken for escaped prisoners, don't blame me for not warning you," cautioned Lu, the leader. Under his guidance, Li Dao and his companions swiftly arrived at a tent. Inside, they found a collection of uniforms identical to those worn by the soldiers, albeit somewhat worn and tattered. "Make sure you all put on the uniforms, and then I shall explain tonight and Apos' mission," Lu instructed, gesturing towards the clothing. The condemned men could only nod numbly in response, then began to don the outfits. Li Dao selected a slightly cleaner set of garments, exchanged his prisoner attire, and within a few minutes, everyone was dressed. Observing the transformed appearance of the condemned, Lu nodded. "Now, I will elucidate your task. Pay attention. Tonight, your mission is to accompany us in a surprise attack on a small encampment of the northern barbarians. Should you succeed, while it may not absolve you of your condemned status, it will earn you a record of merit, allowing for a better existence in the prison camp. Furthermore, I can personally assure you that upon completion of the mission, you shall be rewarded with a substantial feast of meat and wine." The mention of meat and wine stirred excitement among some of the condemned. A few even drooled at the prospect, oblivious to how long it had been since they had tasted such luxuries. Even Li Dao's stomach audibly protested. It was inevitable. A daily ration of flatbread could hardly suffice. Noticing their reactions, Lu nodded and quietly instructed a nearby soldier, "You keep watch over these condemned men. As night falls, we will take them out of the city and arm them." "Understood. Also, fetch them some flatbreads and water." "Sir, isn't that a bit extravagant? Are you foolish? If they aren't fed, how can they muster the strength to shield you from blades?" "Indeed, you are wise, Commander." "Of course, otherwise, why would I be the commander and you just a soldier?" The night soon descended. Li Dao and the others were led by several soldiers to a clearing on the prairie outside the military camp. There, they encountered Lu once again. "Arm them," Lu commanded. Upon his order, several soldiers produced a basket filled with various weapons, distributing one to each condemned man according to their numbers. Soon, every condemned man was equipped with a weapon, though the quality varied significantly. Some wielded long spears measuring a meter, others carried broken staffs, and a few were left with weapons that were little more than half a blade. Li Dao glanced at his own weapon, which resembled an old, rusted knife, dubbed the Blade of Tetanus. Regrettably, the blade was dull, nearly rounded without a hint of sharpness. He understood the rationale behind this. In dealing with a group of prisoners devoid of loyalty, providing quality weapons was out of the question. Otherwise, the condemned might turn against them, and those very weapons would serve as instruments of their demise. Moreover, these were mere fodder for death. Offering them good weapons would be a waste. The condemned seemed to grasp this reality as well, murmuring their complaints quietly, none daring to voice their discontent loudly. Of course, even if someone had spoken out, it was unlikely they would have been heeded. With uniforms and weapons in hand, the contingent of condemned men, led by Lu, set forth into the darkened prairie, mingling with over 100 soldiers. Chapter 4. The battle commences. A frenzied slaughter. In the dead of night, on the vast grasslands, Li Dao and his companions, having traversed an indeterminate distance, finally came to a halt. They had arrived. Following the gaze of Lu Fuchong, Li Dao and the group of condemned prisoners beheld a distant bonfire on the grassland, surrounded by an array of oddly dressed individuals. Many recognized at once that these were not subjects of the great Qian Dynasty, but rather nomadic barbarians from the northern plains. Lu Fuchong turned to the prisoners, instructing them, "You will move alongside us, and your task will be to set fire to their camp, creating chaos to draw the barbarians' attention, allowing us to flank them." Upon hearing this, the prisoners and Appos' expressions shifted dramatically. For them to assault the northern barbarian camp, even if it were merely a small contingent, was tantamount to a death sentence. After all, one side comprised a regular army, while the other consisted of a ragtag band of condemned souls. Sensing their trepidation, Lu Fuchong sought to reassure them. "Rest assured, you will not perish in vain. All you need to do is incite confusion. Once we unite, your safety will be guaranteed. At that point, you need only to hide. We do not ask you to slay enemies." The earnestness in his words provided some solace to the prisoners. Casting a glance at the more than 100 soldiers accompanying Lu Fuchong, and then at the small northern barbarian contingent not far off, they nodded in agreement. With this, Lu Fuchong gestured, and the 100 elite soldiers of the great Qian dispersed into the night. Before long, Li Dao found himself mere meters away from the northern barbarian camp. With Lu Fuchong and 2 soldiers at his side, "Eliminate the sentries," Lu Fuchong commanded, and the 2 soldiers darted into the shadows. Moments later, a partridge call echoed through the night. Lu Fuchong nodded, turning back to Li Dao's group. "The sentries have been dealt with. It is now up to you. Await my signal, and move when you hear it." Exchanging glances, the group of condemned prisoners, armed with their makeshift weapons, began to advance toward the northern barbarian camp. Li Dao silently gripped his rusted blade, positioning himself in the midst of the formation, neither at the forefront nor lagging behind, as if the mere act of holding the weapon provided him with a semblance of security. As they approached the camp, a whistle pierced the darkness. Now, the northern barbarians, despite their disdain for the condemned, sprang into action. "Charge forth. If you wish to live, do not hesitate." With that rallying cry, the prisoners, having reached a point of no return, surged toward the camp. The soldiers within the northern camp swiftly reacted, seizing their weapons to gather in formation. "Enemy attack! Arm yourselves!" they shouted. "It is the people of the great Qian Dynasty. Leave none alive. For the bear god, kill!" The previously tranquil camp erupted into chaos. Within the camp, Li Dao cautiously maneuvered with his rusted long knife. Upon encountering a tent, he used his blade to ignite the nearby firewood, creating further disorder. "Please, spare me," a voice suddenly cried out. Li Dao turned to see a fellow condemned prisoner, only a few meters away, confronted by a northern soldier. In an instant, the frail prisoner was knocked to the ground. Faced with the terror of death, the condemned man begged for mercy. However, the northern soldier showed no compassion. With a swift stroke, the prisoner's head was severed, blood spilling onto the ground. Their eyes met, and after killing the prisoner, the northern soldier turned his attention to Li Dao, charging toward him with his blade drawn. "Die, great Qian scum!" As the soldier approached, Li Dao raised his long knife in defense. The clash of steel resonated, sparks flying as their blades met in a stalemate. The northern soldier's expression shifted to disbelief. How could such a frail soldier withstand a strike? But there was no time for contemplation. Li Dao, realizing he possessed greater strength, forcefully pushed the soldier's blade aside. In a swift motion, he swung his rusted knife towards the soldier's neck. The blade sank in, but due to its dullness, it became lodged in the soldier's flesh, sending a jolt of alarm through Li Dao. The northern soldier fell to the ground, writhing in agony, blood gushing from his wound. Li Dao quietly murmured an apology, not for lack of intent to kill, but due to the inadequacy of his weapon. Thankfully, his strength was sufficient. Otherwise, a lesser individual could not have inflicted such damage with that dull knife. As the soldier struggled, Li Dao seized the sharp blade that had fallen from his foe and assessed its weight. With renewed resolve, he approached the still agonizing northern soldier and, without hesitation, delivered a merciful strike, severing the soldier's left ear. A life taken, and with it, potential glory in battle. In the next moment, a notification chimed in his ear. 1 enemy killed, gained attribute. 0. 15. A sense of reassurance washed over Li Dao. Attributes provided him with a sense of safety. Without a moment's pause, he invested his newly acquired attributes into his physique. After a few breaths, he felt invigorated, the blade in his hand now feeling more natural and balanced. As the clamor around him intensified, Li Dao pressed on, advancing cautiously. Soon, he arrived at another northern tent. Just as he prepared to ignite the fire, he heard a commotion from within. His heart raced as he edged closer to the tent and Oppo's entrance. Moments later, a figure emerged. In an instant, blood flew. 1 enemy killed, gained attribute. 0. 12. With precision, he struck true, and the system notification chimed promptly. Ada, what happened? A voice from inside the tent inquired, alarmed by the disturbance. Taking a deep breath, Li Dao surged into the tent, blade raised. You, great Qian scum, why? Before the soldier could finish, a spray of blood stained the white canvas, silencing him. Inside the tent, Li Dao surveyed the chaos and the stench lingering in the air, disgusted. He kicked the fallen northern soldier, cursing inwardly. As the soldier took his last breath, the system notification chimed once more. 1 enemy killed, gained attribute. 0. 13. His status displayed. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 2. 15. Available attributes. 0. 25. After a brief glance at the panel, Li Dao directed all available attributes into his physique, before fully grasping the potential utility of the available attributes. Enhancing his physique remained his sole option. The energy surged within him, rapidly augmenting his physical strength. After a few breaths, the display read, Master, Li Dao, Physique 2. For available attributes, 0. His physique was nearing 2.5 times that of an ordinary person, providing him with a minimal level of self-defense. However, this was insufficient. In Li Dao and Oppo's eyes, achieving true security necessitated amassing his attributes to 10. Hearing the escalating commotion outside the tent, Li Dao chose not to remain hidden within its confines. Instead, he decisively emerged, wielding a long knife to sever the left ears of 2 northern barbarian soldiers, wrapping them in cloth and tucking them into his bosom. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the condemned prisoners stirred chaos within the northern barbarian camp, Captain Liu ceased hesitating and promptly signaled his soldiers to launch an assault. In an instant, the northern barbarian camp descended further into turmoil. The once formidable northern soldiers, upon encountering the disciplined troops of the great Qian Dynasty, lost their aggression and opted for a defensive stance instead of launching further attacks. Within the northern barbarian encampment, Li Dao wielded his long knife, navigating through the chaos. Whenever he encountered isolated northern soldiers, he approached them without hesitation, engaging them in combat. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, he could swiftly conclude confrontations even without employing any combat techniques against ordinary northern soldiers. Thus, he continued his path of destruction, finding the act of killing increasingly effortless as he progressed. His methods of execution became more fluid and incisive, no longer adhering to the rigidity of his initial attempts. Eventually, the northern soldiers recognized Li Dao as a formidable adversary and began to gather in groups. The regular troops of the great Qian Dynasty, upon realizing his prowess, rallied behind him to confront the northern soldiers. Li Dao blocked an incoming strike with his long knife, aiding a great Qian soldier in fending off a northern soldier's attack, and then retaliated with a swift motion that dispatched the adversary. Thank you, The great Qian soldier expressed gratefully, but Li Dao was oblivious, his focus consumed by the system's prompt. 1 enemy killed, attributes gained, 0 to... This foe was an elite, nearly equivalent to 2 ordinary soldiers. Just as Li Dao reveled in his success, a voice rang out, "Lay down your weapons and surrender. You shall not be harmed." It was Captain Lu's voice. Surrender and not be killed? The unexpected proclamation caused Li Dao to panic. To deprive him of his kills would be akin to robbing him of his very livelihood. Seizing the moment while the northern soldiers hesitated, Li Dao brandished a second knife in his left hand, charging alongside the great Qian soldiers into the fray. Perhaps due to Li Dao's outstanding and frenzied performance, the northern soldiers, already wavering, crumbled completely. "I surrender. Please do not kill me," they cried in unison. Faced with the ferocity of Li Dao, the northern soldiers cast down their weapons in defeat. Li Dao and Appo's long knife halted at the throat of one northern soldier. Seeing Li Dao's inaction, released a breath of relief. However, perceiving the unwillingness in Li Dao's eyes, the soldier dared to offer a taunting glance. In the next moment, with a swift motion, a head fell to the ground. "What have you done? Why did you kill him?" "He had surrendered," the soldiers cried out, denouncing Li Dao for his actions. "You have slain a captive. You are breaking the rules," they shouted. In response, Li Dao shrugged and calmly replied, "Apologies, my hand slipped." At this, the crowd fell silent, only to soon erupt in a chorus of expletives, each more vile than the last. After all, how could a mere slip result in the decapitation of a man? With another swift stroke, yet another head rolled to the ground. This time, the noise ceased entirely, and all gazes turned to Li Dao with incredulity. Even the soldiers of the great Qian Dynasty stood frozen in shock. Once might be a misstep, but twice could imply intent. Li Dao then directed his gaze towards the northern soldiers and remarked coolly, "I'm sorry, my hand slipped again." This time, no northern soldier dared to utter a word, their eyes wide with terror as they silently cursed him in their hearts. Chapter 5. The Execution of Prisoners. Strengthening through combat. Who is executing prisoners? Do you wish for death? A voice emerged from the ranks of the Qian soldiers, and soon, Captain Lu pushed his way through the crowd. Who is executing prisoners? Lu and Appo's gaze swept coldly across the assembly. In the next moment, all eyes fell upon Li Dao. "What is your name?" Captain Lu directed his attention towards Li Dao. Li Dao casually discarded the knife he held and replied nonchalantly, 9527. 9527. Captain Lu paused, his expression shifting as he suddenly raised his head. "Are you from the death row camp?" Upon hearing the term death row camp, everyone present, including the Bayman soldiers, fell silent. Li Dao did not deny his status as a death row inmate. Such a matter could not withstand scrutiny, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped upon Li Dao and Appo's admission. Typically, death row inmates encountered on the battlefield were either sent to their demise or cowered in fear in isolated corners. However, many had never seen a death row inmate wielding dual blades, fighting valiantly on the front lines and surviving. Such a sight was rarer than a national treasure. After calming himself, Captain Lu inquired, "Why are you executing prisoners?" Li Dao simply stated, "My hand slipped." Captain Lu countered, "Your hand slipped twice?" Li Dao retorted, "The first time was my left hand, the second time my right." "They are different." Captain Lu. The Bayman soldiers, with a whoosh, a long knife suddenly sprang from the ground, piercing through one of the most vociferous Bayman soldiers. In an instant, silence enveloped the area once more. Captain Lu's face flushed with anger as he asked, 9527, "What do you have to say about this?" Li Dao replied, "Apologies. This time my left foot slipped." Captain Lu, infuriated yet amused, shot back, "Does that mean your right foot will slip next?" Li Dao shrugged, "Who knows?" The Bayman soldiers fell silent, being overpowered and then executed by a death row inmate, only to be threatened, stripped them of any semblance of rights. Observing Li Dao and Appo's nonchalant demeanor, Captain Lu quickly lost his temper. After all, what could one hold against a death row inmate? Military law? Death row inmates are not soldiers. To kill him? He was already condemned to die. Moreover, had he secretly executed them previously, it would have been a different matter. But now Captain Liu could not bring himself to act. This night raid had achieved remarkable success, largely due to the contributions of this death row inmate. 9527. The more formidable the death row inmate, the greater their impact on the battlefield, thus reducing casualties among the soldiers under his command. Consequently, Captain Liu was reluctant to execute him. Ultimately, Captain Liu opted for a simple reprimand. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dao and Appo's audacity to execute prisoners stemmed from shared understanding. To Li Dao, he was already a death row inmate. What was there to fear? Could he possibly be sentenced to death again? 9527. Due to your execution of prisoners, you will not receive the merit for this mission. What about the merit for killing enemies? Killing enemies? How many have you slain? Li Dao remained silent, retrieving a bloodied cloth pouch from his breast. Upon opening it, it revealed the left ears of Bayman soldiers. After counting, he raised his hand. 18 in total, including the 3 on the ground. That makes 21. Captain Liu's expression darkened as he regarded the 3 deceased captives. Those 3 do not count. If executing prisoners could equate to killing enemies, then it would not just be Li Dao taking action. Li Dao did not argue, calmly stating, then his 18. After all, he had already secured the attributes. The ears were of no consequence. Nevertheless, the mere mention of those 18 left everyone present, particularly the Qian soldiers, astounded. For over a century, Qian and Bayman had engaged in mutual conflict, with victories and defeats on both sides, typically maintaining a casualty ratio of about 1 to 1.3. This implied that the life of a Qian soldier could roughly be exchanged for that of a Bayman soldier. Today's night raid might not adhere to this ratio, but at most it would be 1 to 2, meaning 1 Qian soldier and Appo's life could be traded for 2 Bayman soldiers. Yet, this 9527 had single-handedly slain 18 Bayman soldiers. This exceeded the lifetime tally of most regular Qian soldiers present. Captain Liu had not anticipated that the individual before him could kill 18 Bayman soldiers. As he gazed at the ears passed to him, he took a deep breath before speaking. As punishment for executing prisoners, you will forfeit the base merit for this camp mission. Should there be a next time, you will also forfeit the merit for killing enemies. Upon hearing this, Li Dao and Appo's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Captain. Having experienced the benefits of attribute points, he no longer placed much importance on military merit. After all, as long as he became stronger, such merits would come easily. Captain Liu scoffed, though I do not understand why you are in the death row camp. If you possess such ability, make sure to cherish it. Do not become overly arrogant, and avoid harboring other intentions. Understood. Li Dao recognized the warning in Captain Liu's words. It was a caution against presuming that his strength afforded him the option to flee. In truth, Li Dao was aware that if he had desired to escape earlier, he could have done so effortlessly. But then what? Upon entering the death row camp, his past had been erased, rendering him a ghost without an identity. A being without an identity faced rejection and hostility wherever they went, and if apprehended by the authorities, they could be treated as a fugitive. Even if he fled the Qian Dynasty to another kingdom, the situation would remain unchanged. In this world, lacking an identity was akin to being without an ID in his previous life. As long as no one scrutinized him, he could manage, but if someone did, he would find himself trapped. Thus, Li Dao had never contemplated such an escape. He aimed to boldly emerge from the death row camp, reclaiming a new identity. The foremost reason for his actions was that he still had family in this life. To return, he needed a clean identity. The Bayman soldiers, having surrendered, now began to clear the battlefield. Typically, after a battle, death row inmates were to be confined separately, as they needed to be taken back. However, due to Li Dao's outstanding performance and the lives he had saved among the Qian soldiers, no one raised the matter. Moreover, upon tallying, it was discovered that among the 20 death row inmates brought along, only 9527 had survived, further silencing any objections. Li Dao surveyed his surroundings and approached a campfire, where a leg of lamb was roasting. Without hesitation, he seized the leg and began to devour it voraciously. With each bite, he savored the long-lost flavor, letting out a sigh of relief. While consuming the lamb, Li Dao silently recited, "Panel." In the next moment, the panel appeared before him. Master, Li Dao, Physique 3, 16. Available attributes. 1. 24. After the initial skirmish, his physique had reached 3 times that of an ordinary person. Following the subsequent fierce battles, he had not managed to allocate his attributes, accumulating a significant reserve. As he continued to feast on the roasted lamb, he concentrated on channeling all attributes into his physique. In an instant, a surge of heat coursed through his body. The enhancement of his physique brought a certain degree of pressure, intensifying his feelings of hunger. With a crunch, Li Dao bit down, crushing the roasted lamb along with the bones. Thanks to his physique being 3 times that of a normal person, his teeth were exceptionally strong, allowing him to shatter and swallow the bones effortlessly. After several breaths, the warmth subsided, and Li Dao's physical strength ascended to a new level. Master, Li Dao Physique 4. 40. Available attributes. 0. A physique more than 4 times that of an ordinary person. Li Dao felt that even wielding the initial rusted sword, he could cleave a person in 2. Had he possessed such strength earlier, he would not have been so cautious, and could have charged into the ranks of the northern barbarians with reckless abandon. After all, a physique 4 times that of a common man is comprehensive: 4-fold strength, 4-fold stamina, 4-fold recovery, along with extraordinary speed and reflexes. Note, in reality, speed and reflexes do not double proportionately with physique. They increase progressively. Individually, any one of these attributes may not induce overwhelming intimidation. However, when all are combined, the resulting effect is nothing short of terrifying. With quadrupled strength, even a mere iron rod could transform into an unstoppable weapon. With 4-fold stamina, he would be akin to an eternal motion machine, capable of wielding a blade tirelessly through the night. With extraordinary speed, his strikes would be lethal. No ordinary soldier could evade his attacks. With remarkable reflexes, the movements of commoners would appear as if in slow motion, allowing him to react swiftly and counter effectively, especially in the ancient battlefield of cold weapons. His combat prowess would be magnified infinitely, and this was merely the beginning. After all, only a week had elapsed since he acquired the system, and he had experienced but a single skirmish. As he continued to develop, his strength would grow exponentially, akin to a snowball gathering mass. The battlefield was cleared swiftly, as it was merely a small detachment of northern barbarians, lacking in significant resources. Meanwhile, Li Dao indulged himself, savoring a hearty meal. Although the flavors did not rival the intricate roasts of his previous life, compared to the meager fare of the death row camp, this grilled meat was truly ambrosial. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. 9527. Turning to look, he found Lu Fuzhong had appeared by his side, leading a chestnut horse. "Can you ride?" Lu Fuzhong inquired, patting the horse. Of course, Li Dao replied. How could he not know how to ride? When he inherited the title of Count, it came with a 3rd-class military merit, and he had undergone rigorous tests in horsemanship and archery, even if he had relied on connections to pass. Riding was a skill he possessed. Lu Fuzhong nodded, "Then ride with us back." He added, as a reminder, "With your abilities, it is not impossible to leave the death row camp openly. Do not make any rash decisions." Understood. As they had traveled on foot under the cover of night, the return journey on horseback was swift, and soon Li Dao was following Lu Fuzhong and Appo's troops back to Changgu town, the very location where this army was stationed at the border. Upon dismounting, Lu Fuzhong approached him and handed him a pair of handcuffs and leg irons. Recognizing the familiar gear, Li Dao accepted it with composure and donned them. Once, these shackles had been his chains of confinement. Now, they were merely transitional for him, destined to be discarded eventually. Before long, Li Dao returned to the familiar confines of the death row camp. As he pushed open the door, the inmates within paused, astonished to see him alive, and returned. The sight of him alone solidified their belief that he was not to be trifled with. Li Dao paid no heed to their reactions and chose a corner to sit. After the earlier frenzy of battle, the exhilaration had faded, leaving him only with fatigue. He dozed off, lulled into slumber. This time, he bore no wooden spikes, for he had acquired strength surpassing those rudimentary defenses. Nor did he fear ambush. The heightened awareness granted by his quadrupled physique meant he could sense even the slightest approach of a common person nearby. Thus, He remained unconcerned about such threats. Chapter 6. A New Task. Establishing authority through bloodshed. After a deep slumber of 8 hours, Li Dao gradually awakened by noon the following day. He stretched lazily, and his body crackled with a symphony of sound. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. Meat? Is there meat? Indeed. The scent was unmistakably that of meat. I crave it, and the fragrance of wine too. Who would be kind enough to allow me a sip? I would gladly trade my life for a taste of meat and a sip of wine right now. The delectable scent quickly permeated the confines of the prison cell, driving the condemned inmates into a frenzy, especially those who had languished in confinement for an extended period. They pressed against the bars, witnessing a guard approach with a wooden tray in hand. The tray bore a roasted chicken and a jug of wine. This sight incited even more madness among the prisoners. Some, parched and famished, leaned against the bars, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of the food and drink, closing their eyes in hopes that mere imagination would satiate their yearning. The guard halted before Li Dao's cell. Unlocking the door, he entered with the provisions. "Who is 9,527? He inquired, scanning the faces of the numerous death row inmates. Li Dao rose and approached, declaring, "I am 9527. The guard chuckled lightly. "Ah, 9527. You performed admirably on your last mission. This is a special reward from Captain Liu." Li Dao accepted the meat and wine, responding with a faint smile. "Please convey my gratitude to Captain Liu." "I will," the guard replied, his demeanor toward Li Dao markedly less hostile than that which he typically reserved for other inmates. Before departing, the guard patted Li Dao on the shoulder, imparting a cryptic warning, "You should eat quickly." Once the guard left, Li Dao leaned against the wall, tearing into a chicken leg without hesitation, followed by a hearty gulp of wine. The other condemned prisoners, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the food and drink in Li Dao's possession. Suddenly, one individual could no longer restrain himself and approached Li Dao. "Brother, may I have just a taste? I promise I won't." He asked for more. Seemingly concerned about his appearance, the man wiped his face, revealing a countenance that exuded an air of benevolence. Li Dao cast a glance at him, scrutinizing his face for a moment before asking slowly, "Do you have teeth?" The man's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly replied, "No, I am wronged. I'm a 9th-grade official of court." "A 9th-grade official?" Li Dao retorted. "Do you recognize this character?" He carelessly scribbled a greasy mark on the ground. That's an unfamiliar character," the man stammered. Yes, that's an unfamiliar character." I didn't react quickly enough. With a smirk of derision, Li Dao remarked, "My apologies. I'm misjudged. It is not an unfamiliar character." The man's face flushed with embarrassment, swiftly morphing into a mask of fury. "Are you mocking me? And if I am?" Li Dao countered. "I will kill you." The seemingly kind elder's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence as he lunged toward Li Dao, hand outstretched. Li Dao instantly noticed something in the man and oppose. His hand, a wooden spike? It appeared he had previously witnessed this tactic employed against him. Had this encounter occurred earlier, he might have been caught off guard. However, with his enhanced reflexes, the elderly man's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Li Dao decisively seized the man's wrist, and with a sharp crack, the old man's wrist was bent at an unnatural angle. The elder's agonized cry echoed through the cell, yet Li Dao remained unfazed, offering a placid smile. "You old fool, unable to recognize the character for death, and yet you presume to be an official?" Under the duress of pain, the elder quaked in fear, pleading, "Please do not kill me. I will not eat anymore. Spare my life. You deserve to die," Li Dao declared before delivering a swift kick. With a resounding thud, the old man was sent flying, as if a painting had been hurled against the wall, only to crash down moments later, blood streaming from the back of his head. At that instant, a system notification chimed in Li Dao's mind. 1 enemy slain, attribute gained, 009. Surprised by the notification, Li Dao marveled at the old man's unexpected vitality. Yet, upon reflecting on the man's profession, it all made sense. In the realm of human trafficking, one could not afford to be weak. Otherwise, they would have met their demise long ago. The term, Yazi, refers to ancient human traffickers, often exploiting the vulnerable to gain their trust. Li Dao had deduced the old man's identity the moment he donned a facade of kindness. After all, surviving in a death row camp required a certain cunning. The tone with which the elder spoke bore an uncanny resemblance to the smiles of elderly traffickers he had encountered in photographs from a previous life. Such a smile might be innocuous outside these walls, but in a death row setting, it was an affront to his intelligence. Having dispatched the old man, Li Dao resumed his meal as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps due to his ruthless actions, the other inmates hesitated to approach him, their thoughts disrupted. Li Dao felt a pang of regret. If only the old man's profession had been different, he might have shown some restraint. However, he had no patience for human traffickers. Minutes later, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Li Dao leaned against the wall. Surrounding inmates looked on in dismay as he devoured even the chicken bones, leaving nothing behind. They had harbored hopes of savoring even a morsel, only to find that not a feather remained. Ignoring their glances, Li Dao silently allocated his newly acquired attributes to his physique. Master, Li Dao, physique, 449, available attributes, 0. I have exerted myself diligently and grown stronger once more. Gazing at the chains binding him, Li Dao felt assured that they could no longer confine him. Yet, while the chains may fail to restrain him, his identity as a condemned prisoner still did, necessitating his continued patience. Time marched on, and soon 3 days had passed. During this interval, Li Dao occupied himself with slumber or meditation, unperturbed by the passing hours. Had he not revealed his strength, it might have been a different story. Yet, now that his capabilities were laid bare, he was confident that Captain Liu and the military personnel would not overlook such a valuable asset. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A guard appeared, unlocking the cell as he called out, 9527, step forward. Li Dao arose, stretching his limbs, and made his way toward the door, shackles clanking with each step. He noted the expressions of schadenfreude from the other inmates in their eyes. His initial survival had been mere luck, and they believed he would surely perish on his next mission. Emerging from his cell, Li Dao soon encountered a familiar figure, Captain Liu. 9527, I told you I would keep my word. Liu greeted him with a smile. Li Dao returned the gesture, saying, the meat was delightful, and the wine equally so. Perhaps due to their prior interactions, Liu appeared quite amiable, placing a hand on Li Dao's shoulder. If you succeed in this mission, I shall double your rewards. Raising an eyebrow, Li Dao replied, Captain Liu, this mission seems to carry significant weight. Liu's demeanor shifted. His smile faded as he spoke in a hushed tone. This mission is indeed challenging. We are to ambush a cavalry unit of the northern barbarians. A cavalry unit of the northern barbarians? Upon hearing those words, Li Dao thought to himself that this was not merely a slight challenge. For an average death row inmate, it was akin to a task of hellish difficulty. The reason for such an assertion lay in the notorious prowess of the cavalry of the northern barbarians. The northern barbarian dynasty, composed of numerous nomadic tribes, excelled in training war horses and cavalry. It could be said that even a 3-year-old child from the northern barbarians could master exceptional equestrian skills, which speaks volumes about the terrifying cavalry they could select from their vast population. Coupled with the mobility of cavalry, they are generally quite formidable opponents. However, Li Dao did not harbor any feelings of fear. Rather, the capabilities of the system transformed his trepidation into exhilaration. When it came to engaging in combat, he felt more excitement than dread. Of course, there was also the factor of his enhanced strength to consider. Had he remained in his previous state of weakness, he would have been too frightened to even hide, let alone take the lead. Li Dao noticed that while chatting with Captain Liu, numerous guards were leading various death row inmates towards them. Captain Liu did not directly respond to the question, but merely blinked and glanced at Li Dao's attire, which could be taken as a tacit agreement. The subsequent process was similar to that of the previous task. Li Dao and his companions were taken from the death row to a military tent to change into appropriate clothing, after which Captain Liu explained the mission. When a group of death row inmates heard that their task involved ambushing a contingent of northern barbarian cavalry, their faces were marred by expressions of resistance. However, upon seeing the nearby soldiers of the great Qian Dynasty, who had already unsheathed their blades halfway, none dared to voice their objections further. They realized that a desperate gamble still offered a chance for survival, while any outburst could lead to immediate demise. Perhaps due to the urgency of the task, Captain Liu, after outlining the mission, instructed the soldiers to distribute weapons. Unlike the previous occasion, the weapons presented to Li Dao were not the battered remnants of old, but rather two brand new, gleaming long knives. This scene immediately incited envy among the other death row inmates who received inferior weapons. They grumbled in discontent, questioning why they were all given such subpar equipment, while Li Dao wielded something so pristine. It's unfair. We deserve new weapons too. After all, we're all inmates. This is discrimination. He doesn't deserve such fine weapons. Soon, the discontented inmates began to vocalize their grievances. Silence. Suddenly, a voice cut through the clamor, bringing an abrupt halt to their complaints. Captain Liu regarded the group of inmates with a cold gaze, stating that if they desired weapons like those of 9,527, they could attempt to seize them from the northern barbarian soldiers themselves. And as for him, Captain Liu chuckled, glancing at the individual who had spoken up. Those two knives were, in fact, taken from the hands of northern barbarian soldiers during his last mission. Upon hearing this, the death row inmates displayed expressions of disbelief. Likely due to the significance of this mission, the selected inmates appeared quite robust. Although Li Dao had undergone several enhancements, his physique still seemed somewhat slim from an outsider's perspective, rendering him one of the more petite figures amidst the group of inmates. This discrepancy sparked a wave of suspicion among them. Observing their reactions, Captain Liu smiled and turned his gaze to Li Dao, saying, 9527, you might consider persuading them. Acknowledging the suggestion, Li Dao nodded and addressed the group of inmates with a faint smile. Whoever doubts my strength, step forward. If you can defeat me, these two knives will belong to you. No sooner had he uttered these words than a towering figure pushed his way to the front. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust and imposing physique, he appeared exceedingly formidable. Witnessing this, many of the inmates who had been slow to react felt a pang of regret. Had they known this in Appos, Pretty Boy in Appos, was so easily provoked, they would have stepped forward sooner. The burly man seemed to relish the opportunity, wearing a grin as he taunted Li Dao. Pretty Boy, if you willingly hand over those knives, I might consider going easy on you. Otherwise, I might inadvertently kill you. With a swift motion, a gleaming knife was thrust in front of the hulking man. Li Dao raised his hand and beckoned. Enough of the chatter. Seek your demise. Incensed by the provocation from someone he deemed insignificant, the burly man brandished his long knife and charged at Li Dao with lethal intent. In that moment, everyone anticipated that Li Dao would meet his end beneath the burly man's assault. However, with a simple lift of his blade, Li Dao countered effortlessly. As the crowd regained their senses, they found Li Dao's knife intact while the burly man clutched a broken remnant of his own weapon. In the next instant, a ripping sound echoed through the air. A fissure appeared, extending from the burly man's forehead down to his abdomen. A torrent of blood erupted from the gash as he collapsed to the ground. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained, 0. 22. The system and amp. Appos. Notification sparked a glimmer of excitement in Li Dao and Amp. Appos. eyes, realizing that the hulking man's bulkiness had indeed yielded a significant reward. Chapter 7. The northern barbarians' cavalry breaks through the lifeless body of the imposing black warrior fell to the ground, as if it had collapsed upon the hearts of the many condemned prisoners. Initially, some of these prisoners felt a twinge of regret, but in an instant, that sentiment vanished, replaced by a sense of relief for having refrained from hastily seeking their demise. Commander Liu surveyed the assembly of condemned souls, inquiring if there were any dissenting opinions. Upon hearing his words, the prisoners hurriedly shook their heads. The one who had previously voiced dissent lay motionless, warm no more, and they dared not express any further objections. Then prepare to depart, Liu commanded. 2 hours later, after a considerable journey, the group arrived at their ambush site, situated at the confluence of 2 mountainous peaks. A weathered path lay between them, flanked by wild woods. The mission for Li Dao and his companions was to intercept the northern barbarians' cavalry upon their arrival. Working in tandem with Commander Liu and his soldiers to encircle and eliminate the enemy. Wait here for a moment, Liu instructed, positioning the condemned prisoners strategically while dispatching 2 scouts to ascertain the cavalry and Oppo's arrival. Li Dao, clutching his long blade, leaned against a tree, methodically sharpening it with a stone. Despite his considerable strength, efficiency in killing was paramount. A weapon could expedite the process of vanquishing foes, hence the importance of maintaining one's armament. Simultaneously, he allocated the attributes gleaned from the fallen black warrior towards enhancing his physique. Master, Li Dao Physique 4. 71. Available attributes. 0. His physique was already nearly 5 times that of an ordinary individual, leaving him to ponder whether this enhancement could continue indefinitely. Should it prove limitless, it would indeed be an extraordinary phenomenon. Meanwhile, Lu's scouts returned swiftly. Commander, the northern barbarians' cavalry approaches, one reported breathlessly. Upon hearing this, Lu sprang to his feet, commanding the condemned prisoners, quickly, take your positions. Await my signal, and together we shall charge forth to intercept the northern barbarians. We must not allow a single one to escape. Li Dao picked up his long knife and silently moved to his chosen spot. Having faced this situation before, he felt less anxious this time, replaced instead by an inexplicable exhilaration. As time crept forward, the shadows of the northern barbarians' cavalry began to manifest on the distant mountain path. In an instant, Li Dao's keen senses detected the collective breath of the condemned prisoners and the regular troops of the Qian growing ragged. The reputation of the northern barbarians preceded them, their fearsome prowess instilling dread. The cavalry advanced slowly toward the ambush site, while Lu poised himself, ready to issue the command at any moment. Finally, as the cavalry entered the ambush zone, a whistle pierced the air. In the next heartbeat, the concealed soldiers unleashed a torrent of cold arrows upon the northern barbarians. The arrows cascaded like a rainstorm, descending upon the enemy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the leader among the northern barbarians wore a sinister smile. Fall back. A voice rang out among the cavalry. Instantaneously, the northern barbarians executed a synchronized maneuver, retrieving iron shields from their saddlebags to defend against the incoming barrage. Most of the arrows were deflected by the shields, with only a few striking the steeds beneath them. However, this was of little consequence as long as their riders remained unharmed. Lu sensed something amiss. The northern barbarians' reaction was alarmingly swift, as if they had anticipated the ambush. Yet he had no time for contemplation, for with a sharp whistle, the condemned prisoners surged forward. Li Dao sensed the unfolding predicament, but hesitated only briefly before joining the charge. He understood that with his current physique, he could test the waters. Should the situation turn dire, he could always make his escape. He had no intention of recklessly sacrificing his life. Seeing the prisoners charge forth, Lu's mind raced. Finally, gritting his teeth, he ordered, all together, charge and slay them. As the condemned prisoners descended the slope, the northern barbarians seemed well prepared. The cavalry on either side brandished 3-meter-long spears, thrusting them toward the oncoming prisoners. In a mere instant, half of the prisoners were pierced through. The remaining half stood paralyzed in shock, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. However, Li Dao cared little for such indecision and decisively plunged forward. Brandishing his blade, the spears could thwart ordinary men, but they were no match for someone possessing nearly 5 times the typical physique. The northern barbarians soon noticed Li Dao. Just as he neared their ranks, several spears emerged from behind the front line, targeting him with deadly precision. Each spear was aimed at a vital spot, and had he been an ordinary man, he would have faltered under such a coordinated assault. Yet, with his focus sharpened, the spears appeared to slow in his perception. Utilizing his formidable physique, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps, slipping into the midst of the northern barbarians. This astonishing display left the surrounding cavalry dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom how someone could evade their flawless execution. Yet Li Dao had no time to indulge their astonishment. He beheld the armored northern barbarians and swung his blade with determination. With a resounding crack, his heavy strike shattered the armor of one warrior, sending him tumbling from his mount. Without hesitation, Li Dao delivered a fatal blow, his blade piercing through the northern barbarian's face. Enemy killed. 0. 21 attributes. Upon receiving the system prompt, Li Dao mused internally. Indeed, the northern barbarians are formidable. Their physical prowess surpasses that of ordinary soldiers. At that moment, his actions roused the northern barbarians around him. While the front line continued to fend off incoming foes with their spears, the second line drew their long knives, advancing to strike at Li Dao. In response, Li Dao swiftly mounted the horse of the warrior he had slain, retaliating with his own blade. Meanwhile, despite the ambush by the Qian soldiers, the northern barbarians maintained an impregnable defense. Yet, none anticipated the presence of Li Dao within their ranks, who had managed to breach their defenses, creating a gap in their formation. Recognizing this unexpected opportunity, Liu, with his military acumen, promptly commanded all those on the right flank, advance toward position 9527. This order alleviated some of the pressure on Li Dao, for although his physique was near 5 times that of an ordinary person, it was not sufficient to allow him free rein among the disciplined ranks of the northern barbarians. Surrounded by their coordinated efforts, merely maintaining his own safety was a considerable achievement. With Liu's reinforcements arriving, Li Dao was finally afforded the space to unleash his true potential. Mounted on his steed, he charged through the fray, his blade cleaving through anything that dared to stand in his path. Each foe encountered was met with a devastating strike, and many northern barbarians found themselves unseated, caught unaware by his ferocity. Some individuals, unfortunately, met their demise by a swift blow that struck at the vulnerable points of their armor. In any case, wherever Li Dao wielded his weapon, chaos ensued. Lu Fuchong, witnessing Li Dao and App's performance, felt a surge of relief, thankful that among the condemned prisoners summoned, there existed the extraordinary figure of 9,527. Otherwise, not only would an ambush of the northern barbarian cavalry be unfeasible, but even the prospect of returning alive would be gravely uncertain. Contemplating this, he decisively joined the escalating fray. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult of hacking and slashing, Li Dao charged forward, only to realize halfway through that he had outstripped his allies. Upon this realization, he noticed he had burst through the encirclement of the northern barbarian cavalry, observing the carnage he had inflicted upon the enemy. Witnessing them perish at the hands of his own comrades, his heart ached painfully. After all, these were his attributes at stake. Promptly, he turned his steed around, giving it a firm slap with his long knife, and re-entered the battlefield. This time, Li Dao employed a more astute strategy, targeting only those northern barbarian cavalrymen he could dispatch with a single strike. Consequently, the system's melodious notifications resonated in his ears. Kill 1 enemy, gain attribute 0. 22. Kill 1 enemy, gain attribute 0. 20. Kill 1 enemy, gain attribute 0. 19. Kill 1 enemy. The available attributes on Li Dao's panel began to swell. Due to Li Dao's conspicuous display of prowess, he quickly attracted the attention of the northern barbarian cavalry leader. From the moment their cavalry formation was disrupted, he had been observing this man from Qian. Initially, he had attributed the man's success to mere fortune, dismissing the threat as the northern barbarians continued to dispatch Qian soldiers with ease. However, as this Qian man persisted in surviving and slaughtering their fighters, it became clear to him that this adversary was far from ordinary. In that moment, he resolved to personally eliminate the threat. On another front, as Li Dao reveled in the acquisition of attribute points, he was suddenly gripped by a chill coursing down his spine. Death! In the next instant, a voice accompanied by the sound of slicing air reached his ears from behind. Instinctively, he ducked, narrowly evading a blade that grazed the back of his head. At that moment, beads of cold sweat trickled down his spine. It was the closest he had ever been to death since his rebirth. Yet, the encounter was not over. The long knife, having missed its target, swiftly swung again. This time, Li Dao was prepared, raising his blade to block the oncoming strike. In an instant, he felt a terrifying force emanating from the blade. A power that had hitherto been invincible suddenly faltered. However, Li Dao quickly regained his composure. This was the battlefield, and even a moment's distraction could cost him his life. Now, you shall have no chance to be arrogant, the northern barbarian leader sneered. As he prepared to strike again at the fallen Li Dao, the blow came with incredible speed, arriving before Li Dao could react. Just then, with a resounding clash, a knife suddenly appeared from the side, intercepting the northern barbarian leader's attack. Li Dao, astonished, turned to see Lu Fuchong had appeared beside him. Lu Fuchong first glanced at Li Dao, then directed his gaze toward the northern barbarian leader, saying, "Is it truly fitting for a postnatal martial artist to bully an ordinary person?" Postnatal martial artist? Upon hearing this term, Li Dao was momentarily taken aback, as memories from his childhood surged back into his mind. Chapter 8. Reminiscing the past, slaying the northern barbarians at that time, Li Dao's memories had yet to resurface. He was not yet the Yuan Bo, for it was his father in this life who held that title. He was merely 7 years of age, and he recalled that he was not alone. 2 little girls accompanied him. One was his younger sister, and the other. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Dao found himself momentarily stunned. The other was actually his betrothed. Yet, such details seemed inconsequential now. In his recollections, his father had invited an elderly Taoist priest, garbed in a Taoist robe, who emanated an ethereal presence. Given that his current mental acuity was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, he distinctly remembered the dialogue that transpired between his father and the robed elder. "Taoist master, I trouble you today." "It is no trouble. Assessing aptitude is within this humble Taoist's duties." "Then please proceed." After conversing, the priest placed his hand upon the wrist of Li Dao's younger sister. After a few breaths, he withdrew his hand. His father promptly inquired, "Taoist master, how is my daughter's aptitude?" With a smile, the priest nodded, declaring her aptitude to be good, suitable for cultivation. Hearing this, his father beamed with joy, affirming, "As long as she possesses aptitude, that is all that matters." Subsequently, the priest placed his hand upon the wrist of Li Dao's betrothed. This time, he maintained contact for several breaths, his expression shifting continuously, ultimately revealing one of astonishment. "I did not expect to encounter such exceptional aptitude today." The priest glanced at his betrothed, shaking his head with a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, it is a pity she is a girl." His father, astonished by her aptitude, could not help but ask, "Taoist master, why is it a pity for you and Appos? Is there something wrong with her physique?" The priest shook his head with a wry smile. "My lord, there appears to be a misunderstanding. What I lament is the loss for my Taoist temple, for such exceptional aptitude is rare, and it is regrettable that my temple cannot accept female disciples." "Is it not a pity to miss such a student?" his father inquired. "Then what shall become of you and Appos?" The priest reassured him, "Do not worry, my lord. Although my temple, Baiyingguan, cannot accept female disciples, I know of another sect that specializes in such students. It is called Yaoqi, and it should be the most suitable place for her." Once his father understood this, he nodded and turned his gaze towards the young Li Dao. "I must trouble the Taoist master to assess my son's aptitude as well." "Of course." The priest again placed his hand on Li Dao's wrist. After a few breaths, the priest's expression changed once more, but this time it bore a complexity rather than initial surprise. Upon withdrawing his hand, the priest sighed deeply. "My lord, your son's aptitude." Seeing the priest's unusual demeanor, an ominous premonition began to stir within his father's heart. The priest shook his head. "Forgive me for speaking plainly, my lord, but your son is innately severed from the pathways of cultivation. He cannot practice." "Innately severed?" his father pondered. "To cultivate, one must possess channels within the body through which true energy can flow, known as meridians. According to my assessment, your son lacks these pathways, and thus he cannot cultivate." "I see." His father sighed, quickly coming to terms with the revelation. "If he cannot cultivate, then so be it. When the time comes for him to inherit my title, being an ordinary person is sufficient." As this memory faded, Li Dao recalled that shortly thereafter, his betrothed was taken away by a veiled woman, exuding an otherworldly aura. His younger sister was also taken by a woman dressed in armor to become her disciple. From that point on, his parents ceased their strict discipline and appeared to allow him the freedom to live as he pleased. This period of memory persisted until the untimely demise of his parents in this life. From that moment, unrestrained, he spiraled into a life of indulgence, ultimately leading to his drunken debauchery at a royal banquet, the ensuing scandal that tarnished his reputation, and his subsequent sentencing to a death row camp. In essence, Li Dao had been exposed to cultivation at the tender age of 7, only to be unable to formally pursue it due to his aptitude. This realization confirmed the existence of postnatal martial practitioners. Li Dao's emotions were tumultuous. He had once believed that with the aid of his system, he could swiftly become invincible in the ancient era of cold weaponry. Yet, the emergence of practitioners complicated matters, though he was uncertain of their true capabilities. The prowess displayed by the northern barbarian leader indicated that practitioners were formidable indeed. At the very least, his current physique, nearly 5 times that of an ordinary man, struggled against these so-called postnatal warriors. However, Li Dao soon adjusted his mindset. What of it, practitioners? With my system, even if my enhancements are limited to physical strength, my future will undoubtedly rival that of any practitioner. He resolved to steadily grow stronger, taking each step as it came. In Li Dao and Appo's mind, it seemed as though centuries had passed, yet in reality, only a fleeting moment had elapsed. Before him, Lu Fuchong clashed blades with the northern barbarian leader, both engaging in a fierce battle. Furious wind blade technique. The northern barbarian leader bellowed, swinging his long knife, creating afterimages as it surged towards Lu Fuchong's face, with a fierce wind accompanying the blade. In response, Lu Fuchong wielded his long knife with equal swiftness, and sparks flew as the two clashed in the air. Their duel resembled a tempest, leaving those around them hesitant to approach. Even with Li Dao and Appo's enhanced physique, being too close brought an uncomfortable, prickling sensation to his skin. Is that true energy? Li Dao pondered as he observed the turbulent energy erupting between the two combatants. Quickly, he snapped back to reality. This was not the time to linger. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. Panel. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 471. Available attributes. 213. Upon seeing the available attributes on the panel, Li Dao decisively allocated all points to his physique. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 684. Available attributes. 0. In the next moment, a familiar warmth surged within him. Due to the substantial allocation of points, his skin flushed a crimson hue from the torrent of energy within. Simultaneously, a terrifying sense of power welled up inside him, igniting an urge to unleash it. At that moment, a northern barbarian cavalryman noticed Li Dao's unusual state. Thinking he had found an opportunity, charged forth with a blade drawn. However, a flash of light from a blade reached him even faster. With a swift motion, the cavalryman and Appo's armor shattered, and a crimson ripple burst forth into the air. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 0. 24. This was merely the beginning. Li Dao mounted his horse, gripping his knife with his right hand, plunging back into the fray. Without the northern barbarian leader to impede him, Li Dao carved through the enemy ranks, leaving chaos in his wake. With his newly enhanced abilities, he found that no one on the battlefield, apart from Lu Fuchong and the northern barbarian leader, could withstand his might. Each foe fell before him as if they were mere children. Thus, the speed at which he harvested attributes increased exponentially. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 0. 21. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 0. 18. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 0. 23. 1 enemy slain. Li Dao's formidable display soon attracted the attention of numerous Qian soldiers, who began to rally behind him, charging into battle. In a matter of moments, the northern barbarian cavalry, who had previously held a slight advantage, were swiftly scattered and overwhelmed by the Qian forces. The commotion quickly caught the notice of both the northern barbarian leader and Lu Fuchong. Lu Fuchong Yu Guang observed the scene with great excitement. In stark contrast, the leader of the northern barbarians wore a face as dark as thunder, unable to comprehend how, despite his commendable efforts, the battlefield had devolved into such chaos. Lu Fuchong deflected a strike and laughed heartily, declaring, "The situation is settled, barbarian. You would do well to surrender swiftly." Surrender? The northern barbarian leader shouted through gritted teeth. "We northern barbarian cavalry shall never yield." With a fierce cry, his aura surged dramatically. This unexpected display startled Lu Fuchong, who could not help but rebuke. "You're completely devoid of martial ethics, breaking through unexpectedly." Upon hearing this, the northern barbarian leader paused for a moment, and as he sensed the power surging within him, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, blessed by the bear god, I have broken through to the 5th layer of the postnatal realm. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Lu Fuchong, smirking. Let us see how you withstand my assault this time. Once more, the northern barbarian leader engaged Lu Fuchong in combat. Compared to before, his strikes were now heavier and swifter due to his newfound strength. With a resounding crack, Lu Fuchong's long blade shattered in two, causing his expression to shift dramatically. To your doom, the northern barbarian leader laughed, his blade descending with lethal intent, poised to cleave Lu Fuchong in two. Witnessing this, Lu Fuchong's pupils constricted, revealing a visage of impending doom. Just then, a long blade thrust between them, halting the deadly strike, and Lu Fuchong was pulled out of harm and Oppos. Way. Who dares interfere? Roared the northern barbarian leader, enraged at having his plans thwarted. Upon recognizing the rescuer, his anger intensified, for it was indeed the one who had disrupted his plans. Li Dao, with a light chuckle, addressed Lu Fuchong. You saved me once, and now I return the favor. We are even. Lu Fuchong, regaining his composure, laughed heartily. Not quite even. You had the capacity to evade, while I was merely awaiting my fate. Thus, I owe you one. He glanced at the northern barbarian leader, who looked as if he were ready to feast on flesh, adding, however, if you wish for repayment, let us first deal with this fellow. Leave it to me, Li Dao replied decisively. Leave it to you? Lu Fuchong was taken aback, having initially intended to join forces, only to find that this 95-27 was determined to face the foe alone. Li Dao nodded, just trust me. I have no desire to steal your glory. In truth, he was more concerned about having his kill snatched away. Lu Fuchong thought to himself, I have seen many fight for glory, but never have I seen someone so reckless for it. With Li Dao and Oppos' decision made, Lu Fuchong could only offer a cautionary remark. Be careful. On the other side, the northern barbarian leader recognized he faced a new opponent, yet felt no trepidation in his eyes. This pretty boy was even weaker than the last. If he could dispatch the previous foe before reaching the 5th layer of the postnatal realm, this one would be even easier to overcome. Kill. Without further ado, the northern barbarian leader charged at Li Dao with his blade raised. Li Dao, gripping his long knife, met the charge with determination. The clash of metal echoed as their blades met. In that fleeting moment, both warriors froze, acutely aware of the intensified strength behind each other and Oppos' strikes. The moment of distraction passed swiftly, and they resumed their fierce combat at close quarters. Lu Fuchong, observing Li Dao and Oppos' ferocity, was momentarily astonished. How is this 9,527 growing fiercer by the moment? After a while of intense combat, the two warriors momentarily separated following a collision. The northern barbarian leader, gripping his sword and holding the reins of his horse, sneered, If this is all you can muster, your demise is imminent. Li Dao replied with a calm smile, Go ahead, give it a try. Try shall. With that, the northern barbarian leader surged forward once more. As he approached Li Dao, his technique shifted suddenly. Furious wind blade technique. This time, the northern barbarian leader's blade carved countless afterimages in the air, becoming both swifter and heavier. A smug grin spread across his face, for he had prepared this move to catch his opponent off guard. Meanwhile, Li Dao noticed the change in the northern barbarian leader's technique, but he had been anticipating this very moment. Enhance! As the thought crossed his mind, he channeled all previously harvested attribute points into his physique. In an instant, an explosive force surged within him, allowing his blade to strike with unparalleled swiftness, fast enough to evade the northern barbarian leader and Oppos' lethal assault. With a resounding clang, Li Dao and the northern barbarian leader and Oppos' forms blurred past each other. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in Li Dao's right arm as a gash split open, blood spilling forth. Yet, it was not Li Dao's blade that shattered, but rather that of the northern barbarian leader. In that moment, the northern barbarian leader and Oppos' eyes glazed over, and he muttered in disbelief, I lost. In the next instant, his armor split from neck to waist, blood gushing forth from the fissures. Simultaneously, a prompt from the system echoed in Li Dao and Oppos' mind. Chapter 9. Tenfold Physique, Martial Prowess Unleashed. Upon receiving the system notification, Li Dao found himself momentarily astonished. According to the calculation of attributes dropped from defeating enemies, the overall attributes of the Northern Barbarian team leader were at least 7 times that of an ordinary person. However, he had previously observed that the physical strength of the Northern Barbarian leader was not exceedingly high, possibly only 2 to 3 times that of an average individual. The significant attributes he possessed were likely due to his status as a practitioner, endowing him with qualities beyond those of ordinary humans, such as true energy. With a mere thought, Li Dao absorbed the attributes dropped from the Northern Barbarian leader. In the next instant, a familiar surge of warmth enveloped him. Yet, compared to before, the sensation was less intense, perhaps because his physique had acclimatized to this level of enhancement. Panel, Master, Li Dao, Physique, 9, 38, Available Attributes, 0. Seeing this, a smile graced Li Dao's face. His physique was nearing 10 times that of an ordinary human, edging closer to his initial goal. Yet, it was time to elevate his ambitions. After all, if everyone were merely ordinary, a tenfold physique would grant him unparalleled prowess in this era of cold weaponry. However, when it came to practitioners, such a physique was hardly sufficient. Without a few hundred points in physique, he would find it difficult to feel secure. Elsewhere, after the Northern Barbarian leader fell to Li Dao, the watching Captain Liu was momentarily stunned. He had expected the fighter, known as 9527, to hold his own against the Northern Barbarian leader for several rounds. Yet he had not anticipated that 9527 would succeed in slaying him. Excitement surged within him as he witnessed the leader and Appo's lifeless body on the ground. He immediately called out to those around him, urging them to surrender now that their leader was dead. The death of their leader? At the sound of his voice, the remaining Northern Barbarian cavalry turned their gazes toward him. The distinctive armor of the Northern Barbarian leader was quickly noted, setting him apart from the common soldiers. Upon seeing their fallen leader, the morale of the Northern Barbarian cavalry plummeted, their combat effectiveness rapidly deteriorating, and they could barely maintain their formation. The death of their leader signified their near-certain defeat. Ultimately, one Northern Barbarian cavalryman, unable to withstand the terror of death, discarded his weapon and dismounted to surrender. With the first act of capitulation, others soon followed suit. In no time, the remaining Northern Barbarian cavalrymen were also dismounting to surrender. Witnessing this, Li Dao found himself at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have prioritized dealing with the Northern Barbarian cavalry before confronting their leader. Yet, upon reflection, had he refrained from acting, Captain Liu would surely have perished at the hands of the Northern Barbarian leader, resulting in a chaotic scene. It was plausible that the soldiers of the Qian Dynasty would have succumbed to despair and surrendered, just like the Northern Barbarian cavalry. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary to dwell on the past. Overall, the spoils of this encounter were already quite satisfactory. His physique had nearly doubled, having risen from below 5 points to almost 10. Suddenly, Li Dao noticed something lodged in the broken armor of the deceased Northern Barbarian leader. Curiosity piqued. He approached and bent down to examine it, discovering a yellow, blood-stained cloth caught in the crevice of the armor. He reached out to retrieve the bloodied fabric, revealing something wrapped within. Upon opening it, he found 2 books before him, one titled Wangri Zhi, the other Quangfeng Daofa. Stunned, Li Dao realized he had stumbled upon a cultivation technique and a swordsmanship manual. These appeared to be the very techniques practiced by the Northern Barbarian leader. 9527. You have quite the fortune, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Captain Liu as the remaining Dacian soldiers, having witnessed the surrender of the Northern Barbarian cavalry, began binding the captives and clearing the battlefield. Do these need to be turned in? Li Dao inquired, gesturing to the books in his hands. He had no intention of concealing his find, nor could he, for any hidden items would be discovered when the prisoners were cleaned and changed into their thin prison garments. Unless that was a method Li Dao resolutely refused to entertain. Liu, glancing at him, spoke candidly. By protocol, all spoils from the battlefield must be submitted, but he paused, clearing his throat, before continuing in a hushed tone, there are exceptions at times. Keep these for yourself. I shall pretend I did not see them." With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Lu's retreating figure, Li Dao smiled and shook his head. It seemed his recent actions had garnered him a measure of trust from the captain. Truth be told, he held a favorable opinion of Lu, particularly since the captain had proactively intervened to save him. He carefully tucked the 2 books into his clothing, planning to practice with them that evening. Although an old Taoist priest had once told him that he was born with a severed meridian and could never cultivate, perhaps the old man had simply misjudged him. After all, there were many charlatans in these times. Half an hour later, the battlefield was finally cleared. Everyone gathered together as Captain Lu inquired of the soldiers at his side, "How is the tally coming along?" The soldier nodded, confirming the completion of the count. "Read it to me." The soldier retrieved a piece of paper and recited, "In this battle, the prisoner camp sent out 55 men, 54 of whom perished, leaving 1 survivor." At this, all the remaining Dacian soldiers turned their gazes toward Li Dao, who leaned against a nearby tree. For some, it was their first encounter with him, while others recognized him from previous meetings. Regardless of how many times they had seen him, Li Dao had made a lasting impression. Upon hearing that he was the sole survivor, Li Dao's expression remained largely unchanged, or perhaps he had already anticipated this outcome. After all, even he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the northern barbarian leader, let alone a group of ordinary prisoners. As the soldiers continued their reports, the final tally revealed that this ambush against the northern barbarian cavalry had resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. The northern barbarian leader was dead, and over 80% of his cavalry, more than 100, had also perished, leaving only about 20. The Dacian soldiers, including those from the prisoner camp, had totaled nearly 200, yet only 50 remained. What else could this be but a tragic victory? Upon hearing the report, Captain Lu sighed deeply. Although he was aware of the considerable casualties on their side, the realization weighed heavily on him, especially witnessing his men fall one by one. Yet, such was the nature of war. This was merely a small-scale skirmish between the Qian Dynasty and the Northern Barbarian Dynasty. Should they encounter a large-scale battlefield, their losses would likely be trivial, barely making a ripple. As everyone prepared to depart, Captain Lu signaled for them to conclude their tasks and return. Not long after, Li Dao followed Captain Lu's company back to Changgu town. Unlike the last time, he was now escorted directly into the prisoner camp by Lu, specifically to prevent the discovery of the 2 books he held. "This is as far as I can take you. You saved my life. Should you need anything, have the guards inform me. If it is within my power, I shall assist you," Captain Lu whispered in Li Dao and Apo's ear before leading him inside. Li Dao nodded and entered the same cell as before. As he re-entered the confines of the prison, his former cellmates expressed their astonishment, shocked that he had returned after venturing out a second time. Finding a corner, he settled down as he had done previously. Soon after, a familiar fragrance once again permeated the confines of the death row. The cell door creaked open, revealing a guard who entered with a platter of roasted chicken and a bottle of wine. 9527. This is a delivery from Lu Fuzhong. Perhaps Lu Fuzhong had given specific instructions, as the guard displayed an unusually courteous demeanor towards the condemned prisoner, Li Dao. "Thank you. There is no need for gratitude when assisting Lu Fuzhong. Then take care. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call." "Much obliged." After bidding farewell to the guard, Li Dao settled into a corner, savoring the roasted chicken and wine. This time, no foolish individuals dared to disturb him. Clearly, his interaction with the guard had instilled a sense of respect among the fellow death row inmates, who now refrained from provoking him, allowing him to eat in peace. Once satiated and feeling pleasantly tipsy, Li Dao closed his eyes. As twilight descended, enveloping the death row in silence, he opened his eyes again. Noticing that the others were asleep, he retrieved 2 books he had confiscated from the leader of the northern barbarians from within his robe. He first opened the volume titled Huang Riju, discovering it indeed contained cultivation methods that instructed one on how to refine true energy. With an extraordinary mental acuity, tenfold that of an average person, Li Dao swiftly committed the entire text to memory. Afterward, he returned the Huang Riju to his robe and settled into a meditative posture, attempting to practice the techniques. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and uttered a single word: trash. After this period of effort, he had failed to cultivate even a single strand of energy. According to the teachings of Huang Riju, he needed to focus his spirit and sense the hidden meridians within his body. Yet, after half an hour of concentration, he had sensed nothing. It seemed the old Taoist had been correct. A congenital lack of meridians meant there were indeed none to be found. Otherwise, with Li Dao and Appo's mental prowess, he would likely have easily detected those so-called meridians. Moreover, his physique was 10 times that of an ordinary person. And if he truly possessed even the slightest meridian, it should have manifested under such enhancement. Yet, there was nothing. This confirmed a mathematical axiom. If something is zero, no matter how many times it is multiplied, it remains zero, never transforming into anything else. He lacked meridians, and thus, even with a physique 100 million times that of an ordinary person, he could not cultivate. Forget it, I was merely trying it out. Li Dao felt a slight pang of disappointment. After all, the primary capability of his system was to enhance his own physique. Even if he could cultivate, he would never forsake the shortcut provided by the system in favor of arduous, solitary training. What good is profound cultivation if 10 points of physique are insufficient? Then let it be 100. If 100 is still inadequate, then 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. He refused to believe that when he could shatter cities and annihilate nations with a single punch, anyone would still dare to speak of cultivation to him. As the cultivation techniques proved unfruitful, Li Dao then drew forth the furious wind blade technique. He pondered whether this technique held any utility for him in the absence of true energy. Chapter 10. Exceptional insight and the commander's invitation, Li Dao opened the furious wind blade technique, discovering that its content diverged from traditional cultivation methods, presenting a fusion of images and text. As before, he quickly committed the entire book to memory, relying solely on his remarkable recall. Once he had memorized it, he tucked the manual back into his bosom. Lacking a blade to practice with, Li Dao could only visualize the furious wind blade technique in his mind. Perhaps due to the comprehensive enhancement of his physique, his mental acuity had reached 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even by merely rehearsing in his thoughts, he could vividly replicate the moves described in the manual. After half an hour, Li Dao opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. He gazed at his hands, feeling an overwhelming certainty that if he held a blade, he could flawlessly execute the furious wind blade technique. Recalling his previous encounter with a northern barbarian leader, he sensed an ability to easily discern the opponent's techniques. If the northern barbarian leader were to appear before him again, he felt that he could suppress the opponent's blade technique with his own and thus emerge victorious. Was this a new skill acquired from his enhanced physique? Li Dao had initially believed that strengthening his body would necessitate a path of brute force. Yet he had not anticipated that such a profound mental capacity would allow him to quickly learn a blade technique after his physical enhancement. Although the furious wind blade technique was relatively simple, the ability to master it merely by a glance and mental rehearsal was undeniably extraordinary. He pondered whether the amalgamation of raw strength and specialized skill held potential. Surely, it must possess merit. With a physique beyond the ordinary combined with an extraordinary killing technique, who could withstand him? As long as his physical prowess could dominate his opponents, dispatching enemies would merely be a matter of time. With these thoughts in mind, he became less concerned about the inability to cultivate in the conventional sense. Furthermore, one could argue that his infinitely enhanced physique constituted a form of cultivation, albeit one that diverged from the traditional path of harnessing qi. This unique approach could be termed an Appo's horizontal training, and Appo's, as time flowed by, it seemed that the previous mission had resulted in significant casualties among Captain Lu's subordinates. A week had passed, yet Li Dao had not received any new assignments involving death row inmates. Within the confines of his cell, he could only languidly nap or delve into the furious wind blade technique, contemplating whether he could adapt it to better suit his enhanced capabilities with a mind tenfold that of an ordinary individual. Remarkably, after 7 days of rigorous study, Li Dao had indeed made some progress. Through continuous mental rehearsal and deconstruction, he successfully streamlined the furious wind blade technique, eliminating certain moves that required the manipulation of qi and replacing them with techniques more suited to his physique. In summary, the modified version of the Furious Wind Blade technique was now more fitting for him to reap the lives of adversaries on the battlefield. Another day passed. Li Dao was resting in the corner of his cell when he heard footsteps approaching from outside. He opened his eyes and turned toward the sound. Moments later, Captain Lu's face appeared at the cell door. 9527, step out for a moment. The prison guard unlocked the cell door and called out to Li Dao. Rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Li Dao exited the cell. Another mission? He inquired directly, observing Captain Lu. Captain Lu shook his head, stating that there was no mission at the moment and that he had come for a different matter. What is it? Li Dao asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. He believed his value lay solely in his capacity for killing. At Captain Lu and Appo's gesture, the guard unlocked the handcuffs and leg irons binding Li Dao. Follow me, and you will find out, he instructed, leading the way deeper into the prison complex. As they advanced, the surrounding cells grew increasingly sparse, until they reached an area where many cells were entirely vacant. Are there no inmates here? Li Dao inquired. Captain Lu glanced at the empty cells and replied calmly, recently, there have been numerous border skirmishes, leading to a rapid depletion of death row inmates. His tone suggested that these inmates were regarded as mere expendable resources. Afterward, Captain Lu observed Li Dao's reaction and, noting his lack of response, added, but do not worry, you are different from them. Your value ensures that you will not be treated as expendable. Li Dao nodded, not particularly concerned about the term expendable. To him, it seemed reasonable for those who deserved death to be considered as such. After all, they were already meant to be dead. If it were any harsher, some might find it difficult even to attain the status of being dead. As they continued deeper, a door soon appeared before them. Li Dao turned back and asked, Captain Lu, what is this place? This is where I wanted to bring you. Once you enter, you will understand why I sought you out. However, rest assured, it is certainly not a bad thing. In fact, it may well be a good thing. You will need to discern that for yourself, Captain Lu replied, leaving behind a cryptic remark as he opened the door and gestured for Li Dao to enter. Good thing? Li Dao shook his head. Having come this far, he could only proceed and see what awaited him. Upon entering, a dim corridor unfolded before him, with a flickering light at the end. Utilizing his heightened perception, he sensed several living beings near the light. Li Dao walked slowly toward the illumination. As he drew closer, his expression shifted. He realized that the breathing of those within was not like that of ordinary individuals, but rather akin to Captain Lu and the northern barbarian leader he had encountered previously. It was not difficult to deduce that they belonged to the same category, cultivators. Finally, Li Dao reached the end of the corridor, revealing a room before him. He clearly discerned the occupants within. There were 5 individuals in total, 4 of whom were particularly striking. The one closest to Li Dao towered at an impressive 2 meters and 5 centimeters, a figure so robust that he resembled a small giant, standing motionless and exuding an intimidating presence. Most notably, the aura emanating from him imparted a primal, beastly essence, perhaps due to Li Dao's intense gaze. The small giant abruptly turned to look at him, their eyes locking in an electric moment. In that instant, Li Dao felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious tiger. Seemingly unaware of anything amiss, the small giant resumed his previous stance, leaning against the wall in a daze. Next, Li Dao's attention shifted to a diminutive figure beside the giant. This individual was not small merely in comparison to the giant, but was inherently petite, standing at less than 1 meter 20, emaciated and with disheveled hair. Yet, Li Dao could sense a wilder essence emanating from this person, one that felt more akin to madness than mere wildness. Similarly, the small figure noticed Li Dao's gaze and immediately turned to face him. With a hiss, the figure revealed the lower half of their face, making a threatening gesture. Their mouth was lined with rows of jagged teeth, and their eyes sparkled with a blend of madness and clarity, reminiscent of a lunatic. The remaining 2 figures appeared somewhat more conventional. One was a middle-aged man with a lecherous expression, while the other was an elderly man mumbling incoherently to himself. The only rational individual present appears to be a middle-aged man, standing in the center, adorned in armor reminiscent of the standard Great Qian style worn by Lu Fuzhong, albeit of a superior grade. This man exudes an aura that suggests he is the most formidable among the assembly. You have finally arrived. You were the last to join us. He remarks with a smile directed at Li Dao. Who are you? Li Dao inquires, raising an eyebrow. The middle-aged man replies, I am Wei Yun, the commander of the Wei Wu camp. Li Dao is momentarily taken aback. The Wei Wu camp, stationed in Changgu town, is indeed the military force in question, with the commander being the highest authority here, Lu Fuzhong's direct superior. Contemplating this, Li Dao glances at the four individuals surrounding him, pondering what business Commander Wei could possibly have with an inconspicuous convict such as himself. Inconspicuous? Wei Yun chuckles softly. In just 2 assignments as a convict, you have managed to slay nearly 50 adversaries, including a commander of 100 cavalry from the northern barbarians. I hardly find that inconspicuous. Li Dao observes the remaining 4 individuals, then finds a spot to sit down. If there is something to discuss, please proceed. Wei Yun, with a light laugh, states, Since everyone is here, I shall be forthright. Today, I have summoned you to propose a collaboration to assist the Wei Wu camp in resolving certain matters. Upon hearing this, Li Dao and Apos' brow furrows. Before he can respond, a voice interjects. A middle-aged, portly man, without hesitation, declares, What nonsense is this? You want me, Shun San, to aid the court? I believe you are dreaming. Mark my words, even if I perish here today, I, Shun San, will never assist the court in any endeavor. With that, Shun San turns to leave, evidently intending to exit. Despite Shun San's attitude, Wei Yun remains composed, even sporting a faint smile. As Shun San strides further away, Wei Yun murmurs to himself, Very well, I had initially hoped you would assist us, and afterwards I would have returned your household registration, granting you freedom. Suddenly, a gust of wind seems to materialize out of nowhere. The onlookers soon realize that Shun San has, in the blink of an eye, reappeared before Wei Yun. Are you serious? You can return my household registration and grant me freedom? Shun San grips Wei Yun's armor, his face alight with excitement. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't assist the court? What constitutes assisting the court? I am merely being voluntarily helpful. And you claimed you would rather die than alter your stance? The issue is I'm not dead yet. Wei Yun smiles faintly. What I said is true. Do you agree? Absolutely. Shun San nods vigorously, revealing the essence of the true fragrance theorem to those present. However, your consent alone is insufficient. Wei Yun glances at Li Dao and the others, continuing, You must also secure their agreement. The task at hand may involve certain dangers, requiring all 5 of you to work together. After hearing this, Shun San turns to Li Dao and the others, clapping his hands. What are you all waiting for? This is about freedom. Cough, cough. The only elderly man in attendance clears his throat and rasps. I will agree, but you must make me your medicine boy. Shun San jumps up, indignantly retorting, Why should I be your medicine boy? The term medicine boy refers to someone who tests medicines, typically employed by those skilled in the healing arts. The elder bluntly counters, Then I will not agree. You can stay here and wait for death in this combat camp. You, Shun San, faced with the elder's obstinacy, has no recourse but to relent. Your medicine won't kill me, will it? The elder coldly chuckles, brimming with confidence. In my entire medical career, I have never administered a medicine that resulted in death. Seeing the elder's unwavering confidence, Shun San's expression shifts to one of skepticism. At this moment, Wei Yun interjects. Shun San, you can trust him. He truly has never caused a death with his medicines. Really? Indeed. Very well. I will trust you this once. But it must be clear, only one trial. With Shun San's agreement, Li Dao glances at Wei Yun, sensing a hint of mischief behind the latter's perpetual smile. Shun San then approaches Li Dao. I say, this rather handsome brother, you should agree as well. After all, you are still young. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste away in this convict camp? Perhaps having suffered a setback with the elder, Shun San is now notably courteous towards Li Dao. Li Dao observes Shun San, then turns his gaze to Wei Yun, stating, I will agree, but you need to answer a few questions first. Wei Yun responds with a serene smile. Certainly. First question, how many tasks do we need to complete for you? Wei Yun raises an eyebrow. 10. Li Dao's expression darkens instantly. No deal. If it requires 10 tasks, I might as well focus on accumulating merits. It is evident that any mission requiring 5 individuals to operate independently would be exceptionally challenging. In response, Wei Yun shakes his head with a hint of disappointment. Then how many would you propose? Sun San, taken aback by the negotiable nature of the situation, realizes his earlier demeanor was unnecessary. Li Dao holds up 3 fingers. 3 tasks. Sun San is left dumbfounded. Such negotiations are unprecedented, akin to being cleaved in half. As he contemplates intervening to appease Wei Yun, he hears very well. 3 tasks it is. Wei Yun hesitates for a moment before agreeing. Sun San nearly collapses, realizing 3 tasks could suffice. Had he been in Li Dao's position, he would not have bothered to negotiate. Seeing Wei Yun's consent, Li Dao poses his second question. Will there be tasks that are guaranteed to be fatal? At this, Sun San and the elderly man look towards Wei Yun in astonishment. Why do you ask? Wei Yun inquires, curiosity piqued. Li Dao calmly cites a famous saying from a past life. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. When the flying birds are caught, the bows are hidden. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. Wei Yun slowly recites the phrase, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him, sensing the coldness of companionship lost. Eventually, he shifts from his previous demeanor and solemnly assures, "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. While the tasks I assign may be perilous, I would never intentionally lead you to harm. Brother, your words are truly remarkable. It is a pity you are in this convict camp. You should consider taking the imperial examinations. Who knows, if luck is on your side, you might even become a consort and sleep with a princess." Sun San expresses admiration. Unbeknownst to him, the very individual he lauds has indeed shared a bed with the highest-ranking princess of the great Qian Dynasty, regardless of whether he ascended to the position of consort. Noticing the strange reactions from Wei Yun and Sun San, Li Dao recalls the differences between this world and his previous existence, leading to distinct historical developments. The absence of certain elements from his past life here seems evident. If not for the matter of the princess, without a system, relying solely on the ancient poetry from his previous life could have allowed him to thrive in this world. Alas, this lifetime has yet to grant him the opportunity to be a mere scribe. Instead, he finds himself experiencing the thrilling existence of a convict. Are there any further inquiries? After regaining his composure, Wei Yun asks. None. Li Dao shakes his head, satisfied that he has gleaned the information he sought. With Li Dao and Appo's agreement, Sun San breathes a sigh of relief, and then turns his attention to the remaining 2 individuals, a small giant and a little madman. Taking a deep breath, Sun San resolved to first deal with the seemingly most manageable little lunatic. Observing this, Wei Yun could not help but caution, Sun San, I advise you to exercise caution. Rest assured, merely a small fellow, I can handle him with ease. After the passage of a short incense stick, the onlookers witnessed 2 figures darting about the room with astonishing speed. Sun San was fleeing, while the little madman pursued him, shrieking frantically, "Save me, big brother!" Sun San, in tattered clothes, bore bite marks on his arms and backside, pleading for help as he ran. The elderly man stood helplessly by. At his age, any attempt to intervene would likely be futile. Wei Yun also suggested letting Sun San handle it himself, which proved unreliable. Ultimately, Sun San's gaze fell upon Li Dao, who presently seemed the most capable of assisting him. "Big brother, please help me," he implored, then swiftly redirected the chaos towards Li Dao. Li Dao immediately discerned the good intentions of the rotund man. As Sun San lunged towards him, Li Dao showed no hesitation, kicking Sun San aside with ease. As Sun San tumbled away, the little madman seized the opportunity to lunge at Li Dao. Reacting swiftly, Li Dao reached out, grasping the little lunatic by the neck. With a single hand, he lifted the creature off the ground, leaving it to struggle helplessly in midair, its short limbs flailing as it howled at Li Dao. "Brother, you are being rather forceful," Sun San remarked, rising from the ground and unable to suppress a tone of lament as he beheld the subdued madman. Li Dao merely shot him a disdainful glance before turning his attention back to the little lunatic. In his estimation, regardless of the circumstances, this little troublemaker needed to be contained, Otherwise, their future collaborations would likely prove troublesome. Noticing the madman still thrashing about in a futile attempt to bite, Li Dao revealed a faint smile, speaking to himself. Let us give you a taste of a whirlwind. With that, he began to spin the little lunatic in his grasp. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 10 revolutions. The speed of Li Dao's twirling increased, and initially, the madman squirmed. However, after a certain number of spins, he could no longer endure the motion, and the wildness in his eyes faded, replaced by a look of terror, confusion, and ultimately, sheer disarray. Chapter 11. Shun San. You're truly inhuman. This scene left Shun San and the others utterly astonished. They never anticipated that Li Dao would resort to such tactics against the little madman. Finally, when Li Dao felt it was sufficient, he ceased his actions. Upon stopping, he also released the little madman. With a thud, the little madman plopped down onto the ground, his eyes blankly staring ahead, unable to regain his senses for an extended moment. In that instant, it seemed he glimpsed his great-grandmother beckoning him. After about 5 minutes, a spark of awareness gradually returned to the little madman and Appo's gaze, and the hint of madness slowly resurfaced. However, when he caught sight of Li Dao nearby, that flicker of insanity vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. A cacophony of frantic screams erupted as the little madman scrambled to the corner. Casting a cautious glance at Li Dao, seemingly terrified of being caught again and subjected to another wild spin. Not far away, Shun San couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly have a way with him." He then turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "This little madman has been subdued by our brother. It should count as a victory, right?" Wei Yun snapped back to reality, nodding with astonishment at Li Dao's method of handling the little madman, feeling a surge of admiration. Now, only the giant remained. Speaking of the giant, Shun San glanced at the small giant not far away, feeling somewhat intimidated. If he couldn't manage the little madman, how could he hope to deal with someone who appeared so formidable? Though he was no weakling himself, could he compare with someone whose mass was primarily muscle rather than fat? He couldn't resist casting another glance at Li Dao. "Brother, how about you take care of him?" Li Dao shot a disdainful look at the cowardly Shun San. However, it seemed there was no other choice. In the absence of Wei Yun's intervention, it appeared he was the only one left to attempt to persuade the small giant. Suddenly, the small giant, who had been in a daze, turned around and looked at Li Dao, stating in a subdued voice, "If you defeat me in strength, I will heed your words." Upon hearing this, before Li Dao could respond, Shun San interjected eagerly, "Big guy, have you looked at your own weight? How can you compare strength with our brother here? Why not compete with that little fellow over there in agility instead?" He pointed at the little madman hiding in the corner. Upon seeing the irritating fat man not far away, the little madman bared his teeth and growled. But when he noticed the person who had just spun him around, he instinctively shrank back, afraid to act out. The small giant paid no heed to Shun San, his gaze fixated on Li Dao. "All right, I agree." Li Dao finally nodded in acquiescence. Although the small giant appeared imposing and seemed to embody raw strength, Li Dao was not to be underestimated either. His physique was nearly 10 times that of an average person, not merely for show. Simultaneously, he was curious to test the might of this towering figure before him. "Foolish," Shun San exclaimed loudly. In his opinion, Li Dao and Appo's challenge against this giant was akin to delivering oneself as a sacrifice. Wei Yun, however, watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. "So, how shall we compete?" Li Dao asked the small giant directly. "Let us compare this," the small giant replied, extending a hand and placing it on the only stone table in the room. Li Dao glanced at it and nodded very well. The two approached the stone table and placed their hands upon it. Despite Li Dao's hand not being small, it appeared somewhat dainty in comparison to the giant and Appo's massive paw. Any observant person could immediately discern the disparity. "Brother, get your all." Though aware of the slim chances of victory, Shun San still leaned in to offer encouragement. After all, it was better to uplift than to undermine. "Allow me to be the referee." Wei Yun stepped forward, grasping both of their hands. "Begin." With the command, Li Dao and the small giant exerted their strength simultaneously. In the next moment, Li Dao felt an overwhelming force surge from his wrist. In a mere instant, his hand was pushed to the side. Taking a deep breath, his muscles bulged, veins standing out, and the two hands became locked in a stalemate in midair. The small giant could not overpower him, and Li Dao was momentarily unable to retaliate. It must be said that a physique 10 times that of an average person was not sufficient to surpass the small giant. This strength could only be described as a remarkable gift. Thus, their hands remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Perhaps due to the ongoing struggle, the pressure gradually transferred to the stone table. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the stone table began to tremble and cracked in several places around the elbows of both competitors. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the stone table shattered, causing both to instinctively release their grip, leaving behind a pile of rubble. How do we judge this? What shall we consider it? Sun San asked Wei Yun hastily. This. Wei Yun found himself at a loss for a moment. At this juncture, the small giant voluntarily spoke up. He turned to Li Dao and said, "You are quite formidable, I concede." With that, he turned away and resumed his previous stance against the wall, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Sun San was elated and turned to Wei Yun. "This should count as unanimous consent among us 5, right?" Li Dao shook his head and moved aside in silence. Wei Yun smiled faintly at Sun San. "Did I not say from the beginning that my purpose today is to invite you all to assist us in the mighty camp? Why would I disagree?" "Wait," Sun San frowned. "Since you invited us, shouldn't it be your responsibility to persuade all 5 of us?" "Indeed," Wei Yun nodded. "Then why has it turned into us persuading ourselves?" "Who knows?" Sun San suddenly turned to Li Dao with a look of nonchalance. "Brother, did you foresee this all along?" In truth, Li Dao had suspected it since Sun San returned. The performance was nothing more than the cunning leader playing tricks on the lecherous middle-aged fat man. Sun San scratched his head, feeling aggrieved. "Why didn't you tell us?" Li Dao pointed at the little madman beside him. "Did you give me a chance to explain?" This left Sun San feeling awkward, as it seemed he had been the one causing chaos all along. Li Dao was indifferent to it. Since they were to work together, he naturally wished to test the capabilities of these and Amp, Oppo's teammates, and Amp, Oppo's. With the situation clarified, Sun San was not foolish. After a moment of contemplation, he understood what was transpiring. He turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "You are truly inhuman." After a short incense stick burned down, the 5 of them gathered together. Sun San, the elder, and the small giant remained quiet, sitting calmly. However, the little madman was intent on causing a stir, but ultimately quieted under Li Dao and Oppo's sharp gaze. Witnessing this, Wei Yun smiled slightly, saying, "As I mentioned earlier, I, Wei, request your assistance in handling 3 matters concerning the mighty camp. None of these tasks are life-threatening, and upon completion, I will restore your 5 identities, granting you your freedom." "Does this condition not suffice?" "No." Shinsen began to say that it was acceptable, but suddenly recalled previous events and hurriedly covered his mouth, casting a cautious glance at Li Dao. "Brother, is this fellow's word reliable?" Li Dao shot a glance at Sun San, responding slowly, "No problem." Sighing, Wei Yun glanced at Li Dao and couldn't help but lament, "If only you weren't so astute. Were it not for the presence of this individual, the conditions he offered would likely not be so straightforward." Pondering this, he Kuden and Oppos, T resist asking, 9527. "Could you enlighten me on how you discerned that my limit was 3 matters?" "I don't know," Li Dao replied. "And why did you say that?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao shrugged, remarking that it was merely a standard negotiation. "Who could have anticipated that upon my mention of 3 matters, you would readily acquiesce?" Witnessing the genuine expression on Jiao Wu Erqi and Oppo's face, Wei Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha! It seems even you can be outwitted at times." Sun San chuckled heartily. Regaining his composure, Wei Yun took a deep breath and gazed at Li Dao, asking, "Are you deceiving me?" Li Dao smiled faintly. "Commander Wei, please do not take offense. It was merely a jest." Wei Yun was not angered. Rather, a satisfied smile graced his lips. It appeared that Lu Fuzhong had indeed chosen wisely. "You possess great acumen and are truly suited to lead the 4 of them." He then produced a thin booklet from his garment and presented it to Li Dao. "What is this?" Li Dao inquired. "A registration book containing the individual profiles of the four, although yours is notably absent," Wei Yun replied. "Why is mine not included? You are different from them. Your identity has been entirely erased, and to the outside world, you are deceased. The four of them, due to their peculiar circumstances, have long been registered. Hence their information is retained." At this point, Wei Yun furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "To be frank, with your abilities, you ought to have been recorded as well. It is peculiar that not a shred of information remains." Upon hearing this, Li Dao began to grasp the situation. Ordinary individuals, due to their commonality and the exceedingly slim chance of emerging from death row, find little significance in registration. Thus, the obliteration of their records bears no consequence, as the ultimate outcome is death and the erasure of identity. Conversely, individuals like Shun San, possessing extraordinary skills, are rare. Although the official narrative states that entering death row results in the annihilation of one's records, due to their exceptional nature, a portion of their information is invariably retained. As for him, it was purely coincidental. Were it not for the system, he would likely have perished on his initial mission to death row, and consequently would not have been included in this unique quintet. As he perused the registration book, Li Dao casually opened to the first page, revealing the contents before him. Name: Shun San. Gender: male. Age: 36. Crimes: theft, extortion, kidnapping. Cultivation: postnatal 6th rank. Details: proficient in lightness skills, concealed weapons, lockpicking, and mechanisms. Shun San leaned in curiously, unable to restrain himself. "Have you made a mistake? I am a master thief. When have I ever engaged in kidnapping?" Wei Yun replied nonchalantly, "During your last theft. Did you not restrain a child?" Shun San's eyes widened in disbelief. "I never anticipated that child would appear. I merely tied him up to prevent him from making a fuss. How is that kidnapping?" Wei Yun looked up with a smile. "Do you understand now why a mere thief like you ended up in this death row?" Shun San was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it possibly be because of that child?" "Indeed, that child is the Emperor and Appo's nephew. Otherwise, a common thief like you would not have provoked the interest of a genie Wei." The mention of the Emperor and Appo's nephew shattered Shun San and Appo's composure. Meanwhile, Li Dao chose to ignore their exchange. He understood why Wei Yun had entrusted this document to him. Clearly, as he had stated, he was needed to lead these 5 individuals. A glance at the remaining 4 instilled in him a peculiar sense that the role of leader might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Chapter 12. The problematic quintet: a bumbling giant, a whimsical old man, a little madcap, and finally, a great fool. Is such a combination truly reliable? Li Dao shook his head, opening the registration book in his hands to peruse the information of the remaining 3 individuals. Name: Little Madcap. Gender: male. Age: 17. Crime: assaulting the imperial guards, resisting arrest. Cultivation: none. Details: swift, agile, possessing a strong physique and sharp claws. Name: Old Ghost. Gender: male. Age: 101. Crime: trafficking counterfeit medicine, possession of toxic substances, practicing medicine without a license. Cultivation: postnatal 1st rank. Details: proficient in medicine and toxicology, adept in health preservation. Name: Su Hu. Gender: male. Age: 12. Crime: resisting arrest, homicide. Cultivation: postnatal 9th rank. Details: innate divine strength. In addition to this information, the registry included specific annotations regarding the 3 individuals. According to the notes, the little madcap was initially an ordinary child who was captured by an aberrant being and transformed into a puppet child, his body permanently altered, with his psyche suffering due to the grotesque nature of the transformation. He ended up here because the being that harmed him was released to confront the imperial guards, only to be killed on the spot, leaving him ungoverned and subsequently captured. Upon reading the notes on Old Ghost, Li Dao was taken aback. He had once been a common disciple of the Medicine King Valley, but after saving someone, he became obsessed with bizarre medical cases, leading him into a state of madness. The explanation for his postnatal 1st rank cultivation indicated that he practiced a difficult yet profound technique from the Medicine King Valley, which primarily served to enhance health and prolong life rather than bestow immense strength. Thus, despite his rank, his actual combat prowess was limited. and he relied solely on toxicology for defense. Moreover, Old Ghost had a peculiar aversion to using his skills to kill, which, combined with his eccentric nature and a past incident where he offended a powerful figure, resulted in his confinement here. As for Su Hu, Li Dao scrutinized the name column and then glanced at the towering figure of Su Hu beside him. Was this truly a 12-year-old? Whose 12-year-old child stands at 2.5 meters tall? Yet, this information was gathered by the Imperial Guards, so such a blunder seemed unlikely. Observing his physical condition, it was evident that he was favored by the heavens. The notes revealed that Su Hu was born an orphan, and his size at birth inadvertently caused his mother's demise. In a fit of rage, his father abandoned him in the wilderness, where he was subsequently raised by a tigress. As he bore his father's surname Su, he was named Su Hu. Perhaps due to being nurtured by tiger's milk and his innate gifts, he had developed into his current form by the age of 12. He was captured after avenging his adoptive mother, the tigress, by slaughtering the hunters who killed her. The Imperial Guards discovered this and apprehended him. His cultivation was recognized as postnatal due to the detection of a small amount of true energy within him, although how he acquired it remained a mystery. Having finished reviewing the registration book, Li Dao felt that aside from Shun San, the rest were 3 problematic youths. However, despite their issues, they were also exceptionally talented. The little madcap, though altered into a puppet child and mentally unstable, retained a degree of intelligence, as evidenced by his fear of Li Dao. His transformation granted him remarkable agility and resilience, making it difficult for even Shun San, with his postnatal 6th rank cultivation, to outpace him. With proper training and talent, he could achieve great heights in the future. As for Old Ghost, his century-long life made him a sage in his own right. It is said that with age comes wisdom. Despite his eccentricities, he undoubtedly possessed the most knowledge among those present. Su Hu, on the other hand, was a prime example of natural endowment, lacking a proper lineage. Had he been born into a noble family, his physical stature at 12 would have made him a perfect battlefield warrior. With even a hint of talent and cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a formidable combatant. For a moment, Li Dao admired Wei Yun and Appo's ability to assemble such a group. Indeed, there was no deception. This prison was teeming with talent. As for Shun San, Li Dao glanced at the naive fool still questioning his existence and shook his head, feeling that he resembled more of a mascot, albeit an inauspicious one, merely an accessory. Enough! Fat one, Old Ghost interjected, unable to hold back. Rather than ponder why you were arrested, focus on how to escape this death row camp. Shun San, snapping back to reality, cast a woeful glance at Wei Yun, resigning himself to his misfortune. Li Dao set down the registration book and inquired, "Is there a task at hand?" Wei Yun paused, surprised. "You 5 have only just come together. Won't you take a moment to acclimatize?" Li Dao glanced at Shun San and the others, hesitating briefly before shaking his head. "It is unnecessary. Rather than sharpening our skills here, we might as well proceed directly." "Very well," Wei Yun nodded. "I happen to have an urgent matter requiring your assistance." "What is it?" "To assassinate the 3rd prince of the Luo Yun tribe." Shortly thereafter, with Wei Yun's explanation, Li Dao and the others grasped the nature of their task. Although the Northern Barbarians were nominally a dynasty, their internal power structure was complex, resembling a conglomeration of large and small tribes. The relationships among these tribes varied, with some being amicable and others fraught with animosity. Presently, the primary threat to the great Qian Dynasty stemmed from a significant tribe within the Northern Barbarians, the TMU tribe. Their antagonism towards the great Qian arose partly due to the impending winter, prompting the TMU tribe to seek to plunder resources from the great Qian, and partly because their borders frequently clashed, leading to deep-seated grievances. The assassination of the Luo Yun tribe's 3rd prince was necessitated by the great Qian's intelligence, indicating that the TMU tribe intended to ally with the Luo Yun tribe against the great Qian. The 3rd prince was to be the negotiator for this collaboration. Due to the sudden nature of the situation, the great Qian was unable to mobilize personnel in time, thus resorting to selecting individuals from the border military camps. Furthermore, to maintain secrecy regarding the assassination, it was imperative that the military personnel refrain from involvement. Therefore, The unique convicts within the death row camp became prime candidates for the task. Long Valley Town was situated in close proximity to the location where the Luoyun third prince would pass, which is how Wei Yun obtained this assignment. Luoyun, Wei Yun. Shun San chuckled. I must say, Commander Wei, this tribe is inherently your nemesis. Wei Yun paid no heed to the jest, his gaze fixed on Li Dao. So, what say you? Will you accept this task? And if we decline, nothing will happen. Given the sudden nature of this mission, even if we opt out, I want and oppose to be held accountable. Conversely, should we succeed, I might earn some merit. Wei Yin replied nonchalantly. Do you have any information regarding the escort accompanying the Luoyun third prince? Li Dao casually inquired. I do. Wei Yin nodded and explained that the people of the Falling Cloud tribe had also made a sudden decision to negotiate, so there were likely no skilled fighters around them. Even if there were, they would not be of high caliber. However, there should be many ordinary soldiers. He had learned that at least 300 people surrounded the third prince of Falling Cloud. Not too many experts? At least a 300-strong team? Li Dao was taken aback. Was this a task delivered to him on a silver platter? For him, eliminating a few skilled fighters was far more challenging than dispatching a group of ordinary soldiers, with the latter offering significantly greater rewards. If everything was indeed true, this assignment appeared to be perfectly suited for him. Is it difficult? Well, it is, considering that a 300-strong team against just 5 of you is indeed a tall order. Wei Yun, noticing Li Dao's silence, assumed he was contemplating withdrawal. Wait, we in oppose, accepted the task, Li Dao suddenly declared. You accepted? Indeed. This is 300 people, and there could be hidden experts among them. You are merely 5, Wei Yun expressed, perplexed. He had intended for Li Dao and his companions to assist him, but had no wish to send them to their deaths. Moreover, he had previously stated that he would not involve them in missions with certain death. In his view, even if they managed to assassinate the third prince, the likelihood of escaping unscathed was minimal, and they would likely suffer significant losses. In response, Li Dao smiled gently. One must consider the return on investment, wouldn't you agree? Wei Yin was taken aback. He wanted to argue that this wasn't the kind of return he had in mind, but given the other party's prompt agreement, he felt there was little he could say. Regardless of whether the mission succeeded or failed, it would not impact him. After all, they were all inmates. Even if some possessed unique abilities, ultimately, their existence was merely to generate surplus value for the great Qian Dynasty. If they could not create value, it would not affect anything else. Very well, but shouldn't you consult the others for their opinions? Wei Yin turned his gaze to the remaining 4. While he had indeed appointed Li Dao as the leader among them, he could not force the others to comply if they were unwilling. Is it necessary? Li Dao did not answer, but turned to the 4. Suhu muttered, I'm with you, you decide. The little madman had developed a fear of Li Dao and naturally refrained from dissenting. Lao Guwei chuckled. Young people love to take risks. I like that. 300? I have had more than that in my previous experiments with medicine. I'll gladly join you for some fun. Finally, only Shun San remained. I. Shun San was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly noticed that all eyes were on him, and he could only mumble, since you 4 have no objections. What can I say? Upon hearing this, Li Dao turned back to Wei Yin. They all agree. Wei Yin gave a thumbs up, unable to restrain his admiration. You 5 truly complement each other well. Since you all consent, this mission is now entrusted to you. If you require anything, feel free to ask. An incense stick later, Shinsen looked merrily at the gear that had been confiscated earlier. Lao Guwei was busy with a large assortment of vials and jars, muttering to himself. The little madman and Su, who, in a show of camaraderie, gorged themselves on a mountain of food, revealing their hunger from their time in the death row. What do you need? Wei Yin inquired, turning to the last remaining Li Dao. What do I need? Li Dao pondered momentarily before replying. If you truly wish to provide something, then a knife that can slay 300 men without dulling would be splendid. Wei Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to single-handedly complete the task? Li Dao shrugged. That is the intention, though I am uncertain of my capability. You are indeed a talent. Wei Yin drew his knife from his waist and placed it before Li Dao, forged from a century-old mystic iron. I shall lend it to you for now. Li Dao and Oppo's brow lifted. You are quite generous. Are you not concerned that I might fail the mission and let the people of the Falling Cloud tribe seize this knife? Wei Yun smiled. Initially, I thought you were mad, but then I realized that a person as astute as you would not undertake an endeavor without assurance. Therefore, I gamble on your success. If I lose, it's merely a knife. If you lose, it could cost you your life. Chapter 13 discovered, then eliminate them all. Grasping the dark iron knife handed over by Wei Yun, the first sensation was its weight. Although it appeared identical to an ordinary standard knife, its heft was 7 or 8 times that of the typical blade, making it difficult for an average soldier to even lift. Swish! Li Dao swiftly drew the blade from its sheath, a sharp gleam reflecting in his eyes, its keen edge visible to the naked eye. A fine weapon. Compared to the ordinary knife he had previously wielded, this dark iron knife was perfectly suited for him. A knife is meant for killing. And combined with his self-developed Gale blade technique, he felt an exhilarating urge to unleash its potential. Li Dao raised his head, asking when they would depart. Wei Yun candidly replied, "If you leave early, tonight is the optimal moment. Then what are you waiting for? Prepare the horses." Outside Chang'u town, the 5 gathered with Wei Yun. "Why must I take this little madman along?" Shun San was mounted on his horse, with the little madman bound not far behind him. The little madman constantly bared his teeth and struggled, emitting a cacophony of growls that made Shun San's scalp tingle. Wei Yun chuckled lightly. "It's because you're the most suitable." At these words, Shun San glanced at the other 4. There is no need to mention Li Dao, for the little madman, after his education, feared him the most and dared not approach. On another horse sat Su Hu, whose considerable weight had entirely claimed the steed's back, making it appear as though the horse were laboring under the burden, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from him. As for the last elder, over 100 years old, he looked as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. Could he withstand the little madman and Oppos? As antics? After considering, Shinsan found himself believing he was indeed the most suitable choice. Fine, let it be. Shinsan had grown accustomed to being taken advantage of. Wei Yun approached Li Dao's horse, stating, "I've marked the location for you. There is an 80% chance they will pass by there tonight. If you accelerate now, you should be able to intercept them before the Prince of Falling Clouds and Oppos, entourage." "Understood. All right then, you all hurry and set off." Li Dao turned to Shun San and the others, urging them to depart. Meanwhile, on an ancient road at the northern frontier, a contingent of several hundred riders advanced slowly in a singular direction. Leading them was a young man, garbed in resplendent attire and riding a blood-red steed. This individual was none other than the 3rd prince of the Falling Clouds tribe, who had come to negotiate with the TMU tribe. Beside him rode a robust figure clad in armor, the prince in damp, Oppos, dedicated bodyguard. "Third prince, must we truly hasten so? Are we certain we shouldn't inform the king?" The bodyguard expressed his concerns to the young prince. The 3rd prince waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "There is no need to specifically notify my father. I can handle everything myself. We merely need to return and report to him once the negotiations conclude. However, the TMU tribe is near the Great Qian border. If they learn of our intention to ally with them, they may well send someone after us. What is there to fear? Our Falling Cloud tribe is also a substantial tribe. I do not believe Great Qian would strike first without provocation." Yet, the bodyguard attempted to voice further concerns, but was quickly interrupted. "Enough with the Oppos, buts and Oppos. There is no need for so many reservations. We simply need to reach the TMU tribe, negotiate the distribution of benefits, and return home. It's that simple." The 3rd prince paid no heed to the bodyguard's words. At that moment, he stifled a yawn and turned to ask, "Jin Sheng, what time is it?" To which the bodyguard replied, "It will be half an hour until midnight." "Is it so late already? Then have the troops set up camp in half an hour. I need to rest." "Third prince, I suggest we keep moving and head directly to the TMU tribe. But I am tired." "Third prince." Jin Sheng tried to argue further, only to be cut off by the 3rd prince's raised hand. "Jin Sheng, I ask you, can you protect me?" "Certainly." Jin Sheng answered without hesitation. As the bodyguard of the 3rd prince, it was his duty to ensure the prince's safety. If the prince perished, so would he, and only if the prince lived could he continue to exist. The 3rd prince smiled. "Since you are so confident, what is the harm in me resting for a moment?" Jin Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to contradict himself. Ultimately, he had to lower his head in concession. Seeing this, the third prince smirked and immediately commanded, "Let us travel for another half-hour, then all shall set up camp and rest." "Yes, third prince." Half an hour swiftly passed. The third prince's entourage halted precisely on cue, starting a fire and setting up camp. It must be said, they were truly worthy of being a nomadic people of the grasslands. In a brief span of time, the camp was established. At this moment, not far from the third prince's camp, on a nearby slope, Li Dao and the others gathered. "Fatty, is this the infallible trap mechanism you spoke of?" Gazing at the distant camp of their target, Li Dao turned to Shun San. Shun San feigned innocence. "I did not expect them to stop in camp here." Casting a glance at the falling clouds, Prince and Appo's camp, which was less than 100 paces away from his trap, he inwardly cursed. Why did they stop? Why not advance a few more steps? The old ghost grumbled from the side. "You little fatty, you wasted my precious poison." Li Dao could hardly retort Shin San. But when it came to the old ghost, he prioritized an Appo's respect for the elderly and Appo's. "Wasted poison? What nonsense is that? Poison that doesn't kill? My poison is not made for murder. If it doesn't kill, is it still poison? Then why don't you give it a try?" As the two began to bicker, Li Dao kicked Shun San in the rear, silencing him. As for why he didn't kick the old ghost, a centenarian, he couldn't afford to kick him, as a careless move might send the old man flying. "With the trap rendered useless, what do we do now, boss?" "We can't wait until tomorrow. The likelihood of being discovered is too high." Ever since learning that Li Dao was the leader, Shun San had taken to calling him boss, despite being older himself. He preferred to cling to the stronger. "We won't wait until tomorrow. Then, once they have rested, we will launch a night raid." Li Dao determined upon noting the darkening sky. "A night raid?" Shun Senkuden and Appo's. "Help, but advise, boss. This is a contingent of 300 men. We don't even know if there are experts among them. Is a night raid reliable? What if we are discovered?" "Discovered?" Li Dao replied directly. "Then we kill them all, and no one will know." Shun San. "Do you hear the absurdity in what you and Appo's re-saying?" Ultimately, a night raid was confirmed. The old ghost would handle the poison, the little madman and Su who would create chaos if discovered, and Li Dao would command. As for Shun San, he would take on the most crucial task, assassinating the third prince of fallen clouds. After all, who was better suited for stealth than him? Of course, that was merely the surface rationale. Li Dao and Appo's primary aim was still to harvest the tributes from these 300 northern barbarian soldiers. "Boss, if I get captured, you must come to my rescue." Learning he was responsible for assassinating the third prince, Shun San felt an overwhelming anxiety and earnestly stated. In response, Li Dao stepped forward and patted Shun San's shoulder, insisting that perseverance leads to victory. Time slowly elapsed. As the night deepened, the camp of Prince Luo Yun gradually fell into silence, with only the flickering bonfires illuminating the darkness. Li Dao and his company of 4 cautiously approached the encampment. Their carefulness, coupled with their agility, allowed them to remain undetected for the moment. "Old ghost, administer the poison," Li Dao instructed, glancing back at the figure beside him. "What poison do you need?" "I have." Old ghost began to rummage through his containers, but was quickly interrupted by Li Dao. "Any poison will suffice, as long as it ensures these men do not awaken." "I understand, you mean?" Old ghost started to speak again, but Li Dao decisively turned to Shun San. "Once old ghost has applied the poison, you will proceed to execute the assassination." "Boss, don't leave me behind," Shun San exclaimed. "Understood, spare the chatter." With that, Li Dao shifted his gaze to Su Hu and the madman. Su Hu, for the time being, was compliant to Li Dao's commands, lacking his own opinions. As for the madman, he was gagged tightly with a wad of cloth. Though he squirmed, he fell silent under Li Dao's stern glance. "Su Hu, keep a close eye on the madman. Ensure he doesn't cause any trouble." "Got it." Su Hu promptly pulled the madman closer, perhaps due to their prior shared meal. The madman did not resist Su Hu as fiercely as he did Shin San. Despite some awkwardness, he did not lash out. After a brief interval, Old Ghost retrieved the prepared poison, testing the night breeze before uncorking the vial. A faint yellow gas wafted towards the camp, carried by the wind. Minutes later, Old Ghost nodded. It should be effective, although hastily concocted, As long as no significant commotion arose, these men would remain oblivious for the time being. Li Dao nodded and turned to Sun San. With a grim expression, Sun San stealthily made his way into the camp under the cover of darkness. Surprisingly, despite his ample physique, he exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly disappearing into the encampment. Seeing Sun San depart without incident, Li Dao contemplated allowing the four to escape once the assassination was complete, while he would create a diversion before leaving. After all, successfully completing the assassination was crucial for him, but acquiring attributes from the northern barbarian soldiers held even greater significance. Though Wei Yun had assured him he would not betray his allies, Li Dao was unwilling to gamble his life on another's integrity. Thus, he would seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. As time passed slowly, Li Dao and his companions remained hidden near the military camp. Suddenly, commotion erupted from within. "Who are you? Where are the guards?" "Assassin. You are an assassin. How dare you attempt to kill our third prince? You shall pay with your life." Upon hearing these shouts, Li Dao quickly realized Sun San had been compromised. "Old Ghost, didn't you claim your poison was effective?" "It is effective," Old Ghost insisted. "Then why has the rotund one caused such a ruckus? Perhaps he provoked someone of significance." "What do you mean?" "The poison I just concocted is only effective against ordinary men." Before Li Dao could respond, a figure appeared nearby. Instinctively, he raised his hand to attack. "Wait, it's me." Li Dao recognized Sun San, who was clearly shaken. "What happened inside?" "I don't know. I had just approached the third prince into Appo's tent when I was discovered. If I hadn't fled swiftly, that brute would have cleaved me in two." Sun San recounted, his face pale with fear. "And who discovered you?" "I'm not sure." Suddenly, a loud uproar erupted from the camp. "Fools! The assassin is upon us. And you lot are still asleep. Get up." A booming, rugged voice shattered the stillness, rousing the slumbering soldiers from their rest. The group instinctively turned to Old Ghost, who shook his head rapidly. "My poison is absolutely effective." Suddenly, he raised his hand to test the air, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The wind has shifted, and the poison hasn't infiltrated." Li Dao shook his head, realizing the truth that relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Drawing his dark iron blade, he declared, "Since this tactic has failed, I shall resort to the alternative assassination method I previously mentioned." Sun San, instinctively curious, asked, "What is this alternative assassination method?" Li Dao replied bluntly, "It involves eliminating everyone who discovers us." Sun San. Truth be told, this had been Li Dao's original intention. Had it not been for the considerations regarding Sun San and the others, he would have undoubtedly opted for a direct assault. Chapter 14. Frenzied Slaughter and Surging Attributes. Is there any issue? Li Dao turned to glance at the others. He would not oppose their withdrawal, but if they insisted he leave, he would first engage in a round of combat. He could not leave without making his mark. Su remained silent, an untamed aura emanating from him. The little madman seemed to understand, tearing away the cloth from his mouth and baring his teeth at the military camp. "I have seen far worse. These are mere trifles." Despite the blunders, the Old Ghost exuded unwavering confidence. As the last of the group, Sun San observed that the others were untroubled and steeled himself to say, "I have no objections either." Li Dao nodded. "If there are no issues, then let us proceed." He drew his black iron blade and charged directly towards the military camp. "Roar!" Su bellowed and followed suit. The little madman perched on Su Hu and Appo's shoulder, shouting excitedly. The Old Ghost shook his head at the impulsiveness of the three young men. He retrieved several vials from within his robes, pouring their contents into a gourd as he ambled toward the camp, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Sun San, gnashing his teeth, decided to follow suit. If these individuals were to perish, he too would meet a grim fate. It was better to fight than to resign. "Who are you?" The appearance of Li Dao was swiftly noted by the guards of Prince Lo Yun. They immediately demanded answers. Yet, the only response they received was a flurry of blades. In an instant, all three guards had their throats cut by the black iron knife. A familiar and comforting notification rang in Li Dao's ears. Enemy slain. Attributes gained. 0. 18. Enemy slain. Attributes gained. 0. 20. Enemy slain. Attributes gained, 0. 21. Seeing such substantial rewards, Li Dao could not suppress a satisfied smile. The scene did not go unnoticed by the nearby guards. The enemy is here. Attack him. I have foes on my side too. What giant he is. There's a madman with him. This is unbearable. Meanwhile, Su Hu and the others burst into the military camp from various directions, further escalating the already chaotic scene. Inside the main tent of the Luoyuan tribe, Jin Sheng inquired, "What is occurring outside? Why such a commotion?" The third prince of Luoyuan, rising from his bed, rubbed his eyes in confusion. Jin Sheng knelt before him, reporting, "Your Highness, there are enemies attempting to assassinate you. The guards are engaged in combat outside." "Assassinate me?" The third prince was instantly alarmed. Why would anyone wish to do so? Jin Sheng's expression darkened. He had previously warned him, only to be met with retorts. However, as the protector of the prince, he replied, "It is likely that someone seeks to disrupt your negotiations with the Tiamu tribe. Is there truly someone out for my life?" Anger tinged the third prince's face as he anxiously asked Jin Sheng, "The assassins won't breach our defenses, will they?" Jin Sheng stood confidently. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I have observed that there are only 5 assailants. They cannot possibly breach through 300 guards to reach you, especially with my presence." The third prince breathed a sigh of relief, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. "Can I not go out and see how these assassins meet their demise?" Initially, Jin Sheng intended to refuse, but considering that showcasing the prowess of the guards might earn him greater trust from the prince, he unwittingly agreed. "With me here, Your Highness can watch without fear." "Then let us go." Outside the military camp, Li Dao wielded his black iron knife and executed the Gale Blade technique, slicing through the guards with ease. Where the blade passed, there lay dismembered limbs and torrents of blood. All attempts to strike him were effortlessly thwarted by his keen perception, and with each rising attribute point, he felt a growing exhilaration in his slaughter. On another front, the rest were also engaged in rampant killing. Standing an imposing height of 2.5 meters, Su Hu resembled a human tank amidst the guards, relying solely on his fists to strike out, rendering any foes unable to approach him. The little madman, true to his nature, darted about with agility, launching surprise attacks on the guards. Occasionally, he would leap onto Su Hu's shoulder to bare his teeth or let out a wild roar, his actions more akin to playful exuberance than murderous intent. The most peculiar of all was the old ghost. His earlier unpredictable antics had left others uncertain of his capabilities, but now he scattered poison from the gourd he carried. The toxic fumes inhaled by the guards turned their eyes a furious red, causing them to descend into madness, indiscriminately attacking one another. The old ghost and amp, Appo's reputation was indeed vindicated. His poison did not kill, but incited those affected to turn on their own. As for Shun San, he perfectly embodied the essence of a team player, evading detection and remaining inconspicuous, unsure of his role in the chaos. The tent flap was lifted by Jin Sheng, who enthusiastically beckoned, "Your Highness, behold. Your guards are valiantly protecting your safety." In the next moment, a figure suddenly soared through the air. "Watch out, Your Highness!" Jin Sheng reacted swiftly, kicking towards the descending figure. However, upon landing, he realized he had struck one of his own men. "Kill!" A chorus of roars erupted. Jin Sheng turned to see a towering figure charging towards him with a fearsome countenance. None other than the frenzied Su Hu. His bare torso showcased defined muscles marred by numerous shallow wounds, mere grazes against his formidable physique. His fists were stained crimson with blood, and in that moment, he seemed less like a man and more akin to a raging beast. The little madman continued to scream from Su Hu's shoulder, occasionally leaping onto the faces of the guards to claw and bite. Just then, the third prince of Luoyuan, emerging from the military tent, caught sight of this chaotic scene. Having been raised in luxury, he had never witnessed such brutality. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt warmth spreading beneath him. Jin Sheng stopped them at once. He urgently instructed, pointing at Su Hu and the little madman. As a practitioner of the second rank, Jin Sheng instinctively sensed the prince's distress. Despite his unwavering loyalty, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Observing Su Hu and the little madman, he frowned and advised, "Your Highness, I suggest we let the guards contain them for now." We still have 3 other assassins to deal with. My priority is to protect you." The prince, however, was unconcerned with such reasoning. The humiliation he felt was overwhelming, and his sole focus was to eliminate the 2 who had embarrassed him. "By the order of the prince, I command you to deal with them. But your highness, your safety, have the other guard protect me. You must deal with those 2. But do you wish to defy me?" The prince's words left Qian Sheng speechless. Aware that he had no choice but to act, he ordered the nearby guards, "You all protect the prince." With a resolute determination, Qian Sheng charged towards Su Hu and the little madman. His singular desire was to obliterate these 2 lives, seeking to cleanse himself of the humiliation he had endured at the hands of the 3rd prince, while simultaneously unleashing the pent-up frustration within him. Qian Sheng was the first to confront Su Hu, delivering a powerful punch. Su Hu, recognizing Qian Sheng's formidable strength, did not dare to underestimate him. With a roar, he swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, in retaliation. A thunderous crash echoed as their fists collided, sending shockwaves that stirred the earth beneath them. Qian Sheng felt the force reverberate through his arm, his expression shifting momentarily, yet he quickly gritted his teeth and pushed back. With his internal energy ignited, he summoned renewed strength into their standoff. This surge of power sent Su Hu reeling back in surprise. A flicker of confusion passed through Su Hu and Appo's, as fierce gaze as he, too, seemed astonished by his opponent's might, but he swiftly regained his composure. On the other side, Qian Sheng was taken aback. He realized that his adversary had not utilized any internal energy during their exchange, relying solely on brute force, yet even that had drained him significantly. What kind of monstrosity is this? Perhaps he had finally found an opponent with whom he could engage wholeheartedly. Su Hu grinned, his smile taking on a menacing quality. "Kill!" he suddenly bellowed, charging recklessly at Qian Sheng. In that moment, Qian Sheng regained his focus and unsheathed the long blade at his waist. He discerned that his opponent resembled not a mere human, but a beast, a ferocious tiger. If a normal person possessed such raw power, he might have been cautious. However, confronting a beast instilled him with a sense of fearlessness. After all, there exists an inherent disparity between man and beast. Meanwhile, Li Dao wielded his Gale Blade technique with increasing proficiency, leaving a trail of casualties among the guards. The ground around him was littered with corpses. Ultimately, the remaining guards dared only to encircle him, none willing to charge forward, fearful of meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades. Seizing this moment, he stole a glance at his stats. Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 938. Available attributes, 869, though he had harbored suspicions. Witnessing the figure for available attributes astonished him. The amount was nearing that of his physical strength, implying that, following enhancement, his physical prowess could nearly double. This realization ignited a fervor within him, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. This sight instilled terror in the surrounding guards, who feared the madman might turn his wrath upon them once more. Some began to retreat, for throughout the prolonged skirmish, they had sustained casualties numbering in the 40s or 50s, 1/6 of their total force, yet had succeeded in inflicting not a single scratch upon him. More alarmingly, while they were left panting and weary from their efforts, the man before them appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an aura of relentless vitality, as if he were a monster, impervious to fatigue. Battling such an adversary, devoid of hope, threatened to unravel their sanity. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated from a distance, its resonance strikingly powerful. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous commotion erupted nearby. Who could it be? Li Dao instinctively turned his gaze in the direction of the sound. The magnitude of the disturbance suggested that a formidable expert was at play. The unfamiliarity of the voice indicated that it was likely one of the guards who had encountered this hidden master. Upon this realization, Li Dao scanned the surrounding guards, flicked the blood from his Qian blade, and advanced toward the source of the noise. Witnessing this, the guards blocking his path hastily scattered, terrified of being effortlessly dispatched by the creature before them. While Li Dao felt a pang of regret for the allies he was about to abandon, he remained resolute in his duty. Despite the temporary nature of their alliance, and the eccentricity of his comrades. As their leader, he was responsible for their return, especially considering his capability to confront the challenges ahead. Chapter 15. Li Dao to the rescue. Strength multiplied. What good is great strength without true energy? Without it, one is merely a beast. Jin Sheng swung his blade towards Su Hu, continuously suppressing the exceptionally gifted Su Hu with the true energy coursing through him, taunting with each strike as if to validate something. The little madman perched on Su Hu's shoulder watched as Su Hu's wounds multiplied, and suddenly, in a fit of rage, he leaped at Jin Sheng, shouting, "You are but a small beast." Jin Sheng and Appo's long blade swept through the air, a 3-inch arc of blade light cleaving straight into the little madman. With a shriek, the little madman was sent flying. Oof. Witnessing this, a cold smirk crept onto Jin Sheng and Appo's lips. Captain is magnificent. At this moment, the guards who had been bullied by Su Hu and the little madman suddenly erupted in loud cheers. A wave of pride surged within Jin Sheng. The third prince of Luoyun nodded in satisfaction at the scene. Suddenly, he twisted his waist, furrowing his brow, and instructed a nearby guard. "Bring me a pair of undergarments and a chair. I shall witness how these assassins meet their demise today." As the little madman flew away, Su Hu stood frozen in place. Unbidden, flashes of images flickered before his eyes. His adoptive mother, a tiger lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by laughing humans. Just like now. Finally, he saw a man draping the flayed tiger skin over himself, laughing heartily. As the memories deepened, Su Hu's gaze grew increasingly crimson, and the feral aura surrounding him intensified. If someone could peer into Su Hu's body at this moment, they would witness the chaotic surge of unnamed true energy within him. With a thunderous boom, a force erupted from Su Hu, stirring up dust around him. This spectacle instantly captured Jin Sheng's attention. Is he breaking through? Yet, the events were far from concluded. Su Hu remained rooted, and another surge of energy erupted from him, amplifying the wild aura even further. To the keen observer, Su Hu and Appo's already imposing stature began to increase steadily. Thus, Su Hu and Appo's aura erupted 3 times consecutively before gradually subsiding. Jin Sheng and Appo's earlier pride vanished completely, replaced by sheer astonishment. He had never witnessed a person achieving 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Moreover, he could not fathom why someone with true energy would refrain from using it. At last, Su Hu reached his limit. As his aura peaked, he suddenly sprang into motion, roaring, "Kill!" Ignoring his injuries, he charged straight at Jin Sheng. What does a breakthrough matter? Today you must die. At this moment, Jin Sheng and Appo's murderous intent surged, fueled by envy of Su Hu and Appo's talent. Had he possessed such gifts, he would not have languished as a postnatal warrior for so many years. However, though he could not become a congenital warrior, extinguishing an unparalleled genius was worth it. 3 absolute blades. Jin Sheng and Appo's aura surged violently as a blade imbued with dark energy sliced toward Su Hu. Undeterred, Su Hu retaliated with a powerful punch. In that instant, a phantom of a tiger and Appo's claw manifested atop his right fist. With a resounding crash, blade met fist, creating a violent shockwave. As the dust settled, Su Hu had successfully blocked the strike. Observing this, Jin Sheng's eyes glimmered with cold malice, and without hesitation, he lifted his blade again. 3 absolute blades, second absolute. Su Hu resolutely chose to withstand the strike. Following another clash, he held firm once more. Yet, as he braced against the blow, the wounds on his body burst forth with torrents of blood, gushing like a fountain. Seeing this, Jin Sheng chuckled mockingly. Did you truly believe that a blade wound with accompanying energy was so simple? The vessels beneath your wounds are now shattered. You will bleed to death soon enough. He glanced at his blade, sneering, "You should thank me. I shall take you with my 3rd strike." With that, Jin Sheng swung his long blade. 3 absolute blades, 3rd absolute. This strike bore an even greater might, aimed directly at Su Hu's face. Should this blow land, no amount of resilience would save Su Hu. However, due to the extensive blood loss, Even the muscular Su, who now found himself weakened, left to await his demise. Jin Shang shouted, relishing the sight of a genius on the brink of destruction beneath his blade. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Jin Shang and Su Hu. In the next moment, Jin Shang's vision blurred, and Su Hu vanished. With a deafening crash, his third strike cleaved through the air, missing its target and leaving a long cut in the ground. Who? Jin Shang bellowed, fury igniting within him as he looked up to see a young man standing not far away, a blade at his waist, in his left hand lifting a petite figure, the very assassin he had just sent flying. His right hand supported Su Hu, indicating a clear alliance among the three. Hiss! Seeing Su Hu rescued, the little madman weakly hissed in relief, unable to comprehend fully, but sensing a glimmer of joy. Enough, you should tend to your own injuries. Li Dao replied. The wound the little madman sustained was no trivial matter. Fortunately, as a Gu child, his body was resilient, or he might have succumbed on the spot. Hiss! In response to Li Dao and Amp. Oppo's words, the little madman weakly hissed again, then mustered the strength to crawl onto Su Hu and Amp. Oppo's shoulder, settling comfortably. Su Hu, relieved that the little madman had survived, felt much of his earlier madness dissipate, replaced by a simple smile. Li Dao, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Hu and the little madman would grow closer together. As the three regrouped and exchanged words, Jin Shang's face turned sour. He immediately ordered the surrounding guards. What are you waiting for? These three assassins have already incapacitated two of your own. Hurry up and kill them. One assassin in Oppo's head. A reward of 100 gold. To Jin Shang, the two most formidable among the trio were now incapacitated, leaving only the one remaining, an easy target. A reward of 100 gold? Upon hearing this, the guards' eyes lit up, their greed ignited. It was not surprising. 100 gold was an immense fortune. In the prosperous Qian, 1 gold equated to 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver was 101. An average person earned roughly 21 a day. 1 tael represented 5 days in Oppo's income, and 1 gold was worth 500 days in Oppo's earnings. 100 gold could sustain a typical family for a century, making it an irresistible temptation. Kill! At last, one guard could no longer contain himself, charging towards Li Dao and the others with his blade drawn. Soon, the remaining guards followed suit, drawing their weapons and surrounding them. However, unbeknownst to them, a portion of the guards remained motionless, cautiously retreating. As the guards closed in, Su Hu attempted to move, but his legs weakened beneath him. Leave it to me. If Li Dao were alone, he could protect himself against such overwhelming numbers. With Su Hu and the little madman, things became slightly more challenging. But who cares? Li Dao activated the system panel with a thought. Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 938, available attributes, 869 system, allocate points. In the next moment, the system underwent a change. Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 1807, transformable, available attributes, 0. At this moment, Li Dao noticed a new change in the physique column. Could it be a transformation? What does it mean? However, he had no time to ponder these thoughts, as the surge of heat brought about by the enhancement of his physique had already manifested. This time, the flow of heat was more rapid and abundant than ever before. In an instant, a crimson hue enveloped his skin, and a terrifying sense of power surged within him. Simultaneously, a wave of coolness washed over his mind. In this state, he felt as if everything around him had faded away, as if time itself had slowed. This human head is mine. A guard swung a blade towards him. As Li Dao appeared the most human-like among them, he became the primary target of the guards. In Li Dao's perception, the guard's knife moved slowly through the air, so slowly that he felt a tinge of impatience. With a swift motion, Li Dao struck the blade with his palm. With a crack, the blade shattered into a dozen pieces. Fueled by Li Dao's augmented strength, the shards of metal flew like hidden weapons towards the guards attacking from the side. What is this? What is happening? Some of them had not even reacted before being severely injured by the broken blade. One unfortunate soul was struck directly in the eye by a shard, resulting in a gruesome death on the spot. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 18 at this moment. The remaining guards charged forward. With Su Hu and the little madman to his right, the guards' targets shifted towards the two of them. The surge of heat within Li Dao arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, and soon his physique was completely reinforced. Just how powerful was a body that was 18 times stronger than that of an ordinary person? Li Dao proceeded to manifest this newfound strength flawlessly. He swiftly pulled Su Hu and the little madman to his left and faced the guards on the right, lifting his leg to deliver a kick. With this kick, the leading guard's eyes bulged as his body folded at the waist, propelled backward like a cannonball, causing those behind him to be injured in the process. Spitting blood as they flew away, one kick toppled dozens of guards. Following this wave of enhancement, Li Dao's movements became even more agile. Imagine a strength surpassing that of Su Hu, combined with a flexibility greater than that of the little madman. This combination unleashed a terrifying effect. Amid the crowd, Li Dao circled around, protecting Su Hu and the little madman while fending off the surrounding guards. Yet, despite this, none of the guards could get close to the trio. Typically, anyone who suffered Li Dao and Appo's initial attack would meet an immediate demise without exception. In a matter of mere moments, over 100 guards lay defeated around Li Dao, some grievously wounded, others on the brink of death, and a few already lifeless. It is worth noting that the third prince of Luoyuan had brought only over 300 guards in total, and previously, Li Dao and his companions had dispatched roughly 100 of them. This meant that half of the remaining 200 guards were now incapacitated. Additionally, considering those who dared not engage Li Dao, it could be said that there were almost no challengers left. This scene finally brought Jin Sheng back to his senses. Another monster, and one even more powerful than the previous two. He also noted that this creature fought solely with physical strength, not employing any energy techniques. Yet he could hardly fathom how a human could possess such formidable physical prowess. However, his heart swelled with excitement. Killing a being endowed with such talent would yield an even greater sense of accomplishment. Clear the way. Upon hearing Jin Sheng and Appo's command, a group of guards seemed to hear the call of a savior, retreating from Li Dao without a moment in Appo's hesitation. As if any hesitation would be a disrespect to their captain. Jin Sheng stepped forward and declared, though unaware of who had sent them. He first wished to thank the individuals behind them. For regardless of the faction, the loss of such talents would surely be painful. Painful? They were inmates from a death row. However, at this moment, he was too disinterested to elaborate, merely casting his gaze towards the figure of the expert before him. There amidst a dozen guards stood a young man clad in resplendent garments. This must be the so-called third prince of Luoyuan. Collecting attributes was his objective, but similarly, eliminating the third prince was also part of his goal. Upon realizing that a monster was fixated upon him, the third prince could no longer afford to sit back and watch. Without hesitation, he commanded Captain Jin Sheng, eliminate these 3 assassins immediately. Yes, Jin Sheng accepted the order without hesitation, for it aligned with his own desires. Today, these assassins would all meet their end here. Without a moment and Appo's doubt, Jin Sheng struck, his long blade slicing through the air straight towards Li Dao's face. In deference to an expert, Li Dao placed Su Hu and the little madman down, decisively drawing his own mysterious iron blade. The dominant blades, 3 absolutes. The Gale blade technique. In an instant, the blade, imbued with a fierce radiance, collided with Jin Sheng and Appo's raw power. With a resounding bang, a figure was sent flying. The figure steadied itself mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground. How could this be possible? Jin Sheng stared in shock at his trembling hand. Just moments ago, when their blades clashed, a terrifying force emanated from the opponent and Appo's blade, compelling him to retreat and dissipate his strength. Even now, his hands still trembled from that overwhelming power. He had suspected the opponent and Appo's physique was extraordinary, but he had clearly underestimated him. This was power beyond what that body should be able to wield. Chapter 16. Shun San and the Old Ghost. What manner of creature are you? Jin Sheng gazed in astonishment at Li Dao, whose normal physique belied the extraordinary strength he wielded. A creature? Li Dao replied with a faint smile, "If being called a monster means I am stronger than being a waste, then I would gladly accept it." Compared to his former self, who was regarded as worthless, he would embrace being a monster 100 times over. "Have you finished your attack? Now it is my turn." With that, Li Dao grasped the Qian Dynasty, and with a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards Jin Sheng. Furious wind blade technique. He swung his blade, and though it lacked the visible aura that true energy could produce, the sheer force and speed generated a fierce gust of wind that rippled through the air. Jin Sheng and Appo's pupils contracted as he hurriedly raised his blade to block. With a resounding clang, he was once again sent flying by the overwhelming power. Li Dao did not relent. He pursued Jin Sheng, relentlessly wielding the Qian Dynasty, the furious wind blade technique resembling a true tempest as it assailed Jin Sheng from all directions. In this process, his understanding of the technique deepened, and his strikes became increasingly cunning. Meanwhile, Jin Sheng felt the pressure mount as he faced not only the terrifying weight of the heavy blade, but also the onslaught of flashing blades from every angle. At the same time, Prince Luoyun San, hoping to witness the prowess of his bodyguard, was instead met with the sight of Jin Sheng retreating in defeat. It was evident to any discerning eye that Jin Sheng was doing his utmost to withstand the assault. "No, I cannot remain here. I must flee and seek help." The prince's expression grew frantic, his earlier bravado evaporating. Ultimately, he made a decisive choice. To his guards, he urged, "Stop watching, while the captain holds off these assassins. Quickly take me away from here." The guards, regaining their senses, nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Highness." They were equally unwilling to confront such a fearsome adversary, preferring instead to follow the prince to safety. As for Captain Jin Sheng, they could only wish him well, for they had often been the ones to bear the brunt of the fighting, allowing him to reap the rewards without burden. Was that delightful aroma? As he entered the military tent with his guards, Prince Luoyun San wrinkled his nose at the faint, alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Before he could process this, he noticed his guards collapsing one by one onto the ground. Poisoned. This singular thought surged through his mind. This must be Prince Luoyun San. At that moment, he felt a chill at his neck and looked down to find a dagger hanging there, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Turning around, he saw a plump middle-aged man, with an old man emerging from the shadows beside him. It was Shun San and the old ghost. "Old ghost, this time the potion is indeed effective. What you brought before was utterly useless." Observing the fallen guards, Shun San could not help but critique. The old ghost retorted without hesitation. "It has nothing to do with my potion. The wind changed direction. Enough. I shall not debate with you now. If we delay further, the big fellow and the little madman may soon perish." Shun San delivered a kick to Prince Luoyun San, knocking him to the ground. "Go. Have your guard bring my 2 companions over here. I want tea. Refuse, and you shall die." Shun San flicked the dagger, embedding it just shy of the prince's vital regions. I will." Startled, Prince Luoyun San had no choice but to comply, nodding vigorously. Outside the tent, the guards were preoccupied, watching the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the tent flaps parted, revealing 3 figures. "Your Highness, there are assassins. Over here." "What? Where are the assassins?" The 3 quickly captured the attention of the remaining guards. However, unbeknownst to them, although the guards shouted about assassins, none dared to approach, seemingly fearful of encountering another monstrous foe. After all, the previous 3 assassins had proven to be no trifling matter. "Speak," Shun San demanded, pressing the dagger closer to Prince Luoyun San and Appo's ear. The prince, seeing the guard around him, quickly shouted, "Stop staring. Hurry and bring the 2 brave men lying over there." "Brave men? Aren't and Appo's the assassins?" Yet, a glance at the prince and Appo's predicament revealed why he made such a statement. "What are you standing there for? Hurry." Under Prince Luoyun San and Appo's urging, one guard finally moved. However, as he approached Su Hu and the little madman, he was immediately deterred by their menacing aura, retreating in fear of being struck down. "Get to it," the prince shouted again. Yet, compared to his authority, The presence of Su Hu and his companion instilled far greater terror in the guards. Forget it. Let's go ourselves. These two do not recognize anyone. Knowing their personalities, Sun San guided Prince Luoyuan sent towards Su Hu and the little madman. Hiss! As they drew near, the little madman was the first to strike, letting out a threatening roar. It's me, not an enemy, Sun San quickly interjected. His words, however, only seemed to amplify the little madman's fury. Sun San? Fortunately, the little madman was merely attempting to intimidate Sun San, and after a couple of roars, he returned to his weakened state, slumped against Su Hu's shoulder. Su Hu, too, was in poor condition. Having lost considerable blood, his skin had taken on a waxy hue, and his cheeks appeared pallid. Yet despite this, he maintained a defensive posture, embodying the ferocity of a wounded tiger. Sun San glanced at the blood pooling around Su Hu and the wounds adorning his body, and said, "Old ghost, the big fellow is gravely wounded. Can you manage?" The old ghost snorted lightly. "My medical skills are unparalleled." With that, he retrieved various vials and containers from his robes. Seeing this, Sun San and Appo's expression turned quizzical. "Old ghost, you're not planning to go solo, are you? You used those same ingredients when concocting the poisons." Casting a sidelong glance at Sun San, the old ghost began preparing the medicine, explaining, "None of the potions in my possession are poisons. This is the result of my years of research. While these substances might not be toxic, once formulated by the old ghost, they could yield hundreds of different poisons. Similarly, he could also create conventional medicines from them. Moreover, I must tell you, my methods of healing far surpass those of poisoning. Poisoning is merely for self-preservation. Healing is the foundation of my existence." As he spoke, his hands moved deftly, and soon several vials of medicine were ready. The old ghost approached Su Hu and the little madman, ignoring the fierce aura emanating from Su Hu, and directly administered the medicine. "Be careful," Sun San exclaimed, startled at the prospect of Su Hu or the little madman attacking the old ghost. But the outcome left him dumbfounded. In the face of the old ghost, Su Hu and the little madman instantly shed their initial aggression. "Old ghost, what is this?" Sun San asked, astonished. It was worth noting that aside from Li Dao, these two would not yield to anyone. The old ghost replied calmly, "I have cultivated the true qi of longevity for nearly a century. My aura mimics the natural energies of the world. While it may be effective on ordinary individuals, it holds remarkable effects on these two." He produced a vial, uncapped it, and held it beneath Su Hu's nose. Sniff! Su Hu nodded and inhaled deeply. In an instant, his complexion flushed, and he appeared revitalized. The old ghost repeated the process with the little madman, explaining, "This is my concocted blood spirit mist, specifically designed to stabilize patients with external injuries. Even if one's organs are severely damaged, it can sustain life for half an hour." Subsequently, he produced a vial and poured a viscous ointment onto Su Hu's wounds. This was blood spirit ointment, an enhanced version of blood spirit mist, a feat unattainable by the living dead, yet feasible for the flesh and bones. Once the blood spirit ointment was applied, Su Hu's bleeding wounds ceased instantly, while a visible layer of coagulated blood formed over the injury. As the medicine permeated, the blood scab thickened. Likewise, the old ghost administered the ointment to the nearby little madman. This scene not only astounded Sun San, but also left Prince Luoyuan III and the surrounding guards in utter disbelief. The efficacy of such a potion stirred the hearts of all present. For those who traverse the realm or tread upon the battlefield, dread the thought of wounds that refuse to heal. "You, my dear fellow, it cost me quite a bit of medicine this time." After applying the ointment to Su Hu, the old ghost couldn't and Appo's tea helped but display a hint of discomfort on his face. Contemplating this, he glanced at the guards surrounding Prince Luoyuan III, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Approaching the prince, he said, "I beseech you, young lad, to assist me once more." "What assistance do you require?" "Quite simple. Moments latte." Sun San watched as the guards lined up before the old ghost to have their blood drawn, momentarily taken aback. "Old ghost, what are you doing?" "Preparing medicine." "Did you think my potions materialize from thin air?" "Human blood can indeed serve as a medicinal ingredient. With a chuckle, he added, for me, all of nature can be utilized in medicine. It is merely a reflection of my benevolence. Otherwise, the old ghost and Oppo's face contorted into an enigmatic smile. On another front, while the old ghost and Shun San were occupied with healing and drawing blood, the clash between Li Dao and Jin Sheng continued unabated. Although Li Dao possessed an astonishing physique, constantly overpowering Jin Sheng, the latter was nonetheless a postnatal second-tier martial artist. As long as his vital energy was not depleted, his strength remained formidable. I will block. I will block. Facing Li Dao's tempestuous onslaught with his long blade, Jin Sheng incessantly parried the strikes. Suddenly, he realized that he had not successfully blocked anything at all. Cautiously observing, he discovered that his opponent had inexplicably halted. You! Just as Jin Sheng intended to voice his thoughts, he found Li Dao charging at him once more. In that moment, he comprehended the intention behind the pause. It was a ploy to disrupt his rhythm. He had just acclimated to the rapid succession of heavy strikes, and the abrupt cessation left him disoriented. Stop! Jin Sheng shouted urgently. Unfazed, Li Dao continued his relentless assault. Observing this, Jin Sheng quickly exclaimed, I no longer wish to fight. Let me go. I will deliver Prince Luoyun III to you. Do you think your prince will be saddened by your actions? Even if he is saddened, I merely wish to survive. At that moment, Jin Sheng completely abandoned his loyalty, consumed by the singular desire to preserve his life in the face of that obstinate prince. Regrettably for you, you have crossed paths with me. Li Dao shook his head. What do you mean? Jin Sheng asked, bewildered. He believed himself to be an inconsequential figure, one whose demise would require excessive effort. If you encountered someone else, perhaps you might live, but not with me. For Li Dao understood that he must continue to slay, to grow stronger, especially after having invested so much time in this encounter. Failing to eliminate Jin Sheng would feel like a loss. Jin Sheng's expression darkened, utterly unprepared for Li Dao and Oppo's relentless pursuit. Consider this strike a gift. Suddenly, Li Dao flicked his dark iron blade, altering the rhythm of the engagement. Unnamed strike. This maneuver was born from the continuous exchanges and the insights he had cultivated in his mind. It was derived from the Gale Blade technique, but diverged from it, embodying two distinct qualities, speed and precision. Chapter 17. Return, transformation, and invulnerable flesh. With a sudden, piercing sound, the blade struck flesh. Jin Sheng had barely lifted his long sword to block when it was already too late. Coughing up blood, he looked down in disbelief at the blade embedded in his throat. How could a martial artist of the second rank, a paragon of strength, succumb to a brute? In an instant, Li Dao withdrew his sword, shaking off the blood that had stained the dark iron blade. The system's voice resonated in his ears as expected. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 154. It was no surprise. Even a fraction of a master's attributes was worth 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Had he not eliminated a considerable number of guards earlier, he might have struggled against the head guard before him. Jin Sheng's demise left the surrounding guards in a state of panic, akin to headless flies, unsure of how to proceed. Flee. Moments later, that singular thought consumed them. However, Li Dao had no intention of letting such prey escape. With ruthless resolve, he wielded his dark iron blade and commenced a massacre of the remaining guards. Even if these northern brutes chose to surrender, he would show no mercy. Although Li Dao had once been a debauched count in the imperial capital before his memories returned, he was acutely aware of the enmity between the great Qian Dynasty and the northern barbarians. The people of the north harbored deep resentment towards the great Qian Dynasty. Countless individuals were plundered annually, and with a populace trained for battle, the burden of guilt rested on each northern soul. Spare me. I have a wife and children at home. I beg you, do not kill me. I surrender. Li Dao and Oppo's heart was as cold as the blade in his hand. After the passage of a single incense stick and Oppo's worth of time, only a field of corpses remained. No living soul was left. Simultaneously, his previously depleted attributes were replenished. Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 1807, transformable. Available attributes, 463. Glancing at the notes beside the physical strength attribute, Li Dao attempted to allocate points. only to find that the available attributes did not add to physical strength as they typically would. Instead, the newly appeared word transformable flickered. Did he need to complete this transformation first? However, transformation sounded complex. It was not feasible in this moment. He would address it later. Closing the panel, Li Dao resolved to seek out Su Hu and the others. Since his confrontation with Jin Sheng had drawn him far away, he was unaware of their situation. Nonetheless, it should be manageable. While Su Hu and the madman had sustained serious injuries, with the head guard dealt with, they should be able to protect themselves against the remaining guards. Old Ghost, have you killed them all? Shen Sing gazed at the last guard who had suddenly collapsed, astonished. The old ghost, satisfied with his haul, replied, I never kill. I merely leave them a breath. And they fail themselves. To him, as long as he did not directly cause their deaths, it was not murder. What happened afterward was of no concern to him. Having spent time with the old ghost, Shun Sen was familiar with his nature and found it unremarkable. He kicked the fallen prince of Luo Yun to the ground and said, why not finish this one off as well? After all, we came to kill him. This one, the old ghost merely glanced at him before stating, this fellow is riddled with ailments. He appears young, yet his body is completely depleted from indulgence. I have no interest. You may deal with him as you wish. Very well. Shun Sen looked at the prince of Luo Yun and declared, it's time for you to depart. But fear not. I'm not like the old ghost who delights in torment. A swift cut from my little knife will ensure your passing is quick and painless. The prince's composure crumbled. He wished to live, not to die easily. As the dagger approached, he felt his knees, begging for mercy. Spare me. I am the third prince of the northern barbarian Luo Yun tribe. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. At this, Shun San chuckled. Do you know us, third prince? And no, I do not. You don't know us, yet you expect your father to? If we kill you, no one will know it was us. The prince of Luo Yun fell silent. Suddenly, a spark of intuition ignited within him. Wait, hear me out. You do not appear to be officials, but rather men of the martial world, yes? If you are indeed officials, I have no words to say. My death is deserved. However, if you are from the martial world, then someone must have offered you terms to kill me. What are you trying to say? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the prince hurriedly continued. What price did they offer you? I will pay you double. No, tenfold. Just spare my life, and I will give you 10 times the price. How does that sound? Before Shin San could respond, a voice called out from a distance. Do you have 50 lives to offer us? Shun Sen turned to see Li Dao approaching, his expression brightening. Boss, did you manage to kill that master? Indeed. I knew you could do it. That scoundrel had caused me no end of trouble. Shin San laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the prince of Luo Yun trembled at the mention of Li Dao's words. Previously, he had harbored a sliver of hope that Jin Sheng would return to rescue him. But now despair enveloped him entirely. Li Dao assessed Su Hu and the madman nearby, noting their injuries had nearly healed, and immediately understood the old ghost's involvement. He remarked, Old Ghost, your healing skills are far more reliable than your poison. Unfazed by the jest, the old ghost replied, my medical skills have always been more dependable than my poison. Li Dao nodded, turning to the prince of Luo Yun. Is this our target? Shin San affirmed. I was just about to deal with him. In the next moment, the dark iron blade pierced the chest of the prince of Luo Yun. He looked down in disbelief at the blade embedded in his chest, unable to comprehend how his negotiations had ended so abruptly. Yet it was too late. He felt the warmth of life ebbing away. A few breaths later, 1 enemy slain, attributes gained, 0.06. Li Dao stared quizzically at the lifeless prince of Luo Yun. How utterly inept could this man be to yield such a meager attribute? It was even less than his initial physical strength. Nevertheless, a morsel is still sustenance. He could hardly return attributes. Meanwhile, Shun Sen snapped back to reality, astonished. That was it. You've killed him? Li Dao retorted, what? Leave him alive for the new year? Shun Sen paused for a moment before abruptly kneeling beside the corpse of the prince of Luo Yun and rifling through his garments. What are you doing? Li Dao was startled by Shun San's actions. The man already appeared dubious. Could he be a pervert as well? Without turning, Shun San chuckled. One must not waste a kill. After some rummaging, he extracted a string of beads from the prince's attire and raised them. Boss, these beads are quite exquisite. Do you want them? Realizing Shun San had fallen back into his old habits, Li Dao replied, "Keep them for yourself." Without hesitation, Shun San tucked the beads away and continued his search of the prince and Appo's corpse. Li Dao glanced at the three companions, stating, "Let's take a brief respite before returning to Changgu town in half an hour." With that, he found a clean spot and sat down to rest. After having taken so many lives, it would be disingenuous to claim he bore no psychological burden. After all, he was not inherently a cold-blooded killer. Thus, he needed to calm his emotions to prevent himself from becoming one. Half an hour swiftly passed. As dawn had yet to break, Li Dao led his companions back to Changgu town. In the main military tent of Changgu town, Wei Yun stared incredulously at the 5 individuals before him. You annihilated the entire team of Prince Luoyan? He had merely instructed them to devise a plan to assassinate the prince, not to engage in total extermination. Was it truly necessary to take it this far? At this point, Shun San chimed in with enthusiasm. It was all thanks to the boss. He single-handedly eliminated nearly 100 guards and even took down the second-tier captain. We merely played supporting roles. Hearing this, Old Ghost smirked, uncertain who among them was truly the most inconsequential. Yet he found some matters unworthy of his age and experience to dwell upon. "Oh," Wei Yin exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Li Dao. "You managed to defeat a second-tier expert?" Li Dao casually remarked, perhaps it was because that individual was not particularly competent. He cast a glance at Old Ghost, who, after all, was a first-tier practitioner. "Old Ghost," Wei Yin responded, "even if you were lacking, your performance was still quite remarkable. Among second-tier martial artists, being able to break through 100 defenses signifies considerable prowess. Though you faced irregular guards, those who serve as protectors are no less formidable, so there is no need for you to be modest." Li Dao shrugged, choosing to remain silent. To him, the more low-key he appeared, the better. Noticing Li Dao's reluctance to elaborate further, Wei Yun sought to avoid an awkward continuation of the conversation. "After a night filled with trials, I assume you 5 are weary, so do take your rest." Shun Sen interjected, "I say, Commander Wei, are you suggesting we rest, or are you sending us back to the dungeons?" "Of course not. You all have been of immense assistance to me. I shall provide each of you with your own tent for rest," Wei Yun assured them. Shun Sen smiled in satisfaction. "Now that is more like it." The 5 exited the main tent, quickly guided by a soldier to 5 connected tents. Shun San and the others instinctively turned their gazes towards Li Dao. "Choose it well. Once you have rested, we shall complete the following 2 tasks." With that, Li Dao entered the central tent. The remaining 4 exchanged glances before each selecting a tent to enter. Upon entering his tent, Li Dao discovered a bed and an array of food on a nearby table. He bypassed the food and sat cross-legged on the bed. In his mind, he silently invoked, "Interface. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 1807, Potential for Transformation, Available Attributes, 4. 63. After a brief pause, he decisively focused his thoughts on the term potential for transformation. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming tremor course through him. A mysterious sensation of tearing erupted from within, not merely a physical rending, but as if every cell in his body was undergoing a violent rupture, a sensation indescribable by mere words. Simultaneously, information regarding the transformation of his physique flooded his mind. He learned that when a person and Appo's physique reaches a certain threshold, it hits a limit. To surpass this limit, one must enhance their bodily potential. Just as practitioners can break through their limits by harnessing true energy, allowing them to undergo a profound metamorphosis, Li Dao and Appo's situation was different. He could not rely on true energy, as it was absent within him. Therefore, he was required to transcend his limits through sheer will and physical capability. While such an endeavor is typically arduous for most, Li Dao and Appo's system made it relatively straightforward. He merely needed to endure the pain accompanying the transformation. If he could not withstand the suffering, then possessing a system would be pointless. Yet, despite the agony inherent in this transformation, it bore advantages unattainable by others. Each transformation would bestow upon him a unique enhancement to a specific function of his body, yielding unexpected benefits. Understanding the nature of the transformation, Li Dao gritted his teeth and began to endure. The system was his secret. He had no desire for his peculiarities to be revealed. However, the tearing pain intensified, gradually numbing him altogether. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, he felt the pain begin to subside. Simultaneously, he recognized changes occurring within his body. It was as if the transformation had commenced. Was it his skin? Li Dao keenly sensed that his skin was undergoing alteration. At that moment, it felt as though his skin was being remodeled, exhibiting changes he could hardly comprehend. Regardless of the form these changes took, they should bode well for him. Had an outsider been present, they would have observed Li Dao and Appo's skin gradually darkening. After several minutes, the pain within him dissipated completely, and he realized his transformation had come to fruition. Li Dao looked down to discover his skin had taken on a deep black hue. Astonished, he soon realized it was merely a layer of dead skin, with his true skin lying beneath. He reached down and tore at the layer of dead skin, revealing the true state of his skin underneath. Compared to its previous condition, his skin had become significantly fairer, though not excessively so. Rather, it exhibited a healthy tone. But this was not the aspect that captivated his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that his skin retained its softness, yet its texture had seemingly altered. Resilience. Yes, his skin had indeed become more resilient than before. Li Dao quickly peeled away the dead skin from his entire body and found that every inch of his skin exhibited the same enhancement. Interface. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 18:07. Available attributes. 4:63. Indeed, the transformation was complete. The notation in parentheses had vanished, yet the interface did not reveal the specifics of his changes. Should he allocate some attributes for enhancement? Li Dao Bandut. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 22:70. Available attributes. 0. No change occurred. It did not adhere to the notion that an increase in physique required a doubling of attributes to enhance. Rather, it remained a straightforward correlation. Add as much as desired, and one's strength would increase accordingly. The familiar warmth coursed through his body, reshaping his form and mind. Uniquely, he discovered that this time, alongside the strengthening of his physique, his skin experienced a transformation unlike before. This must be the special metamorphosis the system had mentioned, though he had not anticipated it manifesting in his skin. Had it grown more resilient? Suddenly, a thought struck Li Dao. Rising, he retrieved the dark iron blade he had placed upon the bedside. Without hesitation, he gripped the blade firmly and decisively drew it across his left arm. Had it been before, even with a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person, the sharpness of the dark iron blade would have certainly inflicted a wound. For in his past life, he had learned about the scientific explanation regarding human strength. The strength of an individual's body is not solely related to their capacity to withstand external forces. This implies that while an individual may possess a formidable physique and resilience, the primary factor lies in muscle cushioning, allowing them to endure certain levels of external force, yet injury would still occur. Moreover, it has been scientifically calculated that an average individual would require at least 10,000 times the physical strength of a regular person to disregard a bullet. This is not a mere fabrication by the author, but rather a fact gleaned from online sources. It is evident that unless one's physical strength reaches an extraordinarily formidable level, sustaining injuries from external forces remains exceedingly probable. Following this, he commenced an experiment to observe the changes in his skin. As the Qian iron blade descended, he did not experience the typical sensation associated with cutting through human flesh. Instead, it felt akin to slicing through resilient leather with a blunt knife, the blade failing to penetrate. Upon lifting the Qian iron blade for inspection, he discerned no white marks on his skin, only a singular red imprint, which vanished in the blink of an eye due to his remarkable regenerative abilities. Indeed, this transformation of his physique had fortuitously enhanced the resilience and toughness of his skin. Had this occurred prior to his metamorphosis, such a cut would have undoubtedly drawn blood and potentially harmed the underlying muscles. Subsequently, Li Dao began to test the maximum force his skin could endure. Under the premise of wielding the Qian iron blade, double the strength of an average person proved ineffective. At 5 times the normal strength, A white mark could be left on his skin, yet it vanished almost instantaneously. At 10 times the average strength, it was only marginally capable of inflicting a scratch upon his skin. However, such an injury would quickly scab and heal due to his recovery capacity being 20 times that of an ordinary individual. Ultimately, it was only when Li Dao exerted his full strength that the Qian iron blade managed to slice into the muscle of his arm. Nevertheless, it was firmly ensnared by his dense musculature. It is crucial to note that all these observations were conducted with the Qian iron blade. Had he employed an ordinary knife, it is likely that the blade would have shattered without inflicting any harm upon him. With his current skin strength, he could rightfully be deemed impervious to blades and firearms. This, however, merely scratches the surface of his experimentation with sharp instruments. Li Dao is convinced that the metamorphosis of his skin harbors even more extraordinary attributes. Most importantly, he understands that the enhanced resistance of his skin to external forces will continue to improve in tandem with the augmentation of his physical strength. Thus, Li Dao pondered a rather profound question. What if he were to develop appendicitis in the future? Of course, this inquiry was merely a fleeting thought. With a physique possessing 20 times the strength of an average person, he also boasts a resistance to viruses and bacteria that is similarly magnified. What then could possibly induce inflammation in him? Moreover, even if inflammation were to occur, his immune system would facilitate rapid healing, rendering surgical intervention unnecessary. Chapter 18. The second mission. As Li Dao became aware of the changes within himself, he couldn't help but reflect on the newfound strength he had acquired for self-preservation. The transformation of his skin significantly enhanced his ability to survive, making the path ahead considerably more manageable. After shedding the remnants of his old skin and donning fresh attire, Li Dao sat at the table and indulged in a hearty meal. Once satiated, he stretched and lay down on his bed, drifting into slumber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, after Li Dao and his companions successfully assassinated Prince San of the Falling Cloud, Wei Yun had not sought them out again. They had attempted to find Wei Yun, but to no avail, leaving them to wait. Fortunately, life was more comfortable than in the death row camp, with ample food and drink each day. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Wei Yun took the initiative to summon the 5 of them for a meeting. In the main military tent, Wei Yun sat at the head of the table, raising his goblet toward Li Dao and his companions. He expressed his gratitude, stating that the death of Prince San had temporarily derailed negotiations between the Northern Barbarians TMU tribe and the Falling Cloud tribe, alleviating some pressure in the border regions. After finishing his drink, he listened as Shun San broke the silence, bluntly questioning the value of mere words of appreciation. He suggested that tangible benefits, such as granting them household registration and freedom, will be far more meaningful. Wei Yun's lips twitched. He had underestimated Shun San's audacity. Ignoring Shun San, he turned his gaze to Li Dao, stating that while he could not offer any substantial rewards, he could allow them to complete 3 tasks sooner. He had gathered them to discuss the second mission. Shun San couldn't and oppose. He helped but mutter that this hardly counted as a benefit. Li Dao, undeterred by Shun San and oppose as foolishness, set down his goblet and directly inquired about the nature of the second task. To him, having a mission was a positive development. The sooner it was completed, the sooner he could shed his identity as a death row inmate. Wei Yun responded that although they had temporarily severed communication between the TMU and Falling Cloud tribes, the TMU tribe had not ceased its activities. According to intelligence from their scouts, the TMU tribe had not only been negotiating with the Falling Cloud tribe, but had also ordered 100,000 arrows from the Northern Barbarians Fire tribe. These arrows were likely intended for use against the Great Qian army. Upon hearing this, Shun San's expression changed. Are you suggesting that our mission is to intercept these 100,000 arrows? Wei Yun shook his head, clarifying that they were not to intercept the arrows, but rather to find a way to destroy them. Shun San slammed his palm on the table and stood up, incredulous. Wei, Don and Oppos, treat us as fools. Such a vital resource as 100,000 arrows will undoubtedly be heavily guarded, and the convoy will be accompanied by numerous skilled fighters. You are essentially sending us to our deaths. Wei Yun, unfazed by Shun San and Amp, Appo's reaction turned his attention back to Li Dao. 9527. What are your thoughts on this? Li Dao set down his goblet and spoke softly, acknowledging that the task was indeed beyond ordinary capabilities. If Commander Wei does not wish to lose our trust, there must be more you have yet to disclose. Wei Yan clapped his hands in admiration. I underestimated your intelligence. You are correct. This mission is indeed quite challenging. Therefore, not only will you five be going, but I will also accompany you with a contingent from the elite brigade. Sun Sen pursed his lips, realizing he had nothing further to argue. After all, the commander himself would be present. To suggest they were heading to their demise would only implicate himself as well. Upon hearing Wei Yun and Appo's intention to join, Li Dao and Appo's expression sharpened, and he asked, "Is it truly that perilous?" Wei Yun nodded, confirming that it was indeed somewhat precarious, as he had received word that one of the escorts would be a congenital warrior. A congenital warrior. Li Dao and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Through discussions with Old Ghost and others, Li Dao had gained insight into the hierarchy of martial cultivation in this world, which was categorized into acquired warriors, congenital warriors, master warriors, and grandmaster warriors. Grandmasters were national treasures, rarely seen in action, while master warriors were the most formidable figures in the martial world, albeit quite rare. Congenital warriors, however, comprised the mainstream of martial prowess. In Li Dao's assessment, ordinary individuals were akin to minor adversaries. Acquired warriors were elite foes, whereas congenital warriors represented the boss-level threats. Despite the seemingly minor distinction between acquired and congenital, the disparity in strength was at least tenfold. The last opponent he faced, Jin Sheng, was merely an acquired second-tier warrior, not even reaching first-tier status. Are you jesting? Who could possibly contend with a congenital warrior? Sun Sen exclaimed, clearly aware of the formidable nature of congenital warriors. Wei Yan reassured them, do not worry. You will not need to engage with that congenital warrior. I will handle it myself. Wait, you are a congenital warrior? Sun Sen asked, astonished. Wei Yan smiled nonchalantly. Why would that be surprising? Sun Sen found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that he had been bickering with a formidable individual of congenital rank for some time, and he couldn't and Appo's help but feel a sense of admiration for himself. Have you considered it? Will you accept this mission? Wei Yan turned his gaze back to Li Dao. Accept or decline? Li Dao met Wei Yan's gaze directly and replied, we may wish to decline, but would you allow us to do so? Of course not. Then why waste your breath? Wei Yan. It seemed he had acted foolishly. 2 days later, outside Changgu town, Li Dao and his companions gathered once more, mounted on their steeds. This time, however, they were accompanied by numerous others. 9527, long time no see, a familiar voice called out as Lu Fuzhong approached Li Dao. Lu Fuzhong. Li Dao acknowledged, recognizing the individual who had previously intersected with his path. Lu Fuzhong glanced at Li Dao and his 4 companions, stating, if this mission is successful, you should be able to leave the death row camp soon. Just 2 more times, Li Dao replied, not hiding the truth from Lu Fuzhong, who he believed was already aware of the situation. Looks like you're on the right track, Lu Fuzhong remarked. Li Dao shrugged, expressing uncertainty about the outcome until they truly tasted freedom. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Fuzhong took his leave, as he was a captain and had to lead his men alongside Wei Yun. Shortly thereafter, Wei Yun rode out, and with a commanding shout, the group set off toward the outskirts of Changgu. As they advanced, the elite brigade, under Wei Yun's leadership, arrived early at the designated ambush site, a critical juncture between the Fire Tribe and the Tiamu Tribe. This area, characterized by desert plains with only a single thoroughfare, was an essential route for the Tiamu Tribe's convoy. Thus, Wei Yun led his men to lay ambush along the surrounding path. As Li Dao Gang found a suitable hiding place, he noticed Lu Fuchong approaching with his subordinates nearby. A look of confusion crossed his face. Lu Fuchong, what are you doing? Lu Fuchong waved his hand dismissively. No need to mind us. We merely wish to join you in the ambush for greater safety. Taken aback by his response, Li Dao found himself at a loss for words, yet ultimately acquiesced. Similarly, Sun Sen and a few others shared Lu Fuchong and Appo's sentiment. swiftly positioning themselves near Li Dao as well. As time gradually passed, the night wore on. Yet, the solitary road remained devoid of the anticipated convoy from the TMU tribe. Beneath the relentless sun, Shun San, drenched in sweat, remarked, "Has that way fellow lost track of time? Why has no one arrived? If they don't come soon, shall we just sit here waiting indefinitely?" His words drew disapproving glares from the soldiers beside Lu Fuchong, who were displeased with Shun San's reference to Wei Yun. However, Shun San, unconcerned with their opinions, retorted, "Why shouldn't and oppose? Ti speak? Even death row inmates have a voice. Enough chatter. There and oppose. S movement." Li Dao interjected suddenly. At his words, Shun San promptly fell silent, and the others rose to observe. Indeed, in the distance, a convoy appeared, identifiable by the TMU tribe and oppose S banner, clearly. The team transporting the 10,000 arrows. Lu Fuchong slightly rose to scrutinize the approaching group, his brow furrowing at the sight of what seemed to be an unexpectedly large contingent, at least 1,000 men. 1,000 soldiers could easily spark a small-scale conflict. Li Dao cast a glance and noticed 2 distinct tribal flags among the convoy, prompting him to say, "It seems this group comprises not only TMU tribe members, but also individuals from the Lihua tribe, hence the larger numbers." The Lihua tribe? Lu Fuchong pondered for a moment before deducing that the recent events involving the Luoyun tribe had heightened the TMU tribe's vigilance, leading them to enlist aid from the Lihua tribe for this transport. Upon learning of the enemy and Oppo's increased numbers, the expressions of those around him soured. The difficulty of their mission had already been considerable, and now this unforeseen complication made it even more daunting. Seeing that there was no sign of movement from Wei Yun and Oppo's side, Li Dao concluded that the mission was to proceed. He was quite satisfied with continuing the ambush, as the presence of numerous ordinary individuals or slightly weaker postnatal warriors posed no threat to him, especially after his skin had undergone a transformation, rendering the tactics of overwhelming numbers nearly ineffective against him. Most individuals could hardly penetrate his skin, making them mere lambs for slaughter in his eyes. Coupled with his extraordinary stamina and recovery abilities, he felt confident that, given time, he could single-handedly eliminate the 1,000-strong convoy. As time passed, the TMU and Lihua tribe and Oppo's convoy drew ever closer to their ambush position. Finally, the enemy and Oppo's convoy entered the designated area. At that moment, a signal horn echoed across the plain. In response, Lu Fuchong decisively commanded, "All rise and shoot." Instantly, 200 archers emerged from the slopes on either side of the convoy, unleashing a volley of arrows upon it. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the TMU and Lihua tribes became aware of the ambush, hastily shouting for their comrades to prepare for combat. Yet it was too late. The first wave of arrows rained down, claiming many escorting lives. Before they could react, under Wei Yun's command, a second barrage of arrows swiftly followed. "You will pay for this," a furious voice roared from within the convoy. In the next instant, a figure leapt into the air from the TMU tribe and Oppo's ranks. With deft movements, the individual seemed to manipulate the incoming arrows with an invisible force, causing a portion of them to veer off course and land harmlessly on the ground. Witnessing this, Li Dao murmured, "Qi release, an innate warrior." This person was undoubtedly the innate warrior hidden among the TMU tribe's forces. At that moment, Wei Yun also recognized the figure that had appeared. He immediately commanded, "Vanguard, charge. Rearguard, provide cover and neutralize the arrows." With that, he drew his long knife and charged toward the innate warrior. Half of his soldiers surged toward the convoy, while the other half continued to rain arrows, providing cover for their comrades. On the other side, Li Dao, seeing this unfold, did not hesitate. He grabbed his black iron knife and followed the front line into the fray, understanding the value of early engagement for maximizing his gains. Lu Fuchong, witnessing the scene, promptly ordered, "Everyone, charge alongside 9,527. His strategy relied on faith and unity in their advance. Likewise, Su Hu and the others, seeing Li Dao and Oppo's decisive move, followed suit without hesitation. Mere minutes prior, the atmosphere had been tranquil. Now, two forces clashed fiercely amid chaos. Chapter 19. The Unexpected. Half-step innate warriors. Upon entering the chaotic convoy, Li Dao remained steadfast in fulfilling his mission while also harvesting attributes. Approaching a horse-drawn carriage, he swiftly dispatched several guards with a single stroke of his blade. Kill count 1. Attribute gained 0. 21. Kill count 1. Attribute gained 0. 20. Kill count 1. Attribute gained 0. 23. Ignoring the system's notifications, he lifted the lid of a box at the rear of the carriage to reveal a neatly arranged collection of arrows, exuding a faint scent of freshly cut wood, indicative of their recent crafting. At that moment, Li Dao spotted Lu Fuzhong leading a group and waved for his attention. Upon hearing him, Lu Fuzhong quickly approached, also noticing the newly made arrows. "You destroy the arrows while I provide cover," Li Dao stated decisively. "Agreed," Lu Fuzhong nodded, promptly instructing his subordinates to prepare. However, upon noticing the attempt to intercept the arrows, the members of the TMU tribe surged forward to obstruct them. Li Dao, showing no mercy, unsheathed his blade and engaged them without hesitation. Within mere moments, the reinforcements were felled, contributing to his attribute gains. At that instant, a formidable figure erupted from the TMU tribe. The newcomer, a burly man wielding dual axes and bearing his torso, charged forth, leaving the surrounding soldiers of the great Qian Dynasty utterly outmatched. Setting his sights on Li Dao, the man bellowed, "Scoundrel, do not be so arrogant." Before the words even left his mouth, he swung his axes directly at Li Dao's face. "Be careful." 9527. Lu Fuzhong shouted, witnessing the ferocity of the approaching foe. He feared Li Dao was not a match for such a formidable opponent. Initially, Li Dao had assumed that such a large convoy could not be protected by a single innate warrior, and he expected to encounter additional practitioners among the ranks. Just as he contemplated this, one appeared. Unfazed by the dual axes barreling toward him, Li Dao raised his blade to meet the attack. The burly man, taken aback by the audacity of the youth standing before him, felt a mix of incredulity and disdain. He thought to himself, "Let him realize the true extent of my power. Prepare to meet your end." The dual axes descended with overwhelming force, colliding with Li Dao and Oppo's mysterious iron blade. With a resounding crash, the two weapons clashed. Astonishingly, Li Dao, with just one hand and one blade, managed to withstand the assault of the 2-meter-tall man wielding the axes. This spectacle left Lu Fuzhong in stunned silence. He recalled that not long ago, Li Dao could barely contend with a 5th-grade practitioner from the Northern Barbarians. Yet now, he effortlessly faced an opponent of equal caliber, all without employing any true energy, relying solely on raw strength. How is this possible? The burly man's incredulity was palpable as he beheld a youth, shorter than himself, effortlessly blocking his dual axes. Li Dao, with a serene smile, remarked, "Your precision is commendable, but your strength lacks." Before the man could retort, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surging from his axes. With a swift motion, Li Dao disarmed him, sending the dual axes soaring into the air. Unnamed slash. Li Dao executed a swift upward thrust, piercing the man's neck with his iron blade. Kill count 1. Attribute gained 108. In the next heartbeat, the burly man collapsed. Regaining his composure, Lu Fuzhong couldn't help but give Li Dao a thumbs up. Li Dao nodded, redirecting his focus toward the remaining foes. Meanwhile, as the main forces clashed, Wei Yun engaged with the innate warrior from the TMU tribe not far away. Indeed, the innate warrior proved formidable. The area where they battled crackled with true energy, deterring onlookers from approaching. "You dare to ambush the convoy of the TMU tribe? Do you not fear war between the Northern Barbarians and the great Qian Dynasty?" The TMU innate warrior shouted in frustration as he witnessed his precious cargo of arrows being destroyed. "War?" Wei Yun replied with a cold smile. "Do not pretend you are unaware of the purpose of these arrows. Furthermore, your so-called war between the Northern Barbarians and the Great Qian is a fade. It is the Great Qian against your TMU tribe. Not all tribes of the Northern Barbarians are eager to oppose the Great Qian." Speechless, the TMU warrior could only unleash his fury upon Wei Yun, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. However, Wei Yun was no novice, particularly since this mission was merely to destroy the 10,000 arrows, not to eliminate anyone. Therefore, he saw no need to exert himself to the fullest. He only needed to stall the innate warrior. This left the TMU warrior feeling increasingly frustrated. The innate warrior from the TMU tribe, consumed by rage, suddenly stopped and shouted toward the fire tribe's contingent. Will you merely stand by? Remember what your tribe's king said. If these arrows suffer any loss, your fire tribe must bear part of the responsibility. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. At that moment, a figure emerged from the fire tribe. Upon seeing the individual, Wei Yun furrowed his brow. An innate warrior? But he quickly shook his head. The presence of innate energy emanating from the individual was unstable. This is a half-step innate warrior? Half-step innate warriors refer to those who, while attempting to break through to innate status, find their cultivation unstable. Should they continue to push through, the likelihood of failure is high, and should they fail, future breakthroughs become exceedingly difficult. Thus, some choose to pause their advancement, gathering strength for another attempt later. Unexpectedly, Tashin, you too have come seeking assistance. The newcomer, a half-step innate warrior, spoke with a faint smile directed at the TMU innate warrior. Tashin, visibly irate, retorted, Exile, will you assist us or not? Of course. But the conditions you promised the fire tribe must be doubled. Exile replied with a slight grin. Doubled? Tashin's expression darkened. Why not just take it by force? Is there a quicker way than extortion? Witnessing his tribe in Dapo's precarious position, Tashin reluctantly conceded to Exile and Apo's demands. I agree. Now hurry and take action. Rest assured, Exile called out to his comrades. Let the TMU tribe witness what true warriors are capable of. With a resounding cheer, the members of the fire tribe surged forward to support the TMU tribe. What about you, Exile? Tashin inquired, glancing at him. Exile regarded Wei Yun and candidly stated, I am a half-step innate warrior and cannot contend with a true innate warrior. You keep him occupied while I deal with these little mice from the great Qian. Without waiting for Tashin's response, he swung his staff and charged toward the great Qian forces. As the soldiers of the great Qian Dynasty noticed the sudden assault, they prepared to retaliate. Exile's eyes gleamed with contempt. With a casual flick of his staff, several great Qian soldiers were sent flying, their bodies charred and writhing in agony from the impact. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Yun's expression instantly darkened. If it were merely ordinary individuals from the fire tribe supporting the Tama tribe, he would harbor no concerns. His sole apprehension lay in the presence of a half-step innate being among them. Such an individual, if integrated into his ranks, would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow. Most critically, a leader of that caliber could bolster the morale of their side, while simultaneously undermining that of the Daqian soldiers, rendering the situation increasingly disadvantageous for them. Ha! Now you comprehend my earlier sentiments, do you? Tashan remarked with a cold smile. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to pass unless you can slay me. Slaying Tasan. Wei Yun dismissed the notion entirely. In a confrontation of equal ranks, unless the disparity was vast, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in a short skirmish. Retreat? The thought flickered through Wei Yun and Apo's mind. Should he withdraw now? Although the mission would be deemed a failure, at least he could preserve a portion of his men. Yet if he pressed on, it was highly probable that all his subordinates would perish here, and he himself might succumb to the combined might of Tashan and the half-step innate from the fire tribe. However, just as he lingered in indecision, a sudden commotion erupted within the Daqian ranks. Wei Yun and Tashan instinctively turned to observe. It was then they discovered that Exile had encountered an opponent. Big guy, prepare to meet your end, Exile bellowed, wielding a long staff that he swung menacingly at the opposing giant. The giant was none other than Su Hu. Kill! Su Hu roared, his hands transforming into claw-like forms as they struck against the incoming staff. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound. The staff ricocheted under Su Hu's immense strength, yet he too was not without his own suffering. The staff was searing hot, seemingly entwined with flames, causing severe burns to his palms. Exile noticed the formidable force emanating from the staff and felt a flicker of astonishment. Innate divine strength? Yet he quickly scoffed. What did innate divine strength matter if one had not reached the innate realm? With that, he gripped the staff and charged toward Su Hu. At that moment, a nimble figure interposed itself before Su Hu, hurling an object towards Exile. Behold, my grandfather's hidden weapon. A hidden weapon? Exile sneered, shaking the staff to strike the so-called hidden weapon. In the next instant, the weapon shattered, releasing a plume of smoke that enveloped the vicinity. Nearby members of the fire tribe, having inhaled the smoke, suddenly displayed crimson eyes, mindlessly swinging their weapons in chaotic frenzy. Poison. Witnessing this scene, Exile quickly held his breath. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the giant had been seized and was being carried away into the distance. Thinking of escape, Exile decisively pursued, intent on ensuring that anyone who dared to mock him would meet their demise. Do not look on. You have no chance left. Tashan suddenly lunged at Wei Yun. Initially, Wei Yun contemplated retreating and abandoning the mission. Yet upon seeing Su Hu, an inexplicable figure flashed through his mind. He felt an instinctive belief that this individual might assist him. Though it seemed somewhat implausible, he was inexplicably inclined to persevere. As he observed Shan charging toward him, Wei Yun took a deep breath, resolved to wait and see. Perhaps a miracle awaited him. Chapter 20, Severing Half-Step Innate. Mission accomplished. Boss, help. Li Daojing was focused on vanquishing foes and destroying arrows when a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. Turning around, he saw Shan San and Su Hu sprinting towards him, with a shadow ominously pursuing them, closing in rapidly. Still trying to flee? Embrace death. Although Shan San excelled in lightness techniques, he was no match for a half-step innate master and was soon overtaken. Liu raised his staff, preparing to strike down upon the two. Bang! Just as it seemed the duo would be crushed, a long blade intercepted the blow. Boss! Shin San's face lit up with joy upon recognizing the newcomer. Reinforcements? Seeing someone block his strike, Liu expression darkened considerably. Time and again, he found his path obstructed. His murderous intent surged, and he resolutely swung his staff once more. Flame staff technique. As the staff swung, flames erupted, enveloping it as it surged towards Li Dao. Careful, boss! Shun Sen yelped, startled. The next moment, he was kicked aside, along with Su Hu, sending them flying. In response to the impending attack, Li Dao raised his blade to defend. Liu Xin's eyes glinted with cunning as he watched the clash between the sword and staff. The flames from the staff burst forth, aiming directly at Li Dao's face. Li Dao's pupils constricted as he raised his hand to shield himself. Haha, my fire chi is not so easily thwarted, Liu Xin proclaimed with confidence. As the flames dissipated, Li Dao's form gradually came into view. Liu Xin's smile began to falter as he comprehended the sight before him. How is this possible? Liu Xin stared incredulously at Li Dao, whose skin merely bore a slight reddening. The flames he wielded were not ordinary. They were ignited by innate, true qi, capable of inflicting severe harm. Yet, all they managed to do was redden Li Dao's skin. Li Dao glanced at his arm, feeling a mild burning sensation, but it was far from severe. It appeared that after his transformation, his skin retained some undiscovered properties. Seizing the moment of Liu Xin and Appo's distraction, he decisively lunged forward with his blade, aimed at his opponent's face. However, even a half-step innate expert was still formidable. Liu Xin regained his composure and successfully blocked Li Dao's strike. Yet, even so, he was forced to retreat several steps under the weight of Li Dao's terrifying strength. Liu Xin's former confidence evaporated, replaced by caution. Li Dao wasted no time, attacking without hesitation. For him, time was of the essence. It could not be squandered. Liu Xin, seeing the oncoming assault, also retaliated without delay. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Nameless blade, flame staff technique. The clash of the black iron blade and the staff produced a shower of sparks and flames. Yet, in the face of Liu Xin's fiery onslaught, Li Dao only occasionally parried the flames approaching his face, disregarding the rest, as his transformed skin was impervious to their harm. Nonetheless, he too found himself unable to gain the upper hand. This cannot continue, Li Dao thought to himself. After all, if they remained locked in this stalemate, regardless of victory or defeat, he would ultimately be at a disadvantage. Thus, he silently willed his status panel into view. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 2270, available points, 836. As his physique grew stronger, Li Dao's speed in dispatching foes increased, especially in the midst of such chaotic skirmishes where he thrived. Before long, he had accumulated a considerable number of attribute points. With a thought, he allocated all points to his physique. In the next moment, his panel transformed. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 3106, available points, 0. Once the allocation was complete, an overwhelming sense of power surged through Li Dao. Consequently, his strikes became swifter and heavier. If anyone were to notice the evident change in Li Dao's burgeoning strength, it would undoubtedly be Li Xin, who was locked in combat with him. As time progressed, Li Xin and Oppo's expression shifted from initial gravity to astonishment, culminating in disbelief. He had never witnessed a person whose strength increased with each exchange, whose speed grew ever more formidable. Initially, he could keep pace with Li Dao and Oppo's rhythm, but soon he found himself lagging behind. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Li Xin felt a jolt of pain in his chest, realizing he had failed to block a strike that had cut across him. Seeing this, Li Dao's murderous intent intensified, and he relentlessly pursued his target. Li Xin attempted to utter something, but was abruptly interrupted by the onslaught. Li Dao continued to swing his blade while meticulously observing Li Xin and Oppo's movements. Through their exchanges, he began to discern patterns in his opponent's techniques, utilizing his extraordinary intellect to swiftly analyze and summarize the staff's combat style. Once the pattern was identified, he recognized he could exploit the inherent flaws. At last, as Li Xin raised his staff, Li Dao detected an opening and swiftly made his decision. This time, instead of blocking, Li Dao raised his right hand to seize the incoming staff. To Li Xin, this appeared to be a fool and Oppo's errand. Bang! The fiery staff struck down onto Li Dao and Oppo's palm, producing a heavy thud. Yet, the expected outcome did not materialize. In disbelief, Li Xin watched as Li Dao and Oppo's hand firmly grasped the staff, unperturbed by the searing flames. Nameless blade. At that moment, Li Xin noticed the long blade aimed at him. Not good. A warning blared in Li Xin's mind, and he instinctively attempted to raise his staff to defend. Yet, he realized too late that his staff was already firmly in Li Dao's grasp. With a swift motion, the black iron blade pierced through Li Xin's neck. Though half-step innate warriors are formidable, capable of effortlessly dispatching ordinary foes, their physical bodies are not significantly stronger than those of regular humans. In summary, a fatal blow would result in death. Compared to this, Li Dao felt that his horizontal training approach was far more reliable. First, reinforcing defenses, prioritizing survival. Withdrawing the blade, blood gushed from Li Xin and Oppo's neck, pooling around him. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Dao, his eyes filled with anguish. For a half-step innate master, destined to become an innate warrior, to perish quietly at the hands of a mere foot soldier was an unbearable humiliation. Enough. If you are to die, then die swiftly. Is it not exhausting to hold on so stubbornly? Seeing Li Xin refuse to fall, Li Dao, feeling merciful, gently patted his shoulder. With a thud, Li Xin collapsed into a pool of blood, eyes wide open as he took his last breath, unable to close them even in death. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. 1 enemy slain, attribute gained. 314. Truly, he was a worthy adversary, almost inflicting harm upon Li Dao, thus yielding a generous reward in attributes. While it seemed substantial, Li Dao understood that much of it stemmed from the innate true Qi attributes. Had the attributes been derived solely from physical prowess, they would have been significantly reduced. After contemplating this, Li Dao glanced down at his left hand. Having grasped the staff with such force, although his skin had transformed and possessed remarkable resistance, it had nonetheless suffered minor burns. However, it was of little consequence. With his recovery ability, such injuries would heal swiftly. The confrontation between Li Dao and Lai Xian was second only to the clash between the two innate martial artists, Wei Yun and Ta Shan. Thus, during the chaotic battle involving three factions, many spectators found their attention captivated by the two fighters. When they witnessed Lai Xian and Amp, Oppo's, demise, and Li Dao and Amp, Oppo's, resounding victory, the members of the Flame Tribe and the TMU tribe displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Qian erupted in exuberant jubilation, exclaiming, 95-27, I knew following you would lead to success. Lu Fuzhong, who had been closely observing the scene, felt a mix of astonishment at Li Dao's prowess and an uncontrollable urge to laugh heartily upon witnessing the fall of the half-step innate martial artist, Lai Xian. Observing the bewildered soldiers of the northern barbarians around him, he bellowed, Listen up, my men, let us slaughter, kill. The soldiers of Qian, invigorated as if by a potent stimulant, charged into battle. Seeing this unfold, Li Dao's expression darkened, while his adversaries reveled in their bloodlust. He found himself in a precarious situation. Ignoring all else, he plunged back into the fray, aware of Li Dao and Amp, Oppo's, as formidable strength. The result was that wherever he tread, the soldiers of the TMU tribe and the Flame Tribe began to scatter in panic, for none wished to be mercilessly slain like ants underfoot. This scene was swiftly observed by Ta Shan and Wei Yun, who were engaged in combat not far away. What? Lai Xian is dead. Ta Shan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing whispers within the tribe about Lai Xian's demise. A half-step innate martial artist was no mere weakling. How could he have fallen so easily? Conversely, upon learning of the death of the half-step innate fighter, Wei Yun felt a surge of joy, realizing who had removed that great threat, and he felt relieved that he had not chosen to abandon the fight initially. Ta Shan, let us see what you have to say now, Wei Yun thought, a lightness replacing his previous tension as he found his strikes flowing more smoothly. You wretched fool! Ta Shan seethed with uncontainable rage, especially as he witnessed his subordinates retreating under the onslaught of the Qian soldiers. His fury only intensified. He could not help but curse, Lai Xian, you worthless scoundrel. However, no amount of vitriol could alter the tide of battle. As time progressed, the morale of the Qian forces surged, and under Lu Fuzhong's command, a deluge of arrows was unleashed upon the Qian soldiers, wreaking havoc. In contrast, the majority of the TMU tribe and the Flame Tribe had relinquished their defense of the arrows. Were it not for the presence of their commander, Ta Shan, they might have fled long ago. At last, after a short while, the last cart of arrows was destroyed. Observing this, Lu Fuzhong took out a whistle from around his neck and blew it sharply. Not far away, Wei Yun's face lit up with joy as he understood that the whistle indicated the mission had been accomplished. After severing ties with Ta Shan, he too blew his whistle. On the other side, upon hearing the whistle, Lu Fuzhong immediately commanded, all units, mission accomplished, prepare to retreat. Yes, the soldiers of Qian responded in unison. Having completed their objective, there was no need to prolong the battle. Continuing would only invite despair among the soldiers of the northern barbarians, which could lead to a counterattack that would increase Qian's casualties. Li Dao cleaved through an unprepared soldier of the northern barbarians, and upon hearing Lu Fuzhong's command, felt a twinge of reluctance, but refrained from further slaying. He understood the gravity of military orders and recognized that continuing would yield no benefits for their side. Since the Qian held the advantage, the retreat proceeded seamlessly, and the members of the TMU tribe and the Flame Tribe were eager to see the Qian forces depart. Presenting no opposition, as the Qian troops withdrew, Wei Yun knew he needn't oppose linger any longer. After a decisive strike, he swiftly distanced himself from the enraged Ta Shan. Don't you dare run, roared Ta Shan as he plunged into a frenzy, particularly incensed by the sight of the retreating Qian soldiers, his fury mounting. Yet, it was too late, for under Wei Yun's protection, the Qian forces had already gained a significant distance. Confronted by an innate martial artist intent on escape, Ta Shan found himself powerless to prevent their departure. Ultimately, all that remained for Ta Shan was a scene of devastation. Chapter 21. The most beautiful woman of Daqian in an effort to prevent the Tamu and Liuhua tribes from pursuing them. Wei Yin led the remaining members of the Weiwu camp back to Changgu town. Lu Nang began counting the number of survivors as soon as they dismounted. After a brief incense stick and Appo's worth of time, he approached Wei Yun and clasped his fists in salute, reporting, "Great Commander, we set out with 800 men, and now we have 536 remaining." Wei Yun sighed. "So we lost over 200 brothers?" Lu Nang lowered his gaze and replied, "Yes, fortunately, thanks to 9,527, who eliminated that half-step innate warrior from the Liuhua tribe. Otherwise, we might not have completed our mission." Wei Yun nodded and instructed, "Compile a list of the fallen brothers. The compensation for their families will be doubled." After handling these matters, Wei Yun stood and approached Li Dao, speaking in a somber tone, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, as Lu Nang said, the Weiwu camp would have suffered immensely, and we might not have completed our mission." Li Dao shook his head, saying, "It was merely a matter of mutual benefit." Wei Yun persisted, "Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude." He glanced at the mysterious iron blade in Li Dao and Appo's hand and inquired, "The knife serves you well?" "Indeed, it does," Li Dao replied. "Consider it a gift. You need not return it." "Are you certain?" Wei Yin asked. "Absolutely. This blade has saved many of my brothers." Li Dao contemplated the hilt of the blade, reflecting on how it had also contributed to his own attributes. Suddenly, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from a distance. The group turned to see a Dacian soldier hastening towards Wei Yun, kneeling before him, reporting to the great commander, "There is an urgent mission to convey." The soldier produced a letter from his bosom and presented it to Wei Yun. "An urgent mission?" Wei Yun furrowed his brow as he opened the letter. After studying its contents for a moment, his pupils widened, and he exclaimed, "Impudent!" This outburst left those around him bewildered, curious about what had incited such anger in the great commander. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yin looked at Li Dao and the others, stating, "The rest of you return to your posts. 9527, accompany me to the main tent." Soon after, within the main tent, Wei Yun sat in the central seat, his expression grim. "Ladies and gentlemen, we may need to assign the third mission sooner than anticipated." Upon hearing this, Shun, San, and Appo's face lit up with excitement. For them, this was a fortuitous development, as completing this mission would grant them their freedom. Li Dao inquired, "Commander Wei, is this mission related to the letter in your possession?" "The letter?" Shun San and the others turned their gaze to Wei Yun and Appo's hand. Wei Yun did not conceal the truth and nodded. "Indeed, it pertains to this letter." Li Dao urged, "Please, share the details. What is this mission about?" Wei Yun clenched the letter tightly and replied, "While we were ambushing the Tamu tribe in Appo's, as transport of arrows, the tribe in Appo's king dispatched a team to our realm. According to our scouts, the team is led by the king's son, and their sole purpose is to discuss a marriage alliance with our Qian Dynasty." "A marriage alliance?" Shin-san asked, puzzled. "What is there to worry about? Given Dacian's current strength, we could simply refuse. How does this relate to our mission?" Wei Yin shook his head. "You may not be aware of certain matters within the court. Previously, the royal family would have rejected any proposals of marriage, but this time is different." Shun-san scoffed. "What makes it different?" Wei Yin scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before continuing. "Just over a month ago, a scandal erupted within the court." Upon hearing this, Li Dao felt an unsettled premonition stir within him. "A scandal?" Shin-san's interest piqued. Gossip was a favorite among all. Wei Yin cleared his throat. "I must warn you not to spread this information recklessly." "Rest assured," Shun-san boasted, "I am known in the Jianghu as the honest and trustworthy young lord. My lips are famously sealed." With that, Wei Yin continued, "It is rumored that during a court banquet over a month ago, an audacious individual trespassed into the royal palace and sullied a princess's honor." Suddenly, a sound of shattering interrupted them. The group turned to see Li Dao with fragments of a wine cup scattered about him. He calmly dismissed the shards, saying, "Please continue." Internally, however, Li Dao felt a tumult of emotions. He knew too well to whom they were referring. Who would have thought that such a scandal could reach even this remote border? Seeing no further incident, Shun-san exclaimed, "That is incredibly brazen. To dare openly seduce a princess in the palace. What a model for us all." Coughing, Li Dao interjected, "Are you all right?" "Of course," Shun-san replied. Li Dao waved his hand. "I am fine. Please proceed." Shun San, scratching his head, inquired Commander Wei. Do you know which princess has been wronged? Lowering his voice, Wei Yin cautiously replied, it was Princess Mingwei. What? Shun San gasped. Lower your voice. Wei Yin urgently covered Shun San's mouth, fearing he might shout something earth-shattering. Struggling against Wei Yun's grasp, Shun San's eyes blazed with fury. Tell me who did this. I shall kill him. Li Dao? Wei Yun frowned. Shun San, what does this have to do with you? It has everything to do with me. Shun San gritted his teeth. That is Princess Mingwei, reputed to be the most beautiful woman in Daqian, my dream lover. How can her honor be tarnished by a shameless scoundrel? Coughing, Li Dao couldn't help but ask, how can you be so certain he is a scoundrel? Without hesitation, Shun San replied, to disrupt the royal court, he must be a scoundrel. Li Dao fell silent, unable to refute that logic. He couldn't oppose. He confessed that he too had unintentionally sullied a reputation. However, he had not realized that Princess Mingwei was regarded as Daqian's utmost beauty. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled a breathtaking figure that left an indelible impression. Perhaps that assessment was not unfounded. He had to concede that Princess Mingwei was indeed the most beautiful person he had ever encountered, both in appearance and spirit. Yet, soon Li Dao noticed another pressing matter. He furrowed his brow and asked, Commander Wei, what is the connection between this marriage alliance and our situation? Wei Yun sighed deeply. Because the prince of the Tamu tribe is seeking a marriage with Princess Mingwei. At this revelation, Li Dao's gaze sharpened, his fists clenching instinctively. Wei Yin continued, under normal circumstances, given the emperor's affection for Princess Mingwei and her esteemed reputation among the people, even if the prince were to ascend to the throne, the royal family would not acquiesce to such a proposal. However, the scandal surrounding Princess Mingwei has changed the landscape. Such incidents are deemed scandals within the royal court, and there are those in the capital who wish to suppress this matter. The appearance of the Tamu prince provides a convenient excuse for them. By marrying Princess Mingwei to the great prince of the Tamu tribe, not only can we forge an alliance with the Tamu, but we can also obscure the royal scandal. In essence, there are individuals who harbor ill intentions towards Princess Mingwei, envious of her favor, who wish to see her wed. Though the current situation appears inconspicuous, when the great prince of the Tamu tribe truly arrives in the imperial capital, there may indeed be those who facilitate this union. Li Dao inquired directly, what is our mission this time? Wei Yin placed the letter on the table and replied gravely, to prevent the great prince of the Tamu tribe from stepping into the borders of the great Qian Empire and to thwart the marriage alliance. He then quietly added, this information comes from the Jinyui. The Jinyui? Upon hearing this, Li Dao immediately understood. The Jinyui is an official organization directly under the emperor, and if the information originates from them, then this task must be a covert mission dispatched by the emperor of Great Qian. It indeed confirms the adage that one should not provoke a man who is overly fond of his daughter. Merely hearing this news prompted an immediate effort to quash it at its inception. Given Li Dao and Appo's strained relationship with the emperor, it would have been quite remarkable for him not to interfere, let alone to actively obstruct the plan. Yet, the thought of that exquisite figure stirred an inexplicable sentiment within him. He could not help but think that the woman he had shared intimacy with should not be given to another, especially not to a barbarian. On this point, he found a temporary consensus with the emperor of Great Qian. Li Dao raised his head and asked, when do we commence our mission? Yes, when do we begin? Shun San exclaimed with reddened eyes, asserting that even without the purity of Princess Mingwei, she was not someone a mere barbarian could claim. Li Dao felt a strange sense of unease. It seemed Shun San was more invested in this matter than he was. Could this be the allure of the most beautiful woman in Great Qian? He pondered what Shun San would think if he knew he was the one who had tarnished Princess Mingwei's virtue. Wei Yin explained, due to the special nature of this mission, those of us familiar with the border cannot take action, so it must be entrusted to you 5. Chapter 22. The testing of the Jinyui 5 individuals? Once again, it is just the 5 of us? Even Shun San, despite his impulsiveness, comprehended that it was beyond their capacity to thwart Prince Tamu from entering the Great Qian Kingdom. After all, Prince Tamu is not to be compared with Prince Luoyan. One is the heir to a large tribe, destined to become the next chieftain, while the other is merely an inconsequential offspring among many. The disparity between the two is vast, and thus their treatment varies accordingly. If the head of Prince Luoyun and Apos S guards is at the second rank of postnatal prowess, then the head of Prince Tianyu's guards would at least be a practitioner of innate martial arts. Though Li Dao could slay a practitioner at the threshold of innate power, he remains merely at the cusp of that realm. This half-step represents a qualitative shift. To put it simply, the difference in their strengths is at least tenfold. Unless Li Dao could contend with 10 half-step innate warriors simultaneously, it would be impossible for him to confront that innate martial artist. But could he truly manage that? In their estimation, the ability to vanquish a half-step innate warrior using sheer physical strength is already a remarkable miracle. To confront a genuine innate practitioner transcends human capability. Therefore, they did not place their hopes on Li Dao. Wei Yin raised his hand to calm them, stating, "Rest assured, you will not be solely responsible for intercepting Prince Tianyu and Apos S entourage. Your role is merely to support the main force." And who is that main force? The Jinyui. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, particularly Shun San, who recalled his own dark history with the Jinyui, having been captured by them and imprisoned. The thought of aiding his beloved while facing his former adversaries placed him in a moral quandary. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose to set aside his hatred. For this matter involved not only his love, but also his freedom. Li Dao, too, was taken aback that the Jinyui would personally oversee this operation. It appeared the Emperor of Great Qian was resolutely determined to block Prince Tianyu at the gates of the kingdom. He found merit in this decision. "Commander Wei, when shall we embark on our mission?" Li Dao inquired. Due to the urgency of the situation, the Jinyui were still en route and would require roughly a day to arrive, thus affording them a day to rest, Wei Yin explained. Upon returning to the military tent, Li Dao sat on the carpet and examined his palm, which had fully healed from the wound inflicted by the half-step innate warrior. Rubbing his hand, the blackened scab split open, revealing skin that had completely mended. Half-step innate realm, he murmured to himself. Based on his current capabilities, a half-step innate warrior posed no threat to him, but he remained uncertain about facing a true innate martial artist. However, in terms of destructive power, innate warriors likely possess sufficient lethality to kill him. This realization left Li Dao feeling somewhat inadequate, prompting him to continue enhancing his physique. He understood that this was merely the innate realm, with even more formidable practitioners like masters and grandmasters to follow. Initially, he believed his progress in physical enhancement was swift, yet now he recognized it was still insufficient. With a thought, he opened the interface. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 31. 06, Available Attributes, 9. 68. After slaying that half-step innate warrior, he had seized numerous attributes during the subsequent decline in morale among the Tianyu and Liao tribesmen. Since attribute points could only be used to enhance his physique, Li Dao harbored no reservations and decided to invest them all. System, allocate points, he commanded. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar warmth coursed through his body. Perhaps because he had received nearly 1/3 of his total attributes in a single allocation. The effects were strikingly evident. He could visibly observe changes in his skin, which was becoming more resilient and resistant. After several breaths, the enhancement was complete. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 40, 74, Available Attributes. 0, 40 times the physique of an ordinary person? What does that even imply? If an average individual could lift 100 gene, then 40 times that would equate to 4,000 gene. For an ordinary person to confront such force would be perilous, if not fatal. The sheer force of 4,000 gene was not the only focus. Possessing such strength also afforded him agility beyond that of ordinary people. Furthermore, he boasted 40 times the stamina and extraordinary reflexes. Importantly, the 4,000 gene represented just his base strength. By combining speed and technique, he could exert force surpassing his fundamental strength. For instance, someone with a physique of 1 could lift 100 gene, but if they were a boxer, they could harness speed and technique to deliver a blow equivalent to 200 gene. In summary, when all aspects were considered, he became a human weapon. Coupled with his enhanced skin, which provided formidable defense, he would be a relentless force on the ancient battlefield, a meat grinder with independent will. After his enhancement, Li Dao began to consume the food laid out before him, while contemplating a pressing matter. If he were to fulfill the third task, and Wei Yun honored his promise, he would soon achieve his freedom. Where would he go from there? Well, perhaps it was best to wait until he was truly free before pondering such matters. A day swiftly passed. Upon receiving notification from Wei Yun, Li Dao and his 4 companions arrived at the main military tent. Upon entering, they discovered not only Wei Yun, but also 2 individuals clad in distinctive attire, each carrying a blade. As a former count of the imperial capital, Li Dao immediately recognized them as fully equipped Jinyui. You have arrived. Wei Yun introduced them to Li Dao and his companions. These 2 will assist you in your mission. One of the Jinyui scrutinized Li Dao's group with a furrowed brow. Commander Wei, is this truly the selection you have made? Are you attempting to deceive us? Or perhaps even the emperor himself? Wei Yun glanced at Li Dao's group, exasperation evident as he slapped his forehead. He understood their capabilities well, but to an outsider, their disheveled appearance resembled that of beggars, and it was unsurprising that misunderstandings arose. He quickly clarified, "Rest assured, I have no intention of misleading the emperor. These 5 genuinely possess the ability to assist you." Assist us? The Jinyui smiled faintly before vanishing from sight. Let me see if they are indeed capable. When the Jinyui reappeared, he stood before Li Dao, and with a flash of cold light, his blade sliced toward Li Dao's right ear. To an ordinary person, the speed of a Jinyui would be astonishing. However, to Li Dao, their movements appeared slightly sluggish. He observed every moment of their disappearance and reappearance, as well as the trajectory of the blade. Without flinching, Li Dao raised his right hand and grasped the Jinyui and Appo's blade firmly. The onlookers could only witness the scene. The Jinyui and Appo's weapon was held fast in Li Dao and Appo's grip. A flicker of surprise crossed the Jinyui's eyes, clearly taken aback that his strike had been thwarted. As he attempted to withdraw his blade, he realized with astonishment that he lacked the strength to dislodge it from Li Dao's hand. The Genie Wei had not finished speaking when he suddenly felt the blade lighten. By sheer instinct, he unconsciously stepped back a few paces, regaining his composure. The Genie Wei, unperturbed, inquired with a hint of interest, "Innate strength? Ah, quite impressive." He nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing the previous friction as merely a test. Had he truly intended to inflict harm, he would not have restrained himself so. After this exchange, he turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "Captain Wei, it appears your words hold merit." Wei Yun offered a slight smile, asserting that if someone of Li Dao's caliber were not recognized, then the entire Wei Wu camp could only boast of him as the sole innate warrior. "Have you informed them of the mission?" inquired the Genie Wei, who had taken action. "Yes," Wei Yun replied. The Genie Wei then addressed Li Dao and his companions, stating, "Due to the unique nature of our mission, His Majesty has dispatched only the 2 of us, necessitating your cooperation. The specific objective is to prevent the great prince of the Tianmu tribe from entering the borders of the Qian. Should an incident occur within the northern barbarian territory, it would solely be their concern. However, any issues arising within our Qian territory would place the responsibility upon us." He continued, "It is crucial that you understand one thing. This mission is to obstruct, not to assassinate, so our task is merely to create disruption. According to reports from scouts on the front lines, the great prince of the Tianmu tribe has brought a unique treasure as a betrothal gift for this union. Thus, our target is this treasure. Should we seize it, the great prince, who is quite proud, would likely abandon the marriage proposal temporarily. If this matter drags into winter, it will become inconsequential." With a puzzled expression, Shun San turned to Li Dao and asked, "Boss, why would it become insignificant if it drags into winter?" After a brief contemplation, Li Dao grasped the reasoning and explained. The Tianmu tribe's attempts to probe into the Qian while simultaneously seeking a marriage alliance stem from their need for provisions to survive the winter. Once winter truly arrives, such matters will lose their relevance and will inevitably cease. Li Dao's voice had not been concealed, and both Wei Yun and the Genie Wei heard him clearly. The Genie Wei, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, "Captain Wei, I did not expect your subordinate to possess such talent. It would be a pity for them to be relegated to the border military camps. Wei Yin awkwardly smiled, but refrained from responding. For it would be rather inappropriate to disclose to the genie Wei that these 5 were indeed inmates from the death row. Who could predict how they would react if they learned of the true identities of these 5? Chapter 23. The condition of the on Yuan Bo's residence, the genie Wei, who had been seated, suddenly rose and spoke. Very well, since the individual has arrived, let us proceed swiftly. The sooner we complete our task, the sooner we can return to report. Wei Yin could not help but inquire, is there such urgency? In response, another Jin, Wei smiled faintly and said, had there not been certain matters unsuitable for us to handle, the individuals sent would not have been merely the 2 of us. Rather, it would have been the commander himself. The commander? Upon hearing this term, Wei Yun's expression changed. If matters escalated to that extent, it would no longer be a trifling affair. The commander of the genie Wei is the highest official within the organization, holding a rank of the 3rd grade, and is at least a master in martial prowess. Should the commander take action, it would likely not be a mere pursuit of Prince Tianmu, but a matter of life and death dictated by the Emperor of Qian regarding the chief of the Tianmu tribe. Likewise, even the 2 Jin Wei present should not be underestimated. It is well known that due to the unique nature of the Jin Wei, they hold a rank above ordinary officials, whether in civil or military matters. Thus, even a 1,000-man commander would only be on par with the 2 before him. Despite this, the court has already exercised considerable restraint. Very well, I shall see you off, Wei Yin offered. No need, our 7 will find it more convenient to make haste. Under Wei Yin and Oppos, as preparations, the 7 mounted their horses swiftly. After some exchanges, Li Dao and the others learned the names of the 2 genie Wei, Gao Liang and Sun Zheng. Wishing you both a successful completion of your mission, Wei Yin said, nodding at Li Dao and the others. This was to be the final mission for Li Dao and his companions. Completing it would grant them their household registration and freedom, while failure could jeopardize their very lives. After all, this mission was dispatched from the imperial capital, and someone must bear the responsibility for its outcome. The need for assistance also stemmed from the genie Wei and Oppos' desire to find scapegoats for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, this is not to say that the 2 genie Wei were ill-intentioned. It is simply the prevailing ethos of the court and the established social hierarchy. As the party of 7 rode across the plains, they soon arrived at a valley. Standing at one side of the valley, Sun Zheng glanced at the map and stated, this area marks the critical path for the Tianmu tribe entering the territory of Qian. We shall wait here. He then looked at Li Dao and the others, asking, is there anyone among you skilled in lightness skill? Upon hearing this, their gazes turned towards Shun San. Him, Gao Yang, and Sun Zheng exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, as they assessed Shun San's considerable bulk. They then looked at the other 3, excluding Li Dao, and grew increasingly concerned about the group's composition. Such individuals were hardly commonplace in a regular military camp, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, fearing it might dampen morale. Sun Zheng directly stated, since you are adept in lightness skill, I would trouble you to scout the target's position. The rest may rest and await further instructions. Though Shun San was reluctant to heed the Jin Wei's orders, the thought of gaining his freedom spurred him into compliance. While he was familiar with Wei Yun's character and knew he would not take offense, defying the 2 genie Wei would likely yield dire consequences. After all, he was well aware of the fearsome reputation of the genie Wei, forged through bloodshed. As the group settled down, Li Dao took the initiative to inquire. I understand you both hail from the imperial capital and serve in the genie Wei. Surely, you possess a wealth of knowledge? Gao Yang directly responded. Are you from the imperial capital, young brother? Li Dao hesitated briefly before nodding. I suppose that could be said. In truth, due to his household registration being revoked, he could only be considered a black household, yet he could not divulge this to the 2 before him. Suppose? Gao Yang exhibited a look of confusion. Is there uncertainty in such matters? He continued, it seems you have some inquiries for us. Sun Zheng interjected, you seem curious about the happenings in the capital. Having not returned for some time, Gao Yang suddenly chuckled, curious? You aren't into amp. Oppos, trying to pry information regarding Princess Minghua from us. Are you? You guessed it? Li Dao replied, surprised. That is quite natural. When this incident first emerged, it sent shockwaves throughout the imperial capital. As someone involved in this mission and a resident of the capital, it would be peculiar not to be curious. Could you share what you know? Gao Yang and Sun Zheng exchanged glances and chuckled lightly. There are indeed certain matters we cannot disclose, but this particular incident has become widely known. Even Prince Tianmu is aware of it, so it hardly remains a secret. With little else to occupy our time, we can certainly discuss it. As the saying goes, gossip is a universal delight. Li Dao's eagerness was entirely understandable. While the Qian Wei may sound serious, they, too, are human and enjoy casual conversation outside of their duties. Upon hearing the Qian Wei's words, Li Dao wasted no time and asked, I know that Princess Mingyue was defiled by a scoundrel. I am curious about the scoundrel's fate. As he uttered the word scoundrel, a flicker of discomfort crossed his face, uncertain if he was condemning himself. The scoundrel's fate? Gao Yang stated plainly, You have indeed asked the right person. He then lowered his voice. On the surface, it is said that the scoundrel, a count, was imprisoned in the depths of the heavenly prison due to Princess Mingyue Oppo's appeal. But I have a friend familiar with the prison who revealed that on the very night he was incarcerated, he was taken out and secretly executed by His Majesty. Sun Zheng tugged at Gao Yang. Have you lost your mind? Such words are dangerous to spread. Gao Yang shrugged. What of it? Many are already aware. It is no longer a secret. Who does not know that our emperor is a doting father? Were up to me, the count would have suffered a far worse fate. Sun Zheng nodded in agreement. The wretched dog count deserved his demise. It is fortunate for him that he did not fall into our hands, for he would find even death a challenge. Li Dao's lips twitched, unable to suppress his remark. Was that count truly so detestable? Not just that, Gao Yang replied casually. After his death, due to Princess Mingyue's appeal, his estate has yet to be dealt with. However, it has not fared well. Thanks to Princess Mingyue's good name among the people, countless individuals have taken to throwing rotten eggs and vegetables at the estate. It is said that they clear away hundreds of pounds of foul produce daily, and some have even resorted to throwing feces. Furthermore, those within the estate who reported these grievances found no support. If I were one of them, I would be utterly shamed. Upon hearing this, Li Dao found himself relieved that he was dead. If he were alive, it would be a social death. Yet, the true tragedy lay beyond these actions. Sun Zheng looked at Li Dao and stated, These tactics are merely nuisances, but the real danger lies with the nobles of the capital who have targeted the An Yuanbo lineage. I have heard that under their assault, all of the An Yuanbo's assets have suffered catastrophic damage. Before we left the capital, I even heard that the people of the An Yuanbo residents began to liquidate their possessions. It is likely that, even without the emperor's intervention, those nobles will soon bring ruin to the An Yuanbo residents. Upon hearing this, Li Dao clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Though he was a reincarnated soul, nearly 20 years of living within the An Yuanbo residence had left an indelible mark, with those memories proving more vivid than those of his previous life. Naturally, he harbored his own sentiments towards everything concerning the Yuanbo mansion. Upon hearing that the mansion was subjected to the ridicule of discarded vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, and even excrement, he could only smile, for such actions were unlikely to cause any real harm. However, if there were those who genuinely wished for the ruin of the Yuanbo mansion, he found that unacceptable. In contrast, he bore little resentment towards the emperor of the Qian for seeking his demise, acknowledging that he had been the one to tarnish his own reputation first. The fact that only his life was claimed could be deemed fortunate. Li Dao could not resist inquiring, Do the two of you know who is targeting the Yuanbo mansion? Sun Zheng replied casually, There are numerous culprits. Aside from the families that were once closely associated with the Yuanbo mansion, the vast majority of the nobility in the imperial capital have turned against it. However, if I were to pinpoint one group, it would undoubtedly be the officials from the Prime Minister and Oppo's residents who are the most relentless. Gao Yang interjected. It is only natural for the Prime Minister's residents to act this way, considering that everyone in the capital is aware of the eldest son's affections for Princess Mingyue. Sun Zheng suddenly chuckled. Is that not to be expected? Princess Mingyue is celebrated as the most beautiful woman in Qian. Any man would harbor such thoughts. The reason those dignitaries oppose the Yuanbo mansion stems largely from envy and resentment. At this juncture, he turned to Li Dao and continued, of course. Many of them are also eager to curry favor with the Prime Minister's residence, for the Prime Minister is the head of all officials. Which scholar would not aspire to rise in status? As a citizen of the capital, Li Dao was well aware of the Prime Minister's prominence within the Qian Dynasty. In the depths of his memory, he recalled having had a conflict with the eldest son of the Prime Minister and Appo's residence, even engaging in a physical altercation, which he had emerged victorious from. However, he later learned that the young man had departed the capital after their encounter, joining a certain sect, where he was rumored to have demonstrated considerable talent. The Prime Minister and Appo's residence had even hosted a grand banquet to celebrate this turn of events. Li Dao had speculated that the young noble must have chosen to pursue the path of a disciple after being bested by him. Little did he know that the unresolved animosity from that encounter had now compounded into further grievances. As night fell, everyone settled into slumber. Li Dao remained vigilant by the campfire, his mind incessantly replaying the exchanges he had had with the two Jinyui during the day. It seemed that should he regain his household registration, his first course of action would be to revisit the Yuanbo mansion. Additionally, if an opportunity arose, he wished to extend an apology to the illustrious Princess Mingyue, for he recognized that the entire affair had been instigated by his own actions. Chapter 24. The assault. The extraordinary physique of Li Dao rendered a single night without rest inconsequential. The following morning, after a night of recuperation, Shen Sen was dispatched once again to scout the whereabouts of the Tamab tribe and Appo's as Grand Prince. At last, by noon, Shen Sen returned, panting with exertion. I and Appo's, seeing the Tamab tribe and Appo's entourage, it must be the Grand Prince, he exclaimed. Finally arrived? Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, two of the imperial guards, rose immediately, an aura of fierce determination emanating from them. Gao Liang glanced at Li Dao and the others, his demeanor shifting from the light-hearted banter of the previous evening to a serious tone. Prepare yourselves and remember the objective of our mission. Meanwhile, on the side of the valley, a crimson caravan was making its way towards them. The caravan, resplendent in red, bore many carts adorned with bright red flowers, a peculiar sight amidst the desolate valley. Is this really necessary, Lu Shi? A young man on a white horse remarked impatiently to a middle-aged man clad in a green robe beside him. It's merely a matter of marrying a woman who has lost her virtue. Why the grand display? The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement. The Princess Mingyue is the favorite of the Emperor of Qian. Even stripped of her purity, her rank among the royal family remains unparalleled. The young man frowned. Surely, it need not be this ostentatious. Can't we manage such arrangements once we entered Qian's territory? Absolutely not. You must understand our intentions. We must be fully prepared. The middle-aged man insisted. The young man shrugged, conceding, very well. I've heard the Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in Qian. If she lacks purity, so be it. I shall simply enjoy the experience. This declaration revealed his identity as the Grand Prince of the Tamab tribe, while a man he referred to as Lu Shi was his lifelong mentor and protector. As the caravan steadily approached the valley, Li Dao and his companions had been waiting for some time. What shall we do next? He inquired, aware that Sun Zheng and Gao Liang were the commanders of this operation. Sun Zheng surveyed the caravan below, quickly assessing the situation. Behold, there are two individuals being shielded by a group, dressed distinctly from the others. One of them must be the Tamab Grand Prince. He then shifted his gaze towards several carts at the rear of the caravan, suspecting that the special treasures meant for the marriage proposal were concealed within. Our course of action is clear. Create chaos and seize the treasures from the caravan that shall complete our mission. However, it is paramount that the Tamab Grand Prince remains unharmed. Li Dao looked to the two men. How shall we divide the tasks? Sun Zheng glanced at Li Dao and the others, prompting, what are your thoughts? Shen Sen spoke up first, grinning. I may not excel at killing, but I am quite adept at thievery. I shall take charge of acquiring the treasures. Li Dao nodded at the remaining three. Then let old Gui and the others assist you. After all, there are quite a few guards escorting the rear. He then turned to Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, continuing, I will accompany you in creating the distraction, for no other reason than his curiosity to see what the ambitious frog dreaming of swan meat looked like. Agreed, Sun Zheng affirmed, approving Li Dao's plan. As time progressed, the Tamub Grand Prince's caravan drew ever closer to their concealed position. Now, Sun Zheng commanded, prompting Li Dao and Su Hu to each push large boulders down the slope. Charge! Gao Yang shouted, leading the charge towards the caravan. Simultaneously, the caravan continued its steady advance through the valley when the sudden crash of the boulders echoed throughout the open space. As the group looked up, they saw the massive stones hurtling towards them, causing immediate chaos within the caravan. Ambush! The guard surrounding the Tamub Grand Prince sprang into action, alert and ready. Lu Shi, the Grand Prince, startled by the unexpected commotion, turned to his mentor. "Do not worry, my prince. All will be well," Lu Shi assured, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Noticing the assailants descending from a slope, he barked, "Assassins, prepare yourselves." With that, Lu Shi swiftly positioned the Grand Prince behind a protective barrier of guards. "Remain here, my prince. I shall deal with these intruders," he declared, launching himself into the fray. On the other side, Sun Zheng and the others spotted Lu Shi charging towards them, his aura radiating with formidable energy. The realization struck them. He was a practitioner of innate martial arts. "I will handle this," Gao Yang asserted, dashing towards Lu Shi. As a seasoned member of the Imperial Guard, he too possessed innate martial abilities, a requirement for his esteemed position. "Oomph." Lu Shi smirked at Gao Yang's audacity, swiftly unleashing a powerful palm strike. Unfazed, Gao Yang responded with a strike of his own. The impact resonated loudly. Yet Gao Yang's expression soon changed as he felt the chilling frost forming on his palm, a bone-chilling sensation creeping through him. "This is the Tianshan sect's ultimate technique, the frost palm?" Gao Yang exclaimed, a look of dread crossing his face. "Ah, so you possess some knowledge," Lu Shi replied coldly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. At that moment, Sun Zheng and the others arrived beside Gao Yang, quickly discerning that he was at a disadvantage against Lu Shi. Sun Zheng noticed the frost on Gao Yang and Appo's as palm, his expression turning grave. "The frost palm." He then turned to Lu Shi, recognition dawning on him. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as astonishment gripped him. You are the notorious snow demon Xiao Dongyan, the mastermind behind countless bloodshed 15 years ago at the frontier." Upon hearing his name, Lu Shi's expression shifted to one of mild surprise, followed by a knowing smirk. It was indeed rare for someone to remember the title of the snow demon after 15 years. "I am intrigued by your identities. Who is the snow demon Xiao Dongyan?" Sun San inquired, curiosity piqued. Sun Jing's face grew solemn as he explained, "A traitor of the Tianshan sect. He triggered untold carnage when they pursued him to the frontier 15 years ago. It is said he was gravely injured by the Tianshan sect's experts and fled to the northern barbarian territories, presumed dead. Yet here he stands, very much alive." Sun San couldn't help but ask, "Is he truly formidable? 15 years ago, he was already an innate martial artist. Would you not consider that formidable? And now?" Sun San shuddered involuntarily, instinctively seeking refuge beside Li Dao, only to be met with a disapproving glare that silenced him. Lu Shi chuckled lightly. "Xiao Dongyan was my name from 15 years past. I have since joined the Tamub tribe and reinvented myself. You may now refer to me as Lu Yan." Sun Zheng sneered. "No matter how much you attempt to change, you cannot escape the identity of a murderous fiend who betrayed his own sect. Now adding treason to your list of crimes." Lu Yan wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned, for no amount of words could alter the grim reality that they were all destined to perish here today. As one of the few who had survived among the formidable experts of the Tianshan sect, his survival was attributed to two factors: his formidable strength and his audacity. For without such boldness, he would never have joined the Tamub tribe. In the next instant, Lu Yan vanished from sight, his palm imbued with icy energy as he charged towards Gao Yang, evidently intent on dispatching one adversary before addressing the rest. Sun Zheng, witnessing this, hastily intervened to obstruct him. Neither he nor Gao Yang stood a chance against Lu Yan in a one-on-one confrontation, and thus they could not allow him to succeed. Soon enough, the two sides clashed fiercely. At this juncture, Sun San suddenly spoke up. "Boss, what should we do now? Perhaps we should flee." It seems those two are in grave danger. Where can we possibly run to? If those two perish, do you think you'll fare any better? Li Dao retorted sharply. With a look of grievance, Sun San implored, "Then what do we do now?" Li Dao cast a glance down the slope at the convoy and declared, "The mission continues. You must continue searching for that so-called treasure. And you? I shall assist them." Seeing that Sun San was about to protest further, Li Dao resolutely lifted his leg to leave. Sun San quickly sidestepped, not daring to press the matter further. As they passed by, the old ghost cheerfully produced a small vial and handed it over, saying, "Little boss, this may aid that genie way, but remember to retrieve it." Retrieve it? Li Dao was momentarily puzzled by the meaning. As they walked past, Suhu remained silent, knowing that obedience was the best course of action. The little madman trailed closely behind Suhu. Once the group had moved on, Li Dao examined the vial in his hand and hurried to Gao Yang's side. "What are you going to do?" "Apply the medicine." Without further ado, Li Dao uncorked the vial and poured out its contents. To his astonishment, the so-called medicine consisted of plump little worms. Gao Yang, upon seeing the medicine, was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "How is this to be applied?" Li Dao frowned. Could it be that this is for internal use? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang quickly shook his head. "I would rather die than consume it." At that moment, one of the worms inadvertently crawled out of the vial and landed on Gao Yang and Appo's frost-covered right hand. To their surprise, the worms suddenly turned blue, and the accumulated frost began to show signs of receding. Realizing the potential, Li Dao promptly poured all the worms onto Gao Yang's right hand. Soon, all the worms began to glow blue, seemingly absorbing the frost that had coalesced from his vital energy. Before long, the frost dissipated, and Gao Yang's hand returned to its normal state. "Wonderful!" Gao Yang exclaimed, marveling at his restored hand. Li Dao glanced down and noticed that the worms were becoming stiff. Understanding the old ghost's reference to retrieval, he collected the worms once more and returned them to the vial. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Zheng was beginning to struggle. Although he too was a congenital warrior, there was a clear disparity between his cultivation and Lu Yan's. The crux of the matter lay in Lu Yan's icy palm technique. Without any special means, Sun Zheng found himself utterly unable to cope, paralyzed by fear and hesitation. Chapter 25. The Icy Grasp of Immunity. Resulting in the escape of the man seeing Sun Zheng steadily retreating under pressure, Lu Yan taunted him, "If this is all the strength you possess, then leave your life here." Sun Zheng remained silent, for he had no retort. 15 years prior, the snow demon had entered the innate realm, while he had only recently made his breakthrough. Thus, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Continuing to speak would only serve to undermine his confidence further. Lu Yan, relying on his overwhelming strength and the formidable ice grasp technique, seized an opportunity and suddenly struck out with a palm towards the unprepared Sun Zheng. "Thief, you shall not succeed!" A shout rang out as Gao Yang surged in from the side, his long blade aimed directly at Lu Yan. Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback. If he continued to assault Sun Zheng, it would be a life-for-life exchange. He quickly pivoted to defend himself. As the three men momentarily separated, Lu Yan and Appo's gaze fell upon Gao Yang and Appo's right hand. His voice darkened. "You have managed to dispel my icy energy so swiftly." Sun Zheng also exhibited surprise. He had prepared himself for sacrifice. Ignoring Lu Yan, Gao Yang turned to Sun Zheng and declared, "Let us attack together." Agreed. Sun Zheng nodded with determination. Lu Yan, though surprised that his ice grasp energy had been neutralized, still exuded confidence. "Two of you, mere initial innate practitioners. I have long since stepped into the mid-innate stage, mastering the near-perfect ice grasp." In an instant, the three were locked in combat. Despite Lu Yan's superior strength and mastery of the ice grasp, he found himself at a disadvantage against the well-coordinated teamwork of Sun Zheng and Gao Yang. Li Dao contemplated ways to assist the two against the formidable snow demon when he suddenly noticed some commotion in the nearby convoy. Due to the attacks by Sun San and his cohorts, chaos erupted within the caravan. Especially when Prince Tianmu realized that these individuals aimed to seize the dowry intended for the marriage alliance. He grew anxious and commanded, "Guard team, swiftly stop these thieves." Several guards nodded and charged towards Shun, San, and his group. Li Dao and Appo's attention shifted to Prince Tiamu. Glancing back at the snow demon, he recognized that while the snow demon was formidable, he also had a weakness, the prince himself. As the protector of Prince Tiamu, if harm befell him, the snow demon would undoubtedly face repercussions. Therefore, rather than devising a method to deal with the troublesome snow demon, it would be more prudent to capture the prince. Regarding the prior agreement not to kill Prince Tiamu, Li Dao paid it little mind. He merely intended to use the prince as leverage against the snow demon, without any desire to take his life. However, the snow demon remained oblivious, still believing that they were assassins targeting Prince Tiamu. With that thought, Li Dao pressed forward towards Prince Tiamu and Appo's escort team. Meanwhile, after the convoy had been attacked, the guards surrounding Prince Tiamu were entirely focused, fearing for his safety. Thus, Li Dao's blatant approach quickly caught their attention. A thief approaches the prince. Stay alert. Upon seeing Li Dao charge in, the guards immediately raised their defenses. Prince Tiamu, witnessing the threat, ordered, "Send out several men to deal with this thief." Understood. With that command, 5 mounted guards surged towards Li Dao. Attack! One guard led the charge. His long knife aimed straight for Li Dao's face. "Come at me." Li Dao swiftly grasped his black iron knife and, planting his feet firmly, countered with a powerful strike. In an instant, the man and horse passed each other. The next moment, a figure was sent flying from the horse, crashing heavily to the ground. Soon after, the remaining 4 guards rushed in, perfectly coordinating their assault from various angles towards Li Dao's vital points. In earlier times, Li Dao might have considered evading such an attack, but now, he made no attempt to defend himself. The 4 guards did not anticipate that their assault would be so effortlessly successful. However, when their blades struck the figure before them, they found that the tips merely sank into the skin with no real injury inflicted. This scene left the 4 guards dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity while they were engaged, Li Dao retaliated decisively. With a sweeping motion, the black iron knife, infused with terrifying force, swung toward the 4. Crack! The sound of shattering armor echoed as the 4 were sent sprawling, bloodied. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification chimed in. 4 enemies killed, attributes gained, 3. 56. The 4 guards had provided over 3 points of attributes, indicating they possessed some degree of cultivation. In a flash, 4 of the 5 guards who had charged out were defeated, and the one who had been thrown from his horse fared no better. Though Li Dao's strike had been partially deflected by the guard's weapon and armor, the force had still been transmitted fully. With a weight of 4,000 pounds combined with the speed of his strike, at least 8,000 pounds of force impacted that guard, while he appeared uninjured. Such immense power was beyond his internal organs to endure, even as a cultivator. True enough, not long after, the system and Appo's notification sounded again. 1 enemy killed, attributes gained, 0. 68. Initially, Prince Tiamu had thought that his guards could easily handle a mere thief, but he was taken aback to see 5 guards overwhelmingly defeated. As he watched the approaching figure, he could not help but call out desperately, "Master Lu, save me." On the other side, facing the relentless onslaught from Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, the snow demon Lu Yin grew increasingly exhilarated. He envisioned the 2 of them becoming mere ice sculptures beneath his ice grasp. Likewise, Sun Zheng and Gao Liang felt the weight of their predicament. Even united, they could only stave off defeat for a brief time, primarily due to the snow demon's masterful ice grasp technique. Sometimes, even when they evaded his attacks, the natural icy energy emanating from the ice grasp would render their bodies stiff. At that moment, a cry pierced the air. "Master Lu, save me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to see a figure advancing towards Prince Tiamu, surrounded by the fallen bodies of guards. The remaining guard were unable to impede the intruder and Appo's progress. If he did not rush to provide support, it would not be long before Prince Tiamu fell into enemy hands. Despicable. Lu Yan could not help but scold Sun Zheng and Gao Liang. Despicable? Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged glances, noting the scene in the distance. Realizing Li Dao and Appo's prowess as he swept through the guards, they instantly understood his intent. Gao Liang, unable to restrain himself, retorted, "You dare speak of despicability? When you betrayed your master and later joined the TMU tribe, did you not consider it then? You, regardless of Lu Yin and Oppos, as protests." He recognized that he needed to rush to aid Prince TMU. He was already wanted by the great Qian Dynasty. If Prince Tamud were to meet with an unfortunate incident at his hands, then he would find it impossible to survive in the northern barbarians. After enduring 15 arduous years, becoming the master of Prince Tamud, and with the potential to ascend as the royal teacher of the Tamud tribe, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? In that instant, the thought of killing Sun Zheng and Gao Liang dissipated from his mind. "You all wait for me," he uttered with a venomous tone before decisively turning to head towards Prince Tamud's location. Before Sun Zheng and Gao Liang could revel in their good fortune, their expressions suddenly changed. "Damn it, if Snow Demon is coming, what are we to do?" Gao Liang shouted anxiously, "Be careful, Lu Yin is returning." Meanwhile, Li Dao was reveling in a flurry of combat among a group of guards when he suddenly heard a familiar voice whispering ominously in his ear. The next second, a chilling killing intent surged from behind him. "Is it you who is sabotaging my good fortune?" As Li Dao turned to look, he saw Lu Yin unleashing a frost palm directly at him. Instinctively, he swung his blade in defense. Frost palm. Lu Yin unleashed a torrent of icy true energy from his palm. The moment the Xiantian blade approached that frigid hand, it instantly became encased in frost, covering his own wrist as well. A loud crash echoed as blade met palm, sending shards of ice scattering in all directions. Li Dao's eyes narrowed. He realized that Lu Yin had blocked his strike with the frost of his palm. It was evident that Lu Yin was indeed a congenital warrior, a level of skill beyond that of acquired practitioners. Across from him, Lu Yin's expression grew grave. The impact from that blade had sent a painful tremor through his hand, nearly causing him to falter. He glanced at Li Dao's right hand, now frozen in ice, and felt a slight relief. Frostpalm, not willing to concede, Lu Yin struck again with his left hand. Li Dao furrowed his brow and promptly countered with his other hand. A resounding bang. Their palms collided, producing a thunderous sound. Lu Yin felt the immense force from the impact, nearly causing his arm to fracture, yet he was convinced that his opponent was suffering even more. Following the clash, a layer of frost rapidly spread over Li Dao and Oppos' entire arm, threatening to encroach further onto his body. "You shall perish," Lu Yin proclaimed with a frigid smile. At that moment, two figures rushed to his side, brandishing their blades towards Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin understood perfectly who was attempting to thwart his plans and swiftly evaded their attacks. When he looked up again, the three had retreated several dozen meters away. "Are you all right?" Gao Yang asked, his face pale as he observed Li Dao and Oppos, his arm encased in frost. He had felt the sting of the frost palm himself and understood the true potency of that icy, true energy. Before Li Dao could respond, Lu Yin erupted into laughter. "Do not hold on to any hope. He is beyond salvation." Gao Yang retorted, "Beyond salvation? I just recovered." Lu Yin sneered, "You are merely speaking of a hand. He has lost an entire arm. You may temporarily resist my icy true energy with your congenital essence, which is why your hand remains intact. But he possesses no true energy at all." "You have no true energy?" Sun Zheng exclaimed in shock, staring at Li Dao. There was no reason to conceal such a matter, and Li Dao nodded in affirmation. Gao Yang's expression darkened as he gazed at Li Dao's arm, now fully covered in frost. If that were indeed the case, then it was truly hopeless. "Ha ha! Prepare to meet your end," Lu Yin mocked. Sun Zheng and Gao Yang wore bitter expressions, seemingly resigned to their fates. "Prepare to meet what end?" Li Dao suddenly interjected. Lu Yin's laughter halted as he directly inquired. "You must be feeling a chill in your chest now, correct? To be frank, my icy true energy is approaching your heart's meridian. Once it reaches there, not even a deity can save you." Li Dao frowned, "But my chest does not feel cold at all." Lu Yin scoffed, "Keep pretending. The frost on your arm is composed of my icy, true energy. Is that so?" Li Dao raised his left arm, shaking his body. With a sharp crack, the frost on his arm shattered instantly. In the next moment, all the frost fell away, revealing an unscathed arm. "It's gone now, what?" To ensure Lu Yin could see clearly, Li Dao even maneuvered his arm in several directions, flexing his fingers. At this, Lu Yan's expression froze in disbelief. How is this possible? You clearly received my icy, true energy. Li Dao shrugged, but the facts speak for themselves. In truth, only Li Dao understood the situation. When he received the frost palm, he had sensed a bone-chilling aura attempting to penetrate through his skin. However, his skin had undergone transformation, effectively blocking the icy energy, allowing only a small amount to enter his body. Yet, before it could cause any harm, it was washed away by the boiling vitality within him. Coupled with his formidable regenerative ability, his arm had completely healed in no time. Overall, through these encounters, he had discovered that his skin, following its transformation, had not only increased physical resistance, but also magical resistance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to easily counter Lu Yan's icy true energy, nor the fiery true energy of the previous half-step congenital warrior. This revelation left Sun Zheng and Gao Liang beside him utterly astonished. You truly have no true energy? Gao Liang asked, uncertain. He could hardly believe that someone could withstand the elemental true energy of a congenital warrior using only their physical body. Li Dao shook his head. Isn't it called innate divine strength? Gao Liang couldn't help but retort, what kind of innate divine strength is that? Sun Zheng suddenly asked, do you think you can withstand his icy true energy again? As long as it's not for an extended period, I should be able to, Li Dao replied. From the current perspective, he felt that Lu Yan's icy true energy posed little threat to him. Upon hearing this, Sun Zheng's eyes lit up. That's excellent. Gao Liang's expression also brightened. Perfect. We three can join forces. At that moment, Lu Yan also regained his composure. His gaze towards Li Dao shifted from disdain to caution. After all, his proud frost palm had suddenly lost its former efficacy, naturally instilling a sense of wariness in him. Noticing the three conspiring together, he realized the potential danger if they successfully united their efforts. Casting a glance at the heavily wounded guard squad and the chaotic convoy nearby, he pondered for a moment before leaping to Prince Tamud and Appo's side. Master Lu, why are you not making your move? Prince Tamud asked, displeased. Your Highness, this opponent is rather formidable. If I exert my full strength, I may not be able to ensure your safety, Lu Yan replied cautiously. What? Prince Tamud and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. In his eyes, nothing was more important than his own life. Previously, he had summoned Lu Yan to act because there were many guards to protect him temporarily. Now, even Lu Yan lacked confidence in safeguarding him, which made Prince Tamud feel increasingly uneasy. He hastily inquired, then what should we do now? Lu Yan hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. That depends on what you wish to do, Your Highness. If you wish to press on, I can hold them off. But the outcome remains uncertain. However, if there is a chance, Lu still possesses the confidence to protect the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Prince Tianmu hesitated for a moment and inquired, Master Lu, how confident are you? Approximately 60%, Lu replied. 60%? The expression on Prince Tianmu and Appo's face darkened. This implied a 40% chance of failure. What would happen then? Would he perish here? If he were to die, his brother would assume control of the Tianmu tribe, and the throne, along with its accompanying beauty, would belong to another. Everything he held dear would be inherited by someone else. Contemplating this, Prince Tianmu resolutely made his decision. He had no desire for his brother to enjoy life in his stead. Master Lu, protect me as I leave this place and return to the Tianmu tribe. I shall not proceed with the marriage alliance. I wish to go back, he stated urgently. Very well, today, I, Lu Yan, shall risk my life to ensure the Crown Prince's safe return to the tribe, Lu declared with an expression of righteous determination. Master Lu, Prince Tianmu exclaimed, visibly moved. Ignoring the Crown Prince and Appo's sentiment, Lu turned directly to the surrounding guards and commanded, all of you, abandon the supplies and retreat. Safeguarding the Crown Prince's return to the Tianmu tribe. Yes, the guards shouted in unison, quickly escorting Prince Tianmu as they mounted their horses and retreated. This scene left Sun Zheng and Gao Liang utterly astonished. What did this mean? It appeared that Lu Yan was unwilling to engage in battle any longer. Lu turned to Li Dao and the others, proclaiming, today I shall spare your lives, but rest assured, I will return to claim your heads in the future." With that, he urged his horse forward, hastening to catch up with the retreating party of Prince Tiamu, leaving Sun Zheng and Gao Liang in a state of confusion. What did it mean to utter such fierce words and then flee? Furthermore, after driving away Prince Tiamu, could they consider their mission accomplished? It should be deemed a success. After all, they had lost the betrothal gifts and suffered significant casualties within their ranks. No one would feel comfortable returning to the marriage alliance in such a disgraceful manner. Chapter 26. Wei Yun captured. Li Dao bravely storms the enemy camp. Boss, where have they all gone? At that moment, Shun San, accompanied by Old Gue and others, rushed over. They had been preoccupied with searching for the so-called treasure when they noticed the guards with whom they had fought fiercely were now retreating hastily, one after another. With their master gone, how could they possibly stay? Li Dao brushed off the remnants of frost from his attire and remarked, "They fled? Then what of our mission?" His gaze swept over the wagons laden with goods. "Everything is right here. Let us search thoroughly." "No need to search," Sun Zheng interjected suddenly. "No need." Shun San and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Sun Zheng elaborated on his conjecture. The enemy and Oppo's disordered retreat could only mean they were returning to the Tiamu tribe, not heading towards the Qian. Hence, their mission was effectively accomplished. Li Dao inquired, "But what if they regroup and continue their offensive after returning?" Gao Yang chuckled from the side. "Then that would be another matter entirely, one that does not concern us." Li Dao mused. "Indeed, it seems that regardless of the world, the workplace is the same. There are always ways to offload troublesome matters. With that, they could avoid further complications." The third task promised to Wei Yun was complete, and now the prospect of freedom beckoned. Half an hour later, they buried the plundered goods in a pit, as it was impractical for just 7 of them to carry everything away. "With the mission accomplished, we shall take our leave." Sun Zheng and Gao Liang saluted Li Dao. "Are you leaving just like that? Not returning to Changgu town to inform Commander Wei?" "No need for that. We only need to be accountable to His Majesty." "Very well. I wish you both a safe journey," Li Dao replied, patting Gao Liang on the shoulder with a smile. "You've been a great help to us this time. When you return to the capital, we shall treat you to a feast." "Treat me to a feast?" "If they were to discover my true identity, I could very well end up with a knife instead of a meal." Nevertheless, he nodded in acquiescence. Before long, the two departed, leaving Li Dao and his 4 companions behind. Li Dao surveyed the chaos around him and said, "Next, we return to report the mission and claim our freedom." With a sense of urgency, Li Dao led the group back to Changgu town without pause. However, upon their arrival, they were taken aback. Numerous corpses lay outside the town, bodies of the Qian soldiers alongside unfamiliar ones. "What on earth happened?" Shun San exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Without speaking, Li Dao dismounted and approached a corpse, recognizing the attire. Luo Yun tribe? He discerned that the unfamiliar bodies belonged to the people of the Luo Yun tribe. This meant they had attacked Changgu town. "Let us enter and investigate," he urged, leading the group into the town. As they ventured deeper, the bodies grew more numerous, all belonging to the Qian soldiers and the Luo Yun tribe, suggesting it was indeed the latter who had besieged the town. Just as the 5 stepped through the town's gates, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Li Dao's ears twitched instinctively, and he reached out to catch an arrow mid-flight. "Who goes there?" Shun San and the others immediately turned their attention to the direction of the arrow's origin. "Luo Yun brutes, we shall fight." In the next moment, a number of disheveled Qian soldiers emerged from concealed corners. Among them was Lu Neng, whom Li Dao recognized as their leader. Lu Neng. The mere utterance of his name startled Lu Neng mid-charge. Upon realizing they were allies, he quickly raised his hand. "Wait, do not attack, they are our people." Li Dao glanced at the wounded Lu Neng and inquired, "What transpired in Changgu town?" With a pained expression, Lu Neng replied, "Last night, shortly after you all departed, the town was suddenly assaulted by the Luo Yun tribe. We were caught completely off guard, and thus, Changgu town fell. Is it just you remaining?" Li Dao surveyed the remnants of Lu Neng's forces, noting there were hardly 200 left. Considering the Wei camp originally housed 1,000, and Changgu had over 1,000 soldiers, the losses were staggering. "Yes," Lu Neng nodded dejectedly. Suddenly, Li Dao and Amp, Oppo's, expression sharpened. What about Commander Wei? As a congenital martial artist, he should not have fallen easily. Mention of Wei Yun darkened Lu Nang's demeanor further. In the final moments of the battle, he realized we could not withstand the assault of the Luo Yun tribe, so he led the remaining forces away. His current whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing this, Li Dao and Oppo's expression turned grim. He inhaled deeply and asked directly, "Did you see in which direction Commander Wei fled?" Shun San, sensing the gravity of the situation, said, "Boss, it's been half a day. He may already be in grave danger." Li Dao replied firmly, "One must see the living and the dead." Shun San muttered, "Is it really necessary?" Old Gui interjected, "Little fatty, if Wei Yun perishes, who will grant you your freedom?" At the mention of freedom, Shun San jolted. "Surely it cannot be that we need Wei Yun for this. Who do you think agreed to those terms? Without him, who would recognize you?" Old Gui retorted without hesitation. In a panic, Shun San turned to Lu Nung. "Quickly, tell us, which direction did Wei Yun head?" Lu Nung, recognizing the urgency, pointed towards a direction without delay. "Let us go, boss. We must not allow that scoundrel Wei Yun to perish." Shun San exclaimed. Li Dao mounted his horse decisively. "You all stay here. I will pursue alone." "But," Shun San began, but Li Dao was already galloping towards the direction Lu Nan indicated. "Old Gui, should we not follow?" Shun San asked, unable to contain himself. "Follow. If you wish to chase, then go ahead," Old Gui replied, sitting down leisurely. "Today, I shall show mercy. Those who wish to receive treatment may line up." Meanwhile, after departing Changgu town, Li Dao remained vigilant, observing the traces on the ground. Before long, he discovered clues that the Luo Yun tribe may have left while pursuing. Resolutely, he followed the trail. At that moment, not far from Li Dao, a temporary camp was stationed. In the center stood a wooden cage, within which a man bound by numerous chains resided. If Li Dao were present, he would surely recognize this individual as Wei Yun. This was indeed the temporary encampment of the Luo Yun tribe. One of the tribe members approached the cage and splashed a bucket of cold water inside, coldly demanding, "Tell me, did your Qian people murder our tribe and Amp? Oppo's, as third prince?" "Bah!" Wei Yun spat defiantly, exposing a cold smile. "Your third prince has nothing to do with us Qian." Still bold enough to retort, the tribe member seized a pot of boiling water from a nearby fire and hurled it at Wei Yun. As the scalding water splashed onto him, Wei Yun and Amp, Oppo's, expression soured. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. This scene drew mocking laughter from the surrounding Luo Yun tribesmen. "Quite resilient, aren't you?" At that moment, a member of the Falling Cloud tribe rose from the crowd, instantly silencing those around him. They had dispatched two innate martial artists to confront Wei Yun, one named Jin Hua and the other Jin Sha. Jin Hua, one of the leaders and an innate martial artist, approached Wei Yun with a light laugh, saying, "I am uncertain whether the demise of our third prince is linked to your Qian. It may or may not be, but that is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that we must establish a connection between the death of our prince and your Qian. All you need to do is acknowledge that the death of our third prince was caused by your Qian, and we shall not only release you, but also permit you to join the esteemed Falling Cloud tribe. What do you say?" Wei Yun furrowed his brow, realizing they were from the anti-Qian faction of the Falling Cloud tribe. In the northern barbarian lands, the Falling Cloud tribe was nominally neutral, maintaining an ambiguous stance towards the Qian. A faction within desired to wage war against the Qian, akin to the Tam tribe, to seize better resources and land. The third prince, who had been slain by them, was part of this anti-Qian faction, secretly negotiating with the Tam tribe without the tribe's king's knowledge. Now, the opposing side sought merely to find an excuse to persuade the remaining members of the Falling Cloud tribe. Understanding this, Wei Yun resolutely refused to concede, even if he was indeed responsible for the prince and Amp, Oppo's, abduction. "Just give me your answer," Jin Hua urged impatiently. Wei Yun chose silence, closing his eyes. Seeing this, Jin Hua understood his intent and looked up at the sky, noting the sun nearing its zenith. He commanded, "Raise a flag for me and hang him up to be scorched by the sun." Thus, the battered Wei Yun was hoisted onto a pole, exposed to the sweltering sun. In that moment, he seemed to recall something, murmuring, "I am sorry, 9527. Wei Yun felt no fear of death. His only regret was failing to fulfill his promise. Time passed slowly. The sun blazed ever more fiercely above him, leaving him parched and weak. The severity of his injuries, combined with the relentless heat, began to blur his vision. In the distance, he discerned a figure approaching. 9527? Wei Yun chuckled bitterly, muttering, "They say one sees illusions when death is near. It seems to be true." Without hesitation, he bit down on his tongue to jolt himself awake. Though he lamented for 9527, he refused to allow thoughts of a man to occupy his mind in his final moments. He wished for a beautiful woman instead, to leave this world with a touch of comfort. However, the pain did not dispel the vision before him. As the figure drew closer, he heard the sound of galloping hooves. Suddenly, he jolted, his mind snapping to clarity. This was no illusion. Meanwhile, Li Dao approached the camp and recognized it as belonging to the fallen Cloud tribe. His gaze caught sight of Wei Yun, suspended from the flag. With his extraordinary vision, he readily discerned that Wei Yun was still alive, which relieved him greatly. Had Wei Yun perished, the loss would have enraged him immensely. On the other hand, Li Dao's presence did not go unnoticed by the fallen Cloud tribe members. Report, an unfamiliar person approaches. A soldier shouted, causing those within the camp to swiftly assemble, including the two innate martial artists. 9527, do not concern yourself with me. There are two innate martial artists here. Wei Yun called out hoarsely from his perch. He believed that with two innate martial artists guarding the camp, Li Dao could never rescue him without risking his own life. Upon hearing Wei Yun and Appo's voice, Li Dao and Appo's attention quickly shifted to the two figures at the front of the soldiers. Two innate martial artists? He did not dwell on it for long and immediately opened his system panel. Master, Li Dao, physique, 40, 74, available attributes, 10, 98. Though he had not killed the snow demon Lu Yin in his recent confrontation with the Tam Prince, the death of high-quality guards had granted him considerable attributes. He wondered if a physique 50 times that of an ordinary man would suffice. Yet, regardless of its adequacy, he was unwilling to pursue this matter without trying. At points, Master, Li Dao, physique, 51, 72, available attributes, 0. In an instant, a familiar warmth coursed through his body. The boiling blood ignited his fighting spirit, instilling within him an impulse to unleash his pent-up energy, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse onward, charging directly into the ranks of the fallen Cloud tribe. The two innate martial artists exchanged cold smiles at the sight of the charging Li Dao, commanding, "Advance! Kill him! Kill!" A horde of soldiers surged forward, undeterred by the lone figure before them. Yet little did they know, to Li Dao, their reckless charge resembled a flock of sheep lunging at a tiger, as if attempting to suffocate the beast. In mere moments, bolstered by his steed, dozens of soldiers were flung aside. Meanwhile, the soldiers' long blades descended upon him. Not far away, the two innate martial artists dismissed Li Dao entirely, even beginning to wager. Jin Hua remarked, "How long do you think he can last in there?" Jin Sha replied with a smirk, "At most 30 seconds before he succumbs." Jin Hua laughed heartily. "You predict 30 seconds? I shall give him 40. Jin Sha shrugged, "Then let us wait and see." Faced with the multitude of blades raining down, Li Dao possessed the reflexes to evade them effortlessly. However, he chose not to, as dodging would hinder his offensive capability. In an instant, countless blades struck his body. Yet, aside from tearing his clothing, none could inflict harm upon the flesh beneath. This spectacle left the surrounding soldiers in stunned silence. Yet they had no opportunity to react. With a swift motion of his Qian Tai knife, blood sprayed in a wide arc, 8 enemies slain, attributes gained. 1. 24. 8 individuals had only yielded a meager 1. 24 attributes? Compared to the guards of the Tam Prince, this was far inferior. They were merely ordinary soldiers without any cultivation. Glancing at the dense throng of soldiers, he realized that while their quality was lacking, their numbers could be utilized. Li Dao leapt from his horse, diving into the fray. However, this scene appeared to Jin Hua and Jin Sha as a foolish venture leading to certain death. "It seems he won't last even 30 seconds," Jin Sha sneered. Are all the Qian soldiers this foolish? Jin Hua remarked, unable to suppress his commentary. Among all present, only Wei Yun, suspended from the flag, could grasp the situation clearly. In his view, Li Dao moved through the encirclement of the falling cloud tribe as if traversing an uninhabited realm, reaping lives with abandon. As he witnessed this carnage, a surge of blood rushed through him. Had he not been bound, he would have surely risen to applaud, especially when he realized that Li Dao completely disregarded the blade. He was utterly astonished. For innate martial artists, they could rely on the external projection of true energy to withstand blades and firearms. Yet, he was acutely aware that Li Dao possessed no true energy within his body. His combat prowess was solely reliant on his physical strength. He also understood that certain martial arts could refine the body and enhance its fundamental strength, but such techniques necessitated the accompaniment of true energy. If the true energy dissipated, then they would at most possess slightly superior physicality compared to their peers, but it would never be to such an extraordinary extent. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Li Dao. Suddenly, the thought of Li Dao and Appo's identity as a death row inmate struck him, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering who the fool was that condemned such a remarkable natural talent to death row. Didn't they feel a sense of regret? Chapter 27. One against thousands, slaying the innate, the slaughter raged on. As time passed, the soldiers of the Luoyuan tribe gradually succumbed to despair. They discovered that their assaults had no effect on the formidable figure before them. Their sharp blades failed to even graze a single hair. In stark contrast, the opponent could extinguish their lives with effortless strikes. Over time, no one dared to approach this terrifying adversary. Yet, the most disheartening aspect for the soldiers of the front was the relentless push from those behind them, who could not see the dire situation ahead. This pressure compelled even the most reluctant soldiers into the fray, leaving them with no option but to fight. Stop pushing. That guy is coming to kill us. Fight. Don't kill him. He cannot be killed. Fight. Get away from me, you bastard. Fight. Ultimately, one soldier fell victim to Li Dao and Appo's as casual strike. When the soldier, who had been fervently shouting for blood, found himself face to face with Li Dao amidst the carnage, he finally comprehended why he had been held back. At that moment, he yearned to resurrect the one who had shielded him. Yet, what awaited him was only the sharp edge of the Xiantai blade. Li Dao had become an unstoppable force of slaughter. Though he faced fewer than 10,000 foes, it felt as though he were surrounded by 1,000, with no one standing in his way. The ordinary soldiers could only await their merciless demise at his hands. This was one advantage that those with extraordinary strength held over true Qi practitioners, while a martial artist relying on true Qi would eventually exhaust their energy. Leaving them as mere mortals, Li Dao, devoid of true Qi, possessed endurance beyond the ordinary. Simple sword swings did not deplete his vigor. Rather, with each kill, his spirit soared, especially as he observed his attributes rising in his status panel. The speed of his strikes only accelerated. The melodic chimes of system notifications rang in his ears, a symphony he never tired of. 4 enemies slain, attribute gained. 0, 65. 6 enemies slain, attribute gained. 1. 13. 5 enemies slain, attribute gained. 0. 96 enemies slain. Though each reward was modest, the frequency of the notifications was exhilarating. Suddenly, a unique notification echoed in his mind. Achieved 100 consecutive kills, reward attribute. 5. 100 consecutive kills? The system has such a reward mechanism. He recalled receiving a minor attribute reward upon achieving his first kill, after a lengthy period of only receiving attributes from slain enemies. He had assumed that subsequent reward from the system were a thing of the past. He had not anticipated that only by achieving 100 consecutive kills could he earn such rewards. He pondered whether this reward was exclusive to the first instance or if further consecutive kills would yield additional system rewards. Nonetheless, this unexpected gain of 5 attributes was a delightful surprise. The sudden influx of rewards intensified Li Dao's bloodlust. If slaughter were a vocation, then this unexpected bonus would undoubtedly invigorate Li Dao, the diligent worker. Meanwhile, outside the encirclement, Jinhua and Jinsha began to sense that something was amiss. What is happening? Why is this still ongoing? Jinhua's expression darkened. Forget 30 or 40 seconds. It has been several minutes, and the battle rages on. He faintly heard the anguished cries of his soldiers. This is bad. I must see for myself. Unable to contain his anxiety, Jinhua dashed toward the battlefield. What he encountered upon nearing the fray left him stunned. His men were being slaughtered, and a figure was rampaging through their ranks. You bastard! Seeing this, Jinhua's eyes reddened instantly, and with a roar, he plunged into the chaos. Everyone retreat. Initially, the ambush on Changgu town, aimed at capturing the commander of the great Qian, Wei Yun, was deemed a significant victory for the Luoyan tribe. However, witnessing the devastation wrought by the enemy, the casualty rate skyrocketed, and Jinhua could no longer remain passive. After executing several more foes, Li Dao felt a sudden chill behind him. Turning, he noticed an innate warrior charging toward him. Come on me. Li Dao glanced at his stats panel. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 51, 72. Available attributes, 25, 78. After his initial slaughter and the system's reward of 5 attributes, his available attributes had surged to an astonishing 26, surpassing half of his current physique. This should suffice. Faced with an adversary who could potentially end his life, Li Dao resolved to unleash his full power. System, allocate my points. In the next instant, his panel transformed. Master, Li Dao, physique, 77, 50, available attributes, 0. With more than 20 points added to his physique, a torrent of warmth surged through him, coursing throughout his being. With each pulse, his strength amplified. In a short span, his skin flushed a vibrant red, and with each breath, a faint white mist escaped his nostrils. In that moment, Li Dao and Appo's murderous intent soared alongside his physique. As the innate warrior drew closer, Li Dao began to assess his own strength, the criteria for which lay before him. Kill! With a guttural roar, Li Dao brandished his Xiantai blade and charged toward Jinhua. On the other hand, Jinhua was contemplating how to capture and torment his foe to death when he suddenly heard a fierce roar and saw the enemy charging directly at him. You're asking for death. In that moment, he labeled Li Dao as such. To him, the opponent appeared to be nothing more than an oddly skilled postnatal warrior. After all, he could not even manifest true qi, so he could not possibly be innate. Divine Eagle Claw. Jinhua formed his hand into a claw, a sharp, true qi manifesting at his fingertips. As the blade approached, he swiftly evaded it and seized Li Dao and Appo's arm with a crushing grip. Li Dao, witnessing this, revealed a hint of surprise. His opponent's agility suggested mastery in unarmed combat. I'll disable your arm first. With confidence radiating from his countenance, Jinhua prepared to unleash his true qi through his fingertips. A sharp sound echoed as his grip tightened. However, upon withdrawing his hand, he found only torn fabric and fragments of bloodied skin at his fingertips, leaving him in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the damage be so minimal? In his mind, he envisioned a gruesome outcome, yet all he had achieved was a mere scratch. Meanwhile, Li Dao glanced at the 3 bloodied marks on his arm and raised an eyebrow. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "An innate warrior? Is that all you can do, employing such feeble tactics?" In his memory, he recalled a time in school when a female classmate had left similar scratches upon him. In that moment, the scar on his body had scabbed over within an hour. Yet now, as Li Dao glanced down, the marks that were once fresh had completely healed. He felt a tremor in his arm, and as the scab shattered, pristine skin emerged beneath, devoid of any trace of injury. A technique used by a woman? Jinhua's eyes twitched. When had his divine eagle claw ever been described in such a manner? In his fury, he struck once more, determined to prove his strength. After a fierce exchange, he once again succeeded in landing his claws on Li Dao's arm. No longer underestimating his opponent, he summoned all his innate energy to unleash a powerful strike. This time, he distinctly sensed that his innate energy was momentarily obstructed by the layer of flesh and skin, failing to penetrate it. Only after a fierce scrape did the skin yield slightly to his innate energy. However, the dense layer of muscle beneath stood resolutely against the force. The sound of tearing echoed as he withdrew his hand, his expression darkening at the minuscule amount of flesh lodged beneath his nails. He could hardly believe that his indomitable divine eagle claw was thwarted by mere flesh. What manner of being are you? If he was free of flaws, then the one with the issue could only be the man before him. Such a terrifying physique was beyond his comprehension for a mere human. Li Dao observed the slowly healing wound and remarked with a faint smile, "With flesh and blood, how could I possibly be anything but human?" With that, he decisively launched an attack against the innate martial artist before him. From their previous encounters, he had realized that his physique, over 70 times that of an ordinary person, combined with his transformed skin, rendered him nearly impervious to harm. Now, it was time to test the limits of his offensive capabilities. Unnamed slash. The Qian blade surged toward Jin Hua and Appo's neck. Jin Hua, snapping out of his astonishment, quickly evaded. Yet, Li Dao and Appo's speed surpassed his expectations, even with his exceptional agility. He barely managed to escape. The sound of slicing echoed as Jin Hua found that although he had evaded the blade, his outer garments had still been torn. To his bewilderment, he noticed that Li Dao and Appo's blade was devoid of any energy. Could it be that this was merely a brute force strike? A chilling thought crossed his mind, leaving him questioning reality. What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, the soldiers of the falling Cloud tribe witnessed their leader engaged in battle and quickly retreated. They had initially thought their leader would easily dispatch the enemy, only to realize he was at a disadvantage against Jin Hua, an innate warrior. Faced with Jin Hua, Li Dao employed a singular strategy: to leverage his opponent's inability to inflict harm upon him and retaliate with full force. This led to Jin Hua's cautious demeanor throughout the confrontation. Even without any energy, a single careless strike from Li Dao could severely injure him. On the sidelines, Wei Yun, observing the fight, was taken aback by Li Dao's prowess against Jin Hua. Initially believing that with his strength, he could easily handle someone of half-step innate level, he was now astonished to see the innate warrior struggling. At the same time, as the falling Cloud soldiers dispersed, Jin Sha also witnessed the clash between Jin Hua and Li Dao. Upon seeing Jin Hua falter, he straightened, but soon relaxed again, thinking it was all a game. He scoffed quietly, observing as Jin Hua continuously evaded the relentless onslaught. With his understanding of Jin Hua's abilities, he noted that there were countless opportunities for a counterattack. Yet Jin Hua only dodged, leading him to dismiss the situation as trivial, leaning against a nearby post. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Hua was precariously balancing on a tightrope, each step a dance with death. Li Dao's strikes were ferocious, relentless, and seemingly tireless, each aimed with precision, forcing Jin Hua to break a sweat after each narrow escape. Inwardly, Jin Hua cursed the situation. Monster! After all, how could a human withstand such a relentless barrage? He had initially planned to exhaust his opponent's stamina by leveraging his agility, but with each passing moment, Li Dao showed no signs of fatigue, while his own energy dwindled. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "Jin Sha, come help me." Not far away, Jin Sha dismissed Jin Hua's plea, responding loudly, "You can handle it yourself. I'm just watching." Jin Hua's inner thoughts were a flurry of expletives. Was this a game? He was on the brink of death. Li Dao, undeterred, intensified his assault. Though his attack rate appeared consistent, within his mind, the figure of the innate warrior was being meticulously analyzed. Each enhancement of his physique had simultaneously sharpened his mental acuity. Now possessing intellect over 70 times that of an ordinary man, he could effortlessly simulate and predict his opponent and Appo's movements. Thus, after several exchanges, Jin Hua's every action was mapped out in Li Dao's mind. To the left, Li Dao's gaze sharpened, and his blade veered leftward just as Jin Hua instinctively dodged in that direction, only to be met by the incoming edge. A piercing sound followed, abruptly silencing the air. This time, Li Dao's blade did not merely graze clothing but struck true at Jin Hua's throat. No matter how potent his energy, flesh and blood could not withstand the sharpness of Qian Dynasty. Jin Hua's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, blood spilling forth. His gaze fixed on Li Dao, unable to fathom how the blade had followed such a peculiar trajectory. Little did he know, His every movement had been replicated in Li Dao's mind, allowing him to predict with near certainty that Jin Hua would evade left. All it took was for Li Dao to time his strike perfectly. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 10:31. As Jin Hua breathed his last, the system's notification rang in Li Dao's ears. An astonished expression crossed his face as he absorbed the implications of the attributes gained from the death of an innate warrior. Over 10 points? Translated, that meant the overall attributes of an innate warrior were in excess of 100 times that of a common person, surpassing even his own physique. Truly, the prowess of an innate warrior was formidable. In the wake of Jin Hua and Appo's demise, the atmosphere around Li Dao grew eerily silent. As he lifted his head, he beheld the soldiers of the falling cloud tribe, staring blankly at Jin Hua's lifeless form. One soldier, regaining his composure, instinctively began to retreat. This marked only the beginning. With one soldier's retreat, others followed suit, creating a wave of withdrawal. With their powerful leader slain, they realized that charging in a battle would serve no purpose but to meet a similar fate. Nearby, Jin Sha, who had previously mocked Jin Hua, now stood frozen in disbelief. He still fails to comprehend why Jin Hua met such an abrupt demise. Was he not merely engaging in play? How could he have gambled away his very life? Were Jin Hua to possess any awareness in this moment, he would undoubtedly be cursing at the thoughts swirling within Jin Sha's mind. Just as Jin Sha contemplated taking action to avenge Jin Hua, a sudden clarity washed over him, urging him to remain composed. His strength was not markedly superior to that of Jin Hua. If Jin Hua had not perished through his own folly, but rather had been genuinely overpowered and slain by the adversary, could he truly prevail in combat? Jin Hua's cries for help indicated his desire to flee. However, escape was impossible. This meant that the opponent's prowess rendered Jin Hua cornered, leaving him with no choice but to seek assistance. Jin Sha found himself rooted to the spot, wrestling with two choices. One was to avenge Jin Hua, a course that could lead to his own demise at the hands of the foe, potentially resulting in the annihilation of their entire party. The other option was to retreat, preserving his own life for the time being, allowing him to grow stronger and avenge Jin Hua at a later date. Meanwhile, after dispatching the innate martial artist before him, Li Dao's gaze naturally gravitated toward another innate martial artist not far away. Only one remained, so he contemplated his next move. Just as he was poised to act, he witnessed the remaining innate martial artist suddenly mount his steed. Initially, Li Dao anticipated an approach, but to his surprise, the adversary turned and fled in the opposite direction, issuing a command for a full retreat. This proclamation seemed to lift the constraints on the Luoyun soldiers. The soldiers, who had been retreating slowly, suddenly surged toward their camp with renewed vigor, driven by a singular thought, to mount their horses and follow their other commander. Li Dao stood in stunned silence. This was not how he envisioned the scenario unfolding. Shouldn't a throng of warriors have charged forward to assist the innate martial artist in seeking vengeance? Their retreat was utterly unexpected. Whether it was his sluggish reaction or the swiftness of their flight, he could not tell. By the time Li Dao regained his senses, the last of the Luoyun soldiers had already galloped 100 meters away. Chapter 28. The Rescue of Wei Yun. Observing the vanishing figure of the innate martial artist and the remnants of the fleeing soldiers from the falling cloud tribe, Li Dao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from pursuing them. For him, today was already a tremendous gain, an unexpected delight. The priority now was to ascertain whether Wei Yun was unharmed. If this fellow were to perish, all of Li Dao's efforts thus far would be rendered futile. Atop the flagpole, Wei Yun and Appo's mouth hung slightly open. He had yet to fully recover from the astonishment of witnessing Li Dao slay the innate martial artist. It was only when he felt the flagpole being lifted and then lowered that he gradually regained his composure. Li Dao, observing the dazed expression on Wei Yun and Appo's face, approached and gently patted him on the cheek, inquiring, "Wei Commander, are you alive?" Feeling a slight sting on his face, Wei Yun confirmed that this was no dream, shaking his head and replying, "I'm fine. They didn't intend to kill me." The members of the Falling Cloud tribe had captured him primarily to force him to confess to being the murderer of the third prince of Fallen Cloud. But they had not taken his life, merely tormenting him instead. Thus, while he appeared severely distressed, in reality, he was merely exhausted from his inner energy and sustained a few superficial wounds. For those of their station in the borderlands, such injuries were merely trifles. At that moment, Wei Yun suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Li Dao with profound gratitude. 9527, I never imagined you would come to rescue me. This truly moves me. Upon finishing his words, he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace him. Li Dao sidestepped, his expression darkening. You are getting ahead of yourself. I merely thought that if you died, no one would negotiate for our freedom, hence my intervention. I understand, but could you not indulge me with a little deception to stir my emotions? Wei Yun was no fool. He recognized that their relationship was not so intimate. His remark was merely an expression of sentiment, unexpectedly shattered by the harshness of reality. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and bluntly stated, What benefit do you gain from my sympathy? Are you not afraid that I might change my mind and deny you your freedom? You may attempt to do so, he added, drawing his black iron blade and resting it against his own neck, its coldness sending shivers down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise. Wei Yun understood that should he dare to retract his words, the blade would not hesitate to sever his throat. 9527 was that decisive. Previously, while suspended in midair, Wei Yun had witnessed the extent of Li Dao's lethal intent. The excitement etched across his face during the act of killing was not feigned, but wholly genuine. He could hardly fathom what kind of person would find pleasure in the act of slaughter. Wei Yun cautiously sidestepped the black iron blade, rubbing his goosebumps, and said, All right, I was merely speaking, it won't come to that. Upon hearing this, Li Dao sheathed the black iron blade and extended his hand towards Wei Yun. Having been out for so long, we ought to return. Wei Yun stared at the outstretched hand, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a smile. Thank you. Regardless of whether 9527 was motivated by a desire for freedom or some other purpose, he had indeed saved him, and this kindness must be acknowledged. As Li Dao helped Wei Yun to his feet, he quickly assessed his injuries. Can you ride? Ride? Do you believe that if the Falling Cloud tribe returns, I won't be able to fight again? He spoke with conviction, yet the motion caused pain to flare, making him wince. Li Dao rolled his eyes. If you can ride, do it yourself. I have no desire to share a horse with a man. Wei Yun weakly retorted, as if I would want to ride with a man. Who knows? Li Dao replied. In Longgu town, following the treatment administered by Old Ghost, most of the remaining soldiers from the Great Qian had received care. Many soldiers around expressed gratitude towards Old Ghost, as he had successfully reattached severed limbs for some. Several near death had also been miraculously saved by his remarkable medical skills. Captain Liu gazed at his healed wound, marveling, Old Ghost, you truly are a talent. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, Old Ghost, with your exceptional skills, why does the Jinhui have you recorded as practicing medicine without a license and selling counterfeit drugs, leading to your arrest? In response, Old Ghost snorted, Some repay kindness with malice. I fulfilled his wish, and yet he had me captured by the Jinhui. He then recounted the story and Appo's details. After listening to Old Ghost and Appo's tale, everyone was left in stunned silence. In his account, a high-ranking official had a son, but, upon aging, suddenly desired a daughter, inquiring if there was a way to have another. Old Ghost had just perfected a potion and needed a test subject. Through his manipulation, the official was granted a daughter. However, after the birth of the daughter, the official had no son, as Old Ghost had, through his medical prowess, transformed the official's son into a true daughter who could marry and bear children. Fortunately, the official's son had been a wastrel, and the Jinhui, recognizing that Old Ghost had merely acted in the interest of the public, did not execute him on the spot, but instead imprisoned him. Upon hearing Old Ghost's narrative, everyone instinctively crossed their legs. Old Ghost, however, continued nonchalantly, in the spirit of our fateful encounter, if anyone wishes to become a woman, I can assist free of charge. Shun San interjected, Old Ghost, you wouldn't lead me astray into becoming an apprentice, would you? He had previously thought that being an apprentice under Old Ghost would be harmless, considering his impressive medical skills. But now he mused that sometimes it might be better to be dead than alive, Had he been the official's son, he would have certainly chosen not to survive. Old Ghost shrugged. I'm not sure yet. I will inform you once I develop a new potion. The idle chatter soon came to an end as Lu Nung sighed, uncertain whether 9527 could catch up and save Wei Commander. Even Xin San, who had been most at odds with Wei Yun, wore a worried expression. Wei Yun, you must not die. If you do, who will reclaim our freedom? If you return alive, I might even call you grandfather. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of galloping hooves echoed from nearby. I heard what you said. Quickly call me grandfather. Everyone turned to see two figures riding through the shattered gates of Longgu town. One was Li Dao, and the other was, of course, Wei Yun. Commander Wei, Lu Nung exclaimed joyfully, rising from the ground. The other soldiers of the Weiwu camp were equally thrilled, eager to rise. And even those who could not stand were hoisted up by their comrades. Wei Yun looked at his subordinates and sighed deeply, though he maintained a forced smile. It's good to see everyone as well. He then turned his gaze to Shun San. Fatty, what happened to calling me grandfather? Shun San and Amp. Appo's face shifted through shades of green and purple. Come now, a man of honor. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Wei Yun continued to jest. You scoundrel. Wei Yun waved his hand dismissively. All right, considering 9527 saved my life, I won't hold it against you, grandfather. Shun San, maintaining a straight face, retorted. Do you think a single phrase will absolve your debt of gratitude for my boss's rescue? Is that even possible? Wei Yun. Then, Shun San approached Wei Yun and extended his hand. Wei Yun lowered his gaze, seeing nothing, and inquired, What are you doing? Grant us our freedom. Not yet, came the reply. Why not? Wei Yun continued. Have you even considered the state of the Weiwu camp? How can I grant you freedom under such circumstances? When will that be possible? At the very least, we must wait until the Weiwu camp is rebuilt and I can establish contact with the higher-ups. Is that truly the case? Of course, Wei Yun asserted gravely. Restoring the household registration for death row inmates is not a trivial matter. It requires a formal process. I assure you, I will expedite your registration and restore your freedom. Shenzhen looked skeptical. You aren't toying with us again, are you? Wei Yun shrugged. If you don an Appo's, trust me. Surely you can trust 9527. Shenzhen turned to Li Dao and asked, Boss, is this guy reliable? Li Dao replied candidly. Whether he is reliable or not, we shall soon find out. On their way back, he had already inquired about the situation and was not as alarmed as Shenzhen. Hearing this, Shenzhen cast a sidelong glance at Wei Yun. I and Appo's. LL trust you one last time. Rest assured, time passed swiftly. A month had elapsed since the attack on Changgu town and Wei Yun's return. To prevent further assaults from the Luo Yun tribe, Wei Yun relocated the remaining troops of the Weiwu camp to an abandoned ancient town 100 miles east of Changgu town. After a month of reconstruction, the new town, renamed Chongping Town by Wei Yun, began to show signs of vitality, symbolizing a long-lasting peace. The only thing that puzzled Wei Yun was the strange expression on 9527 and Appo's face when he announced the name. On this day, within a tent in Chongping Town, Li Dao and 4 others gathered. On the bed lay the usually erratic little madman, now quiet. Old Ghost examined little madman's pulse with meticulous care. After a moment, he released his grip, declaring, all is well. Upon hearing this, little madman promptly sprang up, fidgeting restlessly. Remaining still was driving him to distraction. If not for the familiar faces around him, he would have already begun to act out. Li Dao stood nearby. How is the situation? Old Ghost shook his head. It could be treated, but not here. He glanced at little madman and explained, this peculiar sorcery originates from ancient tribes residing in the southern mountains of the Qian. To properly heal little madman, we must journey there. Su Hu suddenly stood up, exclaiming, let an amp. Amp? Appo's. Let's go. After a month of camaraderie, little madman and Su Hu had grown close. Seeing hope for little madman and Appo's recovery, Su Hu readily agreed. Old Ghost nodded. If you wish to go, then go. I relish the challenge of these intricate ailments. But we must await Captain Wei's fulfillment of our freedom. Hearing this, Shun San became incensed. Does Wei Yun intend to deny us our freedom? It has been a month. Why is there still no resolution? Just then, the tent flap was lifted and a voice called out, Fat Shun, I just walked in and heard someone insulting me. Insulting you? I was just about to confront you. A month has passed. Your Weiwu camp is fine, but what about my freedom? Sun San turned to berate him. But upon seeing the item in Wei Yun and Appo's hand, his expression froze. What do you have there? Wei Yun smiled slightly. The household registration book. Sun San was taken aback. Really? Wei Yun teased. What do you think? Sun San, though eager to snatch the unknown household registration book from Wei Yun, knew he couldn't. All right, Captain Wei. It's not the time for jokes. Li Dao interjected, stepping forward. His curiosity mirrored Sun San's. After a month of waiting, he too felt some impatience. Seeing Li Dao speak up, Wei Yun ceased his banter and approached the table, laying the book down. He casually flipped it open to reveal a page filled with household registration details. Soon, the book landed on a blank page. Now, you merely need to state your information, and I can register you. Once submitted, you will be officially recognized as registered individuals. Wei Yun glanced at Li Dao and the others. Who will go first? The group instinctively looked towards Li Dao. All right, I will go first, he said, taking a deep breath as he sat across from Wei Yun. Since being confined in the death row camp, transitioning from despair to hope, the pressure he felt was immense. Now, he could finally shed the label of a death row inmate. At that moment, Wei Yun reminded him, I should also note that your new registration must differ entirely from the previous one to avoid complications. It is best to choose a completely unrelated identity. Li Dao nodded, understanding well the implications. Given his sensitive background, he knew that any slip could lead to dire consequences for the Qian Emperor. However, he chose not to change his name. With a population of 20 million in the Qian Dynasty, the surname Li was common. He was not concerned about being recognized merely by his name. Subsequently, Li Dao relayed his chosen registration details to Wei Yun, who inscribed them in the household registration book. My turn now, Sun San declared, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Li Dao. With Wei Yun present, Old Ghost and the others were disinclined to contest him. Within a short incense stick and Appo's time, the registrations of all 5 were recorded. Once completed, Sun San eagerly inquired, when can we leave this dreadful place? Wei Yun tucked the book away, stating, although you are registered, I must submit this book for official recording before you can receive your identity tokens. Only with those tokens can you move freely throughout the Qian. Li Dao understood that the identity tokens served as a form of identification akin to modern-day identification cards. 3 days later, within the tent, Wei Yun distributed 5 identity tokens to the group. Possessing these tokens meant their identities were officially recorded, and even if lost, they could be reissued. This signified the 5 of them were formally leaving behind their identities as death row inmates, embracing new identities. Holding the tokens, Li Dao felt as though an invisible shackle had been lifted from him, granting him both physical and mental liberation. It had been 3 months since his memories resurfaced. From a third-tier earl to a death row inmate, and now back to a normal identity, the journey felt surreal. He vividly recalled the despair he felt upon entering the death row, and it was only through awakening the system that he was finally able to reclaim his freedom. Are you happy? Wei Yun appeared beside Li Dao, a smile gracing his lips. He comprehended Li Dao's emotions well. After all, many death row inmates had passed through his hands over the years, most of whom were numb to despair, while a few capable individuals could only endure for a time before meeting a grim fate during a death row mission. Thus far, Li Dao and his companions were the first to achieve freedom under Wei Yun's guidance. Naturally, they were elated. Li Dao carefully tucked away his token and turned to Wei Yun with a faint smile. Captain Wei, I presume you have something to discuss with me? Wei Yun hesitated, then shook his head with a smile. I knew I couldn't keep this from you. Aside from delivering your tokens today, I have another matter to address. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What matter? Wei Yun, with a serious demeanor, asked, do you have any desire to join the military? It is often the case that individuals like you find it impossible to reclaim their former identities, leading to a state of confusion. Based on your previous conduct, I have discerned that you are particularly well suited for military life. If you choose to remain, your future path will undoubtedly be smooth. Thus, I encourage you to contemplate this option. Li Dao's expression momentarily froze, surprised by Wei Yun's unexpected invitation to join the military. After a moment of contemplation, he responded that he could consider it, but not at this moment. What do you mean? Li Dao shrugged. expressing his desire to first return home for a brief visit. This was a decision he had already contemplated, especially after learning from Sun Zheng and Gao Liang about the machinations targeting him from the Prime Minister's residence. He was eager to return and see for himself. Very well. Wei Yun understood Li Dao's sentiments and nodded, stating that should he entertain thoughts of enlisting, he could always seek him out. Li Dao nodded in agreement. The following day, outside Chongping town, having just received their insignias, Li Dao and his companions prepared to depart. It made sense. They had grown weary of this place. Mounted on his horse, Li Dao surveyed the others and asked if they were all ready. Sun San cheerfully assured him, "Boss, rest assured, we will ensure the old ghost and the others reach their destination." Although they had regained their freedom, Sun San continued to refer to Li Dao as boss. According to his philosophy, once a boss, always a boss. In essence, in the world of martial arts, having more friends opens more pathways. Particularly after the camaraderie formed in the death row camp, Sun San realized that the 4 individuals around him were no ordinary people. As a commoner, he understood the necessity of aligning himself with someone formidable, and Li Dao was the strongest ally he could have. Li Dao nodded, pleased. That an amp, oppos. That's good. Travel safely and avoid any mishaps. Due to the unfortunate circumstances of the little madman being transformed into a puppet, although retaining some semblance of intelligence, he suffered from severe aftereffects. According to the old ghost, if little madman continued down this path, he would not survive the year, as the poison within him would prove fatal. Thus, the old ghost resolved to take little madman personally to the southern mountains of Qian in search of a cure. Su Hu, having no home to return to and feeling a bond with little madman, decided to accompany the old ghost and protect him. As for Sun San, he intended to escort the 3 to the southern mountains of Qian before continuing his own journey through the martial world. This explains their current parting of ways. Just as Sun San was about to lead the old ghost and the others away, he suddenly recalled something. Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew a handful of gold and silver treasures. "Boss, the journey ahead is long. Take this for expenses. It will make things more convenient." Li Dao raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Did you acquire this from your previous missions?" Sun San chuckled sheepishly, "Just a little something I picked up." Li Dao glanced at Sun San's bulging pack, internally marveling at his persistence in thievery, even as a death row inmate. Looking at the offered riches, Li Dao shook his head. "You keep it. I have enough for myself." He already possessed a considerable amount of silver, which Wei Yun had provided, not as a favor, but as his rightful share. Having completed 3 missions to earn his freedom, the accumulated merits had been duly credited to Wei Yun. By the conversion rate of 1 tael of silver per ear, Li Dao had received several hundred taels from Wei Yun, sufficient for his needs. Very well then. Sun San performed a respectful fist salute to Li Dao. "Boss, we shall take our leave now." "Proceed with care," Li Dao replied with a gentle smile, returning the salute. Sun San turned to gaze at the rising sun over the distant plains, letting out a loud shout before hastening the journey with the old ghost and the others. Li Dao watched their figures gradually fade into the horizon before shifting his gaze northward, softly murmuring to himself, "I too must take my leave." With that, he cracked his whip, and soon his silhouette vanished into the northern plains. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Chongping town, 2 armored figures stood in quiet contemplation. "Commander, ISN and Oppos. It a bit regrettable that 9527 has departed," Lu Neng remarked, observing Li Dao in the distance. "Not all," Wei Yun replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed ahead. "He will return eventually. A person like him does not belong in the martial world. He is suited for the battlefield." Lu Neng paused, reflecting on Li Dao's prowess in combat, and could not help but remark, if he were to grace the battlefield, Qian might gain another formidable warrior. Wei Yun patted Lu Neng on the shoulder, chuckling lightly, "As long as the blade does not find its way to our throats, what does it matter?" Lu Neng burst into laughter, agreeing wholeheartedly. Chapter 29. Arrangements. The Tai family caravan 2 days later at Yunling Town. This is the largest national gate checkpoint in the eastern region of Qian, and also the first small town encountered upon entering Qian from the east. Beneath the blazing sun, a lone traveler and his steed approached the guard checkpoint. Noticing their approach, a young guard raised his hand and called out, "Halt! Present your token to enter the town." Li Dao came to a stop, retrieving his token from his bosom and handing it over. The guard examined the token carefully before scrutinizing the weary traveler before him. "Where do you come from, and where are you headed?" he inquired. "From Changgu Town, en route to the imperial capital," Li Dao replied. "Changgu Town?" The guard asked, "Do you know Commander Wei?" Li Dao placed his hand on his waist, a gesture that instantly put the soldiers behind the guard on high alert, their swords drawn in unison, ready to spring into action. Li Dao was unfazed by their reaction. He swiftly drew his black iron sword, asking, "Might your lord recognize this black iron sword?" The guard raised his hand to halt his soldiers, taking the sword to inspect it closely. Upon noticing a particular mark, his demeanor brightened. "Indeed, you are one of Commander Wei and Appo's acquaintances. My apologies for the misunderstanding." The guard and Appo's attitude shifted dramatically, transforming from caution to eagerness as he returned the sword with courtesy. Li Dao accepted the sword once more, inquiring, "Did Wei Yi mention me?" "Yes," the guard replied, a smile gracing his face. "A few days ago, Commander Wei informed me that a friend of his would be passing through here, and I was instructed to assist you. It appears you are indeed that esteemed guest. And how might you assist me?" Li Dao asked, unfazed by Wei Yun and Appo's proactive approach, knowing that the man owed him a significant favor. "You are heading to the imperial capital, correct?" The guard continued. "Be advised that the eastern border is quite distant from the capital, making it challenging for an individual to travel alone. Typically, residents of Yumeng Town form groups for the journey, and while we lack the means to escort you personally, we can recommend a suitable party for your travels." Through the guard and Appo's explanation, Li Dao quickly grasped the situation in Yumeng Town. Given its strategic location, it was indeed remote, attracting only caravans that traverse the border. For an individual wishing to venture out, joining a group was the most prudent course of action. Li Dao agreed, recognizing that although he possessed a map from Yumeng Town to the imperial capital, deciphering it would be arduous, especially given the ancient nature of the cartography. Left to his own devices, he would likely take months to cover what should be a mere 2-week journey. Thus, finding a guide was paramount. "Then I shall rely on your assistance," he said, nodding. He then produced a silver coin weighing 10 taels and tossed it to the guard. "Your generosity is overwhelming. After all, you are a friend of Commander Wei," the guard said with a wry smile upon receiving the coin. "There in Appo's, no need for such courtesy. Wei Yun is Wei Yun, and I am I. Should any issues arise, let him address them with me. Consider this merely a token for your comrades to enjoy some refreshments," Li Dao replied casually. The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually clasping his fists in gratitude. "Rest assured, we will ensure your arrangements are flawless." Under the guard and Appo's guidance, Li Dao soon entered Yumeng Town. Upon stepping inside, he was struck by the contrast between the exterior and the town and Appo's vibrant interior. Though not large, Yumeng Town boasted an abundance of goods and merchants peddling their wares, with taverns and establishments lining the streets. Sensing Li Dao and Appo's bewilderment, the guard explained, "These merchants are transient travelers. Despite the town and Appo's remoteness, it serves as a lucrative hub for traders from various countries. Many merchants prefer to wholesale their goods here rather than travel further, which has led to the town and Appo's prosperity. However, do not be misled by their apparent warmth. Every merchant harbors their own schemes, and at the slightest hint of trouble, they will be the first to flee." With a hint of disdain in his voice, the guard continued. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an inn. Standing outside, Li Dao noticed the sign above the entrance, "Thai Family Inn," accompanied by a smaller sign proclaiming Thai Family Escort Agency. He was taken aback to discover that the Thai family had a stake in this establishment. Li Dao was somewhat familiar with the Thai family, known as the foremost merchant family in the Qian Dynasty, with enterprises sprawling across the realm and even in neighboring countries. Their wealth rivaled that of nations, and their influence was not to be underestimated. Each generation saw a daughter wed into the imperial family, securing their status and ensuring they remained a favored ally of the royal court. As they entered, Li Dao observed a myriad of weary travelers, not unlike himself. The guard approached the counter and addressed the attendant. "Excuse me, could you summon your manager?" Recognizing the guard, the attendant responded with a smile. Certainly, Lord Zhao. Please wait a moment while I inform the manager. Moments later, the attendant returned with a plump man clad in fine garments. Brother Zhao, what brings you here today? The manager greeted jovially. Enough with the pleasantries, the guard interjected. Do you have any large groups heading to the imperial capital? I need assistance in arranging entry for my companion. The manager pondered for a moment, then leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. We do have a large group, but it oppose. As our Thai family's own, and entry requirements are rather strict. One must have a clean background, and I oppose. Am not sure about your friend here. The guard shot the manager a glare. Do you presume that I would bring someone unworthy? The manager chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. No offense intended. I merely meant, enough chit-chat. Just help me arrange for my friend to join the group. Consider it a personal favor, the guard insisted. The manager's eyes lit up at the prospect, realizing the value of such a favor. Yet, recalling the leader of the group, he hesitated. Are you certain your companion poses no issues? The guard, growing impatient, retorted, should I offer my head as collateral? That won't be necessary, the manager replied, understanding that the guard was serious about his companion's integrity. Rest assured, I will guarantee your friend's safe passage to the imperial capital under the auspices of the Thai family. Excellent. The guard turned to Li Dao. You shall reside here at the inn. The manager will make the necessary arrangements for you. Thank you, Li Dao replied earnestly. Although their exchange had been quiet, his keen senses allowed him to catch every word, assuring him of the guard's commitment to the matter at hand. With a hearty laugh, the guard added, Commander Wei once saved my life on the battlefield, and as your friend, you are also my friend. No need for formality here. Before long, the guard took his leave, leaving Li Dao alone in the inn. The manager welcomed him warmly, assuring him that he could settle in comfortably and would be ready to embark on the journey the following day. After speaking, he patted the shopkeeper beside him and instructed, Hurry and prepare a room for this young master. Under the shopkeeper and Oppo's guidance, Li Dao entered a room. The shopkeeper inquired, Is there anything else you require, young master? Li Dao glanced at his attire, then retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and tossed it over. Please prepare some hot water, meals, and a set of clean clothes. The shopkeeper accepted the coin with a cheerful expression. Very well, young master. I assure you everything will be arranged perfectly. After a short while, a bucket of hot water, a black outfit, and a meal were set before him in the room. Li Dao sighed in relief. He could finally enjoy a hot bath. The town of Yumen was quite pleasant. In Changgu town, due to its remote location, water resources were scarce. While one could drink water, bathing was nearly impossible. One could merely use a damp towel to wipe down. As he shed his tattered garments, his well-defined muscles were revealed. His physique had been honed through rigorous training, each muscle perfectly contoured to his form. Immersing himself in the water, he exhaled again. It had been over 3 months since his last bath when he was still the Earl of Anyuan. As he soaked, he quietly murmured, Owner, Li Dao, physique, 87. 81. Usable attributes, 0. Ever since he had slain a member of the Luoyan tribe, he had not had the opportunity to earn attribute points, and thus his physique had remained fixed. After his journey to the imperial capital, he would need to ponder his future. The following morning, there was a knock on the door accompanied by the shopkeeper's voice. Young master, the proprietor has asked me to inform you that the caravan is about to depart. With a creak, the door swung open. The shopkeeper paused mid-sentence, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who are you? Where's the young master from yesterday? Inside the room stood a man in a long black robe, tall and upright, with inky black hair, a portion of which was tied up, while 2 strands cascaded down the sides of his face. His features were strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, leaving anyone who beheld him compelled to remark upon his youthful beauty. Look no further. I am indeed the individual from yesterday, Li Dao reminded him. The shopkeeper, still incredulous, struggled to reconcile the man before him with the disheveled figure he had seen the previous day. After a moment, he regained his composure. My apologies, young master. Your appearance is so striking that I hardly recognized you. Such a statement was disarming. Li Dao understood the shopkeeper and Oppo's astonishment. He too had been taken aback by his own transformation. Prior to entering the prison camp, he had considered himself reasonably attractive, yet years of indulgence had taken a toll, leaving him somewhat bloated and lackluster in appearance, a mere 70 out of 100. Now, however, his enhanced physique seemed to elevate his visage significantly. He felt he could easily score 90 out of 100. He mused that upon returning to the imperial capital, he need not fear being recognized as the former Li Dao, for while his bone structure remained the same, his features had transformed entirely, akin to a different person. "Has the proprietor mentioned where we should gather?" Li Dao inquired. The shopkeeper quickly replied, "I am uncertain, young master. You may descend and seek out the proprietor." With the shopkeeper's guidance, Li Dao soon encountered the proprietor. Upon seeing Li Dao, the proprietor, like the shopkeeper, wore a look of confusion. It was only after the shopkeeper explained that he recognized Li Dao, and his expression shifted to one of warmth and welcome. "Please follow me." As they made their way to the assembly point, the proprietor observed the sword at Li Dao's waist and asked, "May I inquire if you possess any martial skills?" "Young master?" Li Dao responded, "What do you mean?" The proprietor clarified, "To be candid, the caravan you are joining is organized by a prominent figure from the Tai family. To join, you must possess an identity. If you lack martial prowess, I can arrange for you to serve as a stable hand. However, if you are skilled, you could be assigned as a guard, which offers better treatment than that of a stable hand." Suddenly recalling something, the proprietor added, "Rest assured, even as a guard, you need not worry about safety. There are few in the Qian realm foolish enough to obstruct the Tai family and Oppo's caravan." After contemplating, Li Dao declared, "Then arrange for me to be a guard. Although I lack formal skills, my physique far exceeds any martial capabilities." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Li Dao beheld a caravan stretching across the horizon. There were over 100 wagons, extending for hundreds of meters, most laden with goods, while a few carried passengers, accompanied by numerous guards. "Impressive, is it not?" The proprietor explained proudly. "Only the Tai family can organize such a vast caravan. No other clan could manage it." His words were imbued with pride in his family and Oppo's stature. In ancient times, status was paramount. Even servants of a prominent family enjoyed elevated positions. The proprietor led Li Dao to the center of the caravan, where they found the captain of the escort. "Old Qian, could you assist in arranging this young master?" the proprietor requested, handing over a pouch of coins. The captain weighed the pouch with satisfaction. "Consider it done." He eyed Li Dao and waved, "Young man, just follow me when the caravan departs." In response, the proprietor remarked, "From now on, you may travel with the caravan. Upon reaching the imperial capital, simply disembark." Li Dao clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, proprietor. Do not mention it. It is merely a matter of mutual assistance," the proprietor replied with a wave. Unbeknownst to them, a young girl clad in a cerulean dress observed this scene from a luxurious carriage not far away. Chapter 30. Tai San Yang and Bai Yu Air with a disdainful snort. The young lady clad in azure garments pushed aside the luxurious carriage curtain and entered. Once seated, she expressed her indignation. "Miss, the individuals below are increasingly outrageous, demanding without restraint and shoving anyone they know or don't know into our convoy." At the primary seat within the carriage sat a woman adorned in a flowing gown of pale gold. Her raven hair flowed like ink, and her visage resembled exquisite white jade, with a complexion as smooth as cream and eyes like polished ebony, embodying unparalleled beauty akin to a celestial being. With a gentle smile, she gazed at her devoted maid who had grown up alongside her and said, "You heir, life in the borderlands is arduous. Their service here is not without its challenges. Unless it is of great consequence, there is no need to make a fuss. Despite the harsh conditions, our Tai family offers them better treatment." The young woman known as You Heir murmured softly, "But even amidst hardship, our family's generosity surpasses theirs." The striking beauty chuckled lightly. "Then I shall bestow upon you more coin, allowing you to reside in this town of you men for an extended duration. Shall I?" You Heir shook her head. "I would not accept. The wind and sand here are harsh on the skin. No amount of money could persuade me." "But if you refuse, why would they accept?" The enchanting lady peered through the curtain's crevice and sighed. "Not all matters can be resolved with gold." Seemingly sensing her mistress's unease, You Heir inquired softly, "Miss, are you still troubled about your marriage?" "You're quite the little clever one," the beautiful lady responded with a chuckle. "I understand you disapprove of those royal offspring, yet I feel you need not worry about such matters." With a look of curiosity, The lovely lady asked. Why so? Yu heir, with an air of naturalness, replied, your relationship with Princess Mingyu is so strong, and she is favored by His Majesty. Surely, you can ask her to assist in dissolving your engagement. Startled, the beautiful lady paused, reaching out to touch her maid's head, choosing not to elaborate. If only it could be resolved thus. All right, Yu heir, go inquire if the preparations outside are complete. Our convoy should be on the move soon. Gently lowering her hand, the enchanting lady instructed. Understood. Mississippi. Moments later, Li Dao, under the guidance of the captain of the guard, approached a carriage designated for transporting goods. Once the convoy departs, simply follow this cart, the captain stated. Got it. Li Dao nodded. At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice echoed near them. They turned to see a charming young girl approaching. Recognizing her, the captain promptly greeted, Ah, it is Miss Yu heir. May I ask what brings you here? Yu heir glanced at Li Dao beside her, momentarily taken aback before shooting him a glare. She then turned back to the captain, asking, My lady requests to know if your convoy is ready. The captain quickly assured her, All is prepared. We can depart at any moment. Please rest assured, Mississippi. That is good to hear. If any issues arise, my lady will hold you accountable. With that, Yu heir continued on to the next convoy. As she passed by Li Dao, her cheeks flushed inexplicably, and she huffed softly, hastening her pace, leaving him in a state of puzzlement. Just moments ago, he had sensed a hint of animosity emanating from the young girl, which swiftly transformed into a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Had he encountered her before? Watching her retreating figure, Li Dao turned to the captain of the guard and inquired, Might I ask if the leader of this convoy is from the Tai family? Are you not aware? I have just arrived from the borderlands to Yumen town. No wonder. The captain gestured toward the opulent carriage not far away. Do you see that magnificent carriage? Inside resides the third young lady of the Tai family, Tai Sanyang. Tai Sanyang? Upon hearing this name, a look of surprise crossed Li Dao's face. He had heard much about her in the imperial capital. True to her name, Tai Sanyang was the third in line within the direct lineage of the Tai family, with two elder brothers preceding her. Known as the Iron Lady, her reputation stemmed from her brothers and Appo's notorious ineptitude and debauchery, which overshadowed even his former infamy. In contrast, Tai Sanyang, despite being a woman, possessed extraordinary talent and intellect, demonstrating remarkable business acumen from the tender age of 12, revitalizing her family and Appo's enterprises. Her fame continued to swell, yet her beauty eclipsed even her commercial success, as she and Princess Mingyu were celebrated as the two most exquisite beauties of the imperial capital. He had not anticipated the coincidence that this convoy would be led by the esteemed Tai Sanyang. Nevertheless, he was merely surprised, regardless of her prowess. It bore no relevance to him. They had no prior interactions and would likely have none in the future. If there were any connection, it would be through Princess Mingyu. One was her close confidant, while the other was the man who had sullied her reputation. Before long, news of the convoy's impending departure reached them. As the front carriages began to move, Li Dao took a seat on the goods carriage, assuming the role of a temporary guard. Due to the considerable distance from Yumen town to the imperial capital and the lengthy convoy, their pace was not swift, necessitating frequent stops for rest. After 7 days, they had barely traversed half the distance. Time for a break and a meal. With the sound of drums resonating, the carriages came to a gradual halt, and Li Dao leaped down to stretch his limbs. As a guard, he was spared the duties of lighting fires and cooking, unlike some of the accompanying drivers. Moments later, he spotted a figure clad in azure approaching from a distance. Oof! As she passed by him, the familiar haughty snort echoed once again, catching Li Dao off guard. This had become a routine. Every time the carriage halted, the young girl inspected the convoy, and each time she passed him, she would huff. His impeccable memory assured him that he had never encountered this girl before, nor did he comprehend what offense he had committed. However, he had learned her identity over the past few days, Tai Sanyang's personal maid, Yu heir. As Yu heir strode past him once more, she huffed again. Unable to contain himself, Li Dao finally asked, Miss, may I inquire what grievance you hold against me? Immediately regretting his words, he thought a little girl could huff as she pleased. It would not affect him, so he turned away, pretending he had said nothing. Were you the one speaking? He could not escape, for Bai Yuer soon approached, her voice sweet as honey. Not me, Li Dao promptly denied. It was you who spoke. Bai Yuer stood before him, her gaze earnest. Seeing no way to evade her, Li Dao relented and raised his head. Pray tell, do you harbor any dissatisfaction with me? At his words, Bai Yuer paused, recalling her previous reactions, her adorable face flushing. Yet, she quickly nodded earnestly, yes. Yes. Li Dao looked puzzled. I believe I have never encountered you before. Bai Yuer surveyed her surroundings before suddenly pointing a delicate finger in a direction. You helped me gain entry into our convoy. Li Dao turned to see the captain of the guard who had facilitated his inclusion in the Tai family's convoy. And he instantly understood the implication of her words. He felt a mix of speechlessness and helplessness. In his eyes, this situation seemed rather ordinary. However, upon observing the earnest expression of the young girl before him, he found it unsettling. After all, should the matter be pursued, he was not in the right. Reflecting on this, he regretted stopping Bai Yuer. Had he not brought it up, he could have simply endured and moved on. Now that the issue was laid bare, it demanded resolution. After all, this young girl was the personal maid of that formidable Iron Lady. Should she speak out, he might find himself expelled from the convoy. What would he do then? Would he be forced to traverse the treacherous paths leading to the capital, with a knife poised at his throat? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus Li Dao shrugged nonchalantly, conceding, well, this is my predicament. So, dear Yuer, what do you propose? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had intended to expel those who disregarded the rules from the convoy. Yet, as she gazed at the desolate wilderness surrounding them, a sense of unease crept in. She was a kind-hearted individual, and leaving someone stranded here could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, having voiced her thoughts, she felt compelled to take action. In a moment of inspiration, she thought of her mistress and, puffing up her cheeks, looked at the rather handsome man before her, uttering 2 words with a sweet, soft voice. Bad person. After declaring this, she stood her ground, wide-eyed and staring. She was unsure of her motivations. She merely knew that her mistress could often intimidate others with a mere glance without uttering a word. Li Dao. This reaction was amusing. Having discerned the girl and Appo's character, he suggested, how about this? As a form of punishment for my uninvited presence in your convoy, I shall compensate you. At this, Bai Yuer withdrew her gaze and, wearing a skeptical expression, inquired, how do you intend to compensate? Monetary compensation, perhaps? He proposed. Very well. According to the Iron family's escort agency, the fee starts at 10 gold pieces per person. 10 gold pieces? That's 1,000 taels. Li Dao sensed that this young maid was attempting to swindle him. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed that, given the status of the Iron family and Appo's escort agency, 10 gold pieces was not an exorbitant sum. Looking at the maid, he pondered and then replied, what if I do not have enough money? Before she could respond, he sighed dramatically. It appears I might be forced to leave the convoy. With no village nearby and being lost in the wilderness, who knows if a frail youth like myself might attract the attention of a wild beast and become its meal. If that were to happen, it would be a gruesome end, my entrails devoured, leaving only a pile of bones exposed to the elements. Stop. You mustn't say such things. Bai Yuer's face turned pale as she was horrified by the images conjured in her mind. She merely wished to scold him verbally. She never intended for such thoughts to arise. Sensing that Li Dao might take his musings too seriously, she hastily declared, I no longer require your money. Seeing the girl so frightened piqued Li Dao and Appo's interest, he continued, if you refuse my compensation, I shall feel deeply remorseful. Observing his earnestness, Bai Yu and Appo's regretted her earlier remarks. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly proposed, then let us find another way for you to repay the fare. What do you have in mind? She inquired, glancing at Li Dao's attire. You appear to be a traveler from afar. Am I correct? What are you implying? Her eyes sparkled with realization. Since you are a traveler, you must have visited many places and heard countless stories. Li Dao paused, contemplating before responding. Well, I suppose that is accurate. Do you tell stories well? She asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, Li Dao began to discern her intentions. While other requests might be difficult to accommodate, sharing stories seemed manageable. I would say I am quite adept at storytelling, he replied. Really? I must tell you, I have also heard many tales. Li Dao smiled faintly. I assure you, my stories are unlike any you have encountered. Very well, I shall trust you this once. If your story is captivating, I will waive your fare. If it is not, I will have to teach you a lesson. Noticing that the others had begun their meals, Li Dao remarked, before I regale you with a tale, you must allow me to fill my stomach first. By you and Amp, Oppos, glanced around, and with a quick wait here, she dashed off. Shortly thereafter, she returned, bearing a bowl of sumptuous food. She placed it in Li Dao's hands and said, Here, eat well, and then you shall tell me a story. Li Dao looked at the meal in his hands, puzzled. Why is it so lavish? Of course, my meal is different from others, she replied proudly. Thank you, he said, and began to consume the food voraciously. In just a few minutes, he polished off the entire bowl. As she watched him eat, By you and Oppos, thought to herself, he looks rather charming while eating. Yet, she quickly realized how inappropriate her thoughts were, her cheeks flushing crimson. What did it matter, anyway? She was merely her mistress's maid, destined to accompany her in marriage. Whoever her mistress wed would dictate her own fate as well, leaving her with no choice in the matter. She glanced at the man and Oppos, as features, and silently hoped her mistress would find a handsome husband. She would not ask for much. Just someone similar to him would suffice. Before long, Li Dao set down his bowl. Bai Yu, sitting upright beside the carriage, spoke softly, Now that you have finished, may I hear your story? Of course, he replied, wiping his mouth with a smile. So, do you and Oppos? What kind of story do you wish to hear? What stories do you possess? Oh, there are many. Li Dao enumerated. Ancient romances, fantasy tales, historical narratives, Eastern myths, Western magic, and classic literature. In short, choose one, and I can share it with you. As an avid reader for nearly 2 decades, Li Dao had dabbled in various genres, and the enhancement of his physique had rendered those memories vividly clear. He could recount tales for 3 days and nights without pause. By you and Oppos, listened in astonishment as the genres spilled from his lips, her mouth agape in shock. After a while, she finally managed to ask, Do you truly possess all those stories? Indeed, I do. Choose freely. By you and Amp, Oppos, furrowed her brow in contemplation, torn between her desires to hear them all. Eventually, she relinquished the decision to him. You know too much. Just tell any story you like, but do not deceive me. Very well. Then I shall tell you a tale of a man of the grasslands. A man of the grasslands? Wait, that was incorrect. It is a story of a human and a serpent demon. Oh, Chapter 31. The ambush of the caravan and the unexpected Iron Third Lady 3 days later. During a break, Li Dao leaned against the carriage, recounting a tale. Thus, Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi lived a blissful life at Lei Feng Pagoda. Li Dao and Oppos. Gaze fell upon Bai Yu and Oppos, beside him. And that concludes the story. Is that truly the end? Bai Yu and Oppos. Exclaimed, her small fist shaking in indignation. That scoundrel Su Xian is so despicable for tarnishing Bai Nyangzi and Oppos as purity. And Fa Hai. How could he be so dim-witted, not even understanding love at his age? Fortunately, the story had a somewhat happy ending, with Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi able to remain together at the pagoda. Coughing lightly, Li Dao suppressed a smile. He wondered how this young girl would react if she were aware of the original story. He playfully tapped Bai Yu and Amp, Oppos, on the shoulder. The story is over now. We're even. Even? Bai Yu looked momentarily confused, recalling their previous agreements, a sense of reluctance blossoming within her. She felt a mix of attachment to the story and she stole a glance at his handsome profile. Aside from her mistress, it was her first time conversing for such a length with a stranger, especially a man, and it felt peculiar. Bai Yu hesitated, then resolutely declared, Could you tell me more stories in the future? To affirm her determination, she quickly added, I won't listen for free. I can pay you. Li Dao shook his head. No need for payment. Hearing this, Bai Yu's face fell, thinking he was unwilling to share more tales. She murmured, If you don't want to, that's fine. Glancing at the little girl, Li Dao chuckled softly. When did I say I was unwilling? You mean, you don't need to pay. If you wish to hear my stories, that's enough. If you feel uncomfortable, Just bring me some food in the future. Really? By you and Oppos. S lovely face lit up with joy, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, Li Dao smiled gently, reminded of his own younger sister, who shared the same innocence and charm. Regrettably, it had been nearly a decade since he last saw her, as she had been sent away during her childhood. Moreover, his prolonged stay in the death row camp and the numerous lies he had taken had inadvertently instilled a certain bitterness within him. Though he managed to suppress these emotions with sheer willpower, it was not a sustainable solution. At that moment, he recalled a saying from his past life: beautiful things could uplift one's spirits. Conversing with this little girl seemed to alleviate much of his inner turmoil. Clearly, she represented a source of beauty in his life. Then it settled by you and Oppos, or suddenly extended her delicate pinky towards Li Dao. Let us make a pact. A pact? Li Dao was momentarily taken aback by her adorable gesture. Upon regaining his composure, he smiled and linked his pinky with hers. All right, pact made. Miss, I'm back. Bayuer excitedly jumped into the carriage, her sweet voice ringing out. The story is complete. Let me tell you more. Iron Third Lady playfully tapped Bayu and Oppos, or on the forehead with her jade finger. You little maid, you're not harboring feelings for him, are you? Otherwise, why would you be so eager to run out every day? Bayu and Oppos, blushed, hastily retorting, I'm only gathering stories for you, miss. No such feelings at all. Really? Iron Third Lady queried, feigning disbelief. Absolutely. Well then, leaning back languidly against the plush cushions, Iron Third Lady casually revealed her perfect curves. I was going to help you find a match, but it seems you don't appreciate it. What a pity. Miss, Bayuer's face reddened, realizing her mistress was teasing her. Yet, thoughts of that scoundrel and Oppos' face made her heart flutter inexplicably. Noticing Bayu and Oppos are on the verge of tears from embarrassment, Iron Third Lady softened her tone. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Continue with your story. Once the topic of stories was brought up, Bayu and Oppos instantly perked up. Her interests were few, but she adored listening to and telling tales, especially to her mistress. An incense stick later, Bayu and Oppos, or mimically Dao and Oppos, his tone thus. Bai Nyangzi and Fa Hai lived happily ever after at Lei Feng Pagoda. Beside them, Iron Third Lady slightly furrowed her brows. You and Oppos, are you certain that is how the story concludes? Bayu and Oppos, a look taken aback. Yes, that is how he told it to me. Iron Third Lady pondered for a moment. Then a knowing smile crossed her face. You and Oppos, I suddenly thought of another way to narrate this story. Let us see what you think. The next day, during their break, you deceiver, Bayuer stood before Li Dao, her sweet voice raised in accusation. Li Dao, bewildered, replied, what did I deceive you? Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian are the true pair. Fa Hai is the villain. Li Dao. What on earth? How did this little girl know? First, tell me why you say that. Bayuer scrunched her nose. My mistress told me so. She then recounted the revised tale Iron Third Lady had shared with her the previous day. Upon hearing this, Li Dao let out a sigh of relief, previously fearing that another reborn traveler had emerged in this world. But he soon realized that someone had merely noticed the minor inconsistencies in his narrative and had crafted a new version. While the core remained similar, many small details diverged from the original. Truly, Iron Third Lady was remarkable, understanding that the source of the discrepancies lay with Iron Third Lady. Li Dao couldn't help but admire her. To spot issues in a story after just one listen and to reconstruct it so adeptly was no trivial feat. Hearing this, Bayu and Oppos, her face flushed with indignation. Misguessed correctly, you indeed deceived me. Gazing at the adorable Bayu and Oppos, Li Dao couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek. How about I compensate you with another story? You. Bayuer's face turned bright red, and she pointed at Li Dao, momentarily speechless. Villain. Suddenly, Bayuer turned and dashed away, leaving behind her meal. Villain? Li Dao was taken aback, then looked at his own fingers, realizing his earlier action could indeed be deemed teasing. No wonder she reacted so strongly. It seemed he hadn't changed his habits since childhood, when he used to tease his sister in such a manner. Bayu and Oppos, sprinted back to the luxurious carriage, her mind in a daze. Iron Third Lady chuckled beside her. Why are you back so early today? Bayur raised her head in frustration. He truly deceived me. He is such a bad person. A bad person? Iron Third Lady's expression darkened. If you say he is bad, then he must be. What if I instruct the guards to deal with him? No. Upon hearing this, Bayu and Appos, instinctively protested. But when she looked up, she saw her mistress's teasing smile. It seems you've truly developed feelings. Bayur's face flushed. I haven tea. I want to stay by your side, miss. Iron Third Lady smiled slightly. If you're by my side, you might end up entrusting your heart to the wrong person. Upon hearing this, Bayur's complexion paled. Yet her expression remained resolutely defiant. She could not abandon her young mistress. Just teasing you, Tai Sanyang said softly, caressing her little maid and Appos' hair. Do not worry, you and Appos, your mistress will not let you suffer. Bayur huffed softly, nuzzling like a kitten against the softness of her hand. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. As the carriage continued its journey, the distance to the capital diminished. Initially, Li Dao assumed that after provoking Bayu and Appos, that day, she would not seek him out again. To his surprise, the little maid, though feigning anger, was quite honest in her actions, arriving punctually with a sumptuous meal for him. Perhaps she was a tad proud. As each time she set down the food without a word, she would wait for Li Dao to regale her with stories, departing without a hint of hesitation once he finished. On this particular day, as before, Li Dao was about to share a tale with Bayur, who sat beside him in the carriage. Once upon a time, there was a great tumult in the heavens. Just as he began, his voice faltered. Bayur was taken aback, instinctively asking, what happened after the great tumult? Why have you stopped? Li Dao did not respond to her query, but instead inquired, does the Tai family have anyone coming to greet you along the way? Greet us? Bayur shook her head. How could that be? The convoy is headed straight to the Tai family estate in the capital. There is no talk of a welcoming party. Is that so? Why do you ask? Before Li Dao could elaborate, a cacophony of whistling arrows filled the air. In the next moment, a torrent of arrows rained down from the forest flanking the road. It seemed as though Li Dao had anticipated this, as he immediately pulled Bayu and Appos, to safety. The others, however, were not as fortunate. The convoy and Appos' members, who had been enjoying their meals and resting, were caught off guard by the sudden attack, many falling victim to the deluge of arrows before they even realized what was happening. Enemy attack. The response from the Tai family's convoy was swift. Several captains of the guards shouted loudly, but the chaos unfolded too rapidly, and the guards struggled to organize themselves amidst the turmoil. In an instant, the once orderly caravan descended into disarray. Miss, Bayur snapped back to reality, shaking off Li Dao's grasp, her face a mask of concern as she sought her mistress. Just then, a second wave of arrows surged forth from the woods. Witnessing this, Bayu and Appos instinctively froze in terror, resembling a helpless creature. This little maid, Li Dao stepped forward, enveloping Bayu and Appos in his embrace with one arm, while brandishing his black iron blade with the other, shattering every arrow that came near them. In that moment, Bayu clung to his sleeve in desperation, her eyes brimming with tears. Bad man, please help save my mistress. Tai Sanyang. Li Dao lifted his gaze and realized that after the tumultuous onslaught, Tai Sanyang's carriage had become isolated amidst the chaos of the convoy, while the surrounding guards remained dazed from the attack. For a moment, he questioned whether these guards were, in fact, spies sent by rival factions, only concerned with their own safety rather than that of their mistress. Simultaneously, he noted a swarm of figures clad in black suddenly emerging from the woods, heading straight for Tai Sanyang's carriage. When the rain of arrows ceased, a throng surged forth from both sides. Meeting Bayur's pleading gaze, Li Dao wasted no time, concealing her within a box for safety before advancing towards Tai Sanyang's carriage. It had been over a month since he had last drawn his weapon, and he was eager for action. Capture Tai Sanyang and retreat, commanded the leader of the black-clad figures as they approached the opulent carriage. Yes. The surrounding assailants lunged toward the carriage. At that moment, a flash of cold light surged forth. Several of the black-clad assailants, who had just approached, found their throats sliced open, blood spraying everywhere. Who? The leader of the black-clad figures shouted in anger. Yet, the newcomer ignored him, diving straight into the carriage. Tai Li Dao was about to speak when he suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching. Instinctively, he raised his hand to strike, but immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Bai Yu'er had mentioned that only she and Tai Sanyang occupied the carriage. If Bai Yu'er was hidden away then, such a sudden attack left him no time to hold back. He could only reduce his strength by half at most. However, even that fraction was beyond what an ordinary individual could endure. Just as he feared he might inadvertently harm Tai Sanyang, their palms collided mid-air. In that moment, Li Dao felt as though he had struck not a hand, but rather a surface of water, his force dissipating significantly, with the remaining strength met by a single hand that withstood it. Li Dao was about to say more, but as he raised his head, he saw another hand aiming for him. Is this never-ending? He had come to rescue, not to be struck. Bai Yu'er oppose. As those hands were about to land upon him, he uttered her name, causing the motion to cease abruptly. Who are you? A melodious voice, tinged with a hint of rasp, resonated in his ear. Li Dao looked up, finally recognizing the true visage of the individual before him. Instinctively, he compared this enchanting face with another that lingered in his memory. Both were breathtakingly beautiful, yet each possessed a unique allure. Princess Mingwei radiated an ethereal chill, akin to a celestial being, aloof and untouchable. In contrast, the beauty before him exuded a languid charm. Her eyes, reminiscent of black pearls, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see into one and oppose, as soul. Her figure was elegantly voluptuous, akin to a ripe peach, as though one could squeeze it to extract its sweetness. She embodied the very essence of queen. These thoughts flitted through Li Dao's mind in an instant. Confronted with Tai Sanyang's inquiry, he plainly stated, I am one of the Tai family's guards. Tai Sanyang narrowed her eyes slightly. I know all the Tai family guards. I have never seen you before. I'm a temporary hire. Temporary? Hired? Tai Sanyang raised an eyebrow, her gaze seemingly piercing through him. You are the and oppose, bad man and oppose, that you and oppose, or spoke of? Li Dao chose not to respond, sensing the commotion outside the carriage. This was not the time for such discussions. He continued, since you possess martial skills, let us break through together. Absolutely not. Tai Sanyang interjected suddenly. Why not? Li Dao asked, puzzled. Tai Sanyang fixed her bright eyes upon him. I do not wish for anyone to know of my martial prowess. Do not wish to be known? A revelation struck Li Dao, recalling certain rumors from the capital. It was said that the Tai family allowed Tai Sanyang, a woman, to manage family affairs with the consent of the elder family members, primarily because she was a woman destined to marry and also due to claims that she was not suited for cultivation. The implication was that her skills would not reach great heights, rendering her vulnerable. Yet, given Tai Sanyang's earlier display of power, it was evident that this seemingly unsuitable woman had already attained a level of innate mastery. How can one who is deemed unfit for cultivation achieve such prowess at this age? It became clear that Tai Sanyang was concealing something from her family, and her motives were undoubtedly calculated. The recent exposure may have been precipitated by an unexpected adversary, compelling her to take action. Little did she anticipate that Li Dao was a false enemy. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and inquired, What would you have me do? Conceal my identity while simultaneously ensuring my protection. Chapter 32. The Retreat of the Enemy. The jealous Iron Third Lady outside the carriage. Li Dao's sudden strike left the group of black-clad men momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, the leader barked, What are you waiting for? Rush in, kill the men, and take the women. The black-clad men, now responsive, brandished their blades and charged toward the carriage. Two of them leapt in front of the carriage's curtain. One signaled to the other. With a nod, the second man cautiously reached for the curtain with one hand gripping his knife. With a thunderous bang, the top of the carriage exploded, splintering wood flying in all directions as two figures emerged from within. Li Dao had his arm wrapped around the slender waist of Iron Third Lady, and they landed on a nearby open space. Where do you think you're putting your hand? Iron Third Lady snapped, her bright eyes glaring at Li Dao. He looked down to see his hand resting on her delicate waist, feeling the smooth skin beneath her long skirt. Unfazed by her accusation, he replied, "How else am I to protect you? Should I grab your hair, or perhaps your neck, or just lift one of your legs?" Iron Third Lady's face soured at the thought of those scenarios. Li Dao glanced at the approaching black-clad men and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "If you wish to conceal your skills, you must endure. You've managed for so many years. Surely you can withstand this minor discomfort." Her expression darkened further at his words. Though he spoke the truth, she was unaccustomed to such proximity with a stranger. "Be careful," she urged, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden force pushed her into a sturdy embrace. "You." She began to speak but halted, witnessing two heads fly from the side, blood spraying through the air. She realized then that this man was defending her. "Don't hesitate. Charge. I refuse to believe he can take us all on alone," the leader of the black-clad men commanded. The remaining men exchanged glances and charged forward in unison. "Be careful," Iron Third Lady warned again. "Fear not." Li Dao responded with a calm smile. As long as they were not innate martial artists, he had nothing to fear from them. Even if they were innate warriors, the average ones posed no threat to him now. He continued to shield Iron Third Lady, weaving through the throng of black-clad men. After several breaths, he flicked the blood from his Qian Dynasty. A system prompt resonated in his ears. 13 enemies killed. Attribute gained 712. It was evident that these black-clad men had some skill, yet they were up against an unreasonable force like Li Dao. "Useless," the leader of the black-clad men growled, witnessing the demise of his subordinates. He glared at Li Dao. "Unfortunately for you, you will die today." With that, the black-clad leader's form became a blur. Black Sampalm. Before Li Dao and Iron Third Lady could fully discern the attacker, he was already upon them. One hand was enveloped in dark, malevolent energy, aimed directly at Li Dao's chest, while the other reached for Iron Third Lady. This was a two-pronged strategy. If Li Dao dodged, Iron Third Lady would surely be captured. If he chose to protect her, he would undoubtedly be struck. Iron Third Lady, quick-witted, recognized the leader's intentions and felt a sense of dread. Though she had no desire to reveal her martial prowess, she could not allow herself to be captured. As she prepared to channel her innate energy to counterattack, she felt a firm grip on her waist. Her eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Li Dao furrowed his brow, quickly making a decision. He tightened his left hand and sidestepped to evade the leader's grasp on Iron Third Lady. With a resounding crash, the black palm struck his back. "You." Iron Third Lady was momentarily stunned by the sight of his sacrifice. However, Li Dao had no time to spare. Feeling the sting on his back, he retaliated without hesitation. Striking without flair, he delivered a solid slap. The leader of the black-clad men froze, astonished. In his view, anyone would instinctively protect themselves. As the leader raised his hand to counter, a cold smirk crossed his face. Struggling in vain? It's futile. Black Sampalm. With determination, he raised his hand to clash with Li Dao's. But upon impact, the leader's expression changed drastically. With a sharp crack, the leader's arm broke in the middle. The residual force of Li Dao's strike slammed into his chest. With a thud, the black-clad leader spat a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, he glared at his severed arm, his face twisted in pain. He became aware of the crack in his shoulder blade. The power of that strike was indeed formidable. Coughing violently, he expelled more blood, realizing his internal injuries were severe. Scanning the area, he noticed that, after the initial chaos, the Iron family guards were regrouping and launching a counterattack, while his men were steadily losing ground. His gaze fell on the pair not far away. An anger surged within him. Yet, his injuries hindered him from continuing his mission. After a brief hesitation, he turned and fled into the forest. As the leader retreated, Iron Third Lady turned to Li Dao. "Are you all right?" Though her exterior betrayed no concern, she had momentarily forgotten the hand still resting on her waist. When he did not respond, she assumed he was harmed and quietly remarked, "You didn't need to take that hit for me. You know I have the strength to handle myself." Suddenly, she felt herself freed from his embrace. Iron Third Lady instinctively looked up, meeting his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. "You." Her bright eyes widened in surprise. You and Appos, unhurt? Li Dao touched the area on his back where the attack had landed. Initially, it felt slightly numb and stung, but now was barely noticeable. It appeared that most of the leader's force had been absorbed by his resilient skin, with only a fraction penetrating his body, later dissipated by his vitality. He had chosen to block that attack after careful consideration, confident in his ability to withstand it. Although that blow could have been fatal or severely injurious, he would not have chosen to shield himself for a stranger, even a strikingly beautiful woman. I'm fine. Upon finishing his words, Li Dao cast his gaze around and noticed that there were still several scattered black-clad assailants who had yet to be dealt with. He prepared to draw his blade to harvest some attributes. What do you intend to do? Tai Senyang inquired, noticing Li Dao's imminent actions. Help them? She echoed incredulously. A cold glimmer crossed her stunning visage as she observed the disarrayed caravan. No need, they can clean up their own mess. Previously, she had assumed that the Iron Family-esque caravan had only minor issues that posed no significant threat, even dismissing her devoted maid's warnings and offering excuses to aid those individuals, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, after today's encounter, she realized just how lax the personnel beneath the Iron Family had become. When the caravan was attacked, the guards behaved as if they were utterly inept. The most alarming aspect was that, until now, very few had acknowledged her status as the caravan's mistress. Taken aback by Tai Senyang's words, Li Dao hesitated momentarily but chose to disregard her. For others, this might seem a thankless endeavor, but for him, it presented an opportunity for immediate gains. Each foe he dispatched equated to a tangible benefit. He would not forfeit such a prospect based on a single woman's words. At this juncture in his life, women merely influenced the swiftness of his blade and Appos' unsheathing. Before Tai Senyang could react, Li Dao had already plunged into the fray. Observing this, Tai Senyang instinctively contemplated issuing commands to this impudent individual, only to remember that he was a temporary addition to her caravan and not one of her subordinates. Particularly, she harbored a significant secret that he held in his grasp. Sighing, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Miss, Bayuer suddenly emerged from a nearby box, her face radiating concern as she rushed over. Upon seeing her mistress unharmed, she embraced her tightly, her voice trembling. It is such a relief that you are safe, Mississippi. The appearance of Bayuer briefly lifted Tai Senyang's spirits. Although she had surmised that Bayuer would be all right in Li Dao's company, she could not help but feel a twinge of worry afterward. At that moment, Bayou and Appos seemed to recall something, peering cautiously around and asking, Miss, what about the bad man? I asked him to protect you. Dead, Tai Senyang replied, recalling the man who had shown her no courtesy. Oh, Bayuer's expression froze, her eyes welling with tears as silence enveloped her. Witnessing her devoted maid's distress, Tai Senyang let out a soft sigh. I was merely jesting. You're in Appos, bad man and Appos is quite well, actually. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of jealousy tinged her words, though she could not discern the source of her vexation. Really? Bayuer sniffled, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, that is good, Bayuer murmured, a smile gradually creeping onto her face as she learned of Li Dao's well-being. Meanwhile, with Li Dao's intervention, the group of assassins collaborating with the black-clad attackers was swiftly eliminated. Some fell by Li Dao's hand, while others were left alive, seemingly to extract information. After dealing with these foes, the guards finally became aware of Tai Senyang's presence. In a flurry of panic, they rushed to her side. Upon seeing her unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Soon, they knelt before her in unison. Third Miss, we have arrived late. Please punish us, the captain of the guards and his men implored. Gazing at her subordinates, a glint of coldness flickered in Tai Senyang's bright eyes, though she swiftly suppressed it. In a voice that was both hoarse and melodious, she commanded, Rise. Let us first gather our belongings and return to the imperial capital. A guard captain cautiously raised his head. Third Miss, what shall we do with the captured assassins? Tai Senyang and Appos' gaze darted towards the terrified captives nearby. Her tone decisive as she replied, Kill them all. Kill them all. The captain expressed astonishment. Before anyone could react, a flash of steel swept across the necks of the captive assassins, and they all fell lifelessly to the ground. Nearby, Li Dao smiled with satisfaction upon receiving a notification from the system. This could be considered an effortless acquisition of attributes. What do you intend to do? A guard captain suddenly rose to admonish. Kneel, he bellowed. Did you not hear? The third miscommands you to kneel. Tai Senyang cast a glance at Li Dao before turning back, stating, I am the one instructing you to kneel. Huh? The guard captain appeared bewildered. Tai Senyang and Amp, Oppos, S-Tone remained indifferent. These individuals are unlikely to yield any valuable information. Thus, their fates are sealed. Shall we not investigate further? Upon hearing this, Tai Senyang observed her guards kneeling before her in silence, then turned her gaze towards the direction of the imperial capital. Everything will be addressed upon our return. Chapter 33. The invitation from Iron Miss in the imperial capital. The target of the assassin group was Iron Mississippi. Therefore, the cargo of the convoy remained unscathed. After a brief handling of the corpses of their own men, the convoy could continue its journey. Li Daozheng sat in a carriage, polishing his mysterious iron blade when Baiyu and Oppos suddenly rushed over, saying, Bad man, the lady wishes to see you. See me? Li Dao put away his blade, a look of confusion on his face. Might I inquire what your lady desires of me? Baiyu replied sweetly, I do not know. You shall find out upon your arrival. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dao decided to meet her. After all, she was merely a young lady, though clever. There was little to be concerned about. Moreover, it was the Iron Lady who should be worried, as he held a significant secret regarding her. Shortly after, Li Dao and Baiyu entered a spacious and elegantly furnished carriage, hardly inferior to the previous luxurious one. Iron Miss sat at the far end, with a small table in front of her, upon which rested a teapot and several teacups. Upon seeing Li Dao, Iron Miss lowered her gaze, poured a cup of tea, and gently said, Ewer, please serve this gentleman. Baiyu exchanged knowing glances with Li Dao, but dutifully presented the teacup, saying, Please enjoy the tea, sir. Thank you. As Li Dao accepted the teacup, his gaze fell upon Iron Miss's exquisite visage, pondering the purpose of her invitation. Iron Miss set down the teapot and, taking a sip from her cup, expressed softly, This gentleman saved my life. I wish to extend my gratitude. Li Dao savored the tea, which was delightful, and replied, Iron Miss, fortune favors those who are virtuous. Even without my intervention, you would likely have evaded calamity. Suddenly, tea spilled from Iron Miss's cup. She slowly set it down, remarking, Even if, as you say, one can escape once, the second time may not be so fortunate. Beside them, Baiyu and Amp, Oppos, listened to their exchange, thoroughly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the conversation. It is in human hands, Li Dao said confidently. I trust in Iron Mississippi, sighing deeply. Iron Miss lifted her head, her bright eyes locking onto Li Dao's. Sir, I shall not beat around the bush. May I inquire if you have a family? Li Dao paused momentarily before responding. Once I did, but now I may not. He had a family in the past, but that identity was now dead. He was a free man, alone. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Iron Miss's eyes as she softly inquired, Might I ask if you have any thoughts of joining a family? What do you mean? Li Dao questioned. I would like to invite you to join my household, she said earnestly. You wish for me to become your retainer? Indeed. Iron Miss's stunning face bore a serious expression. If you agree to be my retainer, I shall offer you a significant reward. A significant reward? Li Dao chuckled lightly, curious about the nature of such a reward. I see you and Amp. Amp, Oppos, get along splendidly. I could promise you and Amp, Oppos, to you. At this declaration by you and Amp, Oppos, froze, her understanding of the previous conversation faltering. Yet this particular statement struck her clearly, leaving her feeling as if she had been caught in a startling twist of fate. Li Dao glanced at the bewildered Baiyu and Oppos, and shook his head with a wry smile. Iron Miss must be mistaken. You and Oppos, resembles my late sister, hence the familiarity. What does the gentleman desire then? Iron Miss pressed, a sense of urgency creeping into her voice. In her dealings, she had never felt such urgency before. Her unique ability to sense the consequences of situations had always served her well in business. Now, that intense feeling had returned, indicating that if she could secure this man for her cause, it would be her most triumphant negotiation yet. As Li Dao contemplated teasingly saying, "I want you," the words faltered on his lips. He sensed that uttering those 4 words might lead Iron Mist to agree, but having only just escaped the clutches of death, he did not wish to shackle himself anew, especially for a woman he barely knew, regardless of her beauty. At present, given his circumstances, a woman would only impede his swiftness in action. "I apologize, Iron Mist, but I have no desires at present and do not wish to align myself with any faction." He shook his head in refusal. On one hand, he genuinely had no intention of becoming a retainer. On the other, Iron Mist's family could not provide what he sought. Could the Iron family restore his former identity? Impossible, even for the royal merchant of the Qian Dynasty. Even if Iron Mist possessed control over her family, she was merely a temporary steward of their power. Iron Mist was taken aback by Li Dao's refusal. It had been ages since anyone had so decisively turned her down. With her wealth, she could attract most individuals, and paired with her beauty, it was rare for men to resist such a lure. Yet here was a man who had rejected her with resolute finality. Though she yearned to press further, she quickly composed herself. As a seasoned businesswoman, she understood that excessive pursuit could breed aversion. "Since the gentleman has no such intentions at this time, I shan't force the matter." Iron Mist retrieved a golden waist token engraved with the character for iron and offered it to him. "Please accept this token as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving deed. Bearing this token, wherever you encounter the Iron family, it is as if you're meeting me personally. It will facilitate your travels throughout Qian." Li Dao examined the token, appreciating its craftsmanship. The front bore the character for iron, while the back was inscribed with her name. Entirely fashioned from gold, it epitomized the affluence of the Iron family. Even if melted down, it could feed an average family for many years. The token also served a more covert purpose, as he held a significant secret regarding Iron Mississippi. "Very well, thank you for the token." He accepted it without hesitation, embodying his commitment to protect Iron Mist and Appo's concealed abilities. Upon hearing his acceptance, Iron Mist and Appo's expression brightened considerably. Had he refused the token, she would have been at a loss. Are you not to refill the gentleman's tea?" By still in a daze, was abruptly roused from a reverie. "Oh." She nodded dumbly before hastily reaching for the teapot. "There's no need for further fuss," Li Dao interjected. "I have lingered here long enough and must take my leave." He feared that remaining any longer would lead to him being branded as Iron Mist's retainer. From the earlier attack on Iron Mist, it was evident that while the Iron family's convoy appeared stable, it harbored many ill-intentioned individuals. He did not wish to be misinterpreted as an enemy and unwittingly be drawn into conflict. Reflecting on this, he was grateful for the fortification of both his body and mind. Otherwise, facing a woman as astute as Iron Mist with his previous intellect would have surely led him astray. Having spoken, Li Dao exited the carriage without a moment's hesitation. Inside the carriage, Iron Mist gradually regained her composure, her thoughts instinctively drifting back to the silhouette of the man who had just departed. Since her beauty first emerged, countless men have yearned to share space with her. Even a mere glance could leave many restless through the night. However, today she encountered an anomaly. He regarded her with the apprehension one might hold towards a formidable beast. She sensed that he was not employing any games of seduction, but genuinely wished to distance himself. Fearing her proximity, suddenly, a smile graced the exquisite features of Tai Sanyang. In the past, she had considered men to be mere fools. Yet today, she found herself intrigued by this unique individual. The thought of his aversion sparked a sense of defiance within her, a long-buried desire to conquer. Resolute, she vowed to pursue this curiosity. Meanwhile, as Li Dao disembarked from the carriage, he felt subtle glances directed his way. A quick survey revealed that these furtive stares swiftly dissipated. Just as he suspected, the Tai family's entourage harbored numerous complications. Fortunately, his stay was brief. Otherwise, he might have found himself embroiled in deeper troubles. After traveling a while longer, the sky darkened, and at Tai Sanyang's command, the convoy settled down for the night. "Bad man, The young lady has assigned you a carriage," came the soft, sweet voice of as he attempted to recline in the cargo area. Momentarily bewildered, he struggled to comprehend her intent. He had been quite clear about his position. Surely she understood his thoughts. "Tell your young lady it is unnecessary. I can rest here." He firmly declined. "Are you rejecting her invitation?" Blushed, revealing. The young lady said if you refuse, she will personally invite you to her carriage later. The implication made her shy, as she would be resting alongside her mistress. If the bad man consented, they would all be sharing the same space. Surely, the young lady would not sleep beside him. She would find herself nestled between the two. Li Dao was taken aback by her unexpected revelation. Though her intentions were kind, he sensed an ulterior motive behind her actions. "Don't let your young lady come to me. I've already declined." If Tai Sanyang were to extend a personal invitation to share a carriage, he would undoubtedly become the talk of the town by morning. He was uncertain how the Tai family would perceive him, but he knew that upon arriving in the capital, he would become the object of envy among its men. Having once been a frivolous youth, he had clashed with the young masters of the capital over a renowned courtesan, and he was well acquainted with their nature. If he found himself in such a predicament, he would have but one option: to flee. His true identity was far too sensitive. If discovered, he would find no refuge in the entire realm of Qian. Under Baiyu and Apos' guidance, Li Dao was soon led to a carriage suitable for lodging. "Miss Yuan Apos," he called out just as she was about to depart. "Could you kindly inform your young lady that I tend to speak in my sleep, often quite loudly, particularly when I am in a foul mood?" "What relevance does that have to my young lady?" she inquired. "Just relay the message." "Very well, but do not forget tomorrow's tale." "Understood." Upon returning to the carriage, Baiyu relayed Li Dao's message to Tai Sanyang. Odious man! Tai Sanyang bit her lip in frustration. She anticipated that her gesture of goodwill would provoke such a vehement response. Did he resist her so vehemently? Or was he simply averse to all women? Yet that couldn't be the case. She observed Baiyu, noting that he treated her maid with far more amiability, clearly singling her out. However, she was at a disadvantage, as she had been caught in a compromising situation. "Forget it. I shall let him be for now. I need to deal with the matters below before anything else," she mused, her gaze drifting toward the curtains. Meanwhile, within the confines of Li Dao's carriage, a familiar warmth surged through him, prompting him to stretch. The sensation of his bones cracking resonated within him. Once the warmth subsided, he clenched his fists. Through his diligent efforts, he had finally grown stronger. A glance at the nearly 100 points of physical prowess on his panel reminded him of the unusual occurrence when he reached the 10-point mark. By estimation, upon achieving 100 points, he would be granted a transformative opportunity. The mere transformation of his skin had significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. He wondered what the next transformation might entail and what effects it would yield. Regrettably, there had been too few adversaries that day. Otherwise, he could have reached 100 points and undergone another metamorphosis. The following day, the convoy resumed its journey. Perhaps due to a prior attack, the pace quickened. Given that they had already traversed a significant distance, they were likely to reach the capital within 2 days. As they approached the metropolis, Li Dao felt his heart race. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the anxiety of returning home. 2 days passed swiftly, and they arrived at the capital. Leaning against the carriage, Li Dao suddenly heard a voice calling out. He lifted his gaze to behold a magnificent city wall standing tall in the distance, its grandeur imposing. In his recollection, even the outermost walls of the capital towered 100 meters high, impassable to those without innate martial prowess. In modern times, such a height would be incomprehensible. The convoy advanced slowly towards the city gate. As they neared, orderly rows of modest dwellings and numerous commoners appeared. Upon seeing the Tai family's convoy approach, the townsfolk parted along the roadside, casting envious glances at the procession. Everyone was well aware that the Tai family was the wealthiest merchant clan in Qian. Arriving at the city gates, they were met with 3 imposing entrances, guarded by soldiers monitoring the passage of travelers and carriages. Ordinarily, even the Tai family's convoy would undergo scrutiny. However, as they drew near, the guards positioned themselves to the side, offering no obstruction. The lead guard even clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. As Tai Sanyang's carriage was about to pass the Lee guard, it came to a halt. "You are," she called softly. "Yes, miss." Bai replied as she lifted the curtain, revealing her charming visage. She tossed a coin to the Lee guard, a gift from the young lady. The guard accepted graciously, offering a respectful smile. "Thank you, Miss San. Thank you, Miss Yu. Let us proceed," Tai Sanyang's indifferent voice commanded, and the convoy resumed its movement. Witnessing this exchange, Li Dao couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed the demeanor befitting Tai Sanyang. Chapter 34. The desolate Yuan Marquis Mansion. The carriage slowly entered the city, revealing a remarkably spacious long street. According to Li Dao's recollections, this long street was called Long Dao, stretching 10 kilometers in length and extending all the way to the imperial palace, with a width of 222 meters. It was a thoroughfare of considerable breadth that divided the entire imperial capital into eastern and western halves. Throughout history, the emperors of the Qian Dynasty have traversed this very road upon their ascension to the throne. Despite having retained memories from before the restoration, Li Dao was still profoundly moved upon witnessing this grand scene with his own eyes. It reminded him of the historical splendor of Chang'an from the Tang Dynasty, which boasted a renowned thoroughfare known as Zhuke Avenue, albeit only 5 kilometers long and 150 meters wide. The imperial capital of the Qian was undeniably more prosperous than the Chang and Apos, and he remembered. Reflecting on the information he possessed about the Qian, Li Dao observed that the dynasty resembled a fusion of several illustrious dynasties from his previous life. The military strength of the Qin, the might of the Han, the renown of the Tang, the affluence of the Song, and the resilience of the Ming. If one were to liken a nation to a person, the Qian would undoubtedly be the epitome of a flawless protagonist, wielding an impeccable array of attributes. It was a pity that, had this been an ordinary ancient world, the Qian's prowess would have enabled it to single-handedly challenge neighboring nations, achieving a historical unification unprecedented in this realm. Alas, the code of chivalry forbids the use of force. This world was populated by practitioners of martial arts. If it were a low martial world, it might have been manageable, but here, the power hierarchy was far from meager. An acquired warrior could single-handedly confront 100 armored foes without succumbing. A congenital warrior could live for 150 years and vanquish 1,000 soldiers unscathed. A master warrior could extend their life by another century, becoming virtually invincible, moving freely through legions. The most formidable grandmasters could live for 500 years, gliding through the air and crossing rivers and seas, their might beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Though the Qian's national strength was formidable and its rulers throughout history competent, the question remained, how long could this endure? No matter how powerful one might be, what are their lifespan? Should a generation encounter a corrupt ruler? How long could even the mightiest dynasty sustain its glory? Such a pity. Li Dao's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the majestic palace city in the distance along Long Dao. Judging by the historical patterns of his past life, the current Qian was likely at its zenith, having reached its pinnacle. According to the theory of prosperity leading to decline, if the next generation failed to produce a competent ruler, the Qian dynasty would inevitably descend into decline. From his previous memories, he had learned that the current emperor of the Qian had numerous sons, yet only a scant few exhibited the potential for greatness. The majority, much like his former self, were frivolous youths, with a few exceptions who feigned virtue. In that moment, a captivating visage surfaced in Li Dao's mind, Princess Mingwei. Should she inherit the legacy, she might sustain the present glory of the Qian dynasty, perhaps even propel it to greater heights. Alas, not every woman could embody the prowess of Wu Zetian. Especially within the Qian dynasty, aspiring to emulate Wu Zetian was nearly impossible. After taking in the sights of Long Dao, Li Dao prepared to part ways with the Tai family caravan. Having arrived in the imperial capital, it was time to return home. His gaze swept over the carriage of Tai Sanyang, and amidst the differing glances of several guards, he leapt from the transport vehicle carrying goods, swiftly disappearing into the throngs of people on either side. At the moment Li Dao departed, Tai Sanyang seemed to sense something. As he left, she murmured to herself, feeling a twinge of disappointment. After all, they had established a connection, yet he departed without a word. The thought of his demeanor towards her stirred an irritation within. For a merchant, the sight of a treasure slipping away was profoundly disheartening. Very well, let him have the head start. Once he conclude my motives, I shall reveal my capabilities to him. Setting aside her complicated thoughts, Tai Sanyang commanded the caravan to accelerate. Meanwhile, Bai Yu sat grinning, eager for the remaining tales to be recounted upon her return home. In ancient times, among the four symbols, the azure dragon of the east held primacy. Thus, within the imperial capital, high-ranking officials and nobles predominantly resided in the eastern district, with proximity to the palace signifying elevated status. Li Dao's ancestors were founding figures of the Qian Dynasty, once bestowed the title of first-class marquis, mere steps away from attaining the rank of duke. Their status was relatively esteemed, and their residence was situated in the eastern district, close to the palace. Previously, this advantageous location facilitated the Yuan Marquis mansion in fostering connections. However, since the incident involving Li Dao and the tarnishing of Princess Mingyue's reputation, this prime location had turned against him, rendering the Yuan Marquis mansion a source of disgrace among the nobility. Passers-by were compelled to hurl insults and scorn. One ardent admirer of Princess Mingyue, in a fit of anger, even relieved himself right before the stone lions at the mansion and Oppo's entrance. Strangely, rather than facing derision, the man gained notoriety, becoming a guest among several prominent families. This incident sparked a wave of derision within the imperial capital, where it became a point of pride to insult the Yuan Marquis mansion. Numerous scholars penned poems denigrating the mansion, unwittingly garnering attention and elevating their own status. Now, over 3 months had passed. Although the fervor had subsided considerably, a trickle of derogatory verses continued to emerge daily. Meanwhile, outside the Yuan Marquis mansion, the once glorious estate had lost its luster. The walls were adorned with scathing remarks, and the corners were enshrouded in filth, despite daily cleaning efforts proving futile. The 2 stone lions at the entrance bore the brunt of neglect, emitting an unpleasant odor. At that moment, the crimson doors of the Yuan Marquis mansion swung open. Hurry, hurry, we have no time left. We cannot linger here any longer. Isn't this a bit excessive? Excessive? This mansion is on the verge of collapse. If we don an Oppo's, take it will be lost. Outside the grand entrance, numerous servants scurried away, clutching various items. Suddenly, a young girl clad in blue rushed out from within, standing defiantly before the crowd. Don't take anything. You're not allowed to. These belong to the mansion and to the young master. With defiance etched on her face, the girl gazed at the throng, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Upon witnessing her distress, the others revealed flickers of guilt, though resignation prevailed. At that moment, one in the group spoke up. You should not impede us. We are left with no choice. Indeed, if we do not take these now, they will belong to others by day's end. I suggest you gather your things and leave, for the Yuan Marquis mansion is nearing its end. Others chimed in, echoing his sentiment. The girl named Joer shook her head, her voice trembling with resolve. But what you are doing is wrong. A long sigh cut through the air, and an elderly man with a head full of white hair stepped out from the mansion. Upon seeing him, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, concern flickering in their eyes. Grandfatherly, look at them, Joer exclaimed, rushing to support the elderly man as if she had found her anchor. The elderly man and Oppo's murky gaze fell upon the wine beside him, revealing a faint smile. However, when he turned his attention to the others, his eyes became as tranquil as a still lake, void of life. Under the weight of his gaze, none dared to breathe, each person haunted by the elder's long-standing authority. After a moment, the old man relented, shaking his head and uttering, "Go on, depart, and do not return." Upon hearing this, everyone present, including the wine, was jolted with disbelief. Suddenly, one individual knelt on the ground, bowing thrice before the elder, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandfather Steward." After completing the gestures of respect, he rose and dashed away. The others, regaining their composure, promptly followed suit, kneeling and expressing their gratitude in unison. "Thank you, old steward. Thank you." Having performed these acts, they all hurriedly fled, leaving not a single soul behind outside the residence of Duke on Yuan. After a brief interval, once everyone had departed, the wine regained her senses and asked, "Grandfather Li, why is this happening?" The old man's cloudy eyes gazed into the distance, a long sigh escaping his lips, revealing a hint of sorrow. "The family is nearly gone. Let them leave. It may serve to accumulate virtue for the young master in the afterlife," allowing him a measure of comfort. Hearing this, tears streamed down the wine's face. Is there truly no way? The master has departed, the matron is gone, and we do not know when the young lady will return. Now, the young master is also lost, and with him, our home. If this place vanishes too, who will remember the young master? It is unavoidable. His Majesty has stripped the house of its title, and now it is merely an empty shell. Furthermore, the Prime Minister in Appo's residence seeks to obliterate all traces of Duke on Yuan and Appo's estate under the pretext of title revocation. We cannot resist it. The elder glanced at the wine and sighed. "Wine, you should leave as well. Tomorrow, this will no longer be a home. You are still young and beautiful. You could find someone to marry and live a stable life outside." "No." The wine resolutely shook her head, tears blurring her vision. "I am the young master and Appo's person in life and his spirit in death. I will not leave." The old man was taken aback. "You are devoted to the young master?" The wine's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly protested, "No, it's just my own thoughts." The elder smiled gently, sensing that the wine had always harbored feelings for the young master. With a sigh, he continued, "You are a good girl. If the young master were still alive, I would do everything in my power to see him wed to you." Alas, the wine and Appo's complexion paled, her resolve crystallizing. "Even if the young master is dead, I can still marry." The elder was momentarily stunned. "You." In an instant, he comprehended the young girl's sentiments, silently lamenting the capriciousness of fate. Who would have thought that amidst the vastness of Duke on Yuan's estate, this young girl would prove to be the most resilient? The young master truly brought home a remarkable companion. The elder gently ruffled the wine's hair. "Very well, go inside and rest. Before dawn arrives, this is still our home." After entering the estate, only the elder and the wine remained. "Grandfather Li, it's mealtime. I shall prepare something to eat." "Go ahead." After the wine departed, the elder scanned the courtyard and slowly made his way toward a room. Half an hour passed swiftly. The wine, having prepared several dishes, donned an apron and rushed outside. "Grandfather Li, it's time to eat." As she entered the hall, confusion washed over her. Usually, they would dine here, but Grandfather Li was nowhere to be found. Thus, she began to search. With each passing moment, her urgency heightened, accompanied by an ominous premonition. An incense stick later, as she passed the Li family ancestral hall, she instinctively glanced and sighed. "Grandfather Li." A wave of relief washed over her as she spotted the elder kneeling on the mat within the hall. She hurried toward him. "Grandfather Li, what are you doing here?" As she approached, her hand instinctively reached out, but just as it was about to touch him, it halted mid-air, her smile fading gradually. "Grandfather Li?" She called softly, her voice trailing off, yet the elder did not respond. Cautiously, she stepped closer, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, a letter lying on the ground before him. "Grandfather." The wine extended a finger to check for his breath, but the next moment, she froze. He was no longer breathing. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the letter. She picked it up and examined the address, which read, "To my dear wine." Slowly, she opened the envelope and unfolded the letter, revealing the elder's final words. "Wine, by the time you read this letter, I have followed the young master into the beyond. Do not grieve, for I have long known my days are numbered. This is but a natural end, often regarded as a joyous farewell." Upon reading this, a wave of comfort washed over the wine, though tears continued to flow. Continuing, she discovered a recounting of the elder's life. "I entered the Li family at the age of 4, bestowed with the name Li Cheng by the family head. Now, over 90 years have passed, during which I have served 4 generations of family heads." He further explained why he had knelt in the ancestral hall, expressing remorse for not guiding the young master onto the right path. Thus, he knelt in penance to the ancestors of the Li family. He acknowledged that leaving the wine alone was selfish but life has its limits, and he was powerless to change that. In conclusion, he expressed a final wish, to be buried in the back courtyard of the Li family, where he first entered, hoping to rest there eternally. Chapter 35, Returning Home. Everything has changed after reading the letter left by Butler Li, Gio and Oppos, or fell into a daze. After a moment, a resolute expression emerged in her eyes. She wiped away the tears on her face and deeply bowed to Butler Li's lifeless body. Rest assured, Grandpa Li, I shall fulfill your wishes. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was evening. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the night sky over the imperial capital, followed by a torrential downpour. In the backyard of the Yuan Bo mansion, the emptiness was palpable, save for the relentless rain cascading down, with countless raindrops pounding the ground. A flash of lightning pierced the sky, casting a brilliant light across the courtyard. Under a large tree in the backyard stood a petite figure drenched in rainwater. Upon closer inspection, Jiur was there, holding a shovel and diligently digging into the muddy earth. Beside her lay a straw mat, upon which Butler Li's body was placed. Having read Butler Li's letter during the day, she understood that his wish was to be buried here. Tomorrow, the residence would be taken over by the Chancellor's household, so she had to bury Butler Li before nightfall. Fortunately, the rain had softened the soil, or else this arduous task would have been insurmountable for a girl not yet 16. Finally, after half an hour, her palms raw and bleeding, Jiur had managed to dig a grave. With a steely determination, she pulled the straw mat, struggling to drag his body into the pit. Huff! Once everything was prepared, she wiped the rainwater from her eyes and softly murmured, Grandpa Li, if you meet young master down there, please wait for me. I shall join you soon. Having said this, she climbed out of the chilly grave. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her palm. Looking down, she saw a cut from a stone. In that moment, the physical pain resonated with the ache in her heart. Unable to hold back, she sank to the muddy ground, weeping. The master is gone, the lady is gone. Young master is gone, and now even Grandpa Li has left. Jiur was engulfed in sorrow. The cold rain drenching her body while a deeper chill settled in her heart. Abruptly, she felt a wave of dizziness. Her body weakened from the prolonged exposure to the rain. Just then, a hazy figure appeared before her. In her daze, Jiur raised her hand in an attempt to grasp it. Suddenly, everything went dark, and she lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment before succumbing to darkness, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Is it, young master? With a startled gasp, Jiur abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up with a jolt. She glanced around, realizing she was in her own room, where a flickering candle burned on a nearby table. Stunned, she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. Although she had fainted, she had not lost her memory. She distinctly recalled collapsing in the rain-soaked backyard, and with no one left at home. How could she possibly be in her room? Touching her forehead, she noted a slight fever. It seemed she had fallen ill from the rain. Suddenly, a vague memory flickered in her mind of someone holding her while she was unconscious. Jiur hurriedly threw off the covers to check her attire, discovering that she was dressed in new clothes. Her expression soured instantly. Though merely a simple outer garment, it compromised her modesty. Who had changed her clothes? Could it be that someone from the household had returned? If it were a woman, it would be less concerning. But the thought of a strange man dressing her sent a wave of panic through her, nearly prompting tears. At that moment, her thoughts turned to Butler Li. Ignoring her lingering weakness, she hastily put on her shoes, pushed open the door, and rushed outside. Moments later, she arrived in the backyard, only to be taken aback. The rain continued to fall, yet the grave she had dug for Butler Li was completely filled in. Who could have done this? Confusion flooded her mind. Then, she noticed some footprints in the mud. Although they had been partially washed away by the rain, she could still discern that they had been made not long ago. The prints were significantly larger than her own, likely belonging to an adult man. A chill of fear coursed through her. Who is it? What do they want? Despite her apprehension, Jiur resolved to uncover the truth. Judging by the actions of this unknown individual, they seemed to harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, she would not have found herself unharmed in her own room. Her own room? A thought struck her. If that person knew her room, They must be familiar with her. Could it truly be a servant from household? Taking a deep breath, Jiao followed the footprints in search of answers. After some time, she found herself at the ancestral hall, where the footprints abruptly ceased. Exhaling slowly, she pushed open the grand door of the hall. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed from the sky, illuminating the hall with a blinding flash. Inside, she saw a figure clad in black standing within the hall. Ah! Jiao instinctively gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Her exclamation startled the figure, and in the dim light, she felt them turn towards her and approach. In a panic, Jiao and Appos instinctively turned to flee, but stumbled over the threshold and fell to the ground. Don and Amp, Appos, come any closer, she cried, bracing herself on the ground and retreating helplessly, tears streaming down her rosy cheeks. The figure did not halt. Instead, they quickened their pace towards her. Finally, the figure stopped before her. With another rumble of thunder, the sky lit up once more, illuminating the courtyard. In the brilliant light, Jiao and Appos caught a glimpse of the figure and Appos' face, and she froze, her heart racing. What a striking face, she thought involuntarily. But as reality set in, anxiety gripped her. It was beautiful yet unfamiliar, heightening her fear. Then she noticed the figure raising their hand towards her. Are they going to harm me? Jiao thought, her heart pounding. As the hand drew closer to her head, her fears intensified. She recalled tales where villains often crushed their victims and Appos' skulls. Was she destined to meet such a gruesome end? Death held no terror for her. She had long decided to find young master after burying Butler Lee, donning a wedding dress to join him. Yet, would she be repulsed by the sight of her shattered head? In those fleeting moments, countless thoughts raced through her mind. At last, the hand rested gently atop her head. Expecting the worst, Jiao braced herself for the inevitable. Yet, after a few breaths, she realized the hand was merely resting there, without any force behind it. Is this person offering me a different fate? She mused. Then, the hand began to rub her head gently, a tickling sensation that was surprisingly pleasant. This sensation brought back memories of her time with young master when he would fondly ruffle her hair, even when he was angry. The feeling was unmistakably familiar. Wait. Familiar? Jiao stiffened, her heart racing as she looked up suddenly. A handsome face met her gaze. Though striking, it was unknown to her, never before seen. Yet why did the sensation on her head feel so achingly familiar? Young master? Jiao gazed at the unfamiliar face, unable to resist the urge to gently call out. Upon hearing her voice, the man before her paused, a smile blossoming on his lips as he slowly responded. What do you think? At the sound of that voice, Jiao and Appos felt a jolt in her heart. This was the voice of the young master. Although his appearance had changed, she remembered that voice distinctly. Is it truly you, young master? Jiao exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. Li Dao raised his hand and lightly tapped the girl's forehead, his tone laced with a hint of playful arrogance as he said, Little girl, I find myself in need of a companion. Would you care to join me? With those words, Jiao was taken aback. You really are the young master, she cried, suddenly throwing herself into Li Dao's embrace, unable to contain her joy. The confirmation came from the man's every gesture, mirroring the way the young master had acted when he first brought her home, a secret shared only between them, with no third party aware. Feeling the girl's excitement and her frail form in his arms, Li Dao couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. You little one, have you not been eating properly while I was away? Look how thin you have become. He recalled how he had once comforted her. Jiao remained nestled in the embrace. Her voice muffled as she replied. The young master said he liked gentle girls, but without you here, I couldn't eat. With that, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Even now, she found it hard to believe, feeling as though she were lost in a dream. Everyone had told her the young master was dead, including her family and Old Lee. His sudden return made her question her reality. If this were a dream, she wished never to awaken. Li Dao sighed, his gaze drifting to the desolate courtyard. He had not anticipated that in just over 3 months away, so many changes would unfold in the estate. The once vibrant and Yuanbo mansion now lay empty, with only a young girl left to guard it. The old steward who had watched him grow up now rested in the courtyard. Everything around him felt foreign, as if the world he knew had transformed. Looking down, he noticed that Jiu'er had fallen asleep in his arms, her small hands clutching his clothing as if afraid he would vanish upon waking. Sensing the comfort of his presence, Jiu'er slept soundly for the first time in over 3 months, her delicate face marked with traces of tears, yet adorned with a smile. As he gazed at the sweet girl in his arms, Li Dao murmured to himself, "Let this little one indulge in her whims for once." "Young master." Jiu'er sprang up from her bed, her eyes wide as she searched the room. Soon, she spotted a figure seated at her desk. "Young master," she cried, dashing barefoot to his side. "You little girl, go put on your shoes," Li Dao admonished, glancing at her dainty feet. Jiu'er felt the chill beneath her soles, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment before rushing back to dress. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up with flushed cheeks, asking, "Young master, did you change my clothes last night? What? Are you holding me accountable?" He teased. No. She quickly shook her head. "Then what is it you desire?" "Nothing." Blushing, she lowered her head to dress, secretly pleased. Abruptly recalling something, she raised her head to say, "Young master, I forgot to tell you. The Prime Minister's residence will send someone to collect our belongings today. What shall we do?" Jiu'er then relayed all the recent happenings in the mansion to Li Dao. The Prime Minister's residence, he mused. He was not surprised by the stripping of his title by the Emperor of Qian. After all, he was the only heir of the Li family, with no descendants of his own. Thus, after his death, it was only natural for the title to be revoked. However, the complete seizure of his estate caught him off guard. From Jiu and Appo's, he learned that due to Princess Mingwei, the emperor had targeted only him, sparing the rest of an Yuanbo mansion. Perhaps the emperor regarded the others as inconsequential. Yet, the prime minister and Appo's residents and those seeking to curry favor with them did not share that sentiment, especially amidst existing conflicts. It appeared the prime minister's residence intended to eliminate all traces of him. "Young master, shall we flee?" Gua talked Ali to his sleeve, aware of the gravity of his situation. Although she did not comprehend the extent of his transformation and survival, she knew secrecy was paramount. Previously, she had been reluctant to leave in Yuanbo Mansion, as it was her home. But now that the young master had returned, anywhere with him could be home, diminishing her reluctance to depart. "Flee?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Dao softly replied, "It seems that may be our only option. For him now, while he could leverage his newfound identity to remain in the capital, what could he accomplish? Watch his enemies wreak havoc in the city? Moreover, his identity posed a danger. What if it were discovered over time? The Emperor of Qian would not show him mercy then. Thus, distancing himself from this perilous place was the wisest choice. However, there were certain items he needed to retrieve before leaving. Jiu and Appo's. Wait for me here, he instructed before turning to exit the room. Shortly after, Li Dao arrived at the ancestral hall from the night before. Pushing open the doors, he was greeted by the sight of ancestral tablets, with several plaques above them. The largest reading first class in Yuan Marquis. The others were plaques bestowed upon the Li family by successive emperors of Qian. Li Dao lit 3 incense sticks, bowing 3 times to his ancestors, then knelt to prostrate 9 times. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped up, landing before the highest plaque. Above it rested a long, 3-meter chest, adorned with handles and covered in dust. He reached out, lifting the chest effortlessly, and with a thud, it hit the ground, causing a tremor not from his weight, but from the heavy contents within. Chapter 36. Heirloom weapon and 3 ancient tomes. Li Dao exhaled gently upon the chest, dispersing the layer of dust that had accumulated on it, and then placed the chest upon the ground. Finding the lock, he applied pressure, shattering it effortlessly under his immense strength, and subsequently opened the chest. As it creaked open, a faint metallic scent mingled with the tang of blood wafted into his nostrils. His gaze fell upon a pitch-black halberd, over 3 meters long, resting quietly within the chest. Nestled in the gaps of the chest were 3 ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age. "At last, these treasures have found their way into my possession," Li Dao murmured as he caressed the cold surface of the halberd. During the early days of the great Qian Dynasty, the Li family had been conferred the title of a first-class marquis due to their military nobility. establishing them as a family of martial prowess. It was a given that each head of the Li family would be proficient in martial arts from a young age, growing into a general of the great Qian. Thus, from the founding of the dynasty to Li Dao's generation, the family had endured through 10 generations. Yet there remained merely a third-class count. This was partly due to certain generations of Li family heads achieving military success and maintaining their rank, even rising in status. However, it was not the case that every generation produced a general. To attain martial prowess within the great Qian, one must meet a prerequisite. One's cultivation must reach a certain level. The Li family could bypass many obstacles to become local leaders. But the foundation of all this lay in their cultivation. The higher their cultivation, the greater their command over troops. Without cultivation, one could only serve as a minor civil officer within the military. This was why Li Dao's father had been eager to assess his son's potential early on, wishing to lay a solid foundation for him. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Dao proved incapable of cultivation. Nevertheless, his father took it in stride, choosing not to impose hardship upon him upon learning of his son's limitations, instead allowing him to enjoy life in peace. As long as the Li family could endure, having an inept head of the family was inconsequential, provided the next generation could take over. Yet his father never anticipated that he would die unexpectedly, unable to nurture his grandson personally, while his son nearly met his end in a death row camp. As he touched the halberd, Li Dao found himself reminiscing about his childhood. Before the resurgence of his memories, he was not entirely a debauched youth. Prior to the assessment of his aptitude, his father had been quite strict, instilling in him a routine of early rising, physical training, calligraphy, and poetry, nurturing him as a well-rounded individual. During that time, he harbored steadfast aspirations, dreaming of becoming a general and leading troops into battle, earning glory for his family upon learning of his father's military status. Unfortunately, everything changed once he was deemed devoid of cultivation potential. Li Dao grasped the halberd, lifting it to examine it closely. He discovered that its material was icy to the touch, akin to the dark iron blade at his waist, yet it possessed a superior quality. He recalled his father's words, that this ancestral halberd was forged from a rare iron, said to be over 10,000 years old. The halberd measured approximately 3 meters 2 centimeters in length, entirely black with dragon patterns etched along its length, hence its name, the dragon pattern halberd. As he attempted to weigh the halberd, he realized it was remarkably heavy. Likely due to the material, this halberd weighed no less than 200 pounds. To wield it on the battlefield, one would need to possess a strength of at least 1,000 pounds, and to maneuver the dragon pattern halberd with ease, one would require a strength of 3,000 pounds. It was no wonder he had heard his father mention that only the founder of the Li family could handle this halberd with ease among all the family heads throughout the generations. Such weight could only be managed by someone endowed with innate strength, complemented by rigorous training. After returning the dragon pattern halberd to the chest, his gaze shifted to the 3 tomes. He picked one up to inspect, discovering they were titled Peerless Halberd Techniques, Dominant Tiger Heart Method, and Buddhist Military Strategies. These comprised a martial skill, a cultivation method, and a military treatise. Li Dao recalled that these tomes were unique to the Li family. Yet it was said that while they were easy to learn, mastering them was a formidable challenge, with few ever truly grasping their depths. After a brief appraisal, he replaced the tomes back into the chest and closed it. It was time to depart. Li Dao reignited 3 incense sticks and respectfully knelt before the ancestral tablets, before turning to lift the chest and exit the ancestral hall. Shortly thereafter, he discovered the family genealogy within his father's study and took it with him. The vast estate of the Yuan Marquis was devoid of any other significant value. Anything else could be discarded. As long as these heirlooms remained, the Li family would eventually rise again. Soon, Li Dao found Jiao'er. "My dear, it is time for us to leave," he said as he pushed open the door to find her. "Yes, young master," she replied, darting to a nearby cabinet to retrieve a pre-packed bundle, indicating she had been prepared for departure. "Let's go." Indeed, not long after, outside the Yuan Marquis estate, a group of men arrived carrying various items, attracting a crowd of onlookers. many of whom were aware that the Yuan Marquis was facing calamity that day. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Oh dear, the Yuan Marquis is in dire straits today. Not just dire straits. With the Prime Minister and Apos' involvement, the Yuan Marquis will cease to exist in the imperial capital. It serves them right. Who knew that debauched scion would tarnish Princess Mingyue's reputation? The Yuan Marquis is fortunate to have escaped annihilation of their entire clan. Indeed, it is a pity. A pity for what? A pity that the imperial capital will lose one of its intriguing tales. With the fall of the Yuan Marquis, who will the scholars have left to berate? Now that you mention it, I feel the Prime Minister's actions have inadvertently aided the Yuan Marquis. Amidst the Prime Minister's entourage, a man clad in butler's attire emerged, commanding the rest. Charge forth, smash everything inside and out. Leave not a single piece intact. Yes. Upon his order, the throng surged towards the Yuan Marquis estate. In quick succession, several servants began assaulting the grand crimson doors of the estate, which soon lay in ruins. Witnessing this, the butler and Apos' face lit up with satisfaction as he continued to direct the crew. Hurry, smash anything intact within. As he spoke, he glanced at the two stone lions flanking the entrance, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Approaching one of the stone lions, he raised his hand and unleashed a visible wave of energy, obliterating the statue in an instant. He proceeded to do the same to the other lion. Observing this spectacle, someone in the crowd gasped. Truly, the Prime Minister's household is formidable. Even a mere butler possesses innate cultivation. Another chimed in, what is innate cultivation? I've heard the Prime Minister's residence is filled with masters, including those of the Grandmaster realm. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley, Li Dao and Jiu'er stood, watching the unfolding chaos from a distance. These people have gone too far, Jiu'er exclaimed, her eyes reddening with indignation. Witnessing her home being destroyed before her very eyes was heart-wrenching. Li Dao shook his head, placing a comforting hand atop Jiu'er and Apos' head for a moment. This is merely reality. There's no need to feel sorrow. Had he not regained his memories, witnessing such destruction would have ignited a fierce rage within him, perhaps compelling him to confront those responsible. However, with his memories restored and the trials endured in the death row camp, he had come to see through it all. In any realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. Today, the Earl of Anyuan finds himself in a precarious position. Having been destroyed by the Prime Minister's residence, he can only blame his own weakness. However, he understands that should he rise in power one day, the Prime Minister and Apos' residence will meet its deserved fate. Let us depart from here, Li Dao suggested, to prevent further hostility from the Prime Minister and Apos' residence, which may turn against even the residents of the estate. Upon hearing this, Jiu'er, despite her distress, inquired, Young master, where shall we go now? Li Dao patted the box on his back, recalling words once spoken to him by Wei Yun. He raised his hand and placed it gently on Jiu'er's head, asking, Jiu and Apos, tell me truthfully, do you wish to return here in the future? Aye. Jiu and Apos, glanced at the shattered courtyard not far away, then turned back to her young master, her face a mask of concern. I fear for your safety, young master. It was evident she fully understood the precarious nature of his identity. Li Dao recognized her unease and shook his head with a gentle smile. Your young master will be safe. All I need from you is to confirm whether you wish to return. Yes, Jiu'er replied with conviction. For her, life could be divided into two phases, one of hardship, fleeing with her parents and enduring days of solitude, and the other, a life of comfort and affection after being taken in by her young master in the imperial capital. Thus, the latter phase was her most treasured memory, all occurring within the Earl of Anyuan's residence, naturally making her yearn to return. Hearing this, Li Dao affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Then let us journey to a place where we may return to the imperial capital openly and without fear. Surprised, Jiu and Apos, exclaimed, Young master, does such a place truly exist? With a slight smile, Li Dao replied, Indeed, I emerged from such a place myself. Jiu and Apos, brow furrowed in confusion. Young master, why do you say and Apos, emerged in Apos? Li Dao merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, but silently reflected, for that place was indeed hell for ordinary people. Enough talk, let's be on our way. Yes, young master. Outside, the sound of destruction continued. Meanwhile, in another alley, a figure of both stature and youth made their way deeper into the shadows, until they vanished from sight. At the Iron family estate, two graceful figures sat beneath a pavilion in the garden. One, a slightly more mature girl, quietly prepared tea on a stone bench, while the other, a youthful girl, crouched down, playfully teasing the fish in the pond with a twig. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Moments later, a middle-aged man, appearing honest and upright, knelt at the pavilion and amp. Oppo's steps. Subordinate Tai Xian pays respects to the third Mississippi. Without glancing at him, Tai San Yang poured herself a cup of tea, savoring it with her red lips, nodding in satisfaction before finally directing her gaze towards him. How goes the investigation? Tai Xian bowed his head, responding earnestly, reporting to the third Miss, the investigation is complete. All traitors are under watch. In the other matter, I asked you to investigate. It has been clarified, the eldest and second young masters have been in close association with the third prince, while we have also uncovered some friction between the fourth prince and the third prince. Tai San Yang paused, then acknowledged I see. Tai Xian hesitated before asking, what shall we do with those traitors? Let their journey be a slow one. Understood, third Mississippi. Now, you may leave. The subordinate bowed respectfully before turning to depart. Once he had gone, the playful Bayuer approached, her brow furrowed in confusion. Miss, do you suspect the eldest and second young masters are plotting against you? What nonsense is that, you silly girl? Tai San Yang's demeanor softened before Bayuer, her tone gentle. I do not suspect those two fools. Indeed, Bayuer chuckled softly. Though they may be foolish and idle, always at your mercy, they still care deeply for you, Mississippi. At this remark, a hint of a smile graced Tai San Yang's eyes. Outsiders often claimed she overshadowed her two brothers, with some even suggesting she sought to usurp their position within the Iron family. Yet, she knew all too well that her current standing was entirely due to the support of her brothers, and no one understood their true feelings towards her. However, she dismissed such concerns about reputation. In her eyes, infamy was far more advantageous than fame, especially as a woman. Yet, she soon felt a headache coming on at the thought of her subordinate and amp, Oppo's, report. Turning to Bayu and Damp, Oppo's, she instructed, go inform those two fools not to speak of my affairs outside. Then, her tone shifted coldly. Also, notify the others to cut the fourth prince's business by half and terminate all dealings with the third prince. Bayuer was momentarily taken aback. Having gathered from Tai Xian's report that the journey back to the capital was likely related to the fourth prince, and now it seemed as though the situation had reversed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Miss, why is that? Tai San Yang scoffed lightly, explaining, because their objectives are not aligned. The fourth prince targets the third prince, while the third prince schemes against my two foolish brothers. Though they may be inept, plotting against them is an affront to our Iron family. This is precisely why the subsequent events unfolded. If not against him, then against whom? Bayuer furrowed her brow in contemplation. But the fourth prince is targeting you, miss. Is that all the punishment you intend? Who says so? Then, miss, do you mean? The Iron family is the Iron family, and I am I. My grievances, of course, require my own hand to rectify. Upon hearing this, Bayou and Amp, Oppo's, silently mourned for the fourth prince. She vaguely recalled what had happened to the last person who had incurred her mistress's wrath. It seemed both he and his entire family had been exiled to the farthest reaches of the north. Suddenly, Tai Sen Yang clapped Bayuer on the shoulder. Enough of that. Hurry and relay the message. This afternoon, accompany me to the palace to see how Mingwe has been faring lately. Yes, Mississippi. Chapter 37. Princess Mingwe in the afternoon, within the imperial palace of Dakian, in the inner chambers. Tai San Yang accompanied by Yuer, guided by a palace maid. As they traversed the long corridor, Bayuer gazed in astonishment at the numerous female guards stationed every 50 paces and quietly inquired, Miss, why are there so many people in the inner palace all of a sudden? Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang glanced at the palace maid leading them. Relieved to see her unresponsive, and turned back to glare. If you can't speak, then refrain from doing so. Oh, Bai promptly covered her mouth. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. Upon entering, a grand palace came into view, its plaque adorned with 3 prominent characters. Mingyue Pavilion. As the name suggests, this was indeed the residence of the esteemed first princess of Daqian, Princess Mingyue. Please wait here. Allow me to inform the princess first. The palace maid said softly before approaching the palace doors. Your Highness, Miss Tai has come to seek an audience. After a moment of silence, a voice resonated from within. By the command of the princess, please allow Miss Tai to enter. The maid opened the door, gesturing for them to proceed. Miss Tai, please enter. Thank you. Tai Sanyang nodded and entered the palace with Bai and Appos, in tow. Upon entering, another palace maid appeared before them. Please follow me, she instructed, leading the way through the palace and Appos' serene and spacious interior. Despite the tranquility of the palace, Tai Sanyang, possessing innate cultivation, sensed the hidden presence of many individuals within, each possessing their own level of skill. She could faintly detect several auras that rivaled her own. Soon, they arrived at another set of palace doors. This time, the maid did not announce their arrival, but directly opened the grand doors, gesturing for them to enter. The princess is waiting for you inside. Tai Sanyang nodded and stepped inside, followed closely by Bai and Appos. Inside, Tai Sanyang and Appos' gaze was drawn to a sheer white curtain suspended in the room. Behind the curtain, a graceful figure reclined against the bed. Sanyang, you've come. The voice was gentle as the figure sat up. Servants, provide seats for Sanyang and little Yuer. Yes, Your Highness. 2 palace maids placed chairs beside Tai Sanyang and Bai Yuer. After taking a seat, Tai Sanyang surveyed the grand hall's decor. Mingyue, what is this? The figure was none other than the owner of the palace, Princess Mingyue, Zhao Yu. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a delicate cough echoed from behind the curtain, the voice tinged with frailty. I've caught a chill recently and fear of spreading it, hence the curtain. Hearing this, Tai Sanyang's expression shifted to one of concern. Have you not summoned the imperial physician? Princess Mingyue replied softly. The physician has seen me. It is nothing serious, so there is no need for worry. Tai Sanyang sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Mingyue, are you aware of the incident at the Anyuan Duke and Appos' residence today, where it was demolished by the Prime Minister's estate? I am not aware, came the voice from behind the curtain after a moment's pause. At this, Tai Sanyang could not help but exclaim in frustration, it's all that wretched scoundrel's fault for daring to ruin. Never mind, he deserves his fate. Fearing to further touch upon her friend and Appos' wounds, she amended her statement. Princess Mingyue gently replied, "What's past is past." Though she spoke lightly, Tai Sanyang sensed a complexity in her tone, revealing that her friend was not as unperturbed as she appeared. After all, how could any woman quickly overcome such turmoil? The two continued their conversation, likely due to Princess Mingyue's illness, with Tai Sanyang sharing amusing anecdotes from her recent experiences. Her tone brightened considerably when recounting recent events. With a light laugh, Tai Sanyang remarked, "You wouldn't believe how our foolish Yuer was completely deceived by that fellow." Bai Yuer puffed up her cheeks in indignation. "I am not foolish. It's just that the villains are too wicked." Tai Sanyang chuckled. "I have no idea which girl turned pale with fright when I mentioned that fellow's demise." Princess Mingyue interjected, "If you and Appos truly has affections for someone, you must have Sanyang look after you." "Your Highness, miss." Bai Yuer's face flushed crimson, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger, or perhaps because her thoughts were accurately guessed. After chatting for a while longer, Tai Sanyang realized it was getting late. She stood up, saying, "The sky is darkening. Mingyue, you should rest early since you are unwell. Yuer and I must take our leave." "Very well. I shall have someone escort you," Princess Mingyue replied. "Thank you." Thus, at the behest of Princess Mingyue, a palace maid led Tai Sanyang and Bai Yuer out. A short while later, after Tai Sanyang and Bai Yuer had completely departed, Princess Mingyue's voice emerged from behind the curtain. "Everyone, please leave. I wish to rest." In response, voices echoed within the hall. "Yes, Your Highness." Once it was confirmed that all had vacated the room, a voice suddenly resonated within the empty chamber. Your attitude towards your friend was rather pleasant. Perhaps you could adopt that tone with me in the future. Princess Minghue's voice rang out, yet curiously. Although it was the same voice, it lacked its previous softness and instead carried a hint of seduction. Soon after, her voice echoed again. Is that possible? Though merely 3 words, they were devoid of the prior warmth and allure, instead radiating an icy detachment, reminiscent of the cold moon in the sky, evoking an infinite distance. Do you still not believe me? On what ground should I trust you? But you are indeed me, and I am you. That fact cannot be altered. Within the seductive tone lay a teasing undertone, seemingly directed at the cold voice. Then I shall not believe you. Well, whether you believe it or not is your choice. But I'm certain you will seek me out eventually. Why would I seek you? You are me, and I am you. I cannot believe you are oblivious to the anomaly within you. I calculated the time. It has been 3 months since we last visited Tianque, has it not? Was it you who orchestrated this? I lack such power. It was entirely the doing of my benefactor. Your benefactor? Yes, the one who came 3 months ago. Without him, I would not have had the opportunity to emerge. The seductive voice carried a note of sincerity. The cold voice paused before responding. So you petitioned Father for my body? The seductive voice chuckled. Let South not place all the blame on me. We petitioned together. If you had not agreed, I could not have fully commandeered your body. After a moment of silence, the cold voice finally said, I merely did not wish for Qing and oppose, or to harbor resentment towards me. The seductive voice replied, discussing this now is futile. My benefactor has been surreptitiously murdered by our father, and her family was annihilated today. However, based on the correspondence between you and her, it is likely that the young lady is not someone ignorant of the circumstances. Surely, this incident was instigated by my benefactor, was it not? To be honest, I ought to express my gratitude to him. You certainly should. Otherwise, after that banquet, you might have been engaged to your insufferable cousin. Compared to being subjugated by a man for a lifetime, enduring for merely an hour seems far more advantageous. A cool voice, tinged with a hint of annoyance, exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? A sultry voice replied, I am merely speaking the truth. I assent and oppose. Tis it always the case with men and women? The cool voice responded, I want to engage with you any longer. I wish to sleep. The sultry voice persisted, Let us sleep together. Remember what I told you. If that day truly arrives when you cannot conceal it any longer, just ask me. Given our bond, I might just lend you a hand. The cool voice retorted, I do not require your assistance. The sultry voice chuckled, Oh, some matters are beyond your control. After this exchange, the room fell silent once more, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, beyond the palace, Tai San Yang and Bai Yu sat within a carriage, en route to the Tai family. Yu, Tai San Yang suggested, What do you think about persuading that nefarious character to join us? Having managed her tasks, Tai San Yang recalled the man who held her secrets. Bai Yu's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming. Miss, that villain has already turned you down. Is there still a chance? Tai San Yang smirked and wiped her face. Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. I refuse to believe there exists a man my Iron Lady cannot handle. Hearing this, Bai Yu felt invigorated. Then I leave it to you. Mississippi, bring him back to regale us with stories. He still owes me one from last time. Tai San Yang pondered for a moment before articulating. Upon our return, we shall first investigate his identity and background, then identify his weaknesses to strike decisively. This was her usual strategy. As a merchant, she harbored a profound distrust of human nature. To her, every business transaction boiled down to a lack of leverage. She firmly believed that with her capabilities, she could surely manage a man. Half a month later, upon returning home and receiving the investigation results, she was taken aback. Is this all there is to his information? Beneath a pavilion, Tai San Yang held a piece of paper, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. The paper contained only the most rudimentary details. Outside the pavilion, Tai Exile knelt, reporting, Miss, this is all we have. We traced his initial appearance to Yumen Town. The first person he interacted with was a gatekeeper at Yumen Pass, but the information ended there. He refused to divulge the identity of our target. Frowning slightly, Tai San Yang inquired, The gatekeeper refuses to speak? Indeed. Was he compensated? He was paid, but still would not divulge anything. At this juncture, Tai Xian suddenly suggested. If the miss permits, my subordinates could devise a way to extract information from him. Tai Sanyang's expression darkened. She sought to win allies, not create enemies. If it came to hostility, she wouldn't hesitate to employ some tactics. However, contemplating that man, she sensed that such actions would yield unfavorable consequences for her. Forget it. Tai Sanyang waved her hand, signaling the end of the investigation. So this is it? Bayuer inquired from the side. Giving up? Give up? Tai Sanyang chuckled lightly. In my life, the notion of giving up does not exist. In that moment, no one could discern her true thoughts. Simultaneously, along an ancient path in the eastern region of Qian, a carriage traveled slowly. Achoo! Suddenly, Li Dao, seated at the front of the carriage, sneezed. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted, and Jiao Er's head emerged, her eyes filled with concern. Young master, I told you to wear more clothing. Li Dao was momentarily taken aback. With his extraordinary physique, illness seemed improbable. Nevertheless, he could not refute the unexpected sneeze, nor could he argue with the young girl. Shortly thereafter, Jiao emerged, clutching a coat. Young master, autumn has arrived. It's getting colder. You must dress warmly. Seeing her stubborn expression, Li Dao acquiesced and donned the coat over his shoulders. She too added a layer before sitting beside him, softly asking, Young master, how much longer must we travel before we stop? Gently, Li Dao ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Do not worry. We shall arrive shortly. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed. J'ai eu es fast flushed crimson. Huh. Li Dao Kuden and Amp. Oppos. T suppress a laugh. You must be hungry, my dear. Pouting, Jiao replied. Young master, aren't those rations enough? All right, I shall not tease you anymore. Li Dao reminisced briefly before saying, In about 10 miles, we will reach a village. We can see if there are provisions available. He spoke not from prior experience, but because he had committed the map to memory. Upon hearing this, Jiao eyes sparkled, and she excitedly clutched Li Dao's arm, urging, Then hurry the horses along. Understood. Li Dao cracked the whip, and the carriage surged forward. After a brief while, Jiao exclaimed, Young master, look ahead. There is the village. Following the path, she pointed from the carriage. Yes, I see it, Li Dao replied with a smile. But then his expression shifted as he sensed something amiss, and the smile gradually faded. Chapter 38. The Slaughtered Village. Farewell to the northern barbarians at this moment. Within Taiyuan village, what was once a tranquil and harmonious place had been shattered by the arrival of a band of northern barbarian cavalry. Ha ha ha! Kill them all. Take everything. Spare only the women. Slay everyone else. A commander clad in northern barbarian armor roared with laughter, commanding his men. I'm coming for the women. This time, I shall slay 10. The people of Dakian are feeble. 10 is hardly sufficient. I can take 100. Let us see who can kill more. Bring it on. I fear no one. Accompanied by the sinister laughter of the northern cavalry, the villagers of Taiyuan, gripped by panic, scattered in every direction to escape. This very fear only served to heighten the excitement of the barbarian riders, who brandished their blades and ruthlessly slaughtered the unarmed villagers. The entire village seemed enveloped in a shroud of crimson. In a narrow alley, a simple-looking man anxiously shielded his wife and child as they navigated the winding path. Huh, here are 3 little mice. A voice rang out, causing the trio to tense immediately. There stood a northern cavalryman, grinning mockingly as he brandished his weapon. Wife, take the child and run. I will hold him off. The man, feeling a surge of despair upon seeing the barbarian, urged his family to flee, positioning himself protectively in front of them. But dear his wife, tears streaming down her face, clutched their child, unable to comprehend the gravity of their situation, frozen in indecision. As the cavalryman drew nearer, an unexpected courage surged within the man. I will fight you. He brandished a sickle, charging towards the northern rider. If he could just slay him, perhaps he could escape with his family. The barbarian merely scoffed at the man's charge, a mocking grin etched across his face. With a swift motion, the man swung his sickle, but the northern cavalryman effortlessly stepped back, causing the man to stumble and fall at his feet. Dear! His wife gasped in horror from distance. Pathetic Dakian wretch, sneered the barbarian, drawing his long knife. No! The wife watched in despair as the gleaming blade pierced her husband's chest, her heart sinking into hopelessness. Such a pretty little thing, the barbarian leered at the woman, his gaze filled with lewd intent. In the next moment, his expression shifted as he realized the man was still clinging to him, a bloodied hand grasping his leg. "Run, run," the man cried with his last ounce of strength. "Humph," the barbarian coldly scoffed, swinging his knife down mercilessly. With a sickening sound, the man's eyes widened as he took his final breath. "Dear," the wife, fueled by an unexpected fury, glared at the barbarian, her fear replaced with vengeance. "I will fight you." Ignoring her child, she charged at the northern rider, filled with rage. "Ah, a willing offering." The barbarian smirked as he sidestepped her advance and caught her in his arms. Isn't it a bit early to be so affectionate? Yet before he could finish, a sharp pain erupted as the woman bit down fiercely on his finger. "Let go! Release me!" he shouted, pain coursing through him as he retaliated with brutal strikes. But the woman, consumed by her rage and pain, held on tenaciously. "Let go!" The barbarian, now desperate, felt a voice behind him. "Touch my mother, and I will fight you." Unbeknownst to him, their child had rushed to his side, biting fiercely on the barbarian's thigh, igniting a fresh wave of agony. In a fit of rage, the barbarian swung his knife down without a second thought, silencing the child in an instant. The woman's heart raced at the sight, a surge of power flooding her being. With a sickening crack, the barbarian's hand was released as she bit down hard, severing his finger. "Return my finger," he yelled, suddenly realizing that if preserved, it could be reattached. The woman, her hair disheveled and eyes ablaze with fury, grinned maniacally, chewing the severed digit before him, ensuring he witnessed the horrific act. The barbarian, consumed by rage, swung his blade down, silencing the woman with a final blow. "Cursed madwoman!" The barbarian glanced down, only to find her lifeless eyes locked onto his, as if etching his visage into her memory. Damn it! Fear gripped him, compelling him to strike at her corpse until her face was unrecognizable. With a sigh of relief, he listened to the ongoing chaos outside and resolved to seize another woman to release his pent-up frustrations. At that moment, not only in this alley but throughout Taoyuan village, similar atrocities were unfolding. On a long street, a band of northern cavalrymen, having slain men, the elderly, and children for their amusement, pursued a group of fleeing women. As they cornered the terrified women, their malicious glee only grew, as if their despair satisfied some dark craving within. "Ha ha ha! Where do you little ladies think you're going? Come into my embrace. It's the only way out. Here's your chance. Strip and run, and I might let you go." Surrounded by the northern cavalrymen, the women huddled together, trembling with fear, their eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. Especially those who had witnessed their loved ones perish before their eyes. Their anguish was palpable. Then, one of the northern riders stepped forward and declared, "All right, I think we've had enough fun for now. Don't forget, we are still on Dacian territory. It's best to retreat before the Dacian army discovers us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted to one of concern. However, the speaking cavalryman then added with a grin, "But don't be disheartened. This is merely a warm-up. Soon enough, you'll have free rein to wreak havoc across this land. Then you can indulge in whatever manner you desire, without a soul to stop you." Instantly, excitement lit up the faces of the northern riders as they envisioned the impending chaos. Now, the small leader of the cavalry commanded, "Find some rope and bind these women. Once we've cleaned this place up, we shall depart." At that moment, a carriage slowly approached from the far end of the long street. "Captain, look, an unfamiliar carriage is coming." A northern barbarian cavalryman, upon discovery, hurriedly reported to his commander. In an instant, the dozen or so northern barbarian cavalrymen gazed down the long street and spotted a carriage. One of the keen-eyed cavalrymen, filled with excitement, pointed at the carriage and exclaimed, "Captain, look, there's a stunning woman on that carriage." Oh, the cavalry captain's interest was piqued as he followed the gaze, noticing the exquisite woman. However, he also observed the man beside her, which caused him to frown. He then commanded, "Whoever goes over there, kill the man and bring the woman to me." Quickly, someone volunteered, fully aware that such a remarkable woman would likely not be his to possess. Yet he yearned to experience the thrill of capturing her. As for the man next to her, he dismissed him entirely. The man appeared to be of typical physique for a citizen of the great Qian, vastly different from the robust northern barbarians. Clearly a mere pretty boy who could easily be dispatched. Meanwhile, the two individuals seated in the carriage were none other than Li Dao and his personal maid, Jiao. Young master, who are they? Jiao, having spent her years in the imperial capital, was unfamiliar with the northern barbarians, having never encountered them before. Li Dao, having been on missions connected to the northern barbarians in the death row camp, recognized their attire immediately. They are northern barbarians. Northern barbarians? Jiao's innocence shone through as she questioned, why would they be here? Because they are not benevolent beings. Even before entering the village, Li Dao had already sensed the faint metallic scent of blood and the sounds of commotion in the air. Once they stepped into the village, the stench of blood intensified, and the noise gradually subsided. Upon seeing the northern cavalrymen nearby, he could easily deduce the sinister events that had transpired in the village, especially when he spotted a group of women encircled by the northern cavalrymen, indicating a recent tragedy. At that moment, Jiao noticed a northern cavalryman approaching on horseback. Fear gripped her as she clutched Li Dao's sleeve and whispered, "Young master, he is coming. What should we do? Shall we take a detour?" Detour? Li Dao shook his head and softly reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Jiao nodded obediently, her trust in her master unwavering. Soon, the northern cavalryman arrived before them, unabashedly mocking Li Dao. "You little white face from the great Qian, thank you for delivering such a splendid gift to us. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift departure. Why not kneel and express your gratitude?" The sight of the exquisite woman so close to the little white face enraged the northern cavalryman, especially as he gazed at Li Dao's handsome features, his anger intensifying. He longed to witness the humiliation of this pretty boy before him. "Young master." Though terrified, Jiao clung tightly to Li Dao's sleeve. Li Dao understood her reaction. After all, in her eyes, he still bore the impression of a once reckless youth. "Do not fret. You will soon be rid of him," Li Dao reassured her. Meanwhile, the northern cavalryman, realizing that the two were ignoring him, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly became furious. "You brat! How dare you suddenly?" With a swift sound, a gleaming silver blade pierced through the cavalryman's throat, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. With a thud, the northern cavalryman fell lifeless to the ground. Jiao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, having witnessed her master hurl the knife. Despite the rapidity of the act, the proximity allowed her to see it clearly. When had her young master become so formidable? What had he experienced during his time away? Having slain one enemy. Attribute gained. 0. 21. Li Dao dismounted from the carriage and approached the fallen cavalryman, retrieving the black iron blade from his throat. "Jiao, the scene that follows may be somewhat gruesome. You should go inside," he instructed. Jiao nodded, concern evident in her eyes, yet she obediently retreated into the carriage. At that moment, the other northern cavalrymen in the vicinity noticed the unusual commotion. The cavalry captain, seeing one of his men dead, furrowed his brow, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. "Captain, what should we do now? Should we all charge?" "Hold on a moment. There is something peculiar about the situation. Let us summon reinforcements first." With that, he produced a bamboo tube from his cloak and pulled a string attached to it. With a loud bang, the bamboo tube exploded, emitting a sound that echoed through the sky. Summoning reinforcements? Li Dao discerned their intent, but chose not to react significantly, as more adversaries would only play into his favor. Before long, the sound of galloping hooves resonated through the air. Numerous northern cavalrymen rushed from various corners of the village. Within moments, all the northern cavalrymen who had entered the village appeared on the long street. Most of them bore plundered goods atop their steeds, while some dragged women they had seized from the village behind them. What transpired here? The northern leader stepped forward from the ranks of cavalrymen, frowning as he inquired. The cavalry captain quickly stepped forward to report, "Commander, I encountered a stunning woman and intended to capture her for you. But it appears she is accompanied by a man of considerable strength. hence I felt it necessary to inform you. A stunning woman? The northern leader in Oppos. S eyes brightened as he scanned the surroundings. Where is she? The cavalry captain pointed down the long street. She is concealed within that carriage. The northern leader glanced over, noticing Li Dao along with the fallen cavalryman, his eyes narrowing as he assessed. It seems he is a martial artist. A martial artist? Could he be troublesome? The cavalry captain expressed his unease. Humph. The northern leader scoffed. Well, a martial artist. He appears no older than 20, at most. He is a mid-stage martial artist, while I am already at the third tier of postnatal cultivation. Besides, I have so many cavalrymen at my disposal. As long as he is not an innate martial artist, there should be no significant issues. Could he possibly be an innate martial artist? No. Such a genius would not emerge from such a wretched place. Thus, the northern leader felt no trepidation, instead sensing the situation was firmly in his grasp. Chapter 39. Equality among all beings. The leader of the northern barbarians, rather than displaying any signs of alarm, perceived the unfamiliar man before him as nothing more than a lamb ready for slaughter, with the woman in the carriage already in his grasp. With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded his men to encircle both the man and the carriage, ensuring that no opportunity for escape was afforded. Yes, the cavalry captain replied, spurring his horse along with a dozen riders toward the carriage and Oppos' location. Among the surrounded women, one caught sight of the approaching cavalry and, with fury flashing in her eyes, stood up and shouted, "Run! They are coming to capture you!" Silence. The leader of the northern barbarians' expression shifted, and with a swift flick of his whip, he struck the woman, sending her crashing to the ground. Li Dao, acutely aware of the commotion, observed the charging cavalry. He unsheathed his heavy iron blade and took deliberate steps forward. The cavalry captain, noticing the audacity of his opponent, felt a chill run down his spine. "Yalot, keep watch over the carriage. The rest, encircle him." Understood. The northern barbarian riders quickly approached Li Dao. Two of them, tasked with watching the carriage, galloped past him. But just then, two glimmers of cold light sliced through the air in the blink of an eye. The cavalry captain paused, bewildered. Did anything just happen? He inquired of a nearby comrade, who stood motionless. Just as they were discussing, the captain noticed that the two riders he had sent to guard the carriage had halted abruptly, frozen in place. "What are you two doing?" he instinctively shouted. Yet, they remained immobile, as did their horses. Suddenly, crimson lines appeared on the necks of the horses, soon mirrored on the bodies of the two northern barbarian riders. As confusion swept over the group, they witnessed the two riders move, not in the usual manner, but as their bodies split in two. The horses, too, exhibited the same gruesome fate. With a series of thuds, the onlookers finally realized that the two riders had been decapitated along with their steeds. At that moment, the sole perpetrator was the pale-faced man who was now advancing toward them. This bizarre scene caused panic among the nearby northern barbarian riders, with some cowardly souls instinctively pulling back on their reins. "Do not fear him," the cavalry captain, wiping the sweat from his brow, shouted. "Captain!" Suddenly, one of the northern barbarian riders shouted in terror. "What now?" The captain was taken aback. He has vanished. Everyone's gaze lifted, only to discover that the man who had been approaching them had mysteriously disappeared. With a swift, slicing sound, blood sprayed across the group. The remaining riders turned toward the source of the noise, realizing that their foe had somehow infiltrated their midst. Li Dao cast a glance at an ajar door beside him and spoke softly, "You all deserve to die." Inside, a pool of blood lay beneath the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman, brutally slain. Beside them lay 3 more corpses, the eldest appearing no older than 10, and the youngest merely an infant. This once ordinary and blissful family had met a horrific end within their own home. Though Li Dao had been previously aware of the northern barbarians' cruelty towards the people of the Qian, witnessing this tragedy was a burden he found difficult to bear. His anguish demanded an outlet, and the northern barbarians surrounding him became the perfect target. With a thundering stomp, Li Dao propelled himself forward, hefting his iron blade as he charged at one of the northern barbarian riders. The rider instinctively raised his weapon to defend himself. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered alongside the rider. Li Dao did not falter. Without hesitation, he shifted his focus to the next target. In this moment, the cavalry captain was struck with panic. Everyone move, surround him, and bring him down, he bellowed. Yet, the remaining northern barbarian riders found themselves without opportunity. Within mere moments, one rider fell, and before 3 seconds had elapsed, another followed suit. In less than 30 seconds, Li Dao stood amidst the carnage, with only the cavalry captain remaining mounted. As he surveyed the lifeless forms of his once vibrant subordinates, the captain finally succumbed to panic, trembling uncontrollably. At a distance of 10 meters, Li Dao flicked the blood from his blade, leaving a crimson streak on the ground as he approached the captain. "Get away from me!" In his terror, the cavalry captain tugged at the reins, desperate to flee, but to his dismay, his steed remained rooted, quaking in fear. As Li Dao drew nearer, the captain could no longer contain himself. "Damn creature, move!" he shouted, jabbing the horse's hindquarters with his blade in an attempt to spur it into motion. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The horse, stung by pain, did indeed move, but rather than fleeing, it began to thrash violently in place. The cavalry captain was caught off guard, losing his grip and tumbling to the ground. In that very moment, the horse, sensing its newfound freedom, dashed away without a second thought. The cavalry captain stood frozen, aghast. The beast had abandoned him to escape? "You wretched creature, when I return, I shall have my revenge," he seethed. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, causing his heart to race. Turning around, he beheld the man responsible for the slaughter of his men, now standing ominously behind him. "You," he began, but before he could finish, a glint of cold steel flashed, and he was silenced, his throat sliced open by a swift blade. One enemy slain, attribute gained. 0.68 as the last of the cavalry fell. Li Dao stood alone amidst a sea of corpses, his bloodied iron blade raised high. What had transpired felt lengthy, yet in reality, barely 3 minutes had passed. To the northern barbarian leader and his entourage, the events unfolded with shocking abruptness. As they witnessed Li Dao dispatching their comrades with the efficiency of a butcher wielding his cleaver, the ease and swiftness of his actions stripped the leader of his earlier arrogance, making him acutely aware of the formidable opponent before him. "Commander, what are our next steps?" one of the northern barbarian riders queried. The leader, his voice grave, responded, "This man is no ordinary foe. We must tread carefully. Had he displayed any signs of innate energy, I would not hesitate to retreat, for our numbers are insufficient to withstand a true martial artist. However, recalling his previous actions, I noted no such energy fluctuations. Therefore, he is not an innate warrior, but rather a formidable opponent among the postnatal fighters. Though we have lost over 10 men, we still have more than 90 left. Coupled with my own prowess as a third-tier postnatal expert, we should be capable of handling him, even if he is a first-tier postnatal warrior." Upon hearing these words, the remaining northern barbarians ceased their previous frivolity. Some began to discard the burdens from their horses, along with the women bound to their steeds, clearly adopting a more serious demeanor. Once freed, these women quickly gathered together, refraining from fleeing, for they recognized the futility of escape. Should the northern barbarians emerge victorious, their bare feet would never outrun the four-legged steeds. They preferred to remain and silently hope that an unknown savior might come to their rescue. With this thought, they began to pray earnestly in their hearts. Not far away, inside a carriage, Joer cautiously lifted the curtain and immediately spotted Li Dao standing amidst the corpses. She completely disregarded the lifeless bodies, and upon seeing her young master unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, silently encouraging him in her heart. After dealing with the nearby northern barbarians, Li Dao did not halt his advance, continuing towards the main force of the enemy. Whether for the sake of harvesting attributes through slaughter or to relieve the discontent simmering within him, these men were destined to remain here today. "Kill," he silently intoned, brandishing his Qian knife as he dashed toward the northern barbarians and Oppo's main contingent. The leader of the northern barbarians, having anticipated this move, immediately commanded, "Kill him. The one who brings me his head shall be rewarded with 100 cattle and sheep, 10 beautiful women, and a promotion." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the northern barbarians sparkled with fervor. Nothing was more galvanizing than such promises. Instantly, they each summoned their full vigor and charged at Li Dao. Little did they know, in their eyes, their so-called charge resembled a futile attempt to overpower a tiger, akin to humans trying to suffocate a beast. But a tiger may succumb. Could Li Dao? No, for he was not merely a tiger. He was an insatiable glutton. He could consume as many ordinary northern barbarians as they dared to approach. At the forefront, one northern barbarian charged with remarkable speed. The earlier scene had left a deep impression on him. He understood that his adversary wielded a sharp blade and could not afford to clash head-on. Thus, he cleverly sought out a weakness. His opponent stood on the ground while he rode on horseback. All he needed to do was ram his horse into the foe. If the opponent dodged, there would be no consequence, but should the opponent attempt to confront the horse, he could then strike from behind. As he neared his target, he noticed his enemy did not evade, and his heart surged with elation, especially upon seeing the opponent's inclination to confront him directly. He inwardly scorned, fool, for this was a charging steed, and even a martial artist would struggle to withstand its force. As the horse thundered towards him, Li Dao raised his palm. In the next moment, the horse in Appo's head collided with his hand. However, to the astonishment of the leading northern barbarian, the anticipated scene of his adversary being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, he himself was propelled into the air, as the sudden halt of the horse caused him to be flung off due to inertia. In midair, he caught sight of a glimmering blade. A chill enveloped him, and he quickly lost consciousness. Ultimately, the thoughts and visions he conjured were mere figments of his imagination. Unbeknownst to him, in Li Dao's eyes, he was no more significant than an ant, easily crushed beneath his foot. Having slain one enemy, attributes gained, 0, 19, ignoring the notification ringing in his ears. Li Dao gripped his Qian Tai knife and surged into the throng of cavalry. His blade danced through the air, wielded with such strength that none could withstand his advance. In a single sweep, he nearly overturned an entire squadron of northern barbarians, and in the ensuing clash, a dozen of them perished beneath his blade. The remaining northern barbarians escaped harm solely because they had not yet reached Li Dao, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. This brutal slaughter swiftly awakened the remaining northern barbarians from their stupor, breaking the spell cast by their leader's enticing promises. What are you all dawdling for? Kill him. The northern barbarian leader charged forward, furiously shouting at his subordinates. Witnessing their hesitation, he scolded them sharply. You worthless lot. Turning his gaze to Li Dao, he declared, Boy, this day next year shall mark your demise. Having said this, he instructed his men, I will lead the way. You lot must follow closely. With these words, the northern barbarians gradually found their resolve. Their leader was formidable. All they needed to do was coordinate their efforts. Kill! With a rallying cry, the northern barbarian leader galloped towards Li Dao, followed by his men who launched into another charge. Boy, taste my blade. The northern barbarian leader soon reached Li Dao, swinging his long knife down from the air, infused with boundless momentum, and the leader and Appo's, as previously unrivaled ferocity, resembling a fierce tiger lunging straight at Li Dao and Appo's face. In an instant, blood sprayed through the air, and a head soared upward before crashing to the ground. Li Dao, holding his knife, gazed at the lifeless head of the northern barbarian leader and murmured, impressive momentum, yet regrettably ineffective. In a mere exchange, the northern barbarian leader met his end beneath Li Dao's blade. This exemplified Li Dao's prowess. His physical enhancement rendered him devoid of any vulnerabilities. With a physique nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person, he faced no threat from those below the level of innate martial artists. In a direct confrontation, none of the postnatal martial artists could withstand a blow from him. Thus, whether confronting a first-tier postnatal martial artist or an ordinary person, for him, it was merely a matter of delivering a single strike. This strike, Li Dao referred to as the blade of equal existence. Chapter 40. 100 in Physique. A transformation once more in the distance. A group of northern barbarian cavalry surged forth under the leadership of their commander, their momentum unwavering. With their leader at the forefront, they felt assured of victory, perhaps even seizing a few enemy heads for rewards. However, An utterly bewildering scene soon unfolded before them. Their commander charged ahead, only to be struck down in a single blow. What were they to do? Should they continue their advance? Almost unanimously, a singular thought gripped their minds: to turn and flee. Anyone who pressed on now would be a fool. If even a third-tier commander could fall so easily, what chance did they have to withstand a few strikes? Thus, the remaining northern barbarian cavalry performed the same maneuver, pulling tightly on the reins, choosing to halt at the precipice and then swiftly retreating. Yet, they had unexpectedly underestimated the speed of their own charge. Li Dao recalled a lesson from his past. When one accelerates too quickly, it is imperative to fasten one's seatbelt before slamming on the brakes. What happens without a seatbelt? One simply awaits the inevitable flight. Unfortunately for these cavalrymen, none had secured their seatbelts, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Li Dao discerned their intentions, yet the opportunity before him was too enticing to relinquish. Without hesitation, he seized his dark iron blade and advanced to harvest the lives of the northern barbarian cavalrymen. With each slice, blood splattered. 4 enemies slain, attributes gained. 0, 75. With another 2 strikes, severed limbs flew. 6 enemies slain, attributes gained. 1, 12. With a 3rd slash. Heads rolled, enemies slain. Amidst the carnage, the incessant chimes of the system echoed in Li Dao's ears. At last, after a brief incense-stick-esque passage, the tumultuous street fell silent. The ground lay strewn with corpses. None of the northern barbarian cavalrymen had escaped. "Help me. I don't want to die." A bloodied hand emerged from the mass of bodies. A cavalryman who had lost 2 legs and an arm, struggling and moaning. With a swift stroke, Li Dao mercilessly ended his suffering. There was no need for leniency with such foes. Thus, an entire squad of northern barbarian cavalrymen perished at Li Dao's hands. Surrounding him, the ground was littered with corpses and dismembered limbs, a scene of gruesome horror. With a sigh of relief, Li Dao gradually calmed the tumult in his chest. This time, he had truly relished the slaughter, claiming the lives of over 100 men, each contributing at least a fraction of attributes. Panel: Master, Li Dao, Physique, 96, 89, available attributes, 29, 14. Gazing at the available attributes, Li Dao felt a surge of exhilaration. This wave of carnage had netted him nearly 30 points in attributes, nearly a third of his total. More importantly, with these attributes, he could elevate his physique to a full 100. Master. At that moment, Jiaoer's voice brought Li Dao back to the present. He looked up to find her, having dismounted from the cart, and approached him, her expression fraught with concern. "Are you not afraid?" he inquired, observing the gruesome scene around them. "Afraid of what?" she replied, glancing at the lifeless bodies before suddenly kicking one of them, her face devoid of fear. "I am not afraid of them. I fear more for your safety." After saying this, she couldn't help but begin to check him over. Stop, I am unhurt. I don't believe you. Look, you're covered in blood. That blood isn't mine." This exchange seemed surreal, especially as they stood amidst the corpses. Had the bodies the ability to move, they would likely wish to rise and find a more suitable resting place, far from the scrutinizing gaze of the young man and woman. Minutes later, after ensuring her master was unharmed, Jiaoer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps reached their ears. Turning to look, they saw a group of disheveled women approaching together. With a thud, all the women knelt in unison. "Thank you, benefactor." They expressed their gratitude, bowing their heads. Unlike Jiaoer, who was solely focused on her master and thus ignored the bodies, these women were consumed by a singular hatred, viewing the corpses not with fear, but a desire for vengeance. These were the ones who had slain their kin and ravaged their homes. Seeing these women, Li Dao felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, reality was harsh. The proximity to the eastern border of the Great Qian had bred constant friction, as autumn deepened and the weather turned cold. Skirmishes with northern barbarian tribes had become a daily occurrence, with small armies crossing over to sow chaos and seize resources. Such was the strife between nations, one that ordinary citizens could neither influence nor escape, leaving them to accept their fates. As dusk approached, Li Dao did not depart, but chose to remain in the idyllic village with Jiaoer for the night. This was both to ensure no remnants of northern barbarian soldiers lingered and to provide these innocent women with a sense of safety. With all the men of the village perished, they could only look to Li Dao for solace. In the courtyard, he sat on a chair, watching the remaining women of the village tidy their belongings. Initially, he intended to assist, but they refused, stating, "The debt of saving our lives cannot be repaid. How could we allow our benefactor to toil?" Recognizing their determination, Li Dao refrained from insisting. He also observed that women of this era were markedly different from those of his past life. Faced with the grisly remnants of battle, they could maintain their composure and clean up the aftermath. Despite the recent tragedies and the loss of loved ones, they gritted their teeth and persevered, refusing to forsake hope. All in all, these women appeared frail on the surface, yet their inner fortitude was formidable, even fearsome. "Master, it is time to eat." Suddenly, Jiao brought forth a sumptuous meal. Li Dao glanced at it, taken aback by its abundance. "Where did this come from?" With a smile, Jiao replied, "Sister Lu prepared it to express her gratitude for your help." Li Dao shook his head, but accepted the food. "This is a one-time exception. If they're essay next time, I'll deduct it from your allowance." Jiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As night fell, the women had designated a larger courtyard for Li Dao to stay in a master bedroom, while they crowded into the guest rooms. Despite not displaying their fears during the day, they were still filled with trepidation, finding solace in sharing the same courtyard as their benefactor. When all had succumbed to slumber, Li Dao rose quietly in the dim light. He glanced at Jiao, who was sleeping soundly on another bed, then quietly opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Ensuring that no one was around, he mentally recited his panel. "Master, Li Dao, physique, 96, 89, available attributes, 29, 14. After a brief survey, he murmured to himself, "Allocate points." Instantly, all available attribute points were allocated to physical strength on the panel. "Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 126, 03, transformable, available attributes, 0. Upon witnessing the alteration on the panel, Li Dao silently mused, as expected. The anticipated transformation re-emerged. After several breaths, as the intense heat from the enhancement within his body subsided, Li Dao finally turned his attention to the words transformable. He pondered what bodily function would undergo transformation this time. Filled with curiosity, Li Dao decisively focused his mind on the three words transformable on the panel. In the next moment, a familiar tearing sensation surged within him. However, unlike the previous occurrence, perhaps due to having endured such agony before, his expression was not as grotesque this time. Moreover, possibly because of the enhanced strength of his body, he felt a remarkable control over his physical being, and he immediately sensed a particular function within him beginning to change. Was it blood? In Li Dao's perception, he experienced a phenomenon akin to the one during the enhancement of his physical strength. Previously, an unknown heat flow provided by the system coursed through him during the enhancement. This time, he could perceive that his blood was undergoing some form of transformation. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he lowered his head and indeed discovered that the veins on his body had all bulged, with blood continuously circulating within. Additionally, he noted that as the blood flowed, some red substance was being expelled from his pores, resembling the shedding of skin during the last transformation. Only this time, it was blood. If he was not mistaken, this red substance should be the waste blood being renewed. As time passed, the quantity of the red substance increased, eventually forming a layer of blood scab that solidified on his skin. Finally, it seemed the transformation of his blood had reached completion, and the tearing sensation within him began to gradually dissipate. Once the sensation vanished entirely, Li Dao attempted to move. With a crack, the scab on his body developed fine cracks. With a mere pinch, the scab crumbled into dust, cascading to the ground. With a slight movement of his body under his control, all the scabs fell off, akin to a cicada shedding its shell, a truly marvelous sight. He wondered what effects the transformation of his blood might yield. The transformation of his skin had already granted him immunity to various injuries. And the significance of blood to a person needs no elaboration. It should undoubtedly bring him some surprises. For now, he needed to extract some of his own blood. This posed a challenge for Li Dao, as his skin, having been continuously fortified alongside his physical strength, had become increasingly resilient. With his physical strength surpassing 100, he began to question whether the innate martial artists he had previously battled could still pierce his skin. He picked up the dark iron knife he had casually brought with him and placed it against his finger. A slight pressure, insufficient. A moderate pressure, still inadequate. With a stronger force. Finally, after exerting nearly half of his strength, he barely managed to press the sharp edge of the dark iron knife against his skin. Though it only made a shallow cut, it should suffice to draw blood. Meanwhile, Li Dao's keen sense of smell detected a peculiar fragrance. His gaze fell directly upon the blood seeping from beneath his skin. If his sense of smell was not deceiving him, the scent emanated from the blood on his finger. Could it be that the transformation of his blood had turned it into perfume? He dismissed this thought from his mind. Aside from that, his blood must possess other properties. However, at this moment, he was uncertain how to experiment with the effects of his transformed blood. Suddenly, a sound caught Li Dao and Appo's attention. Looking down, he spotted a large black rat sneaking out under the cover of night, sniffing around his feet. Abruptly, it seemed the rat had caught a whiff of something. Li Dao could see the rat's eyes gleaming even in the darkness. The rat attempted to climb up his leg, and instinctively, he stepped on its tail to prevent it from doing so. Although he was unafraid of rats, having one crawl on him felt rather unsettling. The rat, by nature, would likely panic and flee if someone stepped on its tail. Yet, the rat beneath Li Dao's foot showed no signs of distress, continuing to seek a way to climb onto him, as if something about Li Dao drew it in. Li Dao quickly noticed this peculiar behavior. Could it be? He glanced down at the droplet of fragrant blood on his fingertip. The only thing that could possibly attract the rat was that single drop of blood. Otherwise, how could a rat develop an interspecies affection for him? Why not give it a try? He was eager to test the effects of his transformed blood, and now an unwitting guinea pig had presented itself, albeit a rather dark one. Li Dao, not minding the rat's dirtiness, simply picked it up. After all, the conditions in the death row camp had been far filthier than this little creature. Had such a thing appeared back then, everyone would have scrambled for it, as it represented a source of sustenance, and no one would disdain its cleanliness. It was merely that before the system manifested, he lacked the capability to catch rats. Otherwise, given his circumstances, he would have likely consumed it raw. Holding the rat in his hand, he cautiously extended his finger, stained with his own blood, toward it. Perhaps sensing something, the rat wrinkled its nose and suddenly began to thrash wildly in his grip, stretching its neck toward the bloodied finger. Had Li Dao not held it firmly, it would have undoubtedly escaped. With a slight exertion of force, Li Dao pried open the rat and Appo's mouth. He pressed the bloodied fingertip gently against its mouth, allowing the droplet to fall into the rat's mouth. He then released the rat, placing it on a nearby stone table. After being set down, the rat did not scurry away, but rather lay still in place. After a moment, Li Dao furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that this transformed blood was merely fragrant and devoid of any other effects? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed the rat stirring. With a squeak, the rat emitted a sound, abruptly beginning to roll on the stone table, occasionally twitching, appearing to be in great distress. Li Dao's brow furrowed further. His gaze fixated on the rat. After several breaths, his focus sharpened. He witnessed the rat suddenly cease its struggles, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The rat and Appo's body began to expand, its limbs and tail growing thicker, as if it had undergone a mutation. Even more astonishing to Li Dao was the inexplicable sense of closeness he felt towards the rat. Chapter 41. The Marvelous Effects of Precious Blood at Long Last. After a minute had passed, the mouse ceased its transformation. The creature, in stark contrast to its original form, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. It had grown considerably larger, appearing more robust, with sharpened claws and teeth. Most striking was the newfound glimmer of intelligence reflected in its eyes, a trait typically associated with higher mammals like cats and dogs, yet astonishingly evident in a mouse. Suddenly, the mouse emitted a few chirps and obediently nestled beside Li Dao's hand. A surge of inspiration coursed through Li Dao. prompting him to instinctively command, "Stand up." Ordinarily, a wild mouse would not heed a human's command, lacking the requisite intellect. Yet, to Li Dao's astonishment, the mouse complied and stood upright. This unexpected display captivated Li Dao and Appo's attention. "Roll over," he commanded. The mouse obediently tumbled over on the stone table, then straightened up, its tiny paws positioned neatly. A sudden spark of creativity ignited within Li Dao, and he exclaimed, "Fly!" The mouse, taken aback, remained motionless, casting Li Dao a distinctly human-like expression as if to say, "What are you joking about, brother? I'm a mouse, not endowed with wings. This is unreasonable." Noticing the mouse and Appo's in action, Li Dao expressed mild disappointment, saying, "Even Shu cook and pilot a plane? Why can't you?" The mouse seemed to respond, "Do you even hear yourself?" Li Dao picked up the mouse once more, scrutinizing it closely. Could it be that this ordinary blood had transformed into something extraordinary? He recalled Elder Tang, pondering the uncanny similarity between this blood and Tang's own formidable essence. After further examination of the mouse, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. His current blood could indeed be classified as precious blood. This precious blood had the capacity to induce mutations in ordinary organisms. Although its ultimate limits remained unknown, thus far, it proved beneficial to mice. Moreover, creatures that consumed this precious blood would naturally develop a sense of affinity towards him and, to some extent, obey his commands. At that moment, he glanced at the wound on his fingertip, which had completely healed. Aside from the aforementioned effects, the transformation of his blood seemed to have significantly enhanced his healing capabilities. Previously, wounds would first form scabs before healing, but now they healed directly, bypassing the scab formation entirely. As for the remaining capabilities, Li Dao was yet uncertain. The system and Appo's functionality was rather rudimentary, merely providing a crude enhancement of his physical prowess, leaving him to explore the intricacies himself. However, simplicity had its merits. Overly complex systems could often be perplexing. Gazing down at the small mouse, he murmured, "I wonder how much of this precious blood you can withstand." His blood could fortify the mouse, yet there would inevitably be limits. Infinite enhancement was implausible. Hence, he was eager to conduct an experiment. With that intention, Li Dao made a small incision on his finger, allowing his blood to flow forth, releasing a delightful fragrance into the air. Upon catching the scent of the precious blood, the previously docile mouse and Appo's eyes lit up with eagerness. Unlike before, this time the mouse did not mindlessly rush forward. Instead, it stood on the stone table, gazing longingly at its benefactor, its tiny paws clasped together in an endearing gesture, as if pleading, "Please, grant me some." Taken aback by this display, Li Dao realized that the precious blood was awakening the mouse's intellect more profoundly than its physical changes. As he lifted the mouse, it instinctively opened its mouth wide. Without hesitation, Li Dao reopened the nearly healed wound on his finger, allowing the precious blood to drip down. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. Upon the 4th drop entering the mouse and Appo's mouth, it obediently closed its mouth. Li Dao placed the mouse back on a stone table. After settling there, the little creature stumbled slightly, appearing dazed, akin to a human inebriated. Eventually, it found a spot near Li Dao and lay down. At that moment, a remarkable transformation began. The mouse and Appo's body swelled and then contracted, its claws and teeth falling away. Ultimately, even its fur was shed, leaving it bare. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. The mouse and Appo's transformation ceased, leaving it palm-sized. Simultaneously, the discarded claws, teeth, and fur began to regenerate at a visible pace. Minutes later, once everything had regrown, the mouse gradually regained consciousness, opening its eyes. Li Dao distinctly noted the heightened intelligence reflected in its gaze. In a previous life, he had seen a friend's German shepherd that exhibited remarkable sentience, and the vibrancy in this mouse's eyes was reminiscent of that canine's. Moreover, Li Dao observed another notable change. Following its shedding, the mouse not only grew in size but also transformed in appearance. no longer resembling an ordinary black rat. It now bore a resemblance to a fancy mouse he had encountered in his past life. Its fur was no longer purely black, but a soft gray, with pale gray patches on its back and around its eyes, while its snout and other areas were adorned with white fur. Upon closer inspection, it appeared quite adorable. The mouse scurried over to Li Dao's right hand on the stone table, nuzzling against it. At that moment, Li Dao surmised that the mouse's enhanced affinity towards him was likely due to its consumption of more precious blood. This little creature, Li Dao mused, momentarily ignoring the mouse, closing his eyes instead to attune himself to his own body. The effects of the precious blood were indeed fascinating, undoubtedly linked to the substances within his own blood. According to the law of conservation, this energy must originate from him. Consequently, he pondered what symptoms might arise from expending precious blood. In other words, what price he would have to pay. Given his enhanced recovery abilities, a few drops of blood could easily regenerate within him. If there were no cost at all, it would indeed be extraordinary. After a brief moment of introspection, Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be? He thought, activating the system interface. Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 126, 03, 125, 93. Available attributes, 0. Upon witnessing the changes displayed on the interface, Li Dao comprehended the situation immediately. The precious blood consumed appeared to draw from his physical strength. However, it seemed to be a temporary depletion rather than a permanent one. This was reasonable, for he had never heard of anyone losing their overall attributes through blood extraction. If that were the case, it would be utterly unscientific. With his confusion resolved, Li Dao let out a sigh of relief. The precise effects of the precious blood would require further experimentation over time. Immediate opportunities were scarce. Noticing the remnants of his earlier blood transformation, Li Dao approached a well, shedding his clothes to wash up briefly. At that moment, he realized that the little mouse had followed him, imitating him by dipping its tiny paws into a puddle of water and adorning itself, seemingly engaged in its own version of grooming. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Dao raised an eyebrow and picked up a wooden ladle to scoop some water, placing it before the little mouse. If you and Oppos were going to wash, do so with cleaner water. The little mouse glanced at the murky puddle and then at the clear water, scampering over to jump right in, starting to soak and wash. This sight amused Li Dao. Initially, he had intended to release the mouse after conducting his experiments, but observing its antics, he realized the mouse seemed eager to accompany him. Had the mouse retained its former guise as a large, menacing rat, Li Dao would have certainly been reluctant. However, seeing its current adorable form, he found himself less averse and decided to treat it as a pet. Thus, under the moonlight, the man and the mouse began their evening ablutions together. Before long, Li Dao returned to his chamber with the little mouse in tow. He first approached Jiao and Amp, Oppos, who was blissfully asleep. At that moment, Jiao and Oppos appeared to dream of something delightful, breaking into a silly smile and murmuring, "Young master." Upon hearing this, Li Dao chuckled softly and leaned down to tuck her in. Suddenly, Jiao sleepily protested, "Young master, don't touch." Li Dao's hand hanging in midair was left in a quandary, unsure whether to retract or lower it. Ultimately, he covered Jiao with the quilt and, before departing, playfully pinched her delicate nose. "What nonsense dreams are you conjuring up all day?" Upon reaching his own bed, Li Dao reclined and set the little mouse on the table beside him, cautioning Don and Oppos, "To make a ruckus tonight." "Squeak, squeak," the mouse responded softly. "What do you want?" "Squeak, squeak." Li Dao observed the mouse, pointing with its paw, and noticed it was indicating a pillow. "You want this?" "Squeak, squeak." "All right then." Li Dao handed over the pillow, and the mouse nestled against it, stretching its little paws comfortably as it drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Li Dao shook his head and closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber as well. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a singular thought racing through his mind. How could he understand the little mouse and Amp, Oppos, as sounds? The following morning, a shrill noise jolted Li Dao awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiao and Oppos, who had somehow already risen, frantically hopping about in a frenzy. Beneath her feet, the little mouse scurried about, squeaking in distress. Young master, it an oppose. As a mouse. Seeing Li Dao awake, Jiu'er rushed over, her face a mask of fear. Li Dao, feeling somewhat exasperated by Jiu'er's trembling form, pondered how she could be so frightened by a mere mouse after having faced the gruesome aftermath of the northern barbarian cavalry the previous day. It's all right. There's nothing to worry about. He turned to the mouse. Why did you scare her so early in the morning? The little mouse nimbly climbed onto a stool and then onto the table, starting to squeak again. Are you saying she frightened you first? Squeak, squeak. And she even hit you, and you had to run away? Squeak, squeak. All right, Don and Oppos. T feel aggrieved. I apologize on her behalf. Li Dao couldn't help but find the mouse's pouting expression both amusing and pitiful. Meanwhile, Jiu and Oppos watched in wide-eyed disbelief as her young master conversed with a mouse. You can understand its speech, young master? Indeed. Then is it? It is a pet I found last night. So there is no need for you to be afraid. Upon hearing the word pet, Jiu and Oppos couldn't suppress her lingering trepidation. But young master, it's a mouse. Li Dao chuckled. Why not take a closer look? It and Oppos. It's not like ordinary mice. After hearing this, Jiu and Oppos cautiously examined the little creature, and upon closer inspection, she realized that it was quite different from any mouse she had seen before. It was palm-sized and adorably charming. It doesn't seem to be afraid, does it? No. No, Jiu'er nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the little mouse. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Li Dao continued. Are you willing to accept this little one? If not, I shall have to release it. He feigned a throwing motion. The mouse exclaimed, Young master, don't. Just as he finished speaking, Jiu'er hastily rejected the idea, and after a moment, she shyly murmured, It's rather cute, so let us keep it. Very well. Then you two make amends. Li Dao placed the little mouse on the table. Hearing this, Jiu and Oppos blushed and cautiously approached the mouse, seemingly afraid of startling it. Completely oblivious to who had frightened whom just moments ago. I'm sorry, little mouse. It was my fault for startling you. Please forgive me, she pleaded, mimicking a beseeching gesture. The reason for her demeanor was that she had never encountered such a small and adorable creature before. Her curiosity was piqued, and she longed to hold it. The little mouse, seemingly understanding her, approached and sniffed her curiously, as if it had detected a delightful scent. Squeak. Observing this, Jiu'er looked puzzled and turned to Li Dao, asking, Young master, what is it saying? It says it forgives you. Really? Indeed. May I hold it? Li Dao exchanged a knowing glance with the little mouse, and it promptly jumped into Jiu'er's embrace. Moments later, Jiu'er's astonished voice rang out, Young master. It doesn't have a little squeak. It's a little female mouse. Little squeak? Li Dao raised an eyebrow, wondering when this girl had picked up such playful language. Chapter 42. The unmatched spear technique and the Qi of might. As Jiu'er playfully teased the small mouse in her hands, she inquired, Young master, does it have a name? A name? Li Dao replied, I just found it yesterday, and Haven and Oppos, had the chance to name it yet. Why not an Oppos? You give a name? Jiu'er's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Is that really possible? Li Dao casually remarked, It's just a name. What could be the harm? Thank you, young master. Jiu'er, gazing earnestly at the little mouse nestled in her arms, pondered for a moment before her face brightened. I know what to name it. What name? Young master. How about we call it Yuanbao? Yuanbao. Li Dao repeated, questioning, why such a name? Jiu'er, with a playful smile, explained, because everyone loves Yuanbao. She then addressed the little creature directly. Little one, from now on, your name is Yuanbao. Do you understand? The mouse nodded in response. Witnessing this, Jiu'er exclaimed in astonishment. Young master, Yuanbao understands my words. Understood. While Jiu'er played with Yuanbao, Li Dao finished washing up and stepped out of the house. Upon exiting, he noticed the women he had rescued were already busy at work. With the men absent from the village, all tasks had fallen upon them. One woman struggled to carry 2 buckets of water towards the kitchen. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path. She instinctively looked up and quickly set down her burdens, exclaiming, Benefactor, allow me to assist you. Li Dao observed the woman before him, her face marred by a fresh scar, still bearing traces of blood. She had prepared the meal for him the previous day, so he recognized her. He recalled that the scar was the result of a northern barbarian soldier attempting to force himself upon her, only for this seemingly delicate woman to defend herself with her hairpin. Had Li Dao not intervened, the soldier might have inflicted even more injuries upon her. No, no. She quickly shook her head in refusal as Li Dao offered to help. However, Li Dao was undeterred, effortlessly lifting the burden with one hand. It's just a small task. He then proceeded towards the kitchen with the 2 buckets of water in tow. The woman hurried to follow him. After placing the buckets down, Li Dao clapped his hands together. She watched in disbelief as her benefactor so easily lifted and set down the heavy buckets she had struggled with. She absent-mindedly touched the scab on her face, muttering enviously, "Benefactor, you are truly remarkable." Remarkable? Li Dao chuckled, glancing at the 2 buckets that weighed less than 50 pounds combined. To her, perhaps that was indeed impressive. When he raised his gaze to meet hers, he was momentarily taken aback. From the depths of her eyes, he discerned a longing, not for him, but for strength. That look was familiar to him. He had felt it himself when he first realized he was in a death row camp, when only strength could provide him a sense of security. The woman soon regained her composure and, noticing Li Dao still standing before her, smiled awkwardly. "Benefactor, why don and oppose? Till you go sit outside for a while? The smoke from cooking is quite heavy." "Very well." Li Dao did not hesitate this time, turning and leaving, for he was no cook and could offer no assistance in the kitchen. Of course, if he wished, his current intellect could easily grasp the art of cooking and perhaps master it in a short time. After departing the kitchen, Li Dao refrained from wandering about, well aware of the women's attitudes towards him. Roaming freely would only disrupt their efforts. Soon, he found himself alone in the backyard. From behind the cart, he retrieved the box he had brought from the Yuan Duke's residence. Opening it revealed the dragon-patterned spear. However, Li Dao did not focus on the spear, but rather took out the manual titled The Unmatched Spear Technique to peruse. In his youth, he had never had the opportunity to practice this family heirloom. Now, with some leisure time, he could finally engage with it. Reclining against the cart, Li Dao opened the manual and studied it intently. Previously, he had encountered a martial arts manual, the Gale Blade Technique. Compared to that, the Unmatched Spear Technique was far more profound. If the Gale Blade Technique was akin to elementary school textbooks, the Unmatched Spear Technique was more like advanced mathematics at the high school level, challenging to learn and even more difficult to master. Especially from the manual, he learned that the essence of the Unmatched Spear Technique lay in the term and oppose. Unmatched and oppose. To cultivate this technique, one must possess innate strength, as it employed a bold and aggressive style, necessitating the use of a heavy spear. Thus, for the average person, even the initial entry into this discipline posed a considerable challenge. At the same time, this technique, while grand in its execution, also comprised intricate and delicate techniques. In essence, strength without wisdom would yield no success, and wisdom without strength would be equally futile. Only those endowed with both could hope to master it. He recalled his father mentioning that even the founder of their family had never fully mastered the Unmatched Spear Technique due to a lack of intelligence, despite possessing strength. This was understandable, as many martial generals often had their deficiencies. Yet, despite its challenges, the Unmatched Spear Technique was perfectly suited to Li Dao. When it came to strength, his physique could be infinitely enhanced. With his current form, his strength had already surpassed 10,000 pounds, and when he unleashed his full potential, the number could multiply several times over. As for intellect, his remarkable memory and extensive knowledge were merely foundational abilities acquired through numerous enhancements, showcasing his formidable capabilities. Li Dao continued to peruse the Unmatched Spear Technique, and in his mind, a small figure began to take shape. This figure, wielding a heavy spear, danced and executed the movements of the technique in accordance with Li Dao's reading. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, he turned to the last page of the manual, having committed the entire text to memory. He sat cross-legged in front of the cart, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, while the small figure in his mind tirelessly practiced the Unmatched Spear Technique he had just learned again and again. Time passed, and suddenly, Li Dao opened his eyes. He rolled over to the back of the cart and reached into the box, effortlessly lifting the 200-plus-pound dragon-patterned spear with one hand. He made his way to the center of the spacious backyard and closed his eyes once more, synchronizing his movements with the small figure in his mind as he practiced the newly acquired unmatched spear technique. The heavy spear felt weightless in his grasp as it sliced through the air, perhaps due to Li Dao's immense strength. Each swing echoed with a deep resonance. As time progressed, the speed of his movements increased. The spear's tip grazed the ground, leaving an inexplicable long mark on the surface without ever making contact. After several minutes, Li Dao gradually slowed his motions. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed the scene, only to find the backyard in disarray, marked with numerous scratches. Even the wall, several meters away, bore a faint trace, yet he had felt no contact during his practice. With a swift motion, Li Dao swung the spear again, this time with his eyes wide open. He distinctly observed a formless blade of energy emanating from the tip as he wielded the spear. Qi of might, Li Dao muttered to himself. In the unparalleled spear technique, there are records regarding the vital energy known as Gang Qi. Gang Qi is a manifestation born from the fusion of power and skill, characterized by its fierce and domineering nature. The stronger the force, the more formidable the Gang Qi becomes, possessing a destructive capability surpassing that of true energy. However, Gang Qi cannot be cultivated through mere practice. It requires a blend of raw strength and intricate finesse, which is why only a select few can master it. Once one has cultivated Gang Qi through the unparalleled spear technique, it signifies the attainment of a minor level of mastery. Is this truly a minor accomplishment? Li Dao once again underestimated his innate talent for martial arts cultivation. It is noteworthy that his ancestor, after a lifetime of practice, only achieved a minor mastery of the unparalleled spear technique, never reaching the pinnacle before passing away, while he himself accomplished this in less than half an hour. Of course, his mastery is merely at a nascent stage, still inferior to his ancestor's near-perfect proficiency, yet it is nonetheless quite remarkable. Glancing at the increasingly familiar dragon-patterned spear, Li Dao returned it to the box. His reluctance to advance further in the unparalleled spear technique stemmed from its teachings, which indicated that to achieve a higher mastery, one must engage in relentless combat on the battlefield, honing their skills through encounters with enemies rather than through monotonous training. He set aside the dragon-patterned spear and also returned the technique's manual, shifting his gaze to the remaining 2 tomes. The Tiger Dominance Heart method was swiftly dismissed, as it was a cultivation method for true energy, utterly useless to someone like him, who is inherently devoid of veins. Glancing at it would only serve to deepen his sorrow. Thus, he picked up the volume titled Floating Pagoda Military Strategy. Settling back into the carriage, Li Dao began to leaf through the Floating Pagoda Military Strategy. After a few minutes of perusal, he discerned that this was indeed a military strategy manual. However, unlike the conventional military texts widely circulated, this was a unique manual passed down through the Li family. Within it is documented a training methodology for a troop type known as Iron Floating Pagoda, along with numerous formations suitable for this unit. Li Dao recalled that his father had once discussed the Iron Floating Pagoda with him. It was said that his ancestor earned the title of a first-class marquis due to the countless contributions made by the Iron Floating Pagoda under his command during the establishment of the great Qian Dynasty. According to his father's accounts, the Li family's ancestor had joined the ranks of the great Qian's founder only midway through the campaign. Otherwise, based solely on the achievements of the Iron Floating Pagoda, the Li family would have undoubtedly been granted a noble title, if not a princely one. Regrettably, the Iron Floating Pagoda gradually faded from history, primarily due to the arduous nature of its training and the absence of successors who surpassed their predecessors among the descendants of the Li family. With this in mind, Li Dao quickly discovered the training regimen for the Iron Floating Pagoda. Upon reading it, he instantly understood why it was deemed difficult to train. The initial requirements for trainees were exceptionally stringent, a minimum height of 8 feet, which equates to approximately 185 meters in the Great Qian. Additionally, the individuals must possess robust physiques. These stipulations were merely the entry-level criteria. The true training methods for the Iron Floating Pagoda lay beyond. In essence, after reviewing the entire regimen, Li Dao perceived the Iron Floating Pagoda as akin to modern-day special forces. Consider the implications. In a scenario where one side comprises ordinary soldiers while the other consists of elite troops, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. According to the floating pagoda military strategy, the iron floating pagoda can confront foes numbering 10 times their own. Furthermore, it is stated that if the commander possesses sufficient strength, the iron floating pagoda, at its peak, could even contend with an enemy force 100-fold greater, assuming equal prowess. Were this in his previous life, Li Dao would have unequivocally dismissed such claims as fraudulent. However, in an era where cultivation methods exist, the narrative shifts entirely. Particularly, as he perused the floating pagoda military strategy, he encountered numerous concepts that eluded his understanding. For instance, it asserted that the training of the iron floating pagoda must begin with the consolidation of military momentum, subsequently transforming this momentum into military might through continuous combat. There were also references to concepts such as military spirit, which added layers of complexity to the training. After dedicating over 10 minutes to committing the entire floating pagoda military strategy to memory, he realized that while he had memorized the content, there were aspects that remained foreign to him, necessitating gradual assimilation. At that moment, a voice from the front courtyard broke the silence. "Young master, it and amp, oppos, it's time for dinner." "Understood," Li Dao replied, placing the floating pagoda military strategy back into the box before stepping out into the backyard. Not long after finishing dinner, Jiu'er appeared, cradling a small mouse. "Known as Yuan Bao." "Young master, when shall we depart?" she inquired. "Depart?" Li Dao was taken aback. "Do you wish to leave here sooner?" No. Jiu'er quickly waved her hands and added in a hushed tone, "I just thought the sisters here seemed too pitiful, and I was wondering if we should stay a few more days to accompany them." "Is that so?" Li Dao chuckled lightly, "since we are not in a rush. Staying a few more days is perfectly fine." "Really?" Jiu'er beamed with delight. "Young master, you are so kind. Was I not kind before?" "You were good before, but now you're even better." "Such a little flatterer. Go on and play," Li Dao teased. "All right, Yuan Bao and I are off to play," Jiu'er exclaimed as she dashed away, leaving Li Dao with a smile, shaking his head as he observed the other women in the courtyard, busy with their tasks. Even without Jiu'er mentioning it, he had no intention of leaving hastily. He was acutely aware that the women of Taoyuan village had just endured a tragic event and were in a state of emotional turmoil. Their current calmness was largely due to the sense of security he had provided them. Thus, remaining a few more days to allow them to gradually accept their reality before departing was prudent. Moreover, after escaping from the death row camp and journeying straight to the imperial capital, followed by half a month of relentless travel, he was in dire need of a well-deserved respite. Chapter 43. Teaching women to fish. Leisurely moments always seem to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Li Dao and Jiu'er had lingered in Taoyuan town for 10 days. During this time, with Li Dao's assistance, the remaining women of the village successfully laid to rest all the villagers. As the days gradually unfolded, the women's initial panic began to dissipate, revealing their resilience. Such was the nature of people in this era. Their capacity to withstand pressure allowed them to endure temporary hardships without being utterly defeated. On the 10th night of their stay, a bonfire blazed in a courtyard of Taoyuan village. All the women set aside their tasks and gathered around the fire. Li Dao sat on one side, narrating tales of their collective struggle, recounting how, through the sheer determination of many, the foreign invaders surrendered, and the red totem was planted on every inch of their land, heralding a new life for all. Li Dao sipped the tea Jiu'er had poured for him and concluded, "And thus, the story comes to an end." Observing the lingering expressions of contemplation on the faces of the women, he inquired, "Is there anyone who did not comprehend? I am here to clarify any doubts." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was raised among the women. Li Dao turned his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Lucia, do you have a question?" Over the course of these 10 days, his remarkable memory had allowed him to memorize the names and appearances of all the villagers, and he knew them all by heart. Lucia, her cheeks flushed with shyness, mustered her courage and asked, "Is it true that women can bear half the sky, as you mentioned in your story?" Upon hearing this, the other women perked up. They had heard that phrase in the tale, but had never taken it seriously, dismissing it as mere fiction, as their lives had conditioned them to view themselves as mere appendages of the era. Often, they were labeled as the cause of calamities, blamed for their beauty. However, now that someone had posed a question, they yearned for an answer, particularly one that came from their benefactor. In response, Li Dao nodded to the group, saying, "If all women could embody the spirit you possess, then my assertion stands true. The emphasis on women like you is vital, as some women truly struggled to rise above their circumstances, even finding it challenging to stand tall." Upon hearing Li Dao's affirming response, the eyes of all the women sparkled with newfound hope. With the loss of their pillar of support at home, they had been engulfed in uncertainty, feeling lost in the absence of men in the village. Now, hearing that women could indeed hold up half the sky, they suddenly felt empowered to bear the burdens once shouldered by their men. Noticing the murmurs of encouragement among the women, Li Dao nodded slightly. Sensing his words had made an impact, he could finally contemplate his departure in peace. "Are you really leaving, benefactor?" A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Li Dao's gaze shifted to the source, where a woman with a scarred face stood up, her eyes fixed on him. It was the same woman he had once helped fetch water, Lu Xiao'er. Her voice had drawn the attention of others, and a flicker of panic spread through the crowd. Despite having prepared themselves for this moment, the sudden announcement of their benefactor and Appo's departure was hard for them to accept. "Indeed, we must take our leave," Li Dao acknowledged, recognizing that some truths were too obvious to conceal, especially to astute individuals like Lu Xiao'er. "Benefactor, must you go? Please stay a while longer. We cannot bear to part with you." Voices of plea echoed through the crowd, imploring him to reconsider. Before Li Dao could respond, Lu Xiao'er and Appo's voice rang out sternly, "Silence. Our benefactor has his own affairs to attend to, which we cannot dictate. He has saved our lives and avenged us. Do you wish to repay him with such unruly behavior? Can you truly bear the weight of your conscience?" Her words struck a chord, and an immediate silence fell over the crowd, each woman revealing expressions of shame, some even shedding tears. Li Dao couldn't help but admire Lu Xiao'er's courage. Faced with the threats of the northern cavalry, she had chosen to mar her own beauty to preserve her dignity, and now she stood strong, suppressing the tumult of emotions in the rest of the women. Seeing no one contest her words, Lu Xiao'er turned her gaze back to Li Dao. With a sudden thud, she knelt before him. "Benefactor, though we are uneducated, we understand the debt of gratitude we owe for saving our lives. We regret our inability to repay this kindness. If in the future there are ways in which we can assist you, please remember us. This kindness will be etched in our hearts for generations." In solidarity, the other women knelt as well, echoing her sentiment. "Such kindness shall never be forgotten," they chorused. Soon after, a wave of women began to bow their heads in reverence. "My lord," Xiao'er, witnessing this scene, could not contain herself. Li Dao shook his head. "It is all right." He understood this was all they could offer him. To reject their gesture would be to insult them. After a few breaths, sensing the moment had reached its peak, Li Dao gently reminded them, "All right, that is enough." At his words, Lu Xiao'er immediately ceased her actions, and the others followed suit. Li Dao suddenly smiled. "No need to look so somber. First, wipe the dirt from your foreheads." Upon hearing this, the women exchanged glances, realizing that they all bore smudges on their foreheads. A ripple of laughter broke the silence, as if a dam had burst, releasing a flood of joy that dispelled the gloom that had settled over their hearts. As the laughter gradually subsided, Li Dao clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, let us hold back the laughter for now." With his cue, the women composed themselves. Li Dao surveyed the group and said, "Having spent 10 days together, we have formed a bond. Before I depart, allow me to present you with a gift." Curiosity sparked in the eyes of the women. Li Dao gestured, and Xiao'er brought forth a package, presenting it to him. Lu Xiao'er, "Yes, benefactor, come forward." Lu Xiao'er rose, approaching Li Dao, and respectfully addressed him. "Benefactor, this is for you." Li Dao placed the package into her hands. "Benefactor, what's in this? Open it and see for yourself. Is that acceptable?" "Of course. What I give to you belongs to you." Hesitantly, Lu Xiao'er unwrapped the package, revealing 3 books. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, Benefactor, no. This is too precious. Precious? Li Dao shook his head. These hold no value to me. But, Lu Xiao'er hesitated, searching for words. There are no buts. Li Dao interjected firmly. Do you not wish to grasp your own destiny? Or would you rather witness the events of the past unfold once more in Taoyuan village? Look at those behind you. Consider how they will protect themselves. His words pierced Lu Xiao'er's heart like daggers, awakening her to the harsh realities they faced. Gently, Li Dao ruffled her hair, addressing a very practical concern. How do you intend to assist me, given your ordinary nature? Only by growing stronger can you truly fulfill your promises of gratitude. Or so it seems that your intentions are merely superficial. No. Lu Xiao'er shook her head vigorously and then fell into a sudden silence. She gazed down at the parcel in her hands, which contained 3 books, Huang Riju, Ji Feng Dao Fa, and Yuan Yang He Ji Zhen. Among these, Huang Riju was a treasure obtained by Li Dao from a northern barbarian leader. Ji Feng Dao Fa, on the other hand, was derived from his modifications of the Gale Blade technique, making it suitable for ordinary individuals to grasp swiftly. As for Yuan Yang He Ji Zhen, it originated from the Buddhist military strategies, a simple joint attack formation that requires only a few participants, making it ideal for the women of Taoyuan village. The reason for providing these individuals with such resources lies in the adage, teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Rather than worrying about them, it is far more beneficial to empower them to grow stronger. They do not need to be exceedingly powerful. Even if each of them merely learns the basics of Huang Riju and becomes an acquired martial artist, they would not fall so easily to the northern barbarian cavalry. In fact, should a few of them excel in their training, they might even stand a chance against those same northern warriors in the future. Observing Lu Xiao'er's silence, Li Dao refrained from speaking. Her tightly clenched hands revealed her deep yearning for the opportunity to seize her own destiny. Eventually, after a moment, Lu Xiao'er relaxed. When she lifted her head again, Li Dao saw a flicker of determination in her eyes, an unspoken fire that indicated her acceptance. Thank you, benefactor, Lu Xiao'er uttered, unsure what else to say, repeating a phrase she often uttered. However, this time, her tone carried a different weight, imbued with a hint of fervor. Li Dao did not dwell on it. Her understanding was sufficient. The following morning, outside Taoyuan village, Li Dao led a horse-drawn cart slowly along the ancient path. Behind him trailed Lu Xiao'er and a group of others. They watched with reluctant eyes as he sat upon the cart, unable to voice their feelings. Li Dao leaped onto the cart and turned to the group, softly saying, "This will suffice. You may return now." In response, they were at a loss for words. Ultimately bowing in unison and saying, "Farewell, benefactor." Li Dao smiled faintly, hoping to see them again in the future. Take care. With the crack of the whip, the cart moved forward along the ancient path, gradually disappearing into the distance, leaving behind silhouettes gazing longingly after it. After some time, as the cart vanished from view, the group began to regain their senses, their expressions betraying their sense of loss. Lu Xiao'er observed their faces and stepped forward, suddenly asking, "Let me ask you all one thing. Do you wish to repay the benefactor's kindness?" The crowd paused, but soon began to respond eagerly. "Of course we do." I was utterly despairing. Without the benefactor, I truly do not know how I would have found the courage to continue living. I nearly perished at the hands of those northern barbarians. Without the benefactor, I would not be here. I almost lost my dignity, and it was the benefactor who saved us. Hearing this, Lu Xiao'er nodded. Since you all wish to repay the benefactor and Appo's kindness, then from this day forward, we shall undertake a singular task, to grow stronger. For only by becoming stronger can we become useful individuals. Only by becoming stronger can we live with dignity. The benefactor once said that women can hold up half the sky, but ask yourselves, can you truly do so? Upon hearing these words, a sense of unease swept over the crowd. Yesterday's inspiring words felt hollow today as they faced the unending tasks ahead, leading them to doubt their own capabilities. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Lu Xiao'er, just tell us what you want us to do. A spark ignited in Lu Xiao'er and Appo's eyes as she replied, Train? Train? Many in the crowd looked bewildered, unsure of what that entailed. Sensing their confusion, Lu Xiao'er clarified, "You need not overthink it. All you must know is that to become useful individuals, to be of service to the benefactor, you simply need to follow my lead." The crowd exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Lu Xiao'er, you are the village beauty, the most beautiful among us. We will follow you." "Lu Xiao'er, I didn't respect you before, but given that scar on your face, I will follow you." "I will follow you too." "So will I." Witnessing the unanimous agreement, Lu Xiao'er took a deep breath, feeling the weight of newfound responsibilities on her fragile shoulders. Yet, recalling her past struggles, she quickly steeled herself, silently affirming, "Benefactor, we will meet again." Chapter 44. Yunqi City in the Grand Qian Dynasty. The central region of Zhongzhou is surrounded by 6 states. Among them, Yinzhou lies at the northernmost point, bordering the northern barbarians. 3 days later, they finally arrived. Li Dao sat in the carriage, gazing into the distance where a magnificent city gate emerged, emblazoned with the 3 characters Yunqi City. "Are we there yet, young master?" Jiu'er peered out from the carriage. Her curiosity piqued as it was her first time journeying such a distance to an entirely unfamiliar place. "Yes, we have arrived." Li Dao urged the carriage forward. Soon reaching the city gate, there, 2 rows of soldiers systematically examined the credentials of incoming travelers. As it was Li Dao and Amp, Oppo's turn, the carriage came to a halt. A young gatekeeper approached, inquiring, "How many of you are there?" 2, Li Dao replied. "Please allow those inside the carriage to step out. I need to verify their identities." "Jiu'er, come out." Shortly after, Li Dao and Jiu'er stood side by side. The gatekeeper scrutinized their identification tokens in hand. Minutes later, the gatekeeper asked, "What brings you to Yunqi City?" With a gentle smile, Li Dao replied, "To enlist in the military." "Enlist in the military?" The gatekeeper was taken aback, sizing up the young man before him. After a moment, he queried, "You wish to enlist?" "Why?" "Naturally, to achieve merit and establish my name," Li Dao answered. The gatekeeper remarked, "In this vast world, there are many places to serve. Why choose Yunqi City?" Li Dao responded, "I harbor a discontent toward the northern barbarians." The gatekeeper was taken aback. "Is there an issue with your response?" "None at all," he continued. "It is merely a pity to see someone of your appearance choosing to serve." Li Dao replied calmly, "There is nothing to lament. Regardless of one's beauty, a century hence, we all become mere bones. However, if one can serve valiantly and leave behind a name, then this life is not lived in vain." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper could not help but exclaim, "Well said. You must have been educated." He returned the tokens and advised, "If you truly wish to enlist, there will be a recruitment in 3 days at Yunqi City's northern gate. You should give it a try." Li Dao, puzzled, questioned, "Is there a test for enlistment?" In his understanding, in ancient times, military service was a matter of necessity, where one could be compelled to serve under various circumstances. Why then? Was there a test in this case? The gatekeeper chuckled. "That applies to ordinary armies, which accept anyone in good health and of sound background. However, the recruitment in 3 days is different." Curious, Li Dao asked, "How is it different?" The gatekeeper, with a tone of pride, declared, "The general overseeing the recruitment is none other than our own Jinbei Ho, Shenzhou. It is well known throughout Yunzhou that serving under Jinbei Ho guarantees one is a skilled soldier, with treatment that ranks among the best in Daqian. More importantly, it is a matter of honor." He continued, "In Yunzhou, if you wish to marry, simply stating you are a soldier under Jinbei Ho will ensure you have no trouble finding a bride." Jinbei Ho? Li Dao's mind raced as he recalled the information. Shenzhou, hailing from the esteemed Shen family, was a noble with a lineage tracing back to the founding of the Qian Dynasty. However, due to a misalignment during a succession dispute, the Shen family and Oppo's titles had been severely diminished. Yet, in Li Dao and Oppo's father and Oppo's time, the family produced a prodigy, excelling in martial arts and military strategy, eventually being granted the title of second-class Jinbei Ho. Rumors had circulated that he was on the verge of promotion to first-class Ho, with whispers of the family regaining their noble status. Seeing Li Dao and Oppo's silence, the gatekeeper urged, "In any case, heed my words. Remember, the recruitment is 3 days hence at the northern gate of Yunqi City. You must not forget, The next opportunity may be uncertain. Li Dao nodded. Thank you for the reminder, brother. The gatekeeper smiled. It's no trouble. Even without my words, you would soon learn upon entering the city. Li Dao insisted, nevertheless. Gratitude is in order. The gatekeeper laughed. If you truly wish to repay the favor, ensure you promote me to a position on the city wall when you become a great general. My demands are modest. I simply wish to avoid the worries of standing guard at the gate. After sharing a laugh, he mused. After all, not everyone can be a general. While you appear agreeable, your demeanor suggests you are but a scion of a wealthy family. Based on my experiences, those from affluent backgrounds rarely endure the rigors of military training. Li Dao smiled slightly. If the opportunity arises, I shall consider it. Then, I shall await your return. Please do not keep me waiting long. Rest assured, it shall not be for too long. Finally, the gatekeeper conducted a cursory inspection of the carriage before granting them passage. As they departed, he reminded them, do not forget. Li Dao raised his hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he would remember. Before long, the pair found themselves within Yunqi City. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Not far from the city gate, numerous merchants engaged in trade, while dozens of carts laden with goods stood nearby. Young master, why is this place so bustling? Gio and Oppose, inquired, her head peeking out as she observed the lively scene. Li Dao chuckled. Do you know why it is called Yunqi City? Gio shook her head, unaware. Yunqi City is the very birthplace of Yinzhou. Before Yinzhou was established, a renowned general of Daqian expanded the territory, establishing this very city, hence its name. As Li Dao observed the merchants, he continued, beyond Yunqi City lies Fufeng Pass, one of the 7 famed military outposts of Daqian, leading to the northern territories. Fufeng Pass is a strategic stronghold where common folk are not permitted to linger. Thus, the merchants in the northern regions have made Yunqi City their base. Over time, this has evolved into a flourishing commercial district. He reflected on his previous visit to Yimenzhen, which also served as a trading town. However, due to its proximity to the border, it was deemed unsafe, leading most to prefer the security of Yunqi City. As long as Fufeng Pass remained unbreached, Yunqi City would face no peril. For over 2 centuries since Daqian and Oppo's founding, Fufeng Pass had never fallen to an enemy, attracting merchants who established their foothold here. Now I understand, young master, Jiu exclaimed. Then, after a moment's thought, she added, young master, you mentioned wanting to enlist. What will happen to me if you do? Will you abandon me? Jiu clutched Yuanbao, her face a picture of distress. Li Dao cast a sidelong glance. If you do not loosen your grip, you may very well strangle Yuanbao. Strangle? Jiu and Oppose, instinctively looked down, realizing she had inadvertently tightened her hold around Yuanbao and Oppose, his neck, who was now panting and rolling its eyes. Forgivement, Yuanbao. I completely forgot. Jiu swiftly released her grip, placing her hands on the wooden planks of the carriage. Yuanbao lay on the boards, gasping for breath, taking quite a while to recover. When Jiu cautiously raised her hand, attempting to approach again, Yuanbao darted away, hiding behind Li Dao, his small eyes revealing a human-like expression of fear. Li Dao gently patted Yuanbao's head in reassurance, then looked up and said, I, your young master, have never said I would abandon you. If I truly intended to leave you behind, I would not have come to Yunqi City. In truth, Li Dao had already contemplated his future path while on the way to the imperial capital. His decision was to enlist in the army. This choice stemmed from 3 primary reasons. Firstly, the title of Duke on Yuan was inherited from his father, passed down through generations, yet now it had been stripped away. If there were indeed an underworld, losing his title could lead to an onslaught of inquiries from his ancestors should he find himself there one day. Though he was a reincarnator, and according to common narrative tropes, he should regard the people here as mere natives, feeling superior. However, in his previous life, he had been just an ordinary orphan, devoid of any experience of familial bonds, merely existing in a state of numbness. Yet in this life, he was graced with a loving mother, a father who, despite his authority, showed care, and a clever, adorable younger sister. Compared to his past existence, he felt more vividly alive in this life. If he were to articulate it, His previous life resembled a tedious dream, one he was glad to awaken from. In contrast, he could not bear to part with this life, especially since he was currently living it. It was precisely because of these emotional ties that he felt anger towards the misfortunes of those in Taoyuan village. He had integrated into this era, empathizing deeply with its struggles. Thus, the first reason for enlisting was to reclaim the Li family title. Failing to do so would be a disservice to his father and his ancestors. The second reason was connected to his recollected memories. He had witnessed the machinations against the Duke on UNS household by the Prime Minister's office and certain nobles in the imperial capital. While he understood that such behavior was typical, he also recognized the principle of reciprocity. By enlisting and regaining the title, he could return to the capital and settle accounts with these individuals gradually. Moreover, he aspired to one day stand before the great emperor of the Qian Dynasty, revealing his true identity and gauging the emperor's reaction. Of course, he would only disclose such information when he was capable of controlling his own fate, never before he had matured. A mind capable of extraordinary thought would not lead him to rash decisions. The final and most crucial reason for his choice was his growth. His system's functions were destined to guide him down a path of challenge. His swift progression to this point was largely due to his experiences in the death row camp. Thus, the battlefield was the most fitting arena for him. In fact, had he not brought Jiu'er along, his immediate choice after leaving the capital would likely have been to seek out Wei Yun. Wei Yun was aware of his abilities and could assist him in rapid advancement. However, with Jiu'er in tow, he had to consider her well-being. Hence, he opted to come to Yunqi City, where he could ensure her safety while he joined a military unit nearby. Although this initial step might not be as swift as it would have been with Wei Yun and Appo's assistance, it was still a viable option for him. In certain respects, Yunqi City might even be better suited for him. After all, if the Qian were to engage in warfare with the northern barbarians, the nearest Fengfeng Pass would undoubtedly become the primary target, representing the main battlefield. While a place like Changgu Town on the outskirts would be suitable for guerrilla tactics against the northern barbarians, the main battlefield was a true meat grinder, a locale where hundreds or even thousands would be thrown into the fray, resulting in nothing but a bloodbath. Just contemplating such a scene caused Li Dao's blood to surge with excitement. In his eyes, this meat grinder was not a perilous trap. Rather, it felt like an environment where he could thrive. At this moment, in a remote area along the border of Yinzhou, Wei Yun had organized his formidable camp and was preparing to move with his men to another location. Recently, the camp had suffered significant losses, necessitating a return to replenish its ranks. Achu! Wei Yun, riding his horse, suddenly sneezed. Observing this, Lu Neng could not resist teasing him. "Commander, even as a congenital warrior, are you still susceptible to illness?" Wei Yun rubbed his nose and replied, "What of it? I am still human." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned back to say, "It's been over a month. That guy, 9527, must have already arrived at the imperial capital." Lu Neng calculated the time and nodded. "By the looks of it, even if he's slow, he should be about there." Thinking of Li Dao, Wei Yun wore an expression of anticipation, curious as to when that fellow would join them. If he did, the combat strength of the formidable camp would increase significantly. Lu Neng, unable to help himself, remarked, "Aren't in damp. Appo's. You worried he might not come and instead align with someone else?" Wei Yun scoffed lightly. "That kid has a new household registration. His previous connections are useless now. Besides us, where could he possibly go?" Lu Neng replied, "As long as you're confident, Commander." Wei Yun gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, "I hope that fellow returns soon. Things here are getting a bit restless." Chapter 45. Buying a house and enlisting upon entering Yunqi City. The first task Li Dao undertook was to settle Jiu'er in an inn. Following this, he took some items from the residence of Duke On Yuan to the pawn shop to exchange for silver coins. Subsequently, he allocated a portion of the funds to the pawn shop owner, requesting assistance in finding a suitable residence in Yunqi City. Due to the efficiency of the process, within merely half a day, he was led by one of the pawn shop owner and Appo's subordinates to the exterior of a dwelling. The attendant enthusiastically gestured towards the house, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, this is the property our manager spoke of. It undoubtedly meets your requirements. Standing at the entrance, Li Dao surveyed the two-courtyard layout. Deeming it sufficient for both himself and Jiao and Appo's he turned to the attendant, inquiring about the safety of the living environment. Unlike the imperial capital, where security was assured due to the proximity to the palace and the nightly patrols by soldiers and hidden guards, the situation was different in Yunqi City. The inhabitants here hailed from diverse regions, creating a mixed populace where safety became a significant concern. For Li Dao himself, the risk was negligible. Petty thieves would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. However, as he was preparing to enlist, and Jiao would likely be alone for extended periods, her safety was paramount. The attendant confidently assured him, "Rest assured, aside from the military camp, there is no place in Yunqi City safer than this. In fact, in a certain sense, this is also one of the most perilous areas." Li Dao was taken aback and asked for clarification. The attendant chuckled. "Are you aware of the nature of the residents here? While they may appear to be mere commoners, most of their men serve in the military. For instance, across the street, a family resides here. Despite their seemingly vulnerable appearance, no one dares to provoke them, as the men are under the command of the town guardian." The solidarity among families with military men fostered a sense of unity in the neighborhood, dissuading any potential troublemakers. Lowering his voice, the attendant added, "I have even heard that our city lord once suffered a rebuke here from a formidable matron, unable to retort." Understanding dawned upon Li Dao. This place resembled the military family quarters of his past life. Thus, the safety of the location was assured. Moreover, with the majority of the men away, the area was populated mostly by women, alleviating any concerns of boredom for Jiao. He promptly decided to select this house. The attendant praised, "Your discernment is commendable, esteemed guest." Li Dao tossed a small piece of silver to him, requesting a swift completion of the paperwork. After accepting the coin, the attendant cheerfully replied, "No trouble at all. I assure you that you will be able to move in today." Half an hour later, under the attendant's efficient handling, the property deed was successfully handed to Li Dao. Pleased with the attendant's promptness, Li Dao rewarded him with another piece of silver. The attendant quickly accepted the coin, smiling, "Your generosity is appreciated. It is my duty. Should you require any assistance in Yunqi City, feel free to seek me out, and I will ensure your needs are met." Li Dao nodded, grateful for the local support that would ease his transition. "You may continue with your duties. I shall take my leave." Soon after, Li Dao returned to the inn to fetch Jiao, leading her to their newly acquired residence. Gently patting her head, he said, "From now on, this shall be our new home." New home. Jiao and Appo's curiously examined the house before her. It was significantly smaller than their previous abode, yet she thought of how it would allow her to be closer to her young master. Remembering what Butler Li had once mentioned to her, her cheeks flushed with delight. Unaware of the domestic matters, Li Dao encouraged her, "Jiao, go inside and have a look. If there is anything you need, just let me know, and I shall arrange it. Rest assured, young master, I will handle everything." Jiao and Appo's replied confidently. During their time at the Duke and Appo's residence, she had managed household affairs alongside Butler Li, so this task was well within her abilities. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Li Dao witnessed Jiao and Appo's impressive management skills. In just 3 days, she had organized the entire house, from the smallest flower to the largest piece of furniture. He merely needed to run errands daily. To facilitate future assistance for Jiao, Li Dao also introduced her to the neighbors. Initially, upon learning that they were newcomers, the neighbors exhibited a cautious demeanor. However, once they discovered Li Dao's intention to enlist, their attitudes softened, and with Jiao's natural charm, they quickly warmed to her. Overall, everything progressed smoothly. On the morning of the 4th day, after a quick wash, Li Dao stepped out of his room and called to the adjacent room, "Jiao, I am heading out." "Young master, wait." Jiao soon emerged, her footsteps hurried. Upon seeing Li Dao fully dressed, she pouted, "Why didn't you wait for me? I could have assisted you with your morning routine. I am capable of managing on my own, and you work tirelessly throughout the day. It is unnecessary," he replied. "I don't mind. Serving you brings me joy," she insisted. With a smile, Li Dao suggested, "Perhaps you could find a few maids to assist you, allowing you to rest while they help with my needs." "Absolutely not. Yue instinctively protested. However, sensing her abruptness, she blushed and quickly added, "It is not that I oppose you finding new maids, young master, but since we are still settling in, it is wiser to wait a while for such arrangements." "Is that so?" he inquired. "Yes, indeed," she affirmed with a nod. Li Dao smiled gently. "Very well, we shall postpone that for now." Jiao and oppose. Instinctively sighed in relief, suddenly realizing her reaction might have been excessive. When she looked up, she met Li Dao and Oppo's knowing smile, causing her face to redden. Internally, she mused, "Now that I have the chance to be alone with the young master, I certainly won't help him find maids. Let him seek them out himself. Finding suitable maids will not be an easy task for him." Observing the time, Li Dao deemed it appropriate to leave. "I shall be off now. You stay safe at home. Remember to return early for dinner, young master," she reminded him. "Understood." As he pushed open the door, Li Dao stepped into the alleyway. He walked briskly until he reached a crossroads, where he noticed several matrons chatting amiably outside a house. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage and proceeded forward. The sound of his footsteps caught the attention of the matrons, and upon recognizing him, they brightened. "ISN and Oppos. That the new young Li? Off to run errands. Are you?" An elderly woman spoke up. "I heard that today the town commander is recruiting soldiers. I think I shall give it a try." Li Dao replied. Beside her, another elderly woman exclaimed excitedly, "You must try your best. If you become a soldier for the town commander, the benefits will be splendid." Immediately, a proud woman chimed in. "Indeed, my son serves under the town commander and holds a position where he supervises 5 subordinates." After saying this, she turned to Li Dao. "Young Li, should you succeed in becoming a soldier, I shall have my son look out for you in the barracks." Li Dao responded, "Thank you, Madame Lu." Feeling a sense of urgency, he added, "I must take my leave now." Without pausing for even a moment, he vanished into the alley as if pursued by some fearsome beast. This sudden departure left the elderly women momentarily stunned. After a while, one of them muttered, "That young Li is remarkably quick. I wanted to introduce him to my second uncle's granddaughter." "Your second uncle's granddaughter? The one who weighs 300 pounds? I reckon it would frighten him away." "Don't think I don't know. You just want to introduce your daughter to him." With her appearance, even ghosts would shake their heads. "You dare say that again, son? Hey, you old hag, do you think you can silence me? You brazen woman. It seems your courage has grown while we've been apart. Just wait until I catch you." Soon, the alley resonated with a cacophony of insults and scuffles. In no time, neighbors emerged one by one, drawn by the commotion. No one intervened. They seemed accustomed to such antics, with some even bringing chairs, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, after escaping the gaze of the elderly women, Li Dao breathed a sigh of relief. The people here were not ill-natured. They simply showered him with overwhelming warmth, especially after learning of his single status and that his servant, Jiao and Oppos, was merely his attendant. He was frequently waylaid by these women who incessantly endeavored to introduce him to potential matches. He would rather face 1,000,000 soldiers than endure the incessant chatter of these women. As he stepped onto the main street, his heart gradually regained its composure. Next, he intended to explore the northern part of Yunqi City. After a brief incense stick time, Li Dao arrived in the northern district. Compared to the bustling southern part, the north was evidently lacking in liveliness. The reason for this disparity was the presence of numerous military camps, rendering it a strictly regulated area. As he approached the northern city gate, Li Dao noticed that the throngs of passers-by were exclusively men. Soon, he spotted a long queue forming near the gate. On one side of the line, he saw a wooden sign inscribed with 3 prominent characters, "Recruitment Office." This must be the place. Li Dao glanced around and observed that everyone was converging towards the queue. It was unlikely that so many would volunteer for military service without the compelling influence of the northern town commander. Thus, he followed suit and joined the line. Standing among the crowd, Li Dao stood out remarkably due to his striking appearance. Perhaps the onlookers were curious as to why such an attractive individual would choose to enlist. The line inched forward. After an undetermined amount of time, there was finally some movement up ahead. He observed several wooden barricades separating the outside world from a military camp. Within the gaps of the barricades, soldiers maintained order, while one individual recorded each person and oppos, S identity in a ledger. Next, name and residence. Sir, my name is Li. All right, next. Before long, it was Li Dao and Appo's S turn. Next, you. However, the recorder paused upon recognizing Li Dao and Appo's S visage, momentarily taken aback before regaining composure. Name and residence? Reporting, my name is Li Dao, and my residence is of good standing. The household registration system of the great Qian Dynasty mirrored that of ancient times, categorized into 5 ranks: noble, gentry, merchant, slave, and finally base. The first 3 corresponded to scholars, farmers, and merchants, while the latter 2 were disqualified from military service. Li Dao had once held a noble status, but after enduring the trials of a death row inmate, was fortunate to retain his good standing. Only those of the first 3 categories were eligible for military service. The latter 2 were ineligible. All right, you may enter. Next, the recorder noted Li Dao's name and instructed him to proceed. Thank you, sir. Li Dao bypassed the soldiers maintaining order and followed the previous individual into the camp. Before long, an entire group of recruits came into view. Those who had registered were gathered together, alongside several men clad in military uniforms. As soon as Li Dao stepped into the group, he heard a commanding voice. 50 will suffice. All of you follow me. If anyone lags behind, consider yourselves eliminated. A military officer stepped forward and, without hesitation, turned to lead deeper into the camp. Noticing the crowd remained frozen in place, another officer prompted, "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to be disqualified?" Thus, the assembled recruits hastily followed suit, with Li Dao among them. He also observed that additional individuals continued to form lines behind them. It appeared that every 50 constituted a batch for the recruitment assessment. Under the officer's guidance, Li Dao and the 50 recruits soon arrived before a tent. A sign stood beside it, emblazoned with the character medicine. The officer halted at the entrance of the tent and turned around. "Does anyone among you have any physical defects? If so, step forward and leave. We wouldn't want to waste anyone's time." After a moment of silence, seeing no one step forward, the officer nodded and declared, "All right then. I shall check inside." With that, he left the bewildered recruits behind and entered the tent. Chapter 46. The Vital Energy Like a Dragon. Astonishing the veteran doctor, inhaling the faint aroma of medicinal herbs in the air and glancing at the imposing sign, Li Dao quickly grasped the purpose of their visit, especially in light of the officer and Appo's words. He had not anticipated that a physical examination would be required for soldiers in ancient times. This thought inadvertently reminded him of the military health checks from his previous life, causing him to instinctively tighten his gluteal muscles. If such a situation were to arise, would one still be able to serve as a soldier? Before long, the sounds of movement emanated from within the tent. A group of individuals, dressed similarly to Li Dao and his companions, emerged from inside. There were precisely 50 of them, appearing to be fellow recruits. Li Dao and Appo's gaze swiftly swept over the group, and a sigh of relief washed over him moments later. The expressions of these 50 individuals were unremarkable, and their gait showed no signs of any peculiarities. It seemed they had not undergone any special examination. Following the emergence of these 50 recruits, 2 officers stepped out as well. They engaged in a wager, curious to see who had more successful candidates. "What shall we wager?" 10 meals at Tianshan Tower. That's quite a stake. Are you in or out? I'm in. Let us see who fears whom. After their conversation, one officer led the group away, presumably to the next testing location. The officer guiding Li Dao and the others turned back to them, stating, "You all heard that. I have a bet with my friend. I want to inform you in advance that if I win, I will take good care of you and ensure you are assigned to favorable positions. However, if I lose, I will still look after you, but it will not be in the manner you envision." Upon hearing this, everyone except Li Dao changed their expressions dramatically. Even before enlisting, they were already the subject of someone in Appo's intentions. Li Dao found this unremarkable, as it appeared to be a customary tradition for seasoned soldiers to take advantage of newcomers. Under the officer's direction, Li Dao and his group entered the tent. Once inside, the scent of medicine intensified. An Eldaliman, clad in military armor with white hair and a beard, sat solemnly on a mat, a table set before him. "Elder Zheng, I appreciate your assistance," the officer said respectfully. The elder raised a hand, gesturing for him to wait at the side. The officer complied, taking a seat without daring to act out of line in the elder's presence. Elder Zheng tapped a white cloth on the table, instructing, "Whoever is first, come forward and place your hand here." The first individual in line promptly approached, sitting cross-legged opposite the elder and placing his hand down. Zheng extended his hand, pressing it against the person and Oppo's wrist to take their pulse. After a moment, he spoke. "Your health is generally good, with only minor issues." The man initially beamed with joy, but his expression quickly soured upon hearing the subsequent remarks. "Your kidney energy is insufficient, indicating some yin deficiency, and your liver energy appears somewhat fatigued." Withdrawing his hand, Elder Zheng showed no concern for the man's darkened expression, stating bluntly, "You have indulged excessively in carnal matters. Moderation is necessary, young man." The young man, blushing, retorted defiantly, "I am in excellent health, especially in that regard." Zheng remained unfazed, calmly responding, "You engaged in such activities 3 times last night, and your legs are still trembling, are they not?" "How do you know?" the young man exclaimed, his face turning crimson as he instinctively retreated to blend into the crowd, embarrassed. When the second individual saw it was his turn, his face also changed. However, he understood that joining the military required him to proceed, hoping that the elder would show some leniency. As the others realized this, their smiles faded, replaced by silent prayers. Nearby, the officer observed the scene with a hint of nostalgia, recalling his own experience in this very place. Reality was often harsh. It was likely due to the early marriages common in ancient times, coupled with the youthful inability of many men to exercise restraint, resulting in a phenomenon where 9 out of 10 men exhibited weakness, with the 10th being even more so. After Elder Zheng's remarks, no man could withstand the scrutiny. If only one individual had issues, it might have been a jest. However, when all exhibited problems, it became a stark reality. As the 49th individual was also deemed weak by Elder Zheng, all eyes turned toward the last person remaining, Li Dao. Upon seeing Li Dao's appearance, murmurs began to circulate within the tent. "Good heavens, this fellow is quite handsome. Wouldn't it be a shame for him to be a soldier? He could earn so much more as a gigolo. With looks like his, he could easily attract 10 ladies a day, with women practically throwing themselves at him." Li Dao paid no heed to the gossip, calmly sitting down and placing his arm before Elder Zheng. Elder Zheng paused, taken aback, not by Li Dao and Oppo's looks, but rather by the remarkable energy he sensed. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he possessed the skill of observation alongside pulse diagnosis. Even without checking the pulse, he could discern that this individual was exceptionally healthy. Yet, the procedure must be followed. Habitually, he pressed his fingers against Li Dao and Oppo's wrist. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned. A singular thought echoed in Zheng's mind. How could there be such a terrifying pulse? The vital energy surged like a torrential river, robust beyond description, more fitting to describe it as vital energy like a dragon. After serving as a military doctor for over 50 years and having encountered nearly 80,000 individuals, he had witnessed many extraordinary talents, yet none compared to the presence before him. Notably, as he pressed against Li Dao and Oppo's pulse, he found it challenging to maintain his grip, as the vigor pulsated with such force that it resisted his touch. Meanwhile, many waited in silence, anticipating Elder Zheng's revelation, eager to witness the spectacle. Yet as time passed, there was no immediate response. Was it possible that this individual was so weak that even Elder Zheng was rendered speechless? Some speculated with a hint of malice. Finally, after a minute or so, Elder Zheng reluctantly withdrew his hand, lamenting the loss of the opportunity to feel such a pulse again. When he remained silent, one individual could no longer contain himself, asking, "Elder Zheng, one and Oppo's, do you say something?" Elder Zheng surveyed the eager faces around him. Having lived for so many years, he was well aware of their thoughts. "This young man is in excellent health. He is a fine specimen," he stated calmly. The crowd responded with confusion, as they had not anticipated this answer. They wanted to hear about the kidney, liver, and lung conditions, but Elder Zheng had already made his judgment, and dismiss their expectations. At that moment, someone quietly muttered, "How could such a pretty boy not be weak? Is this old man trying to fool us?" Unbeknownst to them, the officer had approached and delivered a swift kick to the speaker in Appo's rear. "You, of all people, dare to question Elder Zheng?" He then addressed the rest. "All right, you may all leave now." The officer bowed to Elder Zheng, saying, "Elder Zheng, we will take our leave." Elder Zheng replied without lifting his gaze. But suddenly remembering Li Dao, he raised his head and instructed, "Keep an eye on that last young man." The officer, puzzled, asked, "Is there something wrong with him?" Elder Zheng did not respond directly, merely suggesting, "Just pay attention, it will do you no harm." The officer scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, having heard the words of Elder Zheng, he etched them into his memory. Outside the military tent, a group of individuals gathered. Yet one person stood apart from the rest, Li Dao. The reason for his distinction lay in his robust health, which rendered the remaining 49 somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, an officer emerged, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Li Dao. After observing for a moment, he discerned that apart from Li Dao's handsome appearance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Regaining his composure, the officer turned to the assembly and admonished, "From now on, be mindful of your words in front of others." Fortunately, Elder Zheng did not take offense. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. Curiosity got the better of someone who inquired, "Brother, who is this Elder Zheng? Who is he?" The officer scoffed. "He is the very person whom you would plead to please, lest you offend him. You need only understand this. 80% of the military doctors in the Yunzhou camp are his disciples. Moreover, over half of the high-ranking officers in Yunzhou owe their lives to Elder Zheng, including our esteemed General Shunzhong of the Jinyuan Marquisate. To speak frankly, you may offend anyone in the camp and still find a path to survival, even if you cross swords with some generals. But should any of you provoke Elder Zheng, I can assure you that you might as well await your demise." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to comprehend the formidable stature of the elder. Though merely a simple physician with no high rank, his latent influence was indeed terrifying. Li Dao mused within himself that, regardless of the era, physicians were always held in high regard, especially those in the military, for one could never ascertain the number of allies standing behind them. This thought led him to reminisce about old Gui, a man of profound medical skills who seemed only adept at offending others. Moreover, it had been over a month since he last heard news from them. He wondered about their circumstances. Yet, with a shrewd character like old Gui, it was unlikely that trouble would find them, especially considering old Gui's knack for survival that had allowed him to reach such an advanced age. Subsequently, under the officer's guidance, they traversed to another location, a grand plaza already teeming with individuals. Most of the attendees donned plain attire, unmistakably those like them who had come to enlist and partake in the evaluations. At the center of the plaza stood several platforms, each occupied by a few officers presiding over the proceedings. Periodically, individuals wishing to enlist would ascend the stage, while the officers would descend. The officer halted at the edge of the plaza, turning back to address the crowd. Next comes the final assessment, which will evaluate your physical fitness and individual talents. To serve under General Shunzhong of the Jinyuan Marquisate, mere ordinariness will lead to elimination. You must meet the physical standards or possess a unique skill suitable for military service. If you lack both, you may turn back now to spare yourselves the embarrassment that might ensue. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, yet none chose to depart, clearly demonstrating a degree of confidence in their abilities. A few even cast their gazes towards Li Dao. In their minds, if anyone among the 50 was likely to be eliminated, it would be this anomaly among them, a delicate figure with an appearance akin to that of a dandy, surely indicating a lack of physical prowess. They had entirely dismissed Elder Zheng and Appo's earlier remarks, and many still believe that the Elder and Appo's judgment had been clouded. After a brief pause, as no one stepped forward, the officer nodded. However, this only indicated their confidence. Whether they possessed true capability would require concrete evaluation. The officer scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on a less populated arena. Since you all believe in your abilities, we shall now proceed with the formal assessment. First, We will conduct the mandatory physical fitness test. Regardless of your skills on the battlefield, physical condition is paramount. A sound physique significantly enhances your chances of survival. Now, follow me. Chapter 47. Strength Test under the guidance of the officer. Li Dao and his companions swiftly arrived at an arena. As they approached, the specifics of the arena became apparent to all. In the center, an array of stone weights of varying sizes was placed, indicating that the military camp employed strength to assess an individual's physical prowess. Two officers were stationed on the platform. One appeared scholarly, holding a scroll and brush to record the scores of participants, while the other was a towering figure tasked with safeguarding those lifting weights, ensuring that overzealous individuals did not injure themselves by attempting to lift beyond their capabilities. The leading officer ascended the platform and whispered something to the recording officer, who then nodded at Li Dao and his group. Shortly thereafter, the leading officer descended and addressed the crowd, stating, "All right, this batch has finished their tests. The next group shall step forward. I hope you all perform admirably." Upon hearing this, the initially confident group inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness. This reaction was entirely normal. While some activities may be entertaining in casual settings, the gravity of a formal examination can induce anxiety in anyone. Noticing the considerable line ahead of them, the leading officer continued, "I understand your apprehension. If you find yourself bored while waiting, feel free to observe the proceedings at the edge of the arena to ease your nerves." With this suggestion, the crowd dispersed, rushing towards the arena's edge. Curiosity piqued. Li Dao followed suit to observe the testing. Upon reaching the arena's edge, they witnessed a participant in the midst of a test. The individual gripped a massive stone weight and strained to lift it, his face reddening, veins bulging on his arms and forehead under the immense pressure. Nearby, the protective officer stood calmly, though Li Dao noted that he remained poised to intervene at a moment's notice. After 5 arduous seconds, the participant dropped the stone weight, which thudded against the arena floor. Turning to the recording officer, he received an encouraging nod, allowing him to exhale in relief, his face breaking into a satisfied smile, indicating he had passed. As the man prepared to descend from the platform, a voice called out from the crowd, "Continue challenging." Another echoed, "Yes, keep going. You've already qualified. The better your score, the more favorable your military assignment will be." The crowd urged him on. The participant, momentarily tempted, glanced at the recording officer and raised his hand, inquiring, "May I challenge the next weight?" The recording officer replied candidly, "You have succeeded. You may continue with the next stone weight. If you succeed, your score will still count. Proceed if you wish." Nodding, the man approached the 3rd stone weight. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he took a deep breath and placed his hands on the weight. "Lift," he commanded, exerting all his might to hoist the stone. Just as he attempted to raise it above his head, he realized he had overestimated his strength. Losing his footing, he fell backward, stone weight and all. In an instant, a strong hand reached out from the side, catching the weight and saving the man from disaster. "Thank you," he said, regaining his balance. "No problem. Just be cautious next time," the officer replied, effortlessly lifting the stone weight back to its original position. Embarrassed by his failure, the man sheepishly exited the platform. Soon, another individual ascended to undertake the test. From the discussions around him, Li Dao gleaned insights into the weightlifting trials. The arena featured 5 stone weights: 150 pounds, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, 300 pounds, and finally 500 pounds. Successfully lifting the first weight qualified one, albeit only for the most basic military role. The higher the weight lifted, the better the benefits, with the potential to be assigned to the elite battalion under the esteemed General Xinzhong. Notably, the final 500-pound weight was a coveted accomplishment. Anyone who could lift it would likely secure placement in the finest military units, reaping the best rewards. Of course, this was contingent upon pure physical strength, with no use of qi allowed. In this realm, an average adult male could lift around 100 pounds, while those capable of lifting 150 pounds were rare. This illustrated the formidable challenge of becoming a soldier under General Shan and Appos as command. Moreover, the requirement was to lift the weights overhead with arms fully extended, adding to the difficulty. However, for Li Dao, this was merely a formality. Standing at the edge of the arena, he observed a procession of individuals attempting the lift, noting that most possessed superior physical capabilities compared to the average person. Among 10 participants, more than half succeeded in lifting the first weight, while only 1 or 2 managed the second. The third weight saw even less success, with perhaps 1 out of dozens attempting it. No one had yet tried the fourth, and the fifth weight stood as little more than an ornament. As Li Dao pondered, a rousing cheer erupted from the crowd. He turned to see a robust man successfully hoisting the fourth weight, prompting astonishment among the spectators. With a resounding thud, the weight hit the ground after 5 seconds, and despite his fatigued arms, the man turned to the recording officer with an expectant expression. The officer smiled lightly. "Congratulations, you have succeeded. Your score is valid." The robust man beamed, and the crowd erupted in applause. "Try the fifth weight," someone shouted from below. Immediately, many joined in encouraging the man to attempt the daunting lift. The robust man glanced at his weary arms, offering a rueful smile as he shook his head. "No, I know my limits. Even at my peak, I couldn't and oppose to succeed." With that, he stepped down from the platform. Once on the ground, a throng of admirers surrounded him, showering him with praise. Although he would enter the military as a basic soldier after lifting the fourth weight, such individuals often found it easier to achieve merit and promotion, naturally attracting sycophants. Subsequently, one after another, individuals ascended the platform to take their tests. When it was finally Li Dao's group's turn, they lined up at the side of the arena. Having previously observed others with enthusiasm, the moment it was their turn, they fell silent. Prompted by the recording officer, the first participant, known as the kid with kidney deficiency, nervously stepped onto the platform, momentarily at a loss. "Choose which weight you wish to challenge," the officer reminded him. "Oh," regaining his composure, he pointed to the first stone weight. "I'll take this one." A chorus of jeers erupted from the line. The kid with kidney deficiency, displaying self-awareness, ignored the taunts and approached the first weight. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the stone. "Lift!" he exclaimed, summoning all his strength to raise it above his head. He succeeded in lifting it, needing only to hold it for 5 seconds. The crowd believed he was secure in his success. However, as he neared the 4th second, his expression suddenly shifted. With a thud, he collapsed, dropping the stone weight in shock. The recorder, upon witnessing the scene, candidly declared, "Challenge failed. Next." The expression on kidney deficiency guy and amp, Oppo's face instantly turned pale. Each individual was granted but a single opportunity, and it was evident he had squandered his. With a dejected demeanor, he trudged off the stage, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, all because that greedy woman from last night." Ordinarily, if the first challenger in a team succeeded, it would bolster the morale of the subsequent participants. However, a failure would only amplify the pressure on those that followed. One by one, the members of Li Dao and Oppo's team ascended the platform. Yet, as time progressed, it became apparent that this particular team was lacking in quality. While other teams boasted a success rate of 7 or 8 out of 10, Li Dao's team managed only 4 or 5, a significant shortfall. This group of individuals caused the commanding officer watching from below to scowl in discontent. At that moment, another officer approached, none other than the one who had placed a bet with him. "Ha ha, you are surely destined to lose now. Not only does my team have a higher success rate, but we also produced a powerhouse capable of lifting the 4th stone burden," he cheerfully remarked. The leading officer's face darkened further upon hearing this, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Humph. My team has yet to be fully tested. Although I may be losing in numbers, what if one of ours is capable of lifting the 5th stone burden?" Seeing that this fellow was still holding on to hope, the other officer interjected, "Huh. Do you really believe lifting the 5th stone burden is so simple? I'll make this clear.